Chapter 1. Transcendence in the Dead of Night. Sweden's busiest transportation hub pulsated with a ceaseless flow of vehicles, resembling a serpentine dragon that a white Volvo S80 glided discreetly among them, its presence barely noted. Save for the distinctive three-digit license plate that hinted at its extraordinary lineage, Volvo, a luxury automobile brand intricately linked to the Swedish royal family, frequently appears at royal weddings and other significant events. Effectively serving as the designated vehicle for the monarchy, the car in question was indeed a genuine ambassadorial vehicle for the Swedish royal family, that moment. In the rear seat of the vehicle, a young man in his 20s, with dark hair and bleary eyes, found himself in a state of half-drunken stupor. Yet, the slight upturn of his lips betrayed a sense of elation. Just hours earlier, he had stood in the hallowed halls of the Stockholm Concert Hall, receiving from the hands of the Swedish king the most prestigious medal and certificate in the world, thus becoming the youngest laureate of the Nobel Prize in Chemistry at the tender age of 23. Now, he had just departed from the Nobel Banquet, famously dubbed the world's most crowded dinner. To describe him as a winner of life was an understatement. He could already envision the opulent life that lay ahead. As he indulged in his daydreams, the designated driver, a seasoned Swedish gentleman clad in formal attire, suddenly broke the tranquility with a panicked exclamation. "Sir, the brakes are out of order." "What?" The youth's heart sank at the sound of those words, the effects of alcohol dissipating in an instant as disbelief coursed through him. This would tragically become his last utterance in this world, as the car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, crashing violently into an oncoming freight truck, akin to a comet colliding with the moon. A youth, his head wrapped in a bloodied bandage, jolted awake, panic etched across his face. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled sideways. Thud! He landed heavily on the wooden floor, the impact resonating through the air, his head striking the ground first. The cry that escaped his lips was not one of fright, but rather a pained groan, akin to that of a butchered pig, with an existing head wound. The additional blow left him reeling, waves of sharp pain coursing through him, his eyes brimming with tears. Damn it! What on earth is happening? He clasped his head tightly with both hands, and after what felt like an eternity, the throbbing began to subside. His gaze cautiously scanned his surroundings. The room was adorned with an ancient wooden floor, a bed covered in a coarse woolen blanket, walls built of rough-hewn stone, and wooden windows that a faded desk held a few tomes bound in sheepskin, and an antiquated oil lamp flickered dimly. Where is this place? It could not possibly be a hospital, as there were no basic medical amenities present. Clearly, this could not be a hospital ward. But where was he? Hadn't he just experienced a car accident? How had he suddenly ended up here? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he became acutely aware of a multitude of unfamiliar memories flooding his consciousness. No, they were not merely foreign memories. They were memories that should not belong to him. The name is Sean Campbell, 15 years old, a student at the Neo Knight Academy, injured in a duel. And in half a month, I will be forcibly expelled. No wonder I was provoked into a duel. Memories surged like a tidal wave, revealing the life of a boy named Sean Campbell. The more recent events were vivid, while those from the past faded into obscurity, feeling overwhelmingly real, as if he had lived them himself. That a sense of foreboding crept into his heart as he scrutinized his current form. And he stood aghast. This is not my hand. He was clad in slightly worn linen garments, with an open front and short socks adorning his feet. His hands, smaller than an adult's, were calloused and rough, and most strikingly, his skin was pale, not the hue of his OWN. It was evident that these hands did not belong to him. Transcendence. The term sprang to mind as a denizen of the information age. He was well aware of the concept of transcendence. Yet what baffled him was that those who transcended typically did so from lives of misfortune. How could he, a Nobel laureate on the brink of a luxurious life, find himself swept into this phenomenon? He had yet to savor the delights of existence. The architecture around him seemed imbued with a medieval European style. Was he, perhaps, in medieval Europe? As a scholar, he remained remarkably composed in the face of this revelation. Accepting the reality of his transcendence, he endeavored to sift through his newfound memories to glean any useful information about this world. Suddenly, his complexion drained of color as he uncovered a chilling truth. A century prior, this world had been ravaged by an unprecedented plague, claiming the lives of over 2/3 of its population. What is this situation? Could it be the Black Death? Surely my luck cannot be this abysmal. to have transcended into the era of this dreadful plague. The Black Death, a horrific epidemic that once decimated the European landscape, also known as the Great Mortality, was infamous for its terrifying contagiousness. It had erupted multiple times, leading to staggering mortality rates, rendering many towns ghostly and reducing the average lifespan of Europeans from 40 to 20 years. The magnitude of such a plague was staggering. The most troubling aspect was that given the medical conditions of the time, those infected faced almost certain death, akin to the modern-day plight of AIDS, yet far more destructive, while one could survive for years with AIDS. The Black Death offered no such mercy, often claiming lives within a week. As if death were ever watchful, to be reborn in such an era was undeniably grim, for any day could herald a fatal encounter with the plague. The plague, spread by sorcerers, it seems that medieval Europe, in its ignorance, foolishly blamed misfortunes on the unfortunate few. No. This differs from the Black Death in my memories. He shook his head, his complexion paling further, devoid of any color. Through Sean Campbell's recollections, he discerned that this plague was fundamentally different from the Black Death. It was even more terrifying, aptly dubbed the world-ending calamity. Those infected, though deceased, transformed into monstrous entities endowed with immense strength and an insatiable hunger for flesh. More horrifying still, those who fell victim to their attacks also succumbed to this transformation. Is this a scenario from a movie about a biohazard? Am I truly in medieval Europe? Doubt began to cloud his earlier assumptions. Clearly, medieval Europe could not possibly be the setting for a biohazard. So where was this place? Was it even Earth? In pursuit of further understanding, he delved deeper into the memories of this body, and an eerie scene unfolded in his mind. A chamber reminiscent of a grand hall, where 8 armored men, clad in iron and wielding swords, stood solemnly around a central figure. This figure, a man dressed in shimmering leather armor and fine boots, exuded an air of nobility. Beside him was a concave storage pedestal containing a transparent orb, slightly larger than an adult's fist, crafted from an unfamiliar material, neither glass nor any known gemstone. At that moment, a queue of well-dressed youths, clearly not from impoverished backgrounds, stretched far beyond the hall's confines. The handsome blonde boy, visibly anxious, stepped forward, approaching the pedestal. Under the gaze of all present, he nervously reached for the orb, gripping it tightly as if clutching his very destiny. 1 second, 2 seconds, and by the 3rd second, a startling transformation occurred. The once clear orb blazed crimson, akin to molten iron, radiating an eerie scarlet glow. You possess the qualifications of a knight. Young man, what is your name? The man beside the pedestal cast a fleeting glance at the boy, his tone unexpectedly gentled. In that instant, a cacophony of gasps erupted around them. The boy felt the fervent stares of his peers and onlookers burning into his back. His heart racing violently, excitement evident upon his face, his body trembling with anticipation. My lord, I am Sean Campbell. This scene was likely from the moment Sean Campbell underwent the knight qualification test, a memory etched vividly in his mind, thus easily recalled. Yet, the vision abruptly ceased, leaving the subsequent events shrouded in mystery, as time had dulled his recollections. Nevertheless, from this fleeting image, he could infer much about the unfolding narrative. Evidently, this world is shrouded in enigmatic mysteries, particularly the transparent orb that turns crimson upon contact, which he had never encountered in his previous existence. Furthermore, judging by the commotion among those around him, as well as the ecstatic expression on Sean Campbell's face when his knightly aptitude was revealed, it is clear that such a qualification is exceedingly rare in this realm. Otherwise, it would not have provoked such an uproar. Knightly aptitude. As he pondered this, 3 lines of black text suddenly appeared on his retina. Name: Sean Campbell. Knight talent. Secondary: swordsmanship talent. Beginner. Chapter 2. Facing expulsion. How could this be? Upon seeing the 3 lines of text materialize on his retina, Sean displayed no astonishment, yet a frown creased his brow. Andy once remarked, "Genius is 1% inspiration plus 99% perspiration." This statement has profoundly resonated with many, yet few are aware of its latter half. That 1% of inspiration is paramount, even more so than the 99% of perspiration. In his previous life, he had been awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry at the tender age of 23, a distinction that certainly set him apart. In truth, he is among those rare individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. However, Unlike the commonplace superpowers of manipulating lightning or traversing space often depicted in comic books, his unique ability, TalentNet, enables him to appropriate the talents of others. In simpler terms, through physical contact, he can replicate and internalize another's gifts as his own. This talent, however, is not confined to abilities such as lightning manipulation or spatial mobility. In fact, he cannot ascertain whether such exaggerated talents exist, as he has never encountered them. The majority of talents he has observed are rather mundane, encompassing mathematical, physical, and chemical aptitudes that in his past life, he replicated a multitude of top-tier talents across various fields, resulting in an extraordinary list that boasted dozens of entries. That it was through the enhancement of these exceptional talents that he achieved the Nobel Prize at merely 23. Regrettably, due to his reincarnation, those talents have vanished entirely, akin to a deleted game save file. It is likely that those abilities were anchored in his original body, and with that body's dissolution, the talents naturally perished alongside it. As for the TalentNet, it should be classified as a soul-related gift. Fortunately, it remains intact, sparing it from the same fate. Enough of this, he muttered, shaking his head. While the loss of those abilities is undoubtedly lamentable, as long as the TalentNet persists, he possesses the means to rise again. His gaze turned toward the two talents inherent to this body. The swordsmanship talent, though rare, was something he had encountered in his previous life, belonging to a rather mysterious Taoist from Wudong, who not only possessed it, but had also attained an intermediate level, significantly superior to Sean Campbell's current swordsmanship aptitude. One must not underestimate the disparity of a single level. The gap between the elite and the ordinary often resides within such a measure. To put it plainly, if an individual with a beginner swordsmanship talent could become a third-rate practitioner, then one with an intermediate swordsmanship talent could ascend to first-rate status. Yet, the knightly talent illuminated his perception. In his previous life, he had never witnessed such an aptitude, and given its peculiar testing method, it is evident that this talent is unique to this world. Secondary. Upon seeing the designation secondary following the knightly talent, Sean's brow furrowed further, finally comprehending the reason for the original Sean's predicament. Teetering on the brink of expulsion, secondary, to put it bluntly, is akin to being defective. Those possessing such a talent would find it nearly impossible to achieve any remarkable accomplishments within this field. Throughout their lives, they might barely scrape by at the most rudimentary level, with any hope of advancement utterly unattainable. Clearly, with such a talent, the former Sean Campbell had little hope of progressing along the knightly path, which explains his relentless efforts yet continuous failures in 2 assessments. This is somewhat troublesome, Sean mused, his brow knitted. The academy he currently attended is known as the Neo-Knight Academy, the preeminent institution for knights within the Kingdom of Carlo, often referred to as the Cradle of Knights. Those who graduate from this academy are assured a promising future, provided they can indeed graduate. In stark contrast to the favorable prospects awaiting graduates, the academy's standards for its students are exceedingly stringent. Assessments are conducted mid-year and at year-end, and failure to pass 3 consecutive evaluations results in mandatory expulsion. Unfortunately, the upcoming assessment is merely half a month away, and it will dictate Sean's fate. As the original Sean has already failed the assessments twice, should he fail the 3rd time, expulsion would be his only recourse. I must devise a way to remain in this academy, whether for a better understanding of this world or for long-term planning. Staying at the Neo-Knight Academy is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Thus, an unavoidable challenge presents itself. How can he pass the assessment in half a month? Recklessly training is evidently unfeasible. The original occupant of this body was nothing short of diligent in his training. His recollections of the original Sean's life at the academy predominantly consist of relentless training, to the point where calling him a training fanatic would not be an exaggeration. Regrettably, he still lagged behind, aside from barely keeping pace during the first year. He had failed both evaluations in the subsequent year, culminating in the looming threat of expulsion. It seems imperative to swiftly replicate a higher-level knightly talent. Otherwise, expulsion is the only likely outcome. As he thought of those who possess outstanding knightly talents, one name inevitably surfaced in Sean's mind: Titus Kirk, a fellow student from Sean Campbell's cohort. However, unlike the woeful Sean Campbell, Titus is the most illustrious individual in the entire year, without exception, born into an aristocratic family. His talent is astonishingly formidable, consistently ranking first in his class. Even many upperclassmen struggle to compete with him. It is rumored that he has already achieved the status of a squire knight. A squire knight, while merely the most basic level of knighthood, is enough to elicit admiration, for attaining this rank guarantees a respectable position and a worry-free future. Naturally, a noble such as Titus Kirk would likely disdain such trivial positions. But how can I acquire knightly talent from this fellow? Sean found himself furrowing his brow in contemplation. Like his exceptional talents, Titus Kirk's character is renowned for its arrogance, rendering him exceedingly difficult to approach. It is evident that replicating knightly talent from Titus Kirk would be a formidable challenge. According to the original Sean's memories, handshakes are not customary in this world, rendering his previous life's handshake approach utterly ineffective. Moreover, he surmised that, given Titus Kirk's haughty disposition, even if handshakes were still relevant, Titus would likely have no interest in shaking hands with him, as he is clearly beneath Titus Kirk's social circle. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was racking his brain for ways to replicate knightly talent from Titus Kirk, a sudden knock on the door startled him. Who? Sean instinctively became alert, hesitating for a moment before inquiring in the familiar yet foreign language of this world. This moment, having recently occupied the body of this unfortunate soul, he felt an acute sense of vulnerability. Sean, are you awake? It's me, Moore. A youthful voice called from outside the door, and upon hearing it, Sean instantly recalled the identity of its owner. Moore Leonard, a fellow student from Sean's cohort, had been assigned to the same class and had shown considerable care for the original Sean, making him one of the few friends the former Sean had at the academy. Come in. Rapidly recalling all the memories associated with Moore Leonard, Sean endeavored to present himself as the original Sean and spoke accordingly. Creak. The door swung open to reveal a youth with flaxen curls, clad in a black uniform adorned with white patterns, and a knight's sword at his waist. Upon seeing Sean sitting up in bed, he inquired with genuine concern, "How are you feeling? Better?" "Much improved." Sean nodded, striving to maintain the original Sean's manner of speaking. "Honestly, you shouldn't have accepted Benson's challenge. He was clearly trying to provoke you," Moore admonished. "I couldn't help myself. You were the one who brought me back, right?" "Thanks. No need for gratitude. I'm just glad you're all right. Try not to act so impulsively in the future." Moore sighed. "And don't feel too much pressure. There will be a guest attending tomorrow morning's class, so don't miss it. Make sure to get some rest." With that, Moore turned to leave, though a hint of disappointment lingered in his heart. As the son of a merchant, he relished investing, seeking to reap maximum benefits with minimal costs, and maintaining a friendly relationship with Sean was one of his investments. Upon entering the academy, Sean's diligent efforts led him to believe that investing in him would undoubtedly yield unexpected returns. Little did he anticipate that the outcome would be thus. Could it be that I have misjudged? Alas, investment always carries risks. I shall consider this merely a failed venture. Chapter 3. The Scarlet Lady. The following morning, at one of the training grounds of the Knight Academy of Neo, more than 200 youths clad in standardized leather armor congregated in groups of 3 to 5, exuding vigor and the essence of youth, tinged with a hint of arrogance. They were the same cohort as Sean. "I never expected you to come despite your injury," remarked a tall, slender youth, blocking Sean's path as he entered the training area, his head still wrapped in bandages. With tousled brown hair and a face adorned with freckles, the boy approached Sean with a mocking expression. "Step aside." A flicker of anger crossed Sean's eyes as he replied coldly. The person before him was none other than Benson Adams, the very one responsible for injuring the original Sean, inciting a deep-seated loathing within him, clearly influenced by the memories of this body's former owner. "Why bother? You'll be expelled in just half a month. You might as well use the remaining time to plan for your expulsion." Benson sneered, placing heavy emphasis on the word expulsion, his derision unmistakable. "Benson, your words are excessive. We are all classmates." "And you and Sean hail from the same town," interjected a boy with flaxen curls, who was none other than Moore, the one who had come to visit Sean the previous day. "Moore, it would be best if you kept your nose out of this," Benson retorted. His expression darkening, standing beside Sean, Moore sighed inwardly, yet spoke without hesitation. "Sean is my friend. Do you expect me to turn a blind eye?" Though he was a businessman who prioritized profit, he was equally steadfast in his choices. A failed investment was merely that, but having chosen to invest, he would see it through to the end, refusing to abandon it merely due to the possibility of failure. Moreover, even if he did not stand up for Sean, his relationship with Benson would not improve, as Benson's narrow-mindedness would inevitably lead him to direct his ire at Moore. Sean's friend. It seems you are determined to oppose me. Benson's voice carried a chill. What of it? Moore stepped forward defiantly. Though he might not match Benson in strength, the possibility of victory alongside Sean was not negligible, and at such a moment, maintaining one's momentum was paramount. Consider carefully whether it is worth it to oppose me for such a worthless individual. Benson's voice was icy, his gaze fixed coldly upon Moore. Worth is my concern, Benson. Let us not forget that today's S-class features a guest. Should any trouble arise, not even your ally can save you. You, very well. Moore, I shall remember this. Moore's words evidently struck a nerve with Benson, whose face shifted between shades of red and green before he ultimately spat a parting threat and turned to leave. Who are those three? The unfolding confrontation between Sean and Benson had not gone unnoticed, and several students eyed the trio with interest. Some were oblivious, for with over 200 students in the same year, it was impossible for everyone to know one another. However, a light laugh emerged from the crowd. The one with flaxen hair is Moore, famously known as the nice guy who gets along with everyone. As for the one with brown hair, that's Benson, rumored to be Wallace's new lackey. Benson's a lackey of Wallace. What luck to be in his good graces. But what about the other one? The other, I think it's better you not know, for soon enough, you shall no longer see him. Not see him. Could it be? The latter paused, quickly catching on, their expression shifting to one of realization. Similar to the generous rewards bestowed upon graduates of the Knight Academy of Neo, the Academy maintained rigorous standards for its students. Each year, there were 2 evaluations, mid-year and end-of-year, and if one failed to pass 3 consecutive assessments, expulsion would ensue. Consequently, each year, a number of students, including those of noble descent, faced expulsion. Nevertheless, the Knight Academy remained undeterred, partly due to its royal backing, which rendered it impervious to the influence of noble families. Who could rival a royal family? Furthermore, this strictness ensured the quality of graduates, safeguarding the Academy's esteemed reputation. Thank you. Sean expressed his gratitude to Moore. What are you saying? Let us go. Time is running short. Benson chuckled, patting Sean on the shoulder as they made their way toward their classroom. Time passed slowly, and when the clock struck 8, 6 individuals clad in red leather armor and boots, exuding a fierce aura, appeared. They were the teachers for Sean's cohort. Each teacher was a formally recognized knight, seasoned in battle, embodying true warriors. Only the Knight Academy of Neo could afford such luxury, assigning a formal knight as an instructor for each class. No other Knight Academy, even among elite classes, could boast such treatment. After all, every formal knight was granted a baronial title by the kingdom. Though the lowest rank, it still constituted nobility, and it was no easy feat to persuade them without offering something substantial. The 6 approached the gathering of students, but did not commence their lesson immediately. Instead, they stood solemnly, slightly tilting their heads towards a specific direction. In that direction, a woman clad in red leather armor strode forth with purpose. With long hair that blazed like flames, her slender figure was accentuated by the armor, revealing an exquisite silhouette. Each step resonated powerfully against the ground, exuding an imposing presence that surpassed even the combined might of the 6 teachers. Lady Scarlet. Sera. Could it truly be Lady Scarlet Sera? The esteemed guest is none other than Lady Sera. Some noble students gasped in awe, their gazes fixed upon the approaching woman with admiration, while those unfamiliar with her soon displayed fervor under the explanations of their peers. It is indeed her. Upon hearing the surrounding chatter, Sean's expression mirrored their reverence. Lady Scarlet, Sera, a formidable figure who had achieved great knightly prowess at a young age, had repeatedly ventured into perilous outer territories to vanquish undead foes, amassing a formidable record of victories. Her exploits were widely celebrated throughout the kingdom of Carlo, with some even transforming her adventures into inspirational literature that sold remarkably well, underscoring her formidable influence. Silence. We are fortunate to have Lady Sera as our esteemed guest today. Let us welcome her to share a few words. Among the 6 teachers, the eldest and most stern-faced man, Hart Eves, cleared his throat and addressed the assembly with an austere demeanor. He was responsible for the elite class of Titus Kirk and served as the grade supervisor for Sean's cohort. Tasked with overseeing all students, the students held him in considerable fear, and upon his addressing them, they fell silent, clearly intimidated by his usual authority. Greetings, I am Sera. Her gaze swept across the students, and those who met her eyes instinctively lowered their heads. Even the proud Titus Kirk dared not meet her gaze directly. It is a pleasure to encounter you here today. To be truthful, I could be considered your senior. 10 years ago, I stood where you stand today. Thus, my dear juniors, strive forth. I hope that 10 years from now, you will also stand in my position." With the conclusion of Sera's speech, a resounding applause erupted, echoing throughout the space. Including Sean, all were captivated by this senior's charisma. Many female students exhibited hearts in their eyes. Sean pondered whether this world possessed a tizzy. If it did, these individuals would undoubtedly possess such potential. Yet, Lady Scarlet indeed possessed an extraordinary allure. Her mere words ignited the fervor of those still within the academy. Who among them would dare to consider themselves inferior? Who would not aspire to reach the heights attained by Lady Scarlet? Sera? Clearly, her words resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. Chapter 4. The Silver Frost Knight, Sword Technique Swish. Swish, swish. Over 200 students donned in black leather armor moved in unison, wielding their knightly swords with precision. The gleaming blades reflected blinding light under the sun, creating a dazzling display visible from afar. Filling the air with visual impact, sweat cascaded down their foreheads, yet none paused to wipe it away. Even the most beauty-conscious female students were no exception. In this training ground, distinctions between genders faded, leaving only a collective of aspiring knights advancing toward their noble goal. Following Lady Scarlet Sera's address, the training session found its rhythm. However, all the trainees were brimming with an indefatigable energy, as though fueled by an inexhaustible vigor, and they engaged in their training with an intensity surpassing their usual focus. The 6 instructors were exceedingly pleased with this development and had invited guests to bolster the students' fighting spirit, a goal that now appeared to have been achieved. Among the multitude of trainees, Sean was likewise immersed in practice, wielding his knight's sword with unwavering concentration. Although the original owner of this body had trained in this sword technique for several years, it was Sean's first experience as a transmigrator. Fortunately, the muscle memory remained intact, preventing any embarrassing mishaps. Nonetheless, the novelty was undeniable, for this was the first time in either his past or present life that he had held a genuine sword. Based on his recollections, he understood that the sword technique he and the other trainees were currently practicing was called the Silver Frost Knight's sword technique, a discipline that amalgamated combat and physical conditioning. This particular knightly sword technique was remarkable not only for its applicability in battle, but also for its capacity to refine the body. In fact, this characteristic was not unique to the Silver Frost Knight's sword technique. Other knightly sword techniques shared similar attributes, where specialized sword moves aligned with corresponding breathing patterns could serve both combat and physical training purposes. This was the essence of knightly sword techniques in this world, the very foundation of the knight's formidable prowess. However, not everyone could benefit from knightly sword techniques. Only those possessing knightly aptitude could rapidly strengthen themselves through such practices. Ordinary individuals, despite dedicating a decade to training in knightly sword techniques, would at most achieve a robust physique, but becoming a being with the terrifying physical qualities of a knight was an impossibility. This was also the reason why new students at knight academies were tested for knightly aptitude upon enrollment. Sean's dilemma lay in the fact that while he did possess knightly aptitude, it was insufficiently strong to sustain him on the knightly path. Nevertheless, endowed with the unique ability of the talent web, he harbored no fear of low aptitude. His purpose for attending training today, despite his injuries, was to seek an opportunity to replicate a higher level of knightly aptitude and enhance the physical qualities of this body. Very commendable, Lady Scarlet Sera remarked. Observing that all the students were wholly engrossed in their training, her subtle nod was a testament to her satisfaction. The scene before her evoked a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of her own time at the academy, and a hint of wistfulness graced her features as she recalled her own journey. This is all thanks to you, Lady Sera. Your words just now ignited a fire in even me, let alone these youngsters, who are now eager to perform admirably before you. The head of the year expressed with a tone of humility. Though older than Lady Scarlet Sera by a significant margin, he dared not presume superiority in her presence. In terms of status, Sera had attained the rank of Count, 2 tiers above his baronial title, and in terms of strength, she was a formidable Grand Knight, far beyond his reach. Such a vast disparity compelled him to tread carefully and cautiously in her presence. While his backing came from the Neo Knight Academy, an institution with royal connections, he knew all too well that Neo Academy would never offend a youthful powerhouse like her. Not only Neo Academy, but even the royal family would go to great lengths to cultivate relationships with such formidable young talents. Given her remarkable achievements at such a young age, One could only wonder what she would accomplish in 10 or 20 years. Lady Scarlet Sera was unfazed by the head of the year's flattery and caution. Her gaze scanned the assembly of trainees until it landed on one in particular. Her expression suddenly imbued with intrigue. Ah, has he already advanced to the rank of apprentice knight? Just a third-year student, I see. This young man possesses commendable aptitude. Lady Sera, you flatter him. That is Titus Kirk. A student in my class, and the most gifted among this year's cohort, the head of the year replied, a hint of pride illuminating his features at her praise. Oh, from the Kirk family. Is he? That explains it, Sera nodded, her face reflecting understanding. Nobility not only enjoyed superior material conditions, but also superior innate qualities, as their aptitudes were honed through generations of selection and cultivation. Thus, it was generally observed that noble offspring possessed knightly aptitude in greater numbers than their common counterparts, and typically displayed higher talent as well. Would you be interested in providing them with some guidance? Lady Sera? Very well, Lady Scarlet Sera replied after a moment's contemplation, nodding in agreement. Clapping her hands to regain the trainee's attention, the head of the year declared, Now, let us welcome Lady Sera to provide guidance. Lady Sera, please. Acknowledging the head of the year's signal, Sera stepped forward gracefully and addressed the trainees. It is evident that your foundational skills are quite solid, a testament to the professionalism of your instructors. Even I cannot surpass their expertise. As someone who has walked this path, I must convey to you that knightly sword techniques are not merely methods for physical conditioning. They are also a form of combat technique. It is only through battle that one can truly grasp their essence. In simpler terms, to master the true quintessence of knightly sword techniques, one must engage in real combat. Her gaze swept over the gathered trainees. Speaking abstractly may leave you bewildered. I require a volunteer to serve as my sparring partner. Who will step forward? Upon hearing this, the trainees, who had previously been eager to receive Lady Sera's instruction, fell into an immediate hush, the silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Who was Lady Scarlet Sera? A grand knight who had achieved her rank at a remarkably young age. It was evident that any of them, none of whom had even attained the rank of apprentice knight, would undoubtedly face a humiliating defeat should they challenge her. In that moment, even Titus Kirk hesitated, feeling the weight of embarrassment at being soundly beaten in front of so many. I will. Just as the trainees hesitated, a youthful voice suddenly resonated, cutting through the silence of the training ground. All eyes turned to see a bandaged blonde youth stepping forward from the ranks of students, resolutely approaching Lady Scarlet Sera. This was Sean. In truth, he had awaited this opportunity for quite some time. Ever since learning that there would be a guest present today, he had been anticipating a chance to interact closely with them. Initially, his target for replication had been Titus Kirk. However, upon discovering that Lady Scarlet Sera would be in attendance, he shifted his focus entirely. The rationale for targeting the guest was grounded in the tradition that invited guests at Neo Knight Academy were invariably powerful knights, at the very least of formal knight status, and naturally, such individuals would possess exceptional talent. Upon realizing that the esteemed guest was none other than Lady Scarlet Sera, he became resolute in his decision to aim for her. While Titus Kirk had commendable talent, he paled in comparison to Sera, who was renowned throughout the kingdom. Excellent. As she beheld the bandaged youth advancing with determined steps, a smile graced Lady Scarlet Sera's lips. Setting aside other considerations, the courage displayed by this young man undoubtedly made him the most remarkable individual present. Draw your knight's sword and attack me. Do not hold back. Understood. Sean did not hesitate. He had no intention of entertaining the ludicrous thought of potentially injuring Lady Scarlet Sera. He was unaware of the full extent of a grand knight's strength, but he was well aware of the might of a formal knight. As his own instructor was one, the sheer power of that level left him feeling powerless, something that could not be overcome through sheer determination alone. Thus, he saw no reason to ponder whether he could harm Lady Scarlet Sera. Chapter 5, Guidance Fool. As they witnessed Sean preparing to engage with Lady Scarlet Sera, many trainees sported expressions of amusement, and Benson openly displayed his contempt. Lady Scarlet Sera was a grand knight of esteemed reputation in the kingdom. And here was a student on the verge of expulsion daring to challenge her. It was apparent he was destined to become a laughingstock among his peers. What a pity. Titus Kirk, on the other hand, wore a look of regret. His moment of hesitation had cost him the chance to battle Lady Scarlet Sera. Now, watching Sean step forward, he felt a twinge of envy. Sean. Moore's face bore a look of concern. Ever since Sean had been injured the previous day, he had sensed something had changed within him. though he could not pinpoint what exactly had altered. It was only at this moment that he realized Sean had indeed undergone a transformation. The Sean he knew would never have volunteered to step forward under such scrutiny. Could it be that he was spurred by the injury inflicted by Benson? Clang! With a swift motion, Sean drew his sword, the gleaming blade slicing through the air like a blinding flash of lightning, revealing a silvery sheen. Unbeknownst to him, the thoughts of the others were irrelevant. He had no time to dwell on them. Coordinating with his breathing, he executed the opening move of the Silver Frost Knight's sword technique. Silver Frost reflects snow. With remarkable speed, swish. With this stroke of the sword, Sean felt an exhilarating freedom, as though he were seated in a boat gliding effortlessly downstream. Not feeling the slightest strain, and sensing that everything was falling into place naturally. This was not an extraordinary performance, but rather a display of his normal abilities. This maneuver was the sword technique that the original Sean was most familiar with, and it was the one he executed with the greatest ease. Although Sean possessed the bodily memories of the original Sean, achieving the same level of proficiency should have been impossible. However, his earlier practice had gradually allowed him to reclaim that familiar sensation. The original Sean, despite lacking knightly aptitude, had a commendable talent for swordsmanship, not inferior to others, and coupled with his diligent training, he ranked among the top in mastering the Silver Frost Knight's swordplay within his entire grade. Who was this guy possessing such swordsmanship? Witnessing this spectacle, the teachers and some discerning students could not help but display expressions of astonishment. Clearly taken aback by Sean's sword technique, while the teachers and students were astonished, Sela was also momentarily speechless. In terms of raw strength, this youth was undeniably lacking, yet in terms of swordsmanship, he was genuinely impressive. Without years of arduous practice, he could not have attained such a level. With a hint of a smile gracing her face, Sela drew her sword, executing the same Silver Frost reflecting snow technique. Swordsmanship was a fundamental skill that all Oni Knight Academy students were required to learn. And as a former student of the Oni Knight Academy, she had certainly practiced it. However, after acquiring superior knightly sword techniques, she had set aside the Silver Frost Knight's swordplay. Yet, years of practice had ingrained the Silver Frost techniques into her very being. How could she possibly forget them? Clang! The two knight swords clashed, producing a crisp, melodious sound. Humph! Among the students, many wore expressions of light amusement. Although both were employing the Silver Frost Knight's swordplay, the difference in their wielders resulted in a stark disparity in power. They had no doubt that Lady Sela's strike would send Sean flying. Truly overestimating oneself, Benson muttered disdainfully. Yet the final word caught in his throat, swallowed back before he could utter it. The clash did not end with one side's retreat. Instead, they disengaged and resumed their duel. Clang, clang, clang. The two began to execute other sword techniques from the Silver Frost Knight's repertoire, their gleaming knight swords clashing continuously, resembling two evenly matched adversaries engaged in battle. How is this possible? Benson's mouth hung agape. Disbelief etched across his face. If he had not witnessed it firsthand, he would have believed he was watching a lower-grade student duel against the renowned Crimson Knight Sela, not someone of her esteemed reputation. Not only he, but most students shared a similar reaction. Only 6 teachers and a few noble scions from Count families, with deep-seated backgrounds, began to grasp the situation. Such remarkable perception and control. A teacher wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Gazing at Lady Sela with astonishment, placed in her position, even he, who was intimately familiar with his own students' abilities, could not match the level demonstrated by Lady Sela, let alone during their first encounter. To achieve such mastery merely through perception, the head of the grade was also sweating profusely. At this moment, Sela embodied a second Sean. Aside from height, every other aspect of her physical prowess was indistinguishable. Impressive. At this juncture, if anyone were to experience the greatest shock, it would undoubtedly be Sean. While others noted that Lady Sela's striking force was on par with his, they overlooked the transformation occurring in their sword techniques. Indeed, they were evolving in the heat of battle. Sean could distinctly feel his understanding of the Silver Frost Knight's swordplay deepening. Clearly, this was due to Sela's influence. She not only managed precise control over her power, but also guided his sword techniques, rendering his movements more fluid. This terrifying level of control was genuinely awe-inspiring. Even if he ultimately failed to acquire Lady Sela's knightly talent, this encounter was worth it. It could potentially save him months of arduous training. At this moment, he finally began to comprehend Lady Sela's assertion that Only through battle can one truly grasp its essence. Evidently, it was only in combat that one could genuinely discover the flaws in their swordplay, for in battle, even the slightest imperfection would be magnified exponentially. Of course, under normal circumstances, even a life-and-death struggle would not yield such a profound effect. The key lay in Lady Sela's deliberate guidance. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of clashes, both combatants retreated. Noticing that Lady Sela had no intention of advancing again, Sean felt a twinge of regret in his heart, yet he inclined his body slightly, performing the most standard knightly salute according to the memories of the original Sean. Although he had not replicated Lady Sela's knightly talent, this battle had been immensely beneficial, and thus he offered the salute with genuine sincerity. Your swordsmanship is quite refined. It is evident that you have trained diligently, Sela remarked, her azure eyes fixed upon Sean with approval. Thank you for your kind words, Lady Sela. Sean expressed his gratitude, though he felt a slight disappointment. It seems there is no hope of replicating Lady Sela's knightly talent. Just as Sean pondered this, he heard Lady Sela instruct him, raise your arms level. Yes. Although puzzled, Sean complied, raising his arms in alignment, trusting that Lady Sela meant him no harm. However, the next moment, he emitted a pained grunt. Luckily, he gritted his teeth just in time to stifle any cries of agony. Otherwise, he would have suffered tremendous embarrassment in front of so many witnesses. Crack, crack, crack. Sela stepped closer, grasping his arms and applying slight force, producing a series of crisp sounds akin to beans spilling. Not only that, but he also felt a surge of energy coursing through his arms, where the sensation was akin to being cut by a blade. Name: Sela, knightly talent, advanced swordsmanship talent, intermediate. Amidst the pain, 3 lines of text appeared before Sean's eyes, and he felt a mixture of suffering and joy. Having initially lost hope, he was unexpectedly presented with a turning point. There was indeed a chance to replicate Lady Sela's talents. The 2 talents before him caused his eyes to widen in delight. The advanced knightly talent was particularly striking, while he was unsure how common advanced knightly talents were in this world. On Earth, individuals with advanced talents were exceedingly rare. Typically, such individuals would emerge as outstanding talents in their respective fields. It was undeniable that Lady Sela was a terrifying presence, having reached the status of a grand knight at such a young age. Even her swordsmanship talent had achieved an intermediate level, far superior to the original Sean's basic swordsmanship talent. If he could replicate it, it would be akin to upgrading from a mere bird-esque gun to a cannon. Chapter 6. Advanced Knightly Talent. What a pity. Upon seeing these 2 talents that he found immensely desirable, Sean sighed inwardly, focusing his gaze on the advanced knightly talent. Without hesitation, he activated the replication and backup ability of the talent web. The talent web could transform another's talents into his own. Its power was nothing short of miraculous, yet it came with numerous restrictions, one of which was a time limit. During his time on Earth, Sean could only activate the talent web's replication ability once within a month. After using it, he could observe others' talents for the following month, but could not replicate or back them up. Therefore, he chose to replicate and back up the advanced knightly talent. He could seek another opportunity to replicate the swordsmanship talent, but the knightly talent was urgently needed, especially with less than half a month remaining until the assessment period. Fortunately, the talent web's replication ability is still intact. At the moment Sean activated the talent web's replication ability, a peculiar sensation coursed through his body, and he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming joy within. Initially, he had harbored concerns about whether the talent web's ability would suffer any loss or become incomplete after his transition. However, it seemed those worries were unfounded, for he recognized this sensation all too well. Each time he replicated a talent, this feeling would manifest when his body underwent transformation. The only difference this time was that the transformation was more intense than any prior experience. He felt as though he had been thrust into a furnace, the heat becoming unbearable, indicating that a profound metamorphosis was underway. During this transformation, his mind felt slightly dazed, yet he focused his gaze once more on Lady Sela's intermediate swordsmanship talent, activating the talent web's replication and backup functionality again. Buzz. As anticipated, however, the talent web's replication ability showed no signs of activation, clearly indicating that the attempt had not succeeded. As expected, Sean felt a tinge of regret, but was not disheartened. The goal of participating in training while injured had been achieved, and even exceeded expectations. Originally, he had thought that replicating an intermediate knightly talent would be commendable. After all, a difference of one level in talent could be the chasm between worlds. Individuals like Titus Kirk, who were hailed as geniuses among noble science, likely possessed knightly talents only slightly above intermediate level. Advanced talents were not something every so-called genius could possess, aside from those genuinely exceptional in their fields. Most talents merely hovered around intermediate levels. As for top-tier talents, they were even rarer. In his previous life, the talents he had replicated were not all of the highest caliber. Rather, the majority were of intermediate level, with only a fraction being advanced talents. As for the top-tier talent, he possessed but one, and that was his affinity for chemistry. It was through this singular gift that he became the youngest recipient of the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. The sudden transformation of Sean's body naturally drew the attention of the Scarlet Lady, Sera. She slightly furrowed her exquisite brows and regarded Sean with a hint of concern. "Are you all right?" "Thank you for your concern, Lady Sera." "I'm fine, just a bit of a fever." As their gazes met, Sean felt an unsettling sense of guilt, hastily averting his eyes as he replied, "Indeed, your injury is yet to heal. Engaging in intense combat at such a time is unwise. I should have considered this better. It is evident that you trained diligently. However, excessive training is not beneficial. Overexertion can lead to adverse effects, and your arm joints have already suffered misalignment due to your rigorous practice." Upon hearing this, a look of genuine worry crossed Sean's face. This was no mere pretense, but a true reflection of his feelings. Someone hailing from a world of information explosion. How could he be unaware of the hidden injuries that overtraining could inflict upon the body? Not only could it cause harm, but he feared such injuries might be permanent, potentially hindering his future advancement as a knight. Thus, his concerns were entirely sincere. "You need not fret. I have already realigned your dislocated joints. Moving forward, ensure a balance between training and rest, and you shall encounter no further issues." "Yes, thank you, Lady Sera." Sean expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. Undoubtedly, the benefits he gained today surpassed his expectations. Not only had he acquired the urgently needed advanced knight talent, but he also made a breakthrough in swordsmanship and eliminated the hidden dangers within his body. All of this was a gift from the woman before him, and although it may have been a casual act on her part, he had undeniably reaped immense rewards. As Sean returned to his fellow students, he could distinctly feel the envy emanating from those around him. However, he paid little heed to it, engrossed in contemplating the changes within himself until he reached his designated spot. This transformation was more intense and prolonged than any he had experienced before. In the past, a change in talent would last merely a minute or two, yet this time was different. Since he began replicating his talent, nearly 10 minutes had elapsed, and the metamorphosis still seemed incomplete. In fact, even back on Earth, he had sensed an inequality between different talents. To put it simply, certain talents were inherently superior or inferior to others. A straightforward example would be the distinction between the beginner knight talent and the beginner music talent. Both are classified as beginner talents, yet their significance and frequency of occurrence differ vastly. The beginner music talent, while not universally possessed, is quite common. With diligent searching, one could easily find individuals with this talent. Conversely, the beginner knight talent is exceedingly rare. In Sean's cohort from ASE City, aside from himself and Benson, there were only a handful of others with knightly abilities, less than 10 in total, underscoring the scarcity of this talent. If music talent can be regarded as a relatively lower-tier gift, then knight talent should be classified as a higher-level endowment. He felt that the more advanced the talent, the more intricate its structure, resulting in even lower probabilities of occurrence, which in turn necessitated a longer duration for transformation. Sean, well done. Upon returning to his original position, the transformation finally completed, and his body temperature normalized. That moment, a voice suddenly resonated beside him. "Thank you." Turning at the sound, Sean saw it was Moore, and he gratefully acknowledged him. Among all the students, perhaps only this individual sincerely encouraged him, reflecting the failures of the original Sean in terms of interpersonal relationships, which bore a striking resemblance to his own situation in his past life. Despite mastering numerous talents, he was neither arrogant nor dismissive. Yet, many felt intimidated in his presence, succumbing to profound feelings of inadequacy. Conversely, the original Sean, due to his lackluster talents, was perceived as lacking social value, leading others to avoid him. "Your swordsmanship is remarkable. You must teach me when the opportunity arises," Moore said, his excitement evident. Certainly. With the acquisition of advanced night talent, Sean felt elated and readily agreed. In the following moments, the Scarlet Lady Sera continued to share her insights, yet she no longer called upon anyone for one-on-one guidance, leaving many who had witnessed Sean's substantial gains feeling disappointed at the missed opportunity for personal instruction. Ding, ding, ding. The bell signaling the end of the class rang, and amidst the students' reluctant farewells, the Scarlet Lady Sera departed the training ground accompanied by 6 teachers. Many displayed their reluctance, although they had not received the chance for individual guidance. Sera's shared wisdom had nonetheless proven invaluable. However, no one dared to stop her to seek advice directly. The hierarchy in this world was too rigid, and individuals like Sera stood on a plane far removed from theirs. Receiving even a single lesson from her was an unparalleled honor, and any further aspirations were mere fantasies. Sean, however, felt no regrets. After bidding more farewell, he strode away, not towards his quarters, but towards a secluded grove within the academy, a place where the original Sean had often trained. With his newfound talents freshly acquired, he was eager to test the sensations accompanying these enhancements. Moreover, with less than half a month until the next assessment, even with advanced night talent at his disposal, he felt uncertain about meeting the standards in such a limited time frame, compelling him to avoid wasting any time. Chapter 7. Terrifying progress. Swish. Drawing his sword, he executed the initial stance of the Silver Frost Reflecting Snow technique from the Silver Frost Knight swordsmanship. And an indescribable sensation enveloped him. He was confident that the angle and speed of his sword strike bore no distinction from before, yet an unexpected alteration occurred that it felt as if, with the execution of this technique, an invisible dam had been breached, allowing a refreshing essence to seep through his pores and flow throughout his body. Wherever this cool sensation traversed, an inexplicable comfort followed, akin to the delight of sipping ice water on a sweltering summer day. This feeling was exquisitely enchanting, drawing him into a state of immersion, prompting him to instinctively continue practicing the subsequent techniques of the Silver Frost Knight swordsmanship. Swish, whoosh, sizzle, the knight's sword transformed in Sean's hands, sometimes thrusting forward, sometimes slashing sideways, and at other times sweeping upward like the graceful arc of an antelope's horn. The more he practiced, the more exhilarated he became. Never had training felt so seamless, so utterly captivating that it wasn't until he had executed all 9 techniques that he finally paused, breaking free from this enthralling sensation. Could this feeling be linked to those mysterious particles? Sean's heart raced as he realized the source of this transformation from the memories of the original Sean. It was said that certain extraordinarily gifted knightly prodigies, while training, could sense enigmatic particles entering their bodies from their limbs and bones. He had previously dismissed this as mere legend, for even the top genius of their year, Titus Kirk, admitted that he did not experience such sensations during his training. Now, however, it seemed that those rumors were indeed grounded in truth. Yet, achieving such a state required extraordinarily high talent. Sean estimated that to possess such gifts, one would likely need at least advanced night talent. According to the legends, these mysterious particles were known as natural particles, which could be considered the fundamental essence of all night strength. Any individual with knightly potential could absorb these natural particles from the void through their swordsmanship, with the quantity varying based on their aptitude. When someone of exceptional talent absorbed a significant number of natural particles, they would undoubtedly feel their presence during training, and that was precisely Sean's current situation. Understanding this, a glimmer of joy crossed Sean's face, and without hesitation, he immersed himself once more in the practice of the Silver Frost Knight swordsmanship. Swish, 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 the sword techniques flowed from Sean repeatedly, each execution bringing forth a refreshing essence that coursed through his limbs, a sensation that left him inexplicably entranced. After completing the technique for the 30th time, Sean paused. Although the cool sensation lingered, and he felt an urge to continue, he summoned his willpower to stop. He had not forgotten Lady Sera's earlier admonition. Training required a balance of exertion and rest. Should he overextend himself and inflict harm upon his body, he would have no one to blame but himself. The hidden dangers from his prior training had been alleviated by Lady Sera, but such fortune might not come again, so he must not repeat the reckless patterns of the original Sean. It feels as if my strength has increased, Sean mused after halting his practice. Taking a moment to thoroughly assess the changes within his body, this newfound sensation revealed that he felt stronger than before. Swish, Sean raised an eyebrow, drawing his knight's sword once more. This time, It was not the Silver Frost Knight sword technique, but merely an ordinary horizontal slash aimed at a tree trunk as thick as a basin directly in front of him. This particular tree was unique to this world, known as Hwaiwood, renowned for its exceptional hardness, reminiscent of ironwood from his previous world. With a crisp snap, the basin-thick Hwaiwood was effortlessly severed in two, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, its cut smooth and clean, devoid of any splinters. Indeed, this is no mere illusion. Witnessing such an outcome, excitement illuminated Sean's face. Although the former Sean could achieve much, he could never have done so with such ease. In that fleeting moment of the cut, he felt as though he were slicing through a block of butter, effortlessly parting the wood. Excellent. Confidence gleamed in Sean's eyes. Achieving such results after just one training session, reaching the assessment standard within half a month should pose no challenge. The subsequent days were spent immersed in classes and self-directed training. More than 10 days later, in a secluded grove, a young man clad in black leather armor and with a head of golden hair was diligently practicing. His expression was solemn, and the knight's sword in his grip danced under his command, producing a chilling whistle. Dots of cold light flickered in the dappled shade of the trees, resembling a swift bolt of lightning, as sunlight reflected off the sword's pristine blade. This individual was none other than Sean. Now his execution of the knight's sword technique had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to a mere 10 days prior. The sword remained the same, and the proficiency of the technique had not drastically changed due to the brief training period. What had transformed was Sean himself. In terms of appearance, Sean had not noticeably altered, but his physical fitness had experienced a significant enhancement. The most evident manifestation was that his body felt heavier. Every inch of muscle beneath his skin was now firmer and more compact than before. Although his weight had increased, his speed of movement and the swiftness of his strikes had not diminished. In fact, they had improved considerably, attributed to a concurrent increase in strength that was even more pronounced than the weight gain. With a swift motion, Sean executed his final strike, cleaving a Hwai tree with a diameter of 30 centimeters cleanly in half. The crown of the tree crashed down, breaking several younger saplings that had yet to mature. It was hard to fathom that a tree of such girth could be severed by Sean's blade. Yet, this was indeed the reality. This was the full measure of Sean's current strength, blessed with advanced knightly talent. The results of his training over the past 10 days had far exceeded his expectations. Not only had he fully met the assessment criteria, but he had surpassed them considerably. He had truly underestimated the terrifying potential of his advanced knightly gift. The speed of his training had even startled him. He finally comprehended why the Scarlet Lady, Sela, had achieved the rank of Grand Knight at such a young age. After all, many people spent their entire lives yearning merely to become a formal knight. It could be said that without comparison, there is no harm done. Tomorrow marks the day of the assessment. Reflecting on the impending evaluation, a smirk crept across Sean's lips. In recent days, he had endured the harassment of certain individuals, and tomorrow would be the moment for his retaliation. Upon returning to his dormitory after bathing, Sean unexpectedly discovered someone waiting at his door. Upon recognizing the figure, Sean raised an eyebrow in confusion. Mower. At the sound of his name, the person looked up and, upon seeing Sean, called out, "Sean, you're back." "Yes." Sean nodded, mindful of not revealing any slip-ups due to occupying the original Sean's body. He had intentionally distanced himself from the other party over the past few days. Yet he hadn't anticipated that Mower would wait at his door. "Are you ready for tomorrow's assessment?" A flicker of concern crossed Mower's face as he inquired. "Yes, I am prepared," Sean affirmed. "I see." Despite Sean's confident response, no joy appeared on Mower's face. He was well aware of Sean's capabilities, and achieving the assessment standard in such a short time seemed almost impossible to him. So he interpreted Sean's statement as mere pride. With a soft sigh, he produced a beautifully crafted azure vial from his pocket and handed it to Sean. "This is silver deer blood. Make the most of this opportunity." Having said that, without allowing Sean a chance to refuse, he turned and left. This vial of silver deer blood was something Mower had painstakingly acquired, even resorting to utilizing some resources from his family at a personal cost, risking potential repercussions from his family. The investment in Sean, though it may seem foolish, was his last attempt at supporting him. Should Sean fail the academy after receiving this vial, it would signify the end of this misguided investment. A final punctuation to his effort. Chapter 8. The assessment begins. Gazing at the azure vial in his hand, a complex expression flitted across Sean's face. Silver deer blood, the essence of the rare silver deer. was rich in natural particles capable of directly enhancing the physical prowess of knights, and those below .it was regarded as a miraculous elixir. However, it came at an exorbitant price, and it was often scarce in the market. He had not anticipated that Mower would go to such lengths for him. Of course, Sean did not require this vial of silver deer blood in an emergency, yet Mower's gesture weighed heavily on his heart. While he understood that this friendship was not directed at his current self, it was undeniable that it was the present Sean who accepted it. I must find a way to repay this. Although Sean was unaware of what Mower had sacrificed for this vial of silver deer blood, his intuition told him that Mower had paid a steep price. Thus, he felt it imperative to return the vial, though the timing would have to be after the assessment. Why then, if he had successfully passed, he would no longer need the silver deer blood, and even if he returned it now, Mower would undoubtedly refuse to accept it at dawn. As the sun began to rise, the testing hall of the Neo Knight Academy was filled with young men and women clad in black leather armor. The students of Sean's cohort, other grades also had mid-year and end-of-year assessments, but their schedules did not coincide with Sean's group. The Neo Knight Academy had a 6-year program, with over 200 students in each grade, totaling more than 1,200 participating in the assessments, which made the venue exceedingly crowded. Look, that guy has arrived. As Sean stepped into the testing hall, he immediately felt numerous gazes fixated upon him. Ever since he had received guidance from the Scarlet Lady, Sera, he had become something of a celebrity among his peers. The looks directed at him were filled with curiosity, but predominantly tinged with jealousy. Having hesitated, they had missed the opportunity for personal instruction from the Scarlet Lady, and thus they regarded Sean with a mixture of envy and resentment. This was the psychology of ordinary people. If they could not attain something, they preferred that no one else could either. If someone did obtain it, they would become the target of jealousy. What a waste of the Lady Sela's guidance. He can't even pass the assessment. If I were him, I'd just bash my head against a tree. What a pity. If only I had such an opportunity, my swordsmanship would surely improve significantly. Having grown accustomed to the whispers and pointed fingers over the past few days, Sean chose to ignore them. After all, it was not in his nature to engage in a brawl over the petty taunts of boys who had yet to mature. Thus, he adopted the strategy of tuning out such remarks. Humph. Just wait to be expelled. Suddenly, Sean felt a cold gaze fixed upon him. Turning his head, he spotted a freckled boy wearing a sinister smile. This was Benson. This guy just won't let up. Sean's brow furrowed slightly. While he could endure the presence of others, he genuinely felt the urge to teach this particular individual a lesson, for he perceived a wolfish malice in Benson's eyes that he was certain that if given the opportunity, this person would not hesitate to put him in jeopardy. The challenge that had inadvertently led to the original Sean's demise did not strike him as an accident. It seemed that this individual had harbored a deadly intent against him. Sean. A figure appeared, stepping between Sean and Benson. Mower, clearly intent on preventing a confrontation. Ah, you're here. Noticing that Mower had blocked his line of sight, Sean responded casually. While he did wish to teach Benson a lesson, he was not reckless enough to act out in such a setting, especially with the assessment being the focal point of the day. Missing it would lead to irreparable regret. What happened to your face? Sean suddenly frowned, observing a large bruise on the left side of Mower's face, one that had not been there when they had met the previous afternoon. Oh, it's nothing. I just had a fall. Avoiding eye contact, Mower spoke in a steady tone. Sean remained silent, scrutinizing Mower for a considerable time. That if he were an ordinary person, it would be one thing, but as a student of the Neo Knight Academy, where each individual possessed exceptional physical prowess, falling from a height of 2 to 3 meters would hardly result in injury. Clearly, there was more to the story, yet he refrained from pressing for answers, knowing that even if he did, he would likely glean nothing of substance. Clang, clang, clang. As the bell tolled, over 200 students formed into 6 neat formations, their respective teachers appearing before them. Class 1, follow me, commanded the grade director, who also served as the teacher for Class 1. With a nod to the other 5 instructors, he led all the students of Class 1 into the testing area. Class 1, I wonder if anyone will fail the assessment. Impossible, they will definitely all pass. True. After all, they are the elite class. Watching Class 1 enter the testing zone, students from the other classes couldn't help but express their envy. The Neo Knight Academy consists of 6 grades, with each first class personally led by the grade director. This first class holds a special title, the elite class. In truth, not all members of Class 1 were originally part of it. Many were selected from other classes due to their exceptional abilities. thus earning the title of elite. Half an hour later, as anticipated, every member of Class 1 passed the assessment, with most exceeding the minimum standards by a wide margin. Upon learning this result, students from the other classes, though somewhat prepared, were still taken aback. Subsequently, in order of class, students from Class 2, 3, 4, and 5 entered the testing area one after another. When they emerged, some wore expressions of sheer excitement, others appeared dejected, and a few looked utterly despondent. Those who were elated had passed the assessment, while the downcast had not yet reached their third attempt. The despondent ones were those who had failed for the third time. Many students gazed at their dejected peers with a gleam of schadenfreude, while others cast knowing glances at Sean, who had yet to undergo testing, clearly predicting that he would be among those expelled. Class 6, follow me, instructed the teacher of Class 6, a square-faced man named Jules Joyce. He glanced at the students of Class 6 and led them toward the testing area, which was of comparable size to the outside. Within the testing zone, two areas were particularly conspicuous. A straight track delineated by white lines and a row of square iron blocks arranged from small to large, both being tended to by servants of the academy. According to tradition, the academy's assessments were divided into two parts, speed and strength. This was the simplest yet most challenging of evaluations. Speed and strength are the fundamental manifestations of a knight's physical prowess, and there is no room for deception here. The speed test commenced first, with teacher Jules taking out a roster and calling students forward in order. The method was straightforward. The testing students stood at the starting line, while a servant stood at the finish line, holding an hourglass that released 1 grain of sand at a time. As the student began to run, the timer commenced, and the student's score was determined by the number of grains that fell from the hourglass. Jinnik, the first to test, was a tall youth, whose physique was significantly more robust than his peers, yet he did not appear overweight. Rather, he exuded an aura of strength. Begin. Whoosh! As the teacher's command was issued, the youth sprinted forward. His running was infused with a violent sense of power, each stride causing the ground to tremble beneath him, and with such support, his speed was astonishingly swift, far surpassing that of any sprint champion on Earth. 37 moments. Ultimately, he completed the run in a time of 37 grains of sand, indicating 37 moments. Teacher Jules quickly noted this figure and marked it with a check, signifying that the student had passed the speed assessment. Chapter 9. Unexpected Developments. 40 moments. 39 moments. 41 moments. 38 moments. One after another, the students of Class 6 approached for their tests, with most clocking in under 40 moments, while a few exceeded that time, each of whom bore a grim expression, since this was an assessment. There were standards to uphold. 40 moments was the benchmark for this speed test, meaning that exceeding this time would result in a failing grade. As the number of untested students dwindled, it was finally Sean's turn. Sean. When teacher Jules called out Sean's name, many students turned their gazes toward him. Being classmates, they were fully aware of Sean's capabilities and knew that this was his third attempt. Should he fail again, expulsion would be his only fate. You can do it, cheered Moore, who clenched his fist in encouragement. Having completed his own test in 37 moments, he felt satisfied with his performance. Sean nodded and strode confidently to the starting position. After more than 10 days of training bolstered by his advanced knightly talent, he felt he had made significant progress and was confident about passing the assessment. However, he was uncertain about the extent of his improvement. At last, the day has come. Observing Sean approach the starting line, Benson smirked coldly. He was well aware of Sean's abilities from their battle over 10 days ago, when Sean had fallen far short of the passing line. He did not believe Sean could close that gap in just over 10 days. If he could, Sean would not have failed the previous 2 assessments. Therefore, Benson was convinced that Sean would fail this time as well, leading to his expulsion from the academy, a fate he eagerly anticipated, fully aware of the dire consequences of Sean's dismissal from Neo Knight Academy. Begin. Benson's sneer went unnoticed by Sean, who was entirely focused on the finish line. As the teacher's command echoed, he surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Whoosh! His legs moved with astonishing speed, and Sean felt his body become remarkably agile, as if he might take flight, a mere illusion of velocity. Undoubtedly, his current speed eclipsed that of any sprint champion from his previous life. Had he possessed such speed then, victory would have been assured. Sean's speed has increased. Moore's face lit up with joy, thinking, it seems the silver deer blood is indeed effective. My efforts were not in vain. But what's with that guy's speed? Benson's pupils constricted, clearly astonished by Sean's significant improvement since their last encounter. Damn it! How could his speed have increased so much in just over 10 days? Sean's speed did not wane despite Benson's shock. Halfway, 3/4, 4/5, whoosh, he crossed the finish line without losing momentum. 1, 2, 3, 38. Shortly, the Academy servant responsible for timing announced Sean's time, 38 grains of sand, signifying a score of 38 moments. 38 moments. How is that possible? No way. 38 moments, while not an exceptional time, placed him among the latter ranks of those who passed. Yet, upon hearing this number, disbelief washed over Benson's face as he struggled to comprehend that this was indeed the score of the boy who had failed twice before. Treacherous. This guy's speed can't possibly be that fast. He must be cheating. Yes, it must be you. Have you accepted a bribe from Sean? Convinced he had pinpointed the reason, Benson glared fiercely at the servant responsible for timing, who immediately recoiled in fear. No, I didn't. The servant stammered in protest, terrified. Assisting a student in cheating was strictly forbidden at Neo Knight Academy, and if discovered, the punishment was severe. Dismissal was the least of it, as those caught aiding students were often maimed and cast out to fend for themselves. Sean, you must take the test again. Treacherous furrowed his brow. Despite Sean's undeniable speed increase, the magnitude of the improvement raised his suspicions regarding potential foul play. Treacherous. Sean has already passed the test. Why must he take it again? This is unfair. More quickly interjected, unwilling to believe that Sean had bribed the Academy servant. However, he knew that test results could fluctuate significantly, and a score close to the passing line could easily be deemed a failure due to such variability. More, it's all right. Since Treacherous has asked me to retest, I will comply. But it's fine. If I pass the first time, I should be able to pass again. Sean shook his head, interrupting more. Given the sudden surge in his speed, it was understandable for the teacher to have doubts. But he knew his strength was genuine and felt no fear about retaking the test. Begin. Once Sean returned to the starting line and prepared himself, the command was issued once more. This time, however, the command came from one of the Academy's servants, while Treacherous took his place at the finish line as the official timekeeper. Whoosh! Sean shot forward, his legs moving like windmills, his gaze solely fixed on the finish line, which drew ever closer in his sight. Soon, Sean burst through the finish line once again. Ding! As Sean crossed the finish line, the crisp sound of the funnel timer ceased, and the teacher removed the funnel, beginning to tally the number of grains of sand that had fallen. 1 grain, 2 grains, 3 grains. Before long, Treacherous lifted his head, his gaze complex as he looked at Sean and declared, 39 moments. This marked Sean's score in the second test, slightly inferior to his first. Yet considering the inherent fluctuations in testing and the short interval between the two assessments, it was reasonable to conclude that the prior test had indeed been accurate. How is this possible? How could this guy's speed suddenly increase so dramatically? Benson's face turned ashen, with Treacherous himself overseeing the timing. The suspicion of cheating was eliminated. Thus, Sean's achievement was undeniably genuine. It left Benson in disbelief that Sean's speed had surged so significantly in such a brief span, as if he were an entirely different person. Sean, that's fantastic, Moore exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Witnessing Sean pass the speed assessment brought him greater joy than if he had achieved it himself. Yes, Sean nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his features. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the reality of it brought him a sense of relief. Soon, the speed assessment concluded, and the focus shifted to the strength evaluation. The strength assessment took place among the square metal blocks, arranged in order of increasing weight, each equipped with a lifting ring. Should a candidate succeed in lifting a particular block to chest height, it signified that the individual possessed the strength corresponding to that block's weight. 50 lathan, 51 lathan, 52 lathan. One by one, the candidates stepped forward to test themselves. The benchmark for passing was set at 50 lathan. Those who could lift the 50 lathan block would pass. And afterwards, they could choose to increase the weight to test their limits or opt to forfeit. Most candidates chose to push their limits, while a few decided to give up after passing. Sean. When Treacherous called out Sean's name once more, nearly all eyes fixated on him, unwavering. Following the earlier events, curiosity filled the hearts of the candidates regarding whether Sean could pass the strength assessment. After all, having already succeeded in the speed test, if he also passed the strength test, it would mean he had successfully completed the evaluation. Had anyone suggested this possibility before Sean's speed test, they would have been met with incredulity. For how could someone who had failed twice possibly succeed? Yet now, they found it to be quite plausible. I refuse to believe you can pass this strength test as well. Benson's eyes were cold, fixated on Sean. Individuals possess varying physical attributes. Some excel in speed while others are more adept in strength. Undoubtedly, Sean's slender physique suggested he was naturally inclined towards speed, and even if his strength had improved, it surely could not match his speed's enhancement. Yes, Sean nodded, stepping forward to gaze at the metal block representing 50 lathan. Lathan is the most commonly used unit of measurement in this world, with 1 lathan roughly equivalent to 10 kilograms on Earth, meaning that the 50 lathan block weighs approximately 500 kilograms. This weight would be a formidable challenge even for world champions in Sean's previous life, yet in this realm, it merely serves as the benchmark for candidates who are not even apprentices yet truly. The individual strength of knights in this world is astonishingly formidable. Chapter 10. Passing the assessment with a deep breath, Sean spread his legs apart and grasped the iron ring with both hands. He inhaled deeply, then tightened his arm muscles, lifting with all his might. With a soft thud, the heavy metal block, weighing half a ton, began to shift under the watchful eyes of the candidates and teachers. Rising steadily from the ground. Although it ascended slowly, it remained remarkably stable, ultimately halting before Sean's chest. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, seeing Sean maintain the half-ton iron block without faltering, Teacher Jorser nodded and announced, "Passed." Passed. Upon hearing Teacher Jorser's words, the candidates, who had anticipated this outcome, were nonetheless struck with astonishment. What does it mean to turn the tide? This was it. A candidate who had previously been at the bottom, on the verge of expulsion, had suddenly surged ahead, leaving them all with an overwhelming sense of disbelief. How has this guy's strength increased so rapidly? Is this really Sean, and not some imposter who merely resembles him? With a resounding crash, Sean released the half-ton metal block, which slammed into the ground, producing a thunderous noise. The weight that had burdened his heart finally lifted. He had successfully passed the assessment and avoided expulsion. Although he had anticipated this result, it was only at this moment that he could truly breathe a sigh of relief. In the kingdom of Carlo, the status of the Knight Academy was akin to that of a prestigious institution in his former life. Graduating from this academy drastically altered one's prospects. Undoubtedly, staying at this academy was the best choice for anyone wishing to thrive in this world and gain a deeper understanding of it. How is it possible that this guy's strength has increased so much? Benson glared at Sean. His eyes bloodshot, his nails digging into his flesh without his awareness. He simply could not comprehend how, just over 10 days ago, Sean had been far from meeting the assessment criteria, yet had now surpassed it so swiftly. Wonderful. In stark contrast, Moore's face was beaming with joy. No one understood Sean's hard work better than he did. Now, seeing Sean pass the assessment and avoid expulsion filled him with immense happiness. Shall we continue? After recording Sean's successful performance in the strength assessment, Teacher Jorser looked at Sean. Yes, Sean nodded, moving towards the next metal block, eager to discover his limits like most others. 51 lathan felt strenuous for Sean. 52 lathan was quite challenging. When the weight reached 53 lathan, Sean exerted all his strength, managing only to make the metal block quiver slightly. He found himself unable to lift it. 52 lathan, is this truly my limit? Sean pondered upon seeing this outcome. 52 lathan, when converted to Earth's measurement, equates to approximately 1,040 pounds, a formidable weight that would undoubtedly be classified as considerable strength on Earth. However, in this world, it merely surpassed the minimum threshold for their grades assessment. Despite his significant progress over the past few days, he had still lagged behind considerably before. Half an hour later, the 6 classes of candidates once again lined up outside the testing area. This time, the atmosphere was palpably heavier than before. The air felt thick and oppressive, as if laden with lead. Before them stood 6 teachers responsible for their grade, 1 in front and 5 behind. At the forefront was the grade director, Had Eves, holding a roster that was the very source of the oppressive atmosphere. Following each grade's assessments, a critique meeting would immediately commence, announcing the names of those who had failed and imposing corresponding punishments. Those who had failed the assessment 3 times would face immediate expulsion. The grade director cleared his throat twice, addressing the candidates. I will now announce the names of those who did not pass the assessment. Gunnar Beck, Camp Jars, Goss James, Dodd. As each name was called, piercing gazes struck those mentioned, prompting them to lower their heads in shame, their faces flushed with embarrassment, wishing to sink into the ground. The following 31 individuals will each undertake 7 days of stone quarrying as punishment, the grade director pronounced publicly. Stone quarrying. Upon hearing this punishment, many candidates displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Quarrying was undoubtedly the dirtiest and most laborious of tasks, resulting in grimy faces and forcing them to live and eat alongside the commoners who worked the quarries. An indignity that stung deeply for these self-proclaimed elite knights. Many would rather endure lashes than face such humiliation. Now, I will announce those who are expelled. Carol Joyce. Field Green. Kerdaler. The grade director coldly declared. The 3 individuals mentioned will be expelled and must vacate the academy within a day. Huh? Is that all? Upon hearing this, many candidates looked on in confusion, almost believing their ears had deceived them. Even Titus Kirk gazed quizzically at the grade director. Sean, the fortunate individual who had received one-on-one guidance from Lady Crimson, had been investigated, and the results left him speechless. The opportunity for individual instruction from Lady Crimson had been seized by someone on the verge of expulsion, leaving him both amused and bewildered. That concludes the results of this assessment. Dismissed. The grade director, fully aware of the candidate's confusion, offered no further explanation. Due to the influence of Lady Scarlet Sera, he had also investigated Sean. A task that proved rather challenging. One would expect that someone favored by Lady Scarlet Sera should receive certain privileges as a mark of respect. However, the other party's performance was dismal, having failed the assessments consecutively on 2 occasions, which complicated matters that in terms of evaluations. Even he, as the head of the grade, could not show favoritism, for the assessment system was the very foundation of the Aeoni Knight Academy. Yet, he could not disregard Lady Scarlet Sera's standing. Ultimately, he devised a compromise, recommending Sean to the nearby Ziyun Knight Academy. To his astonishment, Sean managed to pass the assessment on his own, leaving him greatly surprised. Although he could not ascertain the details from the head of the grade, there were plenty of other students who participated in the assessment alongside Sean. Consequently, many gathered around Class 6, quickly uncovering the reasons behind Sean's success. Upon learning the truth, numerous students were left in disbelief. How is it possible that he passed the assessment? It must be due to Lady Sera's guidance that he progressed so swiftly. Damn it. Why did I hesitate back then? Many students perceived the situation clearly, refusing to place the blame solely on Lady Scarlet Sera. While she was indeed formidable, it was implausible that a mere suggestion could yield such significant improvement. That was simply impossible. He must have consumed some precious elixir to enhance his physical attributes. Titus Kirk, being a Count's scion, was quick to conjure a reasonable explanation. His assertion effectively sealed the narrative regarding Sean's rapid rise in strength, becoming the most accepted explanation among the students, given its origin from a Count's heir. Thus bearing greater credibility, Sean paid little heed to the speculations surrounding him. In high spirits, he indulged in a hearty meal at the academy cafeteria before returning to his dormitory to retrieve the silver deerblood and return it to Moore. True friendship values sincerity. If it were an urgent matter, it might have been different, but since it was not pressing, he naturally intended to return it. Moreover, while silver deerblood was precious, it was not beyond his means, with his current training pace. It represented merely a span of 10 days at most, and he saw no need to waste such a rare resource. That a few days later, as Sean and Moore were exiting the training grounds after finishing their classes, they were intercepted by a brown-haired youth. Chapter 11. Benson's Challenge. Benson, what do you want? Moore inquired, furrowing his brow at the obstructing youth. Ignoring Moore's presence, Benson cast a cold glare at Sean. What's the matter? Only brave enough to hide behind others. What do you want? Sean's expression turned slightly frosty as he met Benson's gaze. Don't think I don't know. The reason you passed the assessment is that you took some precious elixir. A mocking smile danced on Benson's lips. That elixir must be quite expensive, right? I refuse to believe the Campbell family can keep supplying you indefinitely. In the next assessment, you'll be back to square one. That's none of your concern. Sean remained non-committal, while Moore's expression grew peculiar. Unlike others, he was fully aware that Sean's current strength did not stem from any enhancements, as the silver deerblood he had given Sean was returned to him intact. Are you daring enough to step into the arena with me? Feeling thoroughly dismissed by Sean's calm demeanor, Benson's voice turned icy. Sean, don't accept his challenge. Moore exclaimed, alarmed at the suggestion. He had witnessed Benson's assessment scores, speed of 36 instant, strength of 54 laden, figures that, while not the highest, certainly surpassed Sean's current capabilities. And he was clearly skeptical of Sean's chances. Want to step into the arena again? Sean's expression was chilly. The arena, a public venue for students of the Neo Knight Academy to resolve disputes, was derived from the knightly tradition of life and death duels. Though there were regulations against fatal or crippling outcomes, accidents were common. The previous Sean had suffered a head injury during a match with Benson, leading to his untimely demise. Sean suspected that the original Sean's death was not merely an accident, but likely a result of Benson's ruthless intent. With a sneer, Benson provoked, "What's the matter? Afraid? If you," before Benson could finish, he was interrupted by Sean's resolute voice. "Fine, let's take it to the arena." Benson looked taken aback, having anticipated a more arduous endeavor to elicit a response. "Sean, you." Moore's face turned anxious upon hearing Sean accept Benson's challenge. "It's settled then. I shall apply for the arena right away." Benson, now quick to act, offered Sean no chance to back down, confident in his ability to defeat him without question. "Oh no, Sean, you're being too rash," Moore lamented, watching Benson rush to apply for the arena. "I've seen that guy's scores during the assessment. Speed of 36 instant, strength of 54 laden. He's definitely stronger than you. Don't worry, his speed and strength are not overwhelmingly superior. Besides, dueling is not solely about strength and speed. Remember my swordsmanship," Sean reassured, shaking his head. "True, your swordsmanship." Moore's concerns eased somewhat at the thought of Sean's skills. Over the past few days, he had sought Sean's guidance in swordplay and had witnessed Sean's prowess, which had indeed undergone a transformation after Lady Scarlet Sera's instruction. In pure swordsmanship, Moore felt even Titus Kirk would struggle against Sean now, while Benson was currently stronger than Sean. With Sean's swordsmanship added into the mix, victory was certainly within reach. "Don't lose. Rest assured I won't." A cold smile crept onto Sean's face if Benson sought to engage him. He was equally eager to confront Benson. Ever since taking over this body, Benson had been a constant irritant, and even without provocation, Sean had been contemplating ways to teach him a lesson. Now that Benson had stepped forward uninvited, it was precisely what Sean desired. "Hurry to the arena. There's a match underway." "A match? How interesting. Who is fighting?" "It seems one Sean is up against a guy named Benson." Just after classes ended, many students had yet to leave the training ground. Upon hearing about the match, they hurried eagerly towards the arena area. "A match? One of them is that Sean." Titus Kirk, who had been about to leave the training ground, paused momentarily, hesitated, and then made his way towards the arena. If it were anyone else, he might have dismissed the notion of joining the excitement, but the name Sean piqued his interest. He was eager to see the young man whose swordsmanship had garnered Lady Scarlet Sera's approval. A raised platform, about a meter high and constructed from stone slabs, spanning over 1,000 square meters, served as one of the arenas within the Neo Knight Academy. This moment, a considerable crowd had gathered around this platform, their faces reflecting curiosity as they awaited the match, some even shouting in anticipation. "Hurry up and start. Come on, are they going to fight or not?" The monotony of academy life had been alleviated by the prospect of a duel, and they were determined not to miss it. "That's the opponent you'll be facing." "Yes, Sir Wallace." At this moment, Benson, representing one side of the arena, stood alongside a haughty young man. This youth was similarly clad in a black and white knight's garb, yet it differed significantly from the standard attire worn by students. The leather was more lustrous, supple, and exquisitely crafted. In fact, it was a custom-made knight's outfit, offering superior protection and comfort compared to the standard issue from the academy. However, it came at an exorbitant price, and only a select few within the academy possessed such tailored gear, all hailing from noble families. The young man before them belonged to the renowned Lund family, known as the 1,000-Year Count, a lineage steeped in a millennium of history, boasting greater depth than typical Count families. "Just go all out. I'll handle the aftermath." Wallace cast a disdainful glance at Sean, speaking nonchalantly. Hearing this, Benson's face lit up with ecstatic delight. "Thank you, Sir Wallace." When Benson lifted his gaze towards Sean, it was filled with a predatory gleam. Although the arena duels at the Neo Knight Academy were bound by rules against fatality and disfigurement, it was often said that where there are regulations, there are ways to circumvent them. Since this was a duel, unexpected incidents were inevitable, and the interpretation of such incidents was highly manipulable. "Sean, why not reconsider?" Moore's face reflected concern as he observed Benson conversing with Wallace. While he was unsure of the specifics, his instincts warned him it could not bode well. "No need. Whatever schemes they may have, as long as I emerge victorious, their machinations are irrelevant." Sean too had noted the exchange between Benson and the noble youth named Wallace. However, he remained unconcerned. With so many students observing the duel, fairness was undoubtedly assured, at least on the surface. With that in mind, he felt no trepidation, for he was confident that he would emerge victorious against Benson. Young Master Titus. "I didn't expect to see you here," remarked one of the students upon recognizing him as he approached the arena. Some students even eagerly approached him in an attempt to curry favor. "I am merely curious about that student named Sean," Titus replied coolly. Yet the sycophants seemed entirely unfazed by his demeanor, shamelessly continuing their flattery. "Surely, young Master Titus must be here because of the Scarlet Lady's influence. To see that Sean fellow, although Sean has received guidance from the Scarlet Lady. I doubt he stands a chance today. He may very well face a significant defeat." "What do you mean?" Titus inquired, perplexed. "Young Master Titus, the one accompanying Wallace is Sean's opponent. It is evident they are bound to resort to underhanded tactics." "Underhanded tactics?" Titus raised an eyebrow, but chose not to elaborate. He had heard of such deceitful methods being employed in arena battles, yet he had yet to witness it firsthand. Chapter 12. The battle with Benson. The square arena, paved with stone slabs, bore witness to three figures. Two youths clad in ordinary black knight attire adorned with white patterns, Sean and Benson, and a middle-aged man donning crimson leather armor, a teacher of knightly prowess. A baron in status, the teacher cast a discreet glance towards Wallace in the audience, then cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Begin." With his words, Sean and Benson sprang into action, lunging at one another with remarkable speed. Thud, thud, thud. Their footsteps echoed like the beating of drums, each step sending tremors through the ground. The distance of over 10 meters vanished in the blink of an eye, as they raced towards each other like champions of sprinting. Clang! Almost simultaneously, both youths drew their knightly swords, the gleaming blades reflecting blinding rays of sunlight as they slashed towards one another. Their sword forms were nearly identical, devoid of any consultation, both executing the opening move of the Silver Frost Knight sword technique, Silver Frost reflecting snow. This initial move served not only to gauge their opponent, but also facilitated seamless transitions for subsequent maneuvers. The swords collided with a deafening metallic clash, producing a piercing sound that resonated through the arena. While it appeared evenly matched, the shift became evident in the next moment. One of the youths stumbled slightly, but quickly regained his balance, while the other was forced back 2 steps by the force of the impact. Sean was the one who had been thrust backward. "Sean." A flicker of concern crossed Moore's face, for it was clear that Benson possessed superior physicality compared to Sean. "Is that all you've got?" With an advantageous strike, a smirk of derision crossed Benson's face as he pressed forward, his knightly sword descending with the force of a mountain, intent on cleaving Sean in two. This was the 5th move of the Silver Frost Knight sword technique, Silver Frost Winter Snow. Despite being pushed back by the force of the collision and witnessing Benson's relentless pursuit, Sean wore not an ounce of panic. He had anticipated this outcome and had prepared accordingly. He deftly sidestepped to the left, executing a diagonal sweep with his knightly sword to the right, unleashing the 2nd move of the Silver Frost Knight sword technique, Silver Frost First Snow. Clang! The downward strike of the knightly sword clashed with Sean's deflection, causing Benson's blade to veer off course, striking the stone slabs of the arena. Thud! The knightly sword, infused with tremendous force, sliced into the ground like a knife through butter, embedding itself several centimeters deep and leaving a long crack in the stone. Had that strike landed on Sean, it would have surely cleaved him in half. With a sneer, Benson withdrew his sword and executed a horizontal slash towards Sean once more. Whoosh! Sean swiftly dodged to the side, evading the strike. Swish, swish, swish. Benson unleashed a flurry of blows, and Sean evaded wherever possible. When escape was impossible, he absorbed the impact with his knightly sword, seizing the opportunity to evade. It seems that Sean is destined to lose. Indeed, if he continues to evade, he will inevitably fall prey to Benson's opportunism. In terms of strength, it is clear that Benson holds the upper hand. I heard that Sean has failed the assessment twice already. He was on the verge of expulsion, but managed to avoid it thanks to a rare potion that enhanced his physical attributes. It seems his strength barely meets the assessment standard. As they watched the battle unfold in the arena, many students murmured amongst themselves, and almost everyone held a pessimistic view of Sean's prospects, for it was evident to the discerning eye that he was currently at a disadvantage. Young Master Wallace. Benson is poised to win, but alas, the rules of the arena prevent any heavy-handed tactics. Otherwise, the teacher would intervene, remarked one of Wallace's lackeys as he gazed at the unfolding spectacle. Are heavy-handed tactics really prohibited? Wallace replied with a cold smirk, uttering an enigmatic remark. "Young Master Wallace, do you?" the lackey exclaimed, turning to Wallace with wide eyes filled with shock, while Wallace wore a disdainful expression. Those who served as teachers at the Oni Knight Academy were all individuals of noble status, considered significant figures by the common students. Yet, before the Count's family, they were hardly noteworthy. Moreover, the Lund family was no ordinary Count's lineage. With a legacy spanning a millennium, its depth far surpassed that of typical noble families. In the presence of such a noble family's direct descendants, even teachers from the Neo Knight Academy would feel compelled to show respect. One was an unremarkable commoner, while the other was a scion of profound heritage. The bias was glaringly apparent. Is defeat truly inevitable? Observing Sean's continuous evasions, Titus's eyes reflected uncertainty. Under normal circumstances, Benson would surely emerge victorious, yet he sensed that the current situation was anything but ordinary. Despite Sean's apparent retreat, his demeanor exuded an air of composure, entirely devoid of urgency, which was decidedly unusual. "Is evasion all you can do?" Benson exclaimed in irritation as his sweeping strike was once again dodged. "Should I stand still for you to strike?" At this, Sean couldn't help but chuckle. Combat was not merely a contest of strength. Knowing full well that he was no match for Benson, he had no intention of engaging him head-on. Evasion was his strategy against Benson, although he might seem beleaguered. He was, in fact, maneuvering with grace. This was the result of his superior swordsmanship, allowing him to evade direct confrontations with Benson. Each time, he compensated for the disparity in strength by absorbing the force of the blows, all the while searching for weaknesses in Benson's swordsmanship, poised to seize any opportunity to counterattack. Swoosh! Shortly thereafter, a flash of silver light appeared unexpectedly, akin to a silver streak slicing through the air. Oh, how is this possible? Witnessing the sudden gleam of the sword, nearly all the spectators were left agape, some even rubbing their eyes in disbelief, fearing they had misperceived the scene. For beneath that dazzling light, someone had been injured. A gash had been carved into the leather armor of Benson's left arm, crimson blood oozing from the wound. The injured party was not the beleaguered Sean, but rather Benson, who had maintained the upper hand throughout the bout. Had Sean been the one injured, it would have raised no eyebrows. It was only natural for one who was constantly on the defensive to eventually succumb. Yet, the tables had turned unexpectedly, and though the injury was minor, it sparked bewilderment among the onlookers. Suddenly, they realized that the situation in the arena, once clear-cut, had become obscured. Indeed, witnessing this, Titus allowed a smile to creep onto his lips. His earlier doubts were validated. Just as he had surmised, Sean was not acting normally. He resembled a hunter, meticulously seeking an opportunity to strike a decisive blow. How could this be? The spectators were incredulous, and Benson himself was even more so. How could he, who had held the advantage, suddenly find himself wounded? This was utterly unexpected. "You wretch!" Casting a glance at the wound on his left arm, Benson's expression darkened ominously as he bellowed. Charging at Sean with renewed fury, his knightly sword descended with tremendous force, channeling all his might into the strike, intent on returning the favor Sean had dealt him moments earlier. Clearly, he did not believe Sean possessed the strength to defeat him, instead attributing the injury to mere happenstance, for in terms of both power and speed, he had always surpassed Sean. Chapter 13. Victory over Benson Clang. As he faced the enraged Benson, who disregarded all strategy in his assault, Sean remained unflappable. When their swords met, he deftly disengaged, using the force from Benson's strike to create distance between them. Meanwhile, Benson's sword, driven by his excessive force, became lodged in the stone slabs. An opportunity, with the distance established. A glint of cold determination flickered in Sean's eyes. He swiftly repositioned himself, almost instantaneously maneuvering to Benson's side. At that moment, Benson, having overexerted himself, had yet to extract his sword from the ground. Swish! Sean's knightly sword transformed into a radiant streak. A flash of silver surging forth. Slash! Once again, a sharp sound echoed as leather was severed. Sean's knightly sword sliced through Benson's side, leaving a crimson trail as blood gushed forth, had it not been for the Academy's standard leather armor providing a layer of defense. The injury would have been far more grievous than mere bleeding. Benson's strike could penetrate several centimeters into stone, and while Sean's strength was slightly inferior to Benson's, it was still formidable enough that without the protection of the leather armor, cleaving Benson in two would have been a distinct possibility. Feeling the excruciating pain at his waist, Benson instinctively retreated to the side, his face a mask of bewilderment as he struggled to comprehend how he had been wounded again. Swish, swish, swish. Without giving Benson a moment to react, Sean relentlessly pursued him, his knightly sword slicing through the air in a continuous flurry of strikes. Clang, clang, clang. As Benson hurriedly raised his sword to defend against the incoming strikes, he found himself at a disadvantage, forced to retreat step by step due to Sean's relentless onslaught. Slicing through the air, Sean's swordsmanship, ranked among the top in his class, revealed its true prowess at that moment. Cutting across Benson's sword hand at an impossible angle, blood sprayed forth as Benson let out a wail, his sword slipping from his grip and clattering to the ground. Fool! Seeing Benson abandon his weapon, Titus couldn't help but shake his head. For a knight, their weapon was an extension of themselves, something they could never afford to lose. Losing his sword meant a significant reduction in Benson's combat effectiveness. And now that he had relinquished it, defeat was almost inevitable. This is bad. Realizing the gravity of the situation as his sword fell, Benson disregarded the pain in his hand and attempted to retrieve it. However, Sean was clearly unwilling to grant him that opportunity. As he bent down to pick up his sword, Sean's blade descended from above, poised to cleave him in two should he persist in his endeavor. Thud! Faced with Sean's ferocious strike, Benson dared not attempt to retrieve his sword, stumbling backward in a desperate bid to evade the attack. Benson has lost. At this point, the gathered students could no longer deny the inevitable outcome. Victory would undoubtedly belong to Sean. Useless. Below the stage, Wallace's expression darkened ominously. He had not anticipated such a result. Undoubtedly, his machinations had been in vain. As Benson had been so thoroughly bested that he had lost his weapon, the notion of going easy was now a mere joke. And Wallace could already feel the scrutinizing gazes of some knowledgeable nobles upon him. Swish, swish, swish. With Benson now unarmed, Sean showed no regard for fairness. He continued to unleash a barrage of strikes, inflicting more wounds upon Benson. The teacher serving as the judge felt a sense of helplessness. According to Wallace's earlier instructions, he was to turn a blind eye when Benson attacked Sean. But the current situation had devolved to the point where Benson had lost his sword and was being relentlessly pursued by Sean. How could he possibly maintain his impartiality? Stop. After some contemplation, he decided to extend Wallace a favor and called out sharply to Sean. Swish! At the height of his advantage, Sean was caught off guard as he swung his sword downward. Clang! The sound of a sword being drawn rang out, and Sean felt an overwhelming force intercept his strike, not only halting his sword, but also sending him flying backward, clapping. After retreating over a dozen paces, Sean finally managed to dissipate the immense force, his hand feeling numb and weak, struggling to maintain his grip on the sword. Did you not hear me when I told you to stop? The teacher, now standing with his sword drawn, glared at Sean with an unfriendly expression. Why did you strike me? After being repelled. Sean, acutely aware of the vast disparity between their strengths, suppressed his anger and questioned the teacher. Did you not see that your opponent is now unarmed? The teacher replied coldly. Must I cease my attacks simply because my opponent is weaponless? The Academy has no such regulations regarding duels, does it? Sean seethed with fury. While the Academy may not have such a rule, as the judge, I possess the authority to intervene to prevent fatal or crippling injuries. I deem this to be the moment for intervention. The teacher replied impatiently. This teacher dares to be so blatantly biased. Hearing the teacher's words, Titus frowned slightly. Although the teacher claimed to act in the interest of preventing death or injury, it was clear to him that favoritism towards Benson was at play. This teacher is compromised. Benson is Wallace's lackey. This teacher has likely been bribed by Wallace. By now, nearly all the students could see that the teacher was favoring Benson, and murmurs of discontent began to circulate. Noticing the rising chatter, the teacher furrowed his brow. If this continued, the situation could become dire. To prevent escalation, he declared. I hereby announce the duel concluded. Yes, Benson quickly replied, breathing a sigh of relief. Without a sword, further combat would surely lead to his utter defeat. Sean offered no response, instead casting a deep glance at the teacher before turning to leave. Though dissatisfied, he recognized that this teacher was a legitimate knight, and he could only harbor his grievances internally, biding his time until he possessed sufficient strength to settle the score. Sean, are you all right? Moore approached, clapping Sean on the shoulder with concern. I'm fine, Sean replied, shaking his head. While things had not gone precisely as he had hoped, he had achieved his goal of defeating Benson and inflicting injury upon him. After today, Benson would surely think twice before boasting in his presence. Wounded, Benson approached Wallace, about to speak when he was abruptly interrupted by one of his companions, the very same one who had earlier proclaimed that Benson would surely win. This companion, now glaring at Benson, bellowed, "You've brought disgrace to Master Wallace. How dare you show your face before him?" Master Wallace. Upon hearing this, Benson's heart sank, and his complexion turned pale. Wallace was the crucial ally he had managed to secure, and he had even persuaded his family to allocate considerable resources in support of him. If he were to lose Wallace's favor now, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from his family. Useless wretch. Wallace cast a cold glance at Benson before striding away. Had it not been for Benson's remaining utility, he would have already ordered him to be dismissed. Chapter 14. Visitors from home in a small grove. Two youths clad in the academy's standard leather armor were engaged in combat. Swords clashing. Clang, clang, clang. Two beams of cold light collided repeatedly, producing crisp sounds. In the grove, branches caught in the fray were swiftly reduced to splinters, a testament to the sharpness of the blades. Bang. Another clash reverberated as one of the boys was pushed back by the impact from their swords, while the other immediately ceased his assault. "How are you? No injuries, I hope?" the boy who had halted his attack, with golden hair, inquired. "None at all. You're getting better and better," the boy who had been pushed back responded, his flaxen curls framing a smile. Hee. The golden-haired boy beamed at the praise from his companion. These two were none other than Sean, and more half a month had passed since the confrontation with Benson. And during this time, Sean's strength had surged dramatically, surpassing Moore's previous edge, and the rate of his improvement left Moore utterly astonished. At this pace, even Titus, the top student in their year, would find it hard to keep up. Alas, Sean was just beginning to find his stride. Had he developed at this pace upon entering the academy, Titus would likely not have held the top spot. "Let us head back," Sean suggested, glancing at the sun now high in the sky. "Shall we not practice a little longer?" Moore expressed his reluctance to conclude their training. For days, he had seized every opportunity to train with Sean in this grove. And under Sean's guidance, he had reaped tremendous benefits, his swordsmanship improving daily to the point of obsession, making it difficult for him to resist the urge to practice just a bit longer. "No. We've trained enough for now. It's time to rest. If we push our bodies too hard, it would be a great loss." Sean shook his head, ever mindful of the balance in his training, neither overly lax nor excessively harsh. A lesson learned from the previous owner of this body. True. Moore nodded in understanding. He believed that Sean's earlier struggles stemmed from overexerting himself, which had caused his body to develop hidden issues, stunting his physical growth. After the corrections made by the Scarlet Lady, Sera, those hidden dangers had been eliminated, allowing Sean's physical potential to flourish. After a refreshing bath and a hearty lunch in the cafeteria, Sean made his way back to his dormitory. In his past life, he had a habit of napping, and in this new life, he had no intention of changing that, especially after an intense training session. As a midday rest was a sublime indulgence he was unwilling to forego. However, upon reaching the door to his dormitory, he noticed someone waiting there. It was a wiry youth donned in the attire of an academy servant, his eyes lively and sharp, exuding an air of cleverness. "What is it?" Sean approached directly and inquired. The servant boy hesitated momentarily before quickly regaining his composure and asking, "Are you Master Sean?" "Yes, that's me," Sean affirmed with a nod. "Master Sean, someone is looking for you." "Looking for me?" Upon hearing those words, Sean was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly recollected himself, producing 3 copper coins as a gratuity and presenting them to the other party. "This is your tip." "Thank you." "Master Sean," the youth exclaimed, receiving the coins with delight. Upon realizing that there were 3 coins, his face broke into a radiant smile, and his demeanor towards Sean grew increasingly respectful. 3 copper coins were nearly equivalent to his wages for 3 days. And combined with the 2 coins previously given by the man at the door, he had effortlessly acquired a sum representing 5 days' wages. A rare opportunity indeed. The grand entrance of the Neo-Knight Academy towered at an impressive height of 7 to 8 meters, exuding magnificence and splendor. Etched in the common tongue of the continent were the words Neo-Knight Academy, the strokes vigorous and powerful, emanating an imposing aura. It was said that these inscriptions were crafted by the founding principal of the academy. The ground was paved with large blocks of granite, each meticulously polished to a mirror finish, adorned with unique cloud patterns, a characteristic exclusive to the granite from Yunshan, known for its exorbitant price. Many areas within the royal palace were also furnished with this type of granite. As Sean approached the academy's entrance, he spotted an elderly man clad in a black butler's attire, patiently awaiting him. The moment Sean laid eyes on the elder, memories of him surged forth. Pound Farrell. The Campbell family's steward had served 2 generations of masters and was a venerable figure within the Campbell household, held in high esteem by the current head, Broder Campbell, who was also Sean's father. Pound. My good steward, Sean greeted with a composed expression. After this time, he had seamlessly integrated into the role of Sean, leaving behind any initial discomfort. Master Sean. The elder responded with a warm smile, for he had watched Sean grow up. His familiarity with Sean surpassing even that of the family head, as the vast responsibilities of the Campbell household often kept Broder preoccupied, leaving little time for familial bonds. Pound, what brings you here? Sean inquired. I accompanied the goods from the trading house to the capital, and I took the opportunity to deliver your living expenses, the elder replied. Ah, I nearly forgot, Sean responded, recalling that due to the remoteness of Ase City, the Campbell family would send him living expenses for the latter half of the year around this time. Given the long travel duration, however, he had been so engrossed in his training lately that some memories had grown hazy, causing him to overlook this matter. You always were like this, just as you were in your childhood. There was that one time you forgot to attend the academy, and the head of the family found out, the elder's face illuminated with a benevolent smile. Ah, Pound, how is my father? How fares the trading house? Sean hastily diverted the conversation, aware that if the elder fell into nostalgic reminiscing, he would likely be quite verbose. While he wouldn't mind listening to the elder's tales in private, they were at the entrance of the Neon Night Academy, with students frequently entering and exiting. He felt his face flush at the thought of others overhearing such embarrassing anecdotes, especially given his current psychological age of over 20. The head as well, and asked me to remind you not to disappoint the family's expectations. As for the trading house, at this point, the elder hesitated, unsure whether to disclose the unfolding circumstances. Pound, what exactly is going on? Noticing the elder's reticence, Sean instantly surmised that there must be some trouble regarding the trading house. The Campbell family had built their fortune through commerce, and while they had gained a modest reputation in Ase City, their progress had been hampered by a lack of connections within noble circles. The substantial investment in sending Sean to the finest academy in the Kingdom of Carlo was intended to groom him into a proper knight, thereby elevating the family into the ranks of nobility. The conflict with the Adams trading house has escalated significantly, particularly since the beginning of this year, when skirmishes have occurred behind the scenes, the elder began, his brow furrowed in concern. Adams trading house. Upon hearing this name, Sean's mind immediately conjured the image of Benson, who hailed from the Adams family. According to the memories of the previous Sean, Benson's hostility towards him had indeed begun this year. Although their relationship had never been amicable, it had previously been one of mutual avoidance. However, since the start of this year, Benson had begun to actively target him, and on occasion, Sean had even perceived an unmistakable malice in his gaze. He had always been puzzled by this animosity. But now it was clear, it was undoubtedly rooted in the conflict between their respective trading houses. What troubles you, Master Sean? The elder inquired, noticing Sean's sudden change in demeanor. It's nothing, Sean replied, shaking his head, unwilling to reveal the extent of Benson's provocations at the academy, as doing so would only exacerbate the conflict between the trading houses. If the Campbell family were to suffer significant losses as a result, it would be a most regrettable outcome. Please inform my father to be cautious. I fear the Adams trading house may resort to underhanded tactics. Indeed, I shall convey your message to the head. The elder nodded in agreement. Master, I must attend to matters concerning the trading house, so I shall take my leave. Shortly thereafter, the elder departed. Pound, travel safely, Sean called after him. As he watched the elder leave, Sean intended to return to the academy. But at that moment, he sensed a peculiar gaze upon him and instinctively turned his head. He beheld a brown-haired youth, whose bloodshot, cold eyes were fixed intently on him. Chapter 15. The ambush upon returning to his dormitory and lying on his bed. Sean felt an unsettling restlessness, as if his mind were adrift. Normally, he could easily drift into slumber, but today he found himself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The youth who had been staring at him was none other than Benson, the very same he had defeated a fortnight prior. Since that defeat, Benson had become considerably subdued, no longer daring to provoke him openly and often choosing to avoid him when they crossed paths. Sean had assumed that Benson had relinquished his vendetta against him, but the intensity of Benson's gaze today suggested otherwise. It seemed he had merely buried his intentions deep within Sean. It felt as though he were a serpent lurking in the shadows at the entrance of the academy. Benson had fixated on Pound for an extended period, which was the source of Sean's growing unease. As if some misfortune were imminent. I cannot remain idle. I must investigate. Ultimately, Sean sprang from his bed and hastened out of the academy. With no classes scheduled for the afternoon, he had initially intended to engage in independent training. But Benson's gaze had rendered him unable to relax. Thus, he resolved to visit the unfrequented by the Campbell trading house. Though this would cost him half a day of training, he deemed it worthwhile. Considering it a well-deserved break, several miles from the capital, 8 horse-drawn carriages ambled slowly along, flanked by over 20 men garbed as guards. Leading the procession was a somewhat weathered carriage, while the others were laden with goods. Inside the lead carriage, an elderly man furrowed his brow. It was Pound, the Campbell family's steward. During his recent encounter with Sean, he had sensed a significant transformation in the young man, though Sean's manner of speaking remained unchanged. There was an intangible quality about him that had shifted. Having watched Sean grow, he might not have noticed this subtle change. However, he found it to be a positive development, one that filled him with satisfaction. The Sean of yore had exuded an aura of self-doubt, but the present Sean radiated confidence. Undoubtedly, the current Sean was far more suited to become the future head of the Campbell family, a fact that brought the elder great comfort. Yet one thing weighed heavily on his mind. When Sean learned of the intense conflict between the Campbell trading house and the Adams trading house, a noticeable change had crossed his features. Although Sean quickly regained his composure, the elder's keen perception told him that something was amiss. Could it be that the Adams trading house has taken covert action against Master Sean? The thought crossed his mind, and a glimmer of resolve ignited in his eyes. If there were truth to such a claim, he would stop at nothing to ensure the Adams trading house faced the consequences, even if it meant risking his own life. Suddenly, the carriage jolted to a halt, causing him to lurch forward, interrupting his contemplation. Frowning, he pulled back the carriage curtain to inquire, "What is happening?" "Pound, someone has blocked our path," replied the young driver, his face pale with fright. "Blocked our path?" The elder raised his gaze in confusion, only to be met with a scene that caused his expression to shift dramatically. "Protect the cargo," he shouted. Before him stood over 40 burly men, each wielding an assortment of weapons, knives, swords, axes, and even hammers, creating a disarray of armaments. Yet, the elder dared not underestimate them, for he sensed a palpable aura of menace emanating from these individuals. They were clearly not to be trifled with. "What is your intention? Why do you obstruct our passage?" At the forefront of the group was a towering man clad in gray leather armor, brandishing a massive two-handed sword. The elder's apprehension intensified upon seeing him, as he could sense a heavy aura of bloodshed surrounding the man, indicating a history of violence. "We're simply looking to collect a little spending money," the man replied nonchalantly. A gleam of amusement in his gaze as he regarded the elder his words. The elder's heart sank, but he maintained his composure. "Surely you jest. We engage in modest trade and possess no wealth. This is all we have. Consider it our tribute to you." With that, he produced a cloth bag from his pocket and tossed it towards the man in front. The man accepted the cloth bag, emptied its contents into his palm, revealing a mere 7 silver coins, which caused his expression to darken. "Is this all?" "My lord, I am but a humble transporter. What wealth could I possess?" "This is our entire fortune." The elder smiled nervously. "Oh, is that so? Yet I have heard that you were carrying a substantial amount of money." The man's lips curled into a cold smirk. "The little old man runs a modest operation. There is no surplus to speak of." "Perhaps the person you heard from was mistaken," the elder thought to himself, alarmed, realizing that this was no ordinary highway robbery. "Is there more money? I shall find out after I search you," the man declared, advancing with the 40 or so men behind him towards the direction of the carriage. The guards from the Campbell Trading Company, who had already stepped forward to confront these men, now found themselves intimidated by the sheer number of assailants. Their faces shifting in apprehension, tightening their grips on their weapons. "What? Are you planning to make a move?" The leading man cast a cold glance at the armed guards of the Campbell family, his gaze betraying a chilling intent. "Are you truly unwilling to let us go?" the elder demanded, his eyes flashing with anger. It was clear to him that even if he surrendered all their money, they would not be spared. The attackers were evidently after the Campbell Trading Company. Attack, the man commanded, disregarding the elder's plea, signaling to his men, who surged forward like a pack of wolves, pouncing upon the elder and the 20 or so guards of the Campbell Trading Company. When Sean reached the infrequently patronized by the Campbell Trading Company, he discovered that Butler Pound and the others had departed over an hour earlier. Undoubtedly, they had set off shortly after returning from the Night Academy. His unease intensified, prompting Sean to quickly rent a horse and gallop out of the capital, racing down the trade road toward SE City. After pursuing for several miles, he suddenly heard the sounds of clashing weapons and anguished cries ahead, prompting a change of expression as he fiercely urged his horse onward. As he rode, a flicker of concern crossed Sean's face. The distant sounds of conflict hinted at a brutal skirmish. Based on his calculations of the route and time, he was almost certain that the combatants ahead belonged to the Campbell caravan, although he felt no deep-rooted connection to the Campbell family. One undeniable fact lingered. He could not yet sever ties with them. Setting aside the considerable annual tuition and living expenses he could not manage alone, he naturally wished to see the Campbell Trading Company remain unscathed. Chapter 16. Rescue Run. Why aren't you fleeing? The leading man, having dispatched a loyal guard protecting the elder with a single strike, approached the elder, a mocking smile on his face. Who sent you? Seeing that half of the family guards had been slain or injured, with only 10 or so struggling to resist, the elder's heart sank, his expression filled with fury as he glared at the man before him. Not too foolish, but do you think I would divulge that information? The man sneered, raising his sword high, clearly unwilling to satisfy the elder's curiosity. He relished watching others perish in despair. The more reluctant they appeared, the more exhilarated he became. Each time he witnessed their unwillingness in their final moments, he felt a thrill of excitement. Butler Pound, noticing the leading man's sword descending towards the elder, the remaining guards of the Campbell family, their faces twisted in anger, tried desperately to intervene, but were overwhelmed by the sheer number of robbers. Unable to extricate themselves from the fray, as the sword came crashing down, the elder wished to evade it, but age had dulled his reflexes, rendering him too slow to escape as the blade approached his neck. A wave of resignation washed over him. It appeared that today would be his last. He held no fear of death, having long since grown indifferent to the concept at his advanced age. His only regret was that he had not yet begun investigating whether the Adams Trading Company had made a move against young Master Sean before meeting his end. That thought made him begrudge his impending demise. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, and a slender shadow darted towards the leading man. The man's expression shifted, and without hesitation, he sidestepped just in time to avoid the attack. The shadow, having lost its target, shot past him and collided with a burly man wielding an axe, who was poised to strike down one of the Campbell guards. The heavy thud echoed as the man was sent flying several meters, while the slender shadow fell to the ground, revealing itself to be a deep brown wooden sword sheath. What? The leading man, seeing that the fallen object was merely a sword hilt, displayed a flicker of apprehension on his face. How much force could a wooden sword sheath truly possess? Yet, in the hands of its wielder, it had managed to send a formidable man sprawling. There was no doubt that the strength of the individual who had thrown it was far from ordinary. Butler Pound, with the sword sheath having forced the leading man back, Sean rushed forward, swiftly placing himself before the elder, shielding him, before taking stock of the surrounding chaos. His expression shifted as he surveyed the scene. Over a dozen Campbell guards lay scattered on the ground, their fates unknown, while the earth was stained with blood. The remaining guards, fewer than 10, were perilously close to falling, most of them injured and pale, on the brink of collapse. Young Master Sean. The elder was taken aback to see Sean standing before him, a flicker of joy crossing his face, only to be replaced by alarm as he urged, "Young Master Sean, what are you doing here? You must leave at once. These men are ruthless killers." Having just narrowly escaped death, the elder instinctively called for Sean to flee. Hearing this, warmth surged within Sean, yet his gaze turned even colder as he regarded the robbers. "Who are you?" The leading man was taken aback. He had initially assumed that someone capable of hurling a sword hilt with such force must be an adult. Yet, the truth was the opposite. The figure before him was merely a youth, evident from his somewhat youthful visage. "Given that you have dared to attack the Campbell Trading Company, are you truly unaware of my identity?" Sean's eyes glinted coldly as he stared at the leading man, his expression devoid of warmth. These guards might have families. They could have mothers, wives, and daughters, once thriving households now shattered by these brigands. The thought of the lives that had been extinguished mere moments ago ignited a flame of fury within him. "Which Knight Academy do you belong to?" the leading man inquired. Surprised, such youth combined with formidable strength undoubtedly marked Sean as a student of a Knight Academy. "Who sent you?" Sean retorted, his expression icy as he gazed at the leading man, thought if he had arrived even a moment later, Butler Pound would likely have met a tragic fate. This man could not be allowed to escape. "Do you think I would disclose that?" The leading man snorted disdainfully, although Sean's presence made him uneasy. He was undeterred. After all, he too had studied the knightly arts. Years ago, he had attended the Pro Knight Academy, and while he had yet to become even a trainee knight, he was still far stronger than the average person. This was precisely why he had been able to lead a band of 40 robbers. Though the youth before him had trained in knightly swordsmanship, his youth suggested limited experience and capability. In a flash, the leading man lunged at Sean without warning, his sword striking like a viper, aimed directly at Sean's heart with ruthless intent. If this strike landed, Sean would undoubtedly perish. The man believed he could catch Sean off guard. Assuming that such youth implied a lack of practical experience, clang, a metallic sound rang out as the leading man's sword was deflected by another blade. Had Sean been an ordinary boy, he might have succumbed to the ambush. But he was far from ordinary. Setting aside his psychological maturity, the countless tales he had read in his previous life had equipped him to remain composed in such a situation. As his attack was thwarted, the leading man's expression shifted slightly, yet he did not hesitate, redirecting his sword to slash at Sean's side. Clang, clang, clang. The leading man unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one met with Sean's death counter, causing the man's demeanor to shift to one of seriousness. There was no doubt that this young man possessed solid combat experience. While the leading man was now grave-faced, Sean's expression flickered with impatience. Under normal circumstances, he would not mind engaging with the leading man, as such opportunities for real combat were rare. However, with the Campbell guards under siege from dozens of robbers, he had little patience for prolonging this confrontation. Thus, with determination, he channeled his strength into a decisive strike. Clang! Another resounding clash echoed, sharper than any prior sound, the force of the impact reverberating through the air. The leading man was immediately thrown off balance, stumbling backward, while Sean advanced, delivering another swift blow. With a piercing flash of silver, the leading man's shoulder was marked by a deep crimson gash, blood oozing from the wound and staining a portion of his clothing. Humph! The leading man let out a painful groan. Yet he scarcely had time to inspect the wound on his shoulder, for Sean's sword had already descended upon him once more in a flurry. He raised his sword to parry Sean's strike. Retreating several steps, his gaze now filled with astonishment that Sean's prowess was entirely beyond his expectations. Although he had graduated from a Knight Academy, it was merely a conventional institution where anyone with the means and qualifications could enroll. And the swordsmanship taught there was exceedingly rudimentary. Thus, the strength of its graduates was hardly formidable. Conversely, Sean, though still a junior and yet to graduate, had made remarkable strides in his abilities over the past month. Bolstered by his exceptional talent as a high-ranking knight, he not only met the assessment threshold, but had surpassed even MOR, rendering him far from the bottom of his class. Therefore, the leader found himself outmatched by this student. "Are you a student of the Neo Knight Academy?" In the royal capital, there existed two Knight Academies, the Neo Knight Academy and the Ziyun Knight Academy. Initially, he had presumed Sean hailed from Ziyun Academy, but now it was clear he had gravely erred. A person of such capability must undoubtedly be a product of the finest institution in the Kingdom of Carlo. Chapter 17. Homicide Whoosh. Sean did not respond. Perhaps in the next moment, one of the Campbell Trading Company's guards would be grievously injured or even killed. In such a dire situation, he had no inclination to engage in idle chatter with the leader. With his speed fully unleashed, he darted beside the leader, his sword descending with tremendous force, evidently employing the fourth technique of the Silver Frost Knight swordsmanship, Silver Frost Winter Snow. Swordsmanship was not merely a means of physical conditioning, but an art of combat. The average individual, even if endowed with 10-part strength, could at most exert 6 or 7 parts. Yet, a master swordsman, utilizing the techniques of force application inherent in swordsmanship, could unleash 9 parts, or even the full 10. This was why swordsmanship was heralded as the art of battle. Although Sean could not yet unleash his full might, he was capable of exerting 8 parts, rendering this strike more potent than any prior. Swish! The silver blade, imbued with tremendous force, descended from above like a mountain pressing down. Observing this strike, the leader's expression turned grave, channeling all his strength into his sword, attempting to block Sean's blow. However, he clearly underestimated the force behind Sean's strike. The moment their blades met, an overwhelming power surged forth, sending his sword flying, while Sean's blade continued its momentum, cleaving into the man's shoulder. With a sickening sound, the silver edge sliced through flesh with ease, halting only upon reaching the collarbone, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The leader gasped in pain, raising his sword to push Sean's weapon away, finally dislodging it. At this point, the agony had him sweating profusely, and his gaze towards Sean was now laced with fear. Were it not for his long-term training in knightly swordsmanship, granting him a physique superior to that of the average person, Sean's strike would have surely cleaved him in two. Attack! Clutching his wounded shoulder, the leader commanded the nearby bandits. Yes, Chief. The bandits exchanged glances, having witnessed their leader's injury. If even he, typically formidable, was no match for Sean, what hope did they have? Yet, recalling their leader's usual ruthlessness, a chill ran through them. They understood that if they did not act now, even if they survived this encounter, they would likely perish later. Thus, they steeled themselves, emboldened by their numbers, which far exceeded Sean's solitary presence. A bandit wielding an axe, bolstered by bravado, shouted as he swung his weapon towards Sean. Simultaneously, another bandit with a knife and yet another with a sword rushed at Sean from either side. Death! A cold glint flashed across Sean's face. Each of these individuals bore blood on their hands from the guards of the Campbell Trading Company, and he harbored no intentions of mercy. In a swift motion, he pierced the heart of the axe-wielding bandit before he could react, then quickly withdrew his blade, executing two more strikes that severed the throats of the other two bandits. Thud! The three bandits fell almost simultaneously, their eyes wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend how they had been so easily outmatched. With the three dispatched, Sean had no time to indulge in reflections on the act of killing, as a sword, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, lunged at him from behind. It was the leader's strike. He had directed the other bandits to divert Sean's attention while attempting a sneak attack from behind. Little did he know, Sean's focus had never wavered from him. The others were merely ordinary individuals with slightly greater physiques, but the leader was different. He was a practitioner of knightly swordsmanship. The most formidable threat, Sean would not allow him to slip from his sight. Clang! In a rapid backward sweep, Sean defended against the leader's ambush as if he had eyes on the back of his head. The leader, having missed his strike, retreated, but Sean was unwilling to let him escape. Just as he prepared to pursue, he immediately noticed weapons approaching from both his left and right, the other bandits. Seizing the opportunity presented by the leader, sought to ambush him. Taking a step back, lowering his body slightly, Sean evaded the incoming blows from either side. He then stepped forward, sweeping his sword in a wide arc. The cries of two bandits echoed as Sean's blade cut through their midsections, leaving them with gaping wounds. Blood poured forth, and Sean could even glimpse their entrails. With no time to linger, he darted to the left, narrowly avoiding the leader's strike from that direction. In the span of mere seconds, three of the bandits lay dead, two others gravely injured and on the brink of death, while the remaining ones displayed expressions of sheer terror. No longer daring to advance against Sean. Go attack! The leader bellowed at the remaining bandits. Yet under the shadow of impending death, his words fell on deaf ears. They exhibited no inclination to advance. Whoosh! Just then, as the leader shouted in frustration, Sean made his move, lunging directly at him. Swish! The silver blade, imbued with immense force, aimed for the leader. Clang! Gritting his teeth, the leader raised his sword in defense, but was sent reeling by the sheer power of Sean's assault. Crashing into one of the bandits, the two tumbling together. Thud! Upon hitting the ground, the leader dared not hesitate, hastily rolling to the side. In the next moment, a sword struck where he had just been. With a sickening sound, the leader managed to evade the blow, yet the bandit who had been pressed beneath him was not so fortunate. Sean's sword cleaved down upon him, nearly bisecting him. Sean paid him no mind, withdrawing his blade and pursuing the leader once more. At this point, he was driven purely by a fierce determination, unable to afford any pause, for he was uncertain whether he could bring himself to kill again. After all, this was his first experience with taking a life. Retreat! Casting a glance at Sean, who appeared unstoppable, the leader commanded, simultaneously making a swift dash into the nearby woods. Whoosh! With so many fleeing, Sean could not possibly intercept them all, allowing their escape. Yet, one individual he would not allow to elude him was the leader, and he pursued in the direction the man had fled. With Sean's speed, he quickly caught up to the injured leader. Thud! Upon closing the distance, Sean delivered a powerful kick to the leader's back, sending him crashing against a tree, exacerbating his injuries and eliciting another pained groan. Seeing Sean abandon the pursuit of the other bandits to focus solely on him. The leader's heart sank. Who sent you? Sean did not strike immediately, but instead posed the question. The attack on the trading company was clearly no mere coincidence. These bandits were undoubtedly targeting the Campbell Trading Company. I don't know, the leader replied, shaking his head. You still refuse to reveal who sent you. Sean's voice was icy. I genuinely don't know who they are. They concealed their face, and I have no idea who it could be. However what? Sean pressed eagerly. Though he made every effort to conceal himself, based on his voice, he must be quite young. Quite young. Upon hearing this, Sean was convinced that Benson was behind the ambush of the Campbell Trading Company. It was precisely Benson's cold smile directed at Butler Pangda that had instilled unease in him, prompting his pursuit to uncover the truth, only for disaster to strike. This was clearly no coincidence. Benson. With this thought, a murderous intent flickered in Sean's eyes. Swish! Suddenly, at that moment, a sword lunged swiftly towards him, the timing impeccable. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, the assailant was none other than the leader, who, knowing Sean would not spare him, had attempted to divert Sean's attention with conversation before launching his attack. Chapter 18. The intent to kill with a sickening sound. The blade pierced flesh, accompanied by a spray of crimson. The spot where the sword struck erupted like a miniature fountain, blood gushing forth incessantly. Thud. One man's eyes filled with disbelief as he collapsed. This man was the leader, from beginning to end. Sean maintained an unwavering vigilance towards the leader of the group. To let one's guard down in the presence of an adversary is akin to courting death. How could he possibly commit such a grave error? The fleeting moment of distraction he experienced was merely a figment of the leader's imagination. As the leader lunged at Sean with his sword, Sean's own blade was already in motion, even preceding the adversary's strike. Sean had initially intended to inquire in detail about the mastermind behind the attack, but the other party was uncooperative, attempting to launch an assault while he questioned them, with no other choice. He was compelled to act first. However, from the words exchanged, he felt a strong conviction, about 70% certainty, that the instigator behind the ambush on the Campbell caravan was Benson. After all, among the youthful individuals harboring animosity towards the Campbell Trading Company in the royal capital, he could think of no one but Benson. Upon returning to the location of the Campbell caravan, Sean found that the bandits had long since fled, leaving behind only the lifeless bodies of a few fallen marauders. The atmosphere among the Campbell Trading Company was one of profound sorrow. The guards were all wounded, some tending to their own injuries, while others assisted their companions, when their eyes fell upon the 10 or so guards of the Campbell Trading Company lying in pools of blood. Their expressions were clearly tinged with grief. Just moments prior, those individuals had been sharing laughter and camaraderie, yet now they lay forever cold upon the ground. Young Master Sean, you have returned. I hope you are unscathed. Upon seeing Sean's return, Butler Pound rushed forward, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Only after confirming that he was unharmed did he finally exhale in relief that Sean's presence was both a surprise and a source of concern for him. He was astonished by Sean's timely arrival and worried about his safety. Until Sean returned, he had been in a state of anxious anticipation, but now he felt reassured. Young Master Sean. The remaining guards of the Campbell family greeted him, their voices imbued with a profound sense of respect and gratitude. Unlike the usual indifferent addresses, there was no doubt that Sean had saved them. Had he not appeared, their fate would have been sealed. At the same time, they were struck with astonishment. They were acutely aware of the terror posed by the bandits, who were ruthless and seasoned in combat, each a desperate criminal who danced on the edge of death. The leader, in particular, was a figure of dread. Not a single guard had been able to withstand even a single blow from him, and several had perished at his hand. Yet, it was this formidable group of brigands that Sean had managed to repel, and their reached its peak upon learning that he had slain their leader. Though they had known Sean was a student at the Knight Academy of Neo, the most prestigious knight academy in the Kingdom of Carlo, they had never truly grasped the extent of his strength until now. Undoubtedly, he was exceptionally powerful. Indeed, Sean nodded. his gaze drifting towards the fallen guards of the Campbell Trading Company. A wave of self-reproach washing over him, he realized he had been too lax. Had he been more vigilant upon noticing Benson's malevolent gaze fixed on Butler Pound, and warned him to be cautious, perhaps these lives could have been spared. Despite having spent over a month in this world, he still struggled to shed the lack of crisis awareness ingrained in him from his previous life in a lawful society. He silently admonished himself that this world was no longer the peaceful realm he once knew. It was a land rife with violence and treachery, where death could strike at any moment. If he did not heighten his vigilance, he might find himself the target of an assassination without ever knowing who was responsible. Do not be hard on yourself. You have done remarkably well. Noticing the self-reproach in Sean's eyes, Butler Pound placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Had you not arrived in a timely manner, we would all have perished. As for them, one can only say it was fate. From the moment they accepted their positions as guards for the Campbell Trading Company, they were mentally prepared for such an outcome. Rest assured, I will report to the master upon my return, and their families will not be neglected. From that point onward, Sean found himself with little to contribute. As Butler Pound took charge of all arrangements, he was a seasoned veteran who had weathered many storms and was adept at handling such matters. He comforted the injured guards, oversaw the burial of the bandits' bodies, and arranged for the fallen guards of the Campbell Trading Company to be transported on 2 of the available carts. Soon, the caravan set off once more, but this time their destination was not ASE City, but the royal capital. With a significant number of guards lost and enemies lurking in the shadows, Butler Pound and Sean decided it would be prudent to return to the royal capital for a few days of recuperation before hiring additional personnel and then returning to ASE City. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky darkened, in a forest near the royal capital, a youth cloaked in a mantle, his face obscured, paced restlessly. He was the one who had financed the bandits' assault on the Campbell Trading Company, and this was the designated meeting place to deliver the remaining half of the payment. The agreed-upon time was in the afternoon, yet he had already waited for over 2 hours without any sign of the bandits. Naturally, he was unaware of the outcome of the attack on the Campbell caravan. Ultimately, he could only stamp his foot in frustration and turn back towards the royal capital. The city gates would soon close, and he had a class in the morning, so he could not afford to wait any longer. Little did he know that even if he were to wait here all night, he would not encounter the bandits. They had been terrified into submission and would not dare approach to collect the remaining payment. Money is worthless without life to spend it. With their leader dead, the bandits were now avoiding the royal capital at all costs. After returning to the royal capital with the Campbell caravan, Sean parted ways with them, realizing he could be of no further assistance. When it came to recuperation and hiring mercenaries, Butler Pound was far more adept, and Sean needed to return to the academy. As he walked along the path back to the academy, he felt a surge of murderous intent several times, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Firstly, he could not be entirely certain that Benson was the one who had orchestrated the bandits' actions. After all, he had not even seen the face of the bandit leader. Secondly, if Benson, as a student of the Knight Academy of Neo, were to die, the academy would undoubtedly investigate, should the truth come to light. The consequences would be dire. There had been instances in the past where noble youths had covertly murdered commoners and discarded their bodies in the wilderness, only to be discovered by the academy. The noble in question had ultimately been stripped of his limbs and expelled from the institution. It was evident that the Knight Academy of Neo took the protection of its students very seriously. It was reasonable to consider that if promising commoner students were to be slaughtered by noble students, how could the academy ever produce outstanding knights? This was also the reason why, although the academy did not prohibit duels, they enforced strict regulations against fatal or crippling outcomes. It seems I must exercise patience. Sean sighed inwardly, ultimately abandoning his plans to eliminate Benson, though the Knight Academy of Neo might not be able to trace the assassination back to him. He was not willing to take that gamble. His future was far too precious to risk over Benson's insignificant life, which he deemed not worth the trouble. Moreover, the academy could not protect Benson indefinitely. Once Benson graduated from the Knight Academy of Neo, their ties would be severed to that point. Even if Sean were to slay Benson on the spot, the academy would not hold him accountable. However, I cannot allow him to enjoy an easy life. Reflecting on the misdeeds Benson had committed against the previous owner of this body, a cold smile crept onto Sean's lips. While he could not take Benson's life, he could certainly create trouble for him. As for whether he had the strength to do so, he felt no concern. Half a month prior, He had been able to defeat Benson, albeit with a combination of Benson's underestimation and a stroke of luck, but now he had complete confidence in his ability to confront Benson head-on. After all, with the enhancement of his advanced night talent, his strength had seen considerable growth over the past month. That it must be said, the advanced night talent was indeed an extraordinarily formidable gift. Chapter 19. Sacre Arnold. In a villa that was considerably more upscale than an ordinary dormitory, Wallace reclined languidly in an armchair, gazing arrogantly at the two youths before him. The two boys were a freckled youth with brown hair, none other than Benson, and another boy with a well-proportioned physique and exceptionally fair skin. From the looks they directed at him, Wallace could easily discern their sycophantic admiration, a sentiment he relished. After a brief moment, he addressed the fair-skinned boy. "Are you Sacre Arnold?" "Yes, young Master Wallace, I am indeed Sacre Arnold," the fair-skinned boy promptly replied, eager to seize the opportunity to befriend the noble youth before him. He had long wished to establish a connection, but had never found the chance. Suddenly receiving Benson's recommendation, he was overjoyed and had followed Benson to this villa without hesitation. "I have heard you are the strongest in Class 6 of the 3rd year," Wallace remarked nonchalantly. "As for whether I am the strongest, I cannot say, but in the last midterm assessment, my scores for strength and speed were the best in Class 6, Sacre Arnold replied, a note of pride evident in his voice, though he did not explicitly claim to be the strongest student in the class. His tone unmistakably conveyed that he was indeed the best among them. "Oh." Wallace nodded in satisfaction. To be the top student in a class certainly indicated that this boy's strength surpassed that of Benson by a considerable margin, which was precisely what he sought. "If you wish to follow me, I must see if you are worth the effort. I harbor no fondness for Sean. Do you know what needs to be done?" Wallace cast a deep glance at Sacre and suddenly spoke with an air of significance. Sacre was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and responded, "Of course." He was not a fool, and he instantly understood that Wallace's intention was for him to deal with Sean. As for Sean, he felt neither affection nor animosity towards him. However, since Wallace wanted him to take action, he was more than willing to oblige. On that morning, at the outdoor training ground number 7, the place where Sean's 3rd-year Class 6 was scheduled to hold their lesson, he was just beginning to stretch his body when he was abruptly interrupted by a sharp command from behind. "Step aside." Sean frowned and turned to see a boy with exceptionally fair skin standing behind him, the very one who had just shouted at him. Although he wasn't as famous as Tate's, this boy was quite well known in Class 6, having consistently ranked first in assessment scores. "The training ground is so spacious. Can't you find another place to be?" In the past, Sean would have thought it better to avoid conflict and yield to the side, but the Sean of today was no longer the same. While he did not enjoy drawing attention to himself, he was not one to be bullied either, so he furrowed his brows and retorted, Upon hearing Sean's cold retort, Sacre Arnold's expression immediately turned frosty, and he replied icily, "Do you really think that defeating Benson earns you the right to act arrogantly in front of me? It seems that only by teaching you a lesson will you realize who the strongest in Class 6 truly is." Sean fixed an icy gaze upon Sacre, sensing the deliberate provocation in his tone. He could not understand why someone with whom he had no previous quarrel would target him in such a manner. As he noticed Sean's rising anger, a flicker of amusement passed through Sacre's mind. Just as he was about to make his next move, he suddenly heard, "Teacher Joser is here." Turning his head, he saw a middle-aged man clad in red leather armor, exuding a faint aura of authority indeed. It was their class teacher, Joser. "Consider yourself fortunate." After casting one last glance at Sean, Sacre brushed past him. Dealing with Sean was a trivial matter for him, so he felt no urgency. What was that all about? More. Watching Sacre walk away, looked at Sean with a puzzled expression, as he had been the one to announce the teacher's arrival to save Sean. "I have no idea," Sean replied, shaking his head. Even he could not understand why Sacre harbored such animosity towards him. "It feels as if he is deliberately targeting me, yet I have never offended him. I rarely interacted with him before." Moore pondered for a long time, but could not come up with a satisfactory explanation. He furrowed his brows and advised, "Be cautious." Sean nodded. Given that Sacre had long occupied the top rank in their class, he certainly possessed some degree of skill. The swordsmanship must be synchronized with one's breathing. The closer the two are aligned, the more they can refine the body. The lesson proceeded methodically, with Teacher Joser moving among the students of Class 6, occasionally offering guidance on their sword techniques and correcting errors in their training. "Well done." As he passed by Sean, he could not help but nod and display a hint of a smile that Sean's innate talent for swordsmanship was not lacking, and coupled with his diligence and the prior instruction from Lady Scarlet, his swordplay was both adept and imposing as he wielded his blade. Silvery light shimmered through the air like falling snowflakes enveloping him. Undoubtedly, Sean's current level of swordsmanship surpassed that of his peers by a significant margin. Not far away, Sakri observed this scene with a frown, his gaze toward Sean tinted with hostility. Previously, he had been the one to receive Teacher Joser's praise, but ever since Sean's performance in the year-end assessment, it was Sean who had become the focus of the teacher's admiration, even surpassing him, who had been used to occupying the top spot. Now, let's practice freely. After the students had completed 10 rounds of the Silver Frost Knight sword technique, Teacher Joser instructed. Hearing this, Sean made his way straight to Moore, as he had always been his training partner. Previously, it was only Moore who was willing to spar with him, the class's underachiever, but now, due to Moore's strong insistence, he had been eager to train with Sean. Feeling that his swordsmanship had greatly improved in recent days, naturally, he would not relinquish the opportunity to practice with Sean to anyone else. Sean had no complaints about this arrangement. After all, training with anyone was still training. He was glad to assist Moore, as he was genuinely a worthy friend. How about we practice together? Just as he was halfway there, he was intercepted by the exceptionally fair-skinned boy, Sakri. The boy looked at Sean with a hint of an inscrutable smile. Practice with you. Sean's expression turned slightly cold as he regarded Sakri. There was no doubt that he was directly challenging him. If it had been an accident before, it could no longer be explained as such now. Sorry, he already has a partner for practice. Moore quickly interjected, rushing over to defend Sean. Moore, why not let me take this opportunity to practice with Sean? Sakri's tone, although sounding like a suggestion, carried an unmistakable air of insistence. Sorry, I'm used to practicing with Sean. I wouldn't be comfortable training with anyone else, Moore replied, shaking his head. If it had been anyone else making such a request, he would have gladly stepped aside, for they were all classmates who would see each other regularly. But with Sakri, it was different. He could clearly sense Sakri's animosity toward Sean, and there was no way he would give up the chance to train with Sean. Is such a trivial request too much to ask? Sakri's tone now held a hint of irritation. As the strongest in Class 6, he was accustomed to being catered to by his peers. He never expected such a minor request to be refused by Moore, which made him feel humiliated, especially as he noticed some other students turning their attention towards them. Just as Moore was about to politely decline, Sean suddenly interjected, Moore, since Sakri wants to practice with me, I'll face off against him today. Sean. Upon hearing this, Moore was taken aback and quickly turned to Sean, his voice laced with urgency. Sakri was no Benson. While Benson ranked somewhere in the middle of the class, Sakri had consistently held the top position, and his strength was well known. Rumor had it that the head of the year was considering transferring him to Class 1, though it remained uncertain whether there was any truth to that. Facing such an opponent, even with Sean's recent explosive growth and strength, Moore felt uneasy. It's fine. It's just practice, Sean said with an air of ease. He could easily guess Sakri's motive for wanting to spar. It was nothing more than to expose him and humiliate him in front of their classmates. However, he was unafraid. The Sean of old would have let him have his way, but the current Sean, in terms of both swordsmanship and physical prowess, was no longer the same. Whether Sakri could make him suffer was something only a match would reveal. All right, seeing Sean had made his decision, Moore ceased to protest but quietly advised, be careful. Sean nodded earnestly. Even now, he had no guarantees of victory against an opponent like Sakri, but he did not necessarily need to win. That he merely needed to demonstrate enough strength to make Sakri wary, conveying that he was not to be trifled with. Interesting. Upon hearing Sean's words, Sakri cast a surprised glance at him. Initially, he had expected Sean to make all sorts of excuses, but he was taken aback that Sean had agreed so readily. This left him puzzled about Sean's true intentions. However, he did not concern himself too much with it, believing his strength was more than sufficient to easily defeat Sean. The class underachiever, Sakri, and Sean prepared to spar. The surrounding students quickly stepped back, granting them ample space, while others observed with eager anticipation. Point one was a perennial top performer in the class, while the other had recently skyrocketed in strength, having even bested Benson, who had previously ranked in the middle. The impending clash between these two was certainly intriguing. However, in their eyes, it was clear that Sean was destined to lose against Sakri, who had long held the top position. Teacher Joser lifted an eyebrow as he glanced over at the scene, but did not intervene to halt their practice. After all, Practice was something he had encouraged. Theoretically, any two individuals were permitted to train together. Moreover, with his strength, he could easily intervene before either of them suffered serious injury, so he chose to remain silent. Clang! The sound of swords being drawn echoed sharply, as Sean and Saker locked eyes and simultaneously unsheathed their blades. The gleaming sword edges shimmered under the sunlight, casting a cold glint that intensified the tension between the two. Whoosh! Sean, seizing the initiative, surged forward. Faced with an opponent of Saker's caliber, it was imperative to gain the upper hand. In an instant, he lunged, his sword slicing downward like a shard of ice. Executing the fifth form of the Silver Frost Knight sword technique, Silver Frost Winter Snow. Humph! Despite Sean's aggressive move, Saker remained unfazed. He executed a horizontal slash that intersected with Sean's descending blade in a cross formation. Clang! A crisp metallic sound resonated as both fighters staggered back 3 large steps, surprise flickering in their eyes. Sean was astonished that, despite his initial advantage, he had not gained any upper hand, merely managing to hold his ground against Saker. Meanwhile, Saker was taken aback that Sean had managed to counter his strike. Though he had not exerted his full strength, he was the strongest in Class 6, and even a casual strike from him was formidable. The fact that Sean, once at the bottom of the ranks, could withstand it left him quite astonished. Not bad. This is getting interesting. A cold smirk played on Saker's lips as he regarded Sean, akin to a predator eyeing its prey ensnared in a trap. While he acknowledged Sean's unexpected display of skill, it was merely a fleeting surprise. He held absolute confidence in his own prowess. Swish! A beam of sword light shot forth, slicing through the air at an alarming speed towards Sean. This was Saker's strike, a more serious attempt than before, its power exceeding that of his previous blow by a significant margin. How fast? Sean was caught off guard by the swiftness of Saker's assault, and in a moment of haste, he could only raise his sword in defense. Boom! Sean was sent reeling backward from the overwhelming force of Saker's strike. As expected, observers noted the outcome with a sense of inevitability. Initially, Sean had managed to match Saker's strength, leaving many puzzled as to how he had managed to withstand the onslaught. But now the truth was evident. It was not that Sean was strong enough to parry Saker's sword, but rather that Saker had not been earnest in his efforts. Now, with Saker's seriousness evident, Sean could no longer withstand the onslaught. Arrogant, daring to spar with Saker, Benson eyed Sean with a cold disdain. To him, Sean's previous victory over him was merely a stroke of luck. He was utterly convinced of his own superiority in strength. Now facing Saker, he did not believe that Sean could replicate such fortune. Clap, clap. After retreating 5 significant steps, Sean finally came to a halt, his gaze now laced with wariness as he regarded Saker. I underestimated him. He recognized that Saker's strike had not been executed with full force. Yet even this was enough to push him to his limits, indicating that he had indeed misjudged Saker's capabilities. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A figure dashed towards Sean, accompanied by a sword that gleamed ominously. Although Saker had already pushed Sean back with a single blow, he was not satisfied. He sought to defeat Sean decisively. However, Sean's swordplay had taken him by surprise, as he adeptly dissipated the force of Saker's strikes, a tactic Saker had not anticipated. In truth, Sean had utilized this advanced sword technique during his earlier duel with Benson, but unfortunately, Saker had not witnessed it. The silver sword light continued to rain down from Saker's blade, each strike imbued with tremendous weight. While he may have lacked Sean's finesse and swordsmanship, his overwhelming strength lent an intimidating force to every swing. Bang, bang, bang. Saker's sword hammered down upon Sean like a heavy mallet, and though Sean fought valiantly to defend himself, he was repeatedly struck back, retreating further. After being pushed back over 10 meters, he found himself encroaching upon the space of other students practicing nearby. Fortunately, these students, though engaged in their own drills, had been watching the duel intently, allowing them to step aside in time. Slicing through the air, Saker transformed his slash into a thrust, launching himself at Sean with an even greater speed than before. It was only at this moment that Sean had just begun to release the force that had been transferred to him from Saker's prior strike. Chapter 21. Unveiled Strength. Be careful. Moore, who had been closely observing Sean's battle, suddenly wore a look of concern. Other students also expressed worry. If Sean was struck by this thrust, even if he survived, he would sustain serious injuries. Although they were not particularly close to Sean, none wished to witness such a fate. Many turned their gazes toward Teacher Joru, knowing that he was the only one capable of intervening in such a dire moment. Whoosh! In the next instant, A sword appeared with lightning speed, blocking Saker's fierce thrust. However, the one wielding the sword was not the anticipated teacher Juro, but rather Sean, who had just moments ago been forced to retreat. In fact, teacher Juro had been prepared to intervene, sharing the skepticism of the other students regarding Sean's abilities. Yet, he was taken aback by Sean's capacity to respond under such perilous circumstances, something he had not foreseen. Creak! The tips of their swords met with an ear-splitting metallic clash, and once again, the one wielding the blade was Sean. Although he had successfully blocked Saker's dangerous thrust, the hastiness of his defense meant that he could not match Saker's strength, resulting in him being sent flying once more. How is this possible? Saker's expression was not one of triumph upon seeing Sean knocked back again. Instead, he raised an eyebrow in disbelief. He had anticipated that this strike would decisively defeat Sean. Yet the outcome was entirely unexpected. Sean had merely been pushed back, and he could hardly fathom how Sean had managed to react in such a critical moment. What surprised him even more was another realization. His strength. He could distinctly feel the resistance from Sean's sword, which was noticeably greater than before. Although it still did not surpass his own, it was undeniable that Sean's strength had indeed increased. Clap, clap, clap. After retreating several more steps, Sean finally dissipated the force of Saker's thrust. His hands felt numb from the sudden impact of the overwhelming power. That was close. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Sean silently counted his blessings. Since the battle commenced, he had held back, aware that a rapid surge in strength might draw unwanted attention. However, witnessing Saker's previous strike, he realized he could no longer afford to conceal his abilities. Another moment of hesitation could result in injury. And while teacher Juro's presence mitigated any life-threatening danger, minor injuries were almost inevitable, as the practice sessions always emphasized real combat, with teachers refraining from intervening until lives were at stake. Whoosh, this time. It was Sean who took the initiative. As he sprang forward, he swung his sword, propelled by his swift movements, transforming his blade into a straight bolt of lightning aimed at Saker, free from the constraints of hiding his strength. He reveled in the exhilaration of combat, no longer hindered by caution. Clang! Saker's knightly sword met Sean's strike, but his expression shifted as he sensed the extraordinary force behind it. Unlike his previous hurried attempt, which had only drawn upon 80% of Sean's normal strength, this time was different. Sean unleashed his full power from the outset, amplified by the momentum of his sprint, rendering his strike far more potent than before. Boom! 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 The two fighters reacted with remarkable speed. As one strike concluded, the next was already in motion, their blades clashing in rapid succession. At this point, some students could hardly contain their shock, and no matter how they analyzed the situation, they could hardly believe that Sean was able to hold his ground against Saker to this extent. Both fighters exhibited incredible speed, and while Saker's was expected, Sean's prowess was utterly astonishing. The student who had been on the verge of expulsion had now silently reached such a remarkable level. This was an outcome they had never anticipated. What rapid progress! Or perhaps he has been concealing his true strength. Teacher Juro furrowed his brow, recognizing that Sean's current display of ability was undoubtedly among the finest in Class 6. With such strength, Sean should not have struggled to pass the last two evaluations. This led Juro to suspect that Sean had deliberately hidden his true capabilities. Not only teacher Juro, but even more, who considered himself somewhat acquainted with Sean, was taken aback, realizing that Sean had reached this formidable level. It seems that during our sparring sessions, he has been intentionally lowering his strength to allow me to improve. Otherwise, I likely would have been defeated within just a few exchanges. With this thought, Moore felt a surge of gratitude. Over the past few days, his own swordsmanship had advanced significantly, and it was clear that Sean's willingness to act as a sparring partner had played a crucial role in that growth. Once again, a confrontation ensued, and a flicker of irritation crossed Sakri's face. As the strongest among Class 6, it was disheartening for him to find himself unable to best Sean, a fellow student who had nearly faced expulsion. He felt an acute sense of shame. Thus, he finally unleashed his most formidable prowess. With a swift motion, his sword descended like a cascading avalanche upon Sean, executing the 8th form of the Silver Frost Knight's swordsmanship. Aptly named Silver Frost and Snow. Up to this point in the battle, this was his first time employing the Silver Frost Knight's techniques. Previously, he had relied on fundamental strikes such as slashes, thrusts, and cuts, believing that such skills were sufficient. Now, however, he realized that to defeat Sean, mere basics would not suffice. Consequently, He resorted to the Silver Frost Knight's swordplay. Swordsmanship is not merely a method of cultivation, but also a technique of combat, as it encompasses power dynamics that can maximize the true strength of the practitioner. Undoubtedly, it was in this state, wielding the Silver Frost Knight's swordsmanship, that Sakri was at his peak. Boom, boom, boom. Faced with Sakri's serious demeanor, Sean found himself retreating in disarray. The fact that Sakri consistently held the top position in class was not mere bluster. He truly possessed remarkable skill. Even so, Sean did not succumb immediately, although Sakri had a slight edge in physical prowess. Sean undeniably outshone him in swordsmanship. This balance resulted in Sakri's strength lacking absolute dominance. Whoosh, whoosh. As both combatants unleashed their full capabilities, they became terrifying forces, akin to two black tempests raging across the training ground. Nearby students were affected by the intensity of their duel, halting their practice to observe the spectacle, their hearts filled with awe. This was the first time they had witnessed someone able to contend with Sakri to such an extent. How is this possible? This guy can actually match Sakri. Benson was nearly aghast, hardly believing his own eyes. The one battling Sakri on equal footing was none other than Sean, the perennial underachiever. Had he displayed such prowess during their prior encounters? Benson mused. He would have surely fallen within 10 moves. Could it be that he has been concealing his strength all along? The thought ignited an intense fury within him. Their previous skirmish had likely been a mere farce orchestrated by Sean. Practice concluded, just as their fierce exchange reached a climax. The voice of Teacher Jorson rang out. Upon hearing the call, Sean and Sakri executed a final strike and swiftly disengaged. Well concealed, with the knight's sword sheathed, Sakri regarded Sean with a gaze full of complexity. Initially, he had believed that defeating Sean would be a simple task, yet he found himself merely maintaining an advantage without achieving a decisive victory. His mind was rife with astonishment and confusion. How could someone with such strength have failed repeatedly and nearly faced expulsion? This conundrum baffled him, but as for Sean's rapid advancement, Sakri deemed it improbable. Growth in strength had no shortcuts unless one resorted to rare potions that enhanced physical capabilities. Potions so precious that even typical noble offspring would hesitate to use them long-term. Let alone someone like Sean, who was clearly not of noble descent. Are you all right? Moore approached, a smile gracing his features. Even he, the one who knew Sean best, had not anticipated that Sean could contend with Sakri to this degree. Though he had not triumphed, the astonished expressions of the surrounding students spoke volumes about Sean's impact. I'm fine. Sean shook his head, realizing that his strength had been thoroughly exposed. However, against an opponent like Sakri, concealing his true abilities was nearly impossible. He had anticipated this before the battle. Faced with the choice between hiding his strength and fiercely retaliating against Sakri, he chose the latter. While this decision bore its risks, it also held potential benefits. If he could demonstrate his value to the Academy's higher-ups, the protection of the Oni Knight Academy would afford him greater security. Chapter 22. Shooting oneself in the foot. The practice session was the final segment of the day's lessons. Once it concluded, so too did the morning's curriculum. Typically, after training, Sean would head straight to the small woods behind the academy for additional practice. However, today, he deviated from his routine and made his way directly towards Benson. Unbeknownst to him, Sakri had targeted him. Entirely due to Benson's recommendation to Wallace, Sean approached Benson solely to confirm a matter. 2 days prior, the Campbell Trading Company's convoy had been ambushed. And while he suspected Benson was behind it, he needed certainty. What is this guy doing here? Upon seeing Sean approach, Benson's eyes narrowed, a flicker of trepidation igniting within him as he hastily sidestepped. Had it been before today, he would never have acted in such a manner, for he had always believed that Sean's victories over him were mere strokes of luck. Yet after witnessing Sean's battle with Sakri, he begrudgingly acknowledged that Sean's strength surpassed his own. Benson. He attempted to evade Sean, but Sean, clearly unwilling to let him slip away, stepped forward, blocking his path with a cold glare. Sean, what do you want? The Academy forbids fighting amongst students. Do you wish to be expelled? Benson's countenance shifted as he spoke, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes as he blustered. I have a few questions for you. Sean dismissed Benson's bluster with a cold smile. What? Questions? A sense of dread washed over Benson, his instincts warning him of impending doom. You orchestrated the attack on the Campbell convoy, didn't you? As he spoke, Sean's gaze bore into Benson's face. What attack? Benson's response did not escape Sean's notice, after all. He was merely a youth, and the sudden revelation of his secret caused a fleeting panic to mar his features, though he quickly masked it. Just as I thought, with his suspicions confirmed, Sean's expression turned icy. The knowledge that Benson had bribed these bandits, resulting in the deaths of over a dozen guards from the Campbell Trading Company, ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. "I don't know what you're talking about." Benson stammered in denial, yet Sean could almost guarantee, based on his shock-induced floundering, that he was indeed the one who had bribed the bandits. Sean is confronting Benson. The other students, initially intending to leave after the lesson, were drawn to the scene as they witnessed Sean, recently victorious against Sakri, blocking Benson's path. Curiosity piqued, they halted and gathered, remembering the animosity between Sean and Benson. The Campbell Trading Company's convoy was attacked. Benson was behind the bandits. More, among the onlookers, felt anger rise within him upon hearing Sean's accusation. The Campbell Trading Company was the lifeblood of Sean's family, making it critically important to both him and the Campbells. Now, the revelation that Benson had colluded with bandits to harm the trading company clarified Sean's uncharacteristic confrontation. He was evidently furious. The surrounding students cast bemused glances at Benson, piecing together the narrative. Benson had harbored resentment after losing to Sean in the arena, leading him to orchestrate a revenge plot against Sean's family as convoy. Sean, in turn, was now confronting Benson in a fit of rage. He lost in the arena, so he sought to retaliate against Sean's family as convoy. Nearby, Teacher Jorson, who had not yet departed, shook his head discreetly upon overhearing their exchange. The academy encouraged competition, as it served as an excellent catalyst. However, conflicts within the academy should remain contained, and extending them beyond its walls clearly crossed a line. Scoundrel! As he walked towards the Villa district, Benson's face was a mask of fury, with Teacher Jorson present. Sean could not take any action against him, but this incident had certainly brought him immense shame. Being publicly questioned, he imagined that many students were now reveling in his humiliation. Had this been before today, he would have retaliated fiercely, challenging Sean to another arena battle. However, having witnessed Sean's prowess against Sakri, he no longer dared to face him in such a setting. This realization stoked his anger further. A student who had been on the brink of expulsion had not only turned the tables, but also surpassed him, managing to stand firm against the class's top contender, Sakri. With this in mind, he glanced sideways at a fair-skinned youth, Sakri himself, who remained silent, evidently brooding over his inability to defeat Sean. After all, he had confidently promised Wallace that he would teach Sean a harsh lesson. With each of them lost in their thoughts, they traversed the Night Academy, stepping onto the polished marble pathways of the Villa district, ultimately entering a luxurious villa. Inside the villa, a moderately sized garden was tended to by several maidens adorned in elegant attire. Meticulously caring for the flora. In the garden's open space stood a gazebo, where a young man lounged lazily on a reclining chair. Young Master Wallace. Approaching the youth, both Benson and Sakri greeted him with respect. The young man. Wallace nodded without lifting his gaze, eventually breaking the silence with a question. Did you leave Sean heavily injured? Upon hearing the words this, both individuals exchanged glances filled with hesitation. Sackley felt the weight of his failure, while Benson was acutely aware that Sackley's shortcomings reflected poorly on him, as he had been the one to recommend him. What is the matter? Wallace, noticing their faltering demeanor, raised his head, arching an eyebrow as he scrutinized the pair. You are not suggesting that the task was unsuccessful, are you? I apologize, Master Wallace. There was an unexpected turn of events, Sackley reluctantly admitted. Unexpected? Wallace's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Sackley, his tone icy. Speak plainly, what precisely went awry? Sean's capabilities are far more formidable than they appear. Though I confronted him, I was ultimately unsuccessful. After a moment of hesitation, Sackley divulged. Not as simple as it seems. Wallace's lips curled into a cold smirk as his expression turned frigid. Surely, this is not your excuse, Master Wallace. I assure you, this is in no way an excuse. Sackley hastily refuted. Not an excuse. Wallace's countenance reflected palpable skepticism. Master Wallace, I can attest that Sackley's words are not mere pretexts. Benson interjected, eager to support Sackley. Observing the conviction in their expressions, Wallace's intrigue was piqued, and he beckoned. Do elaborate on the specifics of the confrontation. Of course. The two recounted the details of their encounter with Sean without omission. Upon concluding the narrative, a faint smile danced upon Wallace's lips. It appears he possesses a certain cunning. He knows how to conceal his true strength. Had it not been for my intentions to deal with him, it seems many would have remained oblivious to his capabilities. With this thought, Wallace's gaze shifted toward Benson. I have reconsidered my stance. Go inform Sean that if he is willing to join my side, all prior grievances shall be forgiven. In truth, Wallace harbored no significant animosity toward Sean. Their conflict was merely a matter of pride after Sean had bested Benson. Though seemingly trivial, such matters were enough to provoke a noble to seek retribution. Yet now, he found himself reluctant to confront Sean. A person of such astuteness would undoubtedly be more advantageous as an ally than as an adversary. This, Master Wallace? Benson exclaimed in shock. The enmity between him and Sean was profound, especially after he had orchestrated the ambush on the Campbell caravan, rendering their discord nearly irreconcilable. If Sean were to ally himself with Wallace, Benson's position would become untenable. No need to deliberate. The decision stands. Wallace dismissed Benson's concerns without a second thought. Benson opened his mouth, yet ultimately found himself at a loss for words. In truth, Wallace's fervor to confront Sean was significantly influenced by Benson's prior encouragement, and now he felt as though he had unwittingly set a trap for himself. Had he foreseen such a turn of events, he would never have incited Wallace to act against Sean, but alas, it was too late for regrets. Chapter 23. A hatchet's arrival. Clang, clang, clang. In a secluded grove, Sean and Moore were engaged in a fierce duel, their swords weaving through the air like flashes of cold light, striking and clashing with deadly intent. Beautiful yet lethal, both men were practitioners of knightly swordsmanship, their physical prowess far surpassing that of ordinary folk. Each swing of their blades possessed immense destructive potential, capable of severing limbs with ease should they connect. After pressing Benson on whether he was the mastermind behind the bandits, Sean and Moore continued their routine training in the grove. Let me witness your full strength, Moore exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he unleashed a strike infused with the essence of ice and snow. Executing the sixth form of the Silver Frost Knight's sword technique, Silver Frost and Snow. As you wish. A smile graced Sean's lips as he responded, his sword suddenly accelerating with a whoosh, slicing through the air toward Moore with the swiftness of a gale. Clang! In an instant, Moore was sent sprawling backwards, skidding over 10 paces until he collided with a tree. Finally coming to a halt, he gazed at Sean with eyes wide in astonishment, though he had sensed Sean's formidable strength during the earlier confrontation with Scarlet. Standing before Sean's full might left him utterly awestruck. This level of power, while perhaps not exceeding Sackley's, certainly placed Sean among the elite of their class. How do you fare? Are you unharmed? Sean sheathed his sword and approached Moore with concern. I'm fine. Moore rubbed his back where he had struck the tree, smiling despite the discomfort. Your strength has grown immensely. Should you unleash your full power, I fear it would take but a few strikes to defeat me. I truly appreciate your restraint in our practice these past few days. He bore no envy towards Sean's growth, for he understood the effort Sean had invested. Sean's rapid advancement was, in his eyes, a testament to diligent perseverance. Heh! Sean chuckled softly, having concealed his strength not out of modesty, but rather to avoid drawing undue attention. It seemed Moore had interpreted it as a gesture of camaraderie, and since he had taken it that way, Sean felt no need to clarify. By the way, Moore pondered aloud, how are things with the family caravan? My family's business has a considerable presence here. If you require assistance, I could lend some guards. No need, Sean replied, shaking his head. The caravan should have already hired mercenaries. Very well, do let me know if you find yourself in need. Moore nodded, sheathing his sword as he regarded Sean. Shall we head to the dining hall? No, I wish to visit the caravan. All right then. Parting ways with Moore, Sean made his way directly to the inn where the caravan was staying in the royal capital. Good day, Master Sean. Upon entering the seemingly antiquated yet impeccably clean inn, Sean was greeted by the surviving guards of the caravan, all bandaged and weary. Their gazes were filled with admiration for Sean, who had single-handedly rescued them, their hearts brimming with gratitude and respect. Sean nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze falling upon a tall middle-aged man. Where is Butler Pound? The old butler is in the guest room negotiating with a mercenary leader, the man replied respectfully. He was the captain of this caravan's guard, named Stott Leslie, who had initially held a dismissive view of Sean, considering him too frail. However, after witnessing Sean's overwhelming strength, he had been thoroughly impressed and now regarded Sean with utmost respect. Mercenary leader? Sean inquired, raising an eyebrow. What is the matter? Why has the hiring of mercenaries not yet been finalized? It's because those rascals are all trying to inflate their prices, Stott replied, his displeasure evident. Knowing that the caravan suffered significant losses to the bandits, they are demanding exorbitant fees. Inflate their prices. Sean furrowed his brow. The caravan's regular trips to the royal capital served dual purposes, transporting leather acquired from ASE City to sell and returning with scarce goods. While there was some profit to be made, it was hardly exorbitant. With so many guards lost, compensation would require a substantial payout, rendering any profit from this venture negligible. The thought of mercenaries demanding inflated fees at such a time was disheartening. With this in mind, Sean proceeded toward the guest room. As he approached, he overheard two voices engaged in conversation. One was unmistakably Butler Pound's, the other belonged to an unfamiliar man. Absolutely not. It must be at least 500 silver coins. Or I will not take this job, the stranger insisted firmly. That price is far too steep. It has always been 250 silver coins. Butler Pound countered, his tone serious. There's nothing I can do. The mercenary market has surged in price. Additionally, your caravan encountered bandits shortly after leaving the royal capital, which raises the risk of taking your assignment. Upon entering the parlor, Sean beheld a robust man, at least 6 feet tall, with a battle axe slung across his back. Adamantly shaking his head, he was clearly leveraging the caravan's need for personnel to impose exorbitant fees. He was the mercenary leader, Palma. The bandit leader has been slain by my master, and that group has surely disbanded. They will not return. The elder explained patiently. That may be, but this is my final offer. I cannot lower it any further if you do not agree. I will have to decline the job. Palma shook his head resolutely. Moreover, your claim that your master killed the bandit leader lacks credibility. To have ravaged your caravan to such an extent, those bandits must possess considerable strength. It is hard to believe that your master could have defeated their leader. My master is a student at the Aoni Knight Academy. His strength is undeniably formidable. Butler Pound interjected, his brow furrowing. I am well aware of the Oni Knight Academy. Although it is the finest institution in the kingdom of Carlo, I absolutely refuse to believe that a mere child, still reeking of youth, could defeat a seasoned adult who has practiced the art of knighthood for many years. Unless I am permitted to see your young master and witness whether he can withstand a single blow from my axe, scoffed Palma with disdain. Withstand a blow from your axe? Are you so confident in the weapon you bear upon your back? Sean retorted, his expression cold as he approached, eyeing Palma's axe. He was indifferent to others' scorn, but he could not ignore that the other party was clearly trying to leverage his derision to inflate prices for the merchant caravan. Upon hearing Sean's words, Palma turned his head, noticing a boy of around 15 years old, and frowned at the old butler, expressing his dissatisfaction. Where did this child come from? Is this how your merchant caravan operates? Allowing a mere child to intrude during negotiations? That is our young master. Pound, the butler, felt a surge of anger at Palma's efforts to belittle Sean. Upon hearing the inquiry, he frowned and replied, if he is not qualified to enter, then who is? It appears you are sincerely unwilling to hire our mercenary team. Palma seethed, irritated by the abrupt change in Pound's demeanor, which had shifted from amiable to brusque. Upon hearing this, Pound was put in a difficult position. This mercenary leader was the fourth he had received that day. The other teams had also failed to negotiate their commissions, and Pound's earlier firmness was entirely due to his annoyance at the disrespect shown to Sean at that moment. Sean walked over to a nearby chair and sat down. Looking at Palma, just now, you claimed I could not withstand a blow from your axe. Indeed, I said that. What of it? Palma scoffed, assessing Sean's youthful appearance with disdain. Let us see how it goes. Sean smirked coldly. If you wish to test it, I do not mind accommodating you. However, should you end up with a missing limb, do not blame me. Palma's expression darkened as he regarded Sean with hostility. Chapter 24. The bet. Young Master Sean. No. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to the master? Pound exclaimed in alarm upon realizing that Sean intended to confront the burly mercenary leader, despite Sean being a student of the Neo Knight Academy and having a record of eliminating a bandit leader. He was still far too young. The mercenary leader before him was undoubtedly a graduate of a Knight Academy, likely not the Neo Knight Academy, the best in the kingdom of Carlo, but he had trained for over a decade longer than Sean. Enough to mitigate any advantage the Academy might provide. Fear not, Pound. Rest assured, even if I am not his match, self-preservation is well within my capabilities, Sean reassured the butler with a confident gaze. Young master, are we truly going to engage here? Palma, sensing Sean's overconfidence, stood up, drawing his battle axe and looking at Sean with a smirk, standing over 2 meters tall, coupled with the sharp, gleaming edge of his heavy axe. He exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, likely causing anyone in his presence to hesitate before striking. "Wait," Sean interjected. "What afraid now?" Palma's contempt for Sean deepened upon his sudden halt. Afraid, realizing Palma misconstrued his pause as fear, Sean shook his head. Although Palma was imposing, his strength was unlikely to surpass that of the bandit leader. Otherwise, he would not merely be the chief of a small mercenary band. Such a level of power did not intimidate Sean. He met Palma's gaze and stated, "You believe I cannot withstand your axe, while I am convinced I can. Since we are wagering, there must be a stake involved. Would you not agree?" "That is true. A wager requires a stake," Palma acknowledged, nodding in agreement, clearly intrigued by Sean's proposition. "Very well. What stake do you propose?" Sean had been waiting for this question and promptly responded, "Let us use the commission as the stake, given that you were just negotiating its amount. If I lose, the commission will be set according to your terms. Should I emerge victorious, I will not demand your services for free. Rather, we will calculate it based on the current market price in the royal capital." "How does that sound?" "Agreed. But do you have the authority to make such a decision?" Palma nodded but cast a glance at the butler, his meaning clear. He clearly did not believe Sean had the authority. "Young Master Sean is the next head of the Campbell family. His words reflect the intent of our merchant caravan." Pound interjected, sensing Palma's gaze. Though he did not hold much faith in Sean's ability to withstand the mercenary leader, he would not allow Sean to lose face at such a moment, even if this resulted in a financial loss. He would find a way to recover it in future dealings. "Then there is no issue." Palma grinned, relishing the prospect of doubling his earnings with a single axe strike. The idea that Sean could withstand his blow was laughable, having practiced the art of knighthood for over a decade. If he could not best a mere boy who had yet to graduate, he might as well find a block of tofu to slam into. Ultimately, instead of clashing in the parlor, the two moved to an open area in the back of the inn. There, Palma and Sean faced each other, one tall and robust, while the other, though not short for his age, was dwarfed by the mercenary leader. Nearby, more than 20 onlookers gathered, including both guards from the Campbell caravan and members of the mercenary team. "Brother Locke, what is going on? Did you not come to negotiate prices? Why are you about to come to blows?" Among the mercenary team, most were adult men, yet one girl dressed in white leather armor, strikingly beautiful and of a similar age to Sean, inquired with curiosity. Her name was Leah Liu, Palma's younger sister, and she gazed at the confrontation with intrigue. "I am not entirely sure. It appears that they are wagering. If that boy can withstand a blow from my brother, the commission will be halved. If not, it will revert to the originally quoted amount," Locke explained, his own tall stature slightly less imposing than Palma's. "Oh, is that so? This boy looks to be about my age. How can he possibly withstand my brother's axe?" "He won't be harmed, will he?" Leah asked, her interest piqued, but worry for Sean creeping in. She was well aware of her brother's formidable strength. How could someone as young as Sean withstand it? "He should be fine. After all, it is on someone else's turf, and that boy seems to be the young master of this caravan. It would be troublesome to injure him, so I expect he will hold back," Locke replied, shaking his head slightly. "However, I do believe that the young lad will certainly find himself at a disadvantage. Oh, by the way, I heard that boy is a student of the Neo Knight Academy." "A student of the Neo Knight Academy?" Leah's eyes glimmered with envy at this revelation. She too was a student of a Knight Academy, though not of the Neo Knight Academy, but rather of another institution in the royal capital, the Xeon Knight Academy. She had longed to attend the Neo Knight Academy. Yet its exorbitant fees were beyond what her brother could afford. It was no easy feat for the Campbell family to pay for Sean's tuition, which reached a staggering 1,000 gold coins each year. Nearly half of the family's entire financial income. Sean's father, the family patriarch, had deliberated for a long time before ultimately deciding to enroll Sean in that prestigious academy. Of course, the steep tuition came with unparalleled advantages. The top-tier knight swordsmanship taught by a formidable faculty comprised solely of official knights, along with occasional guidance from powerful figures in the kingdom, were benefits that most other knight academies could not offer. Knightly axes. Upon seeing the axe slung over the mercenary leader's back, Sean surmised that he had indeed trained in the art of axe fighting. The term knightly arts encompasses the various methods knights employ to hone their bodies and combat skills, including knightly swordsmanship, knife techniques, axe techniques, spear techniques, and more. Generally speaking, swordsmanship is the most prevalent form, and the Neo-Knight Academy's knightly art, the Silver Frost Knight swordsmanship, is considered among the best in the Kingdom of Carlo. Young master, are you prepared? Palma hoisted his axe onto his shoulder, smirking as he regarded Sean. I am ready, Sean replied, fully aware of the mercenary leader's disdain. However, he remained unfazed, calmly drawing his knight's sword and holding it across his chest. The guards of the Campbell caravan watched intently, their expressions grave, as they fixed their gaze on the two adversaries. Do you think young Master Sean can withstand that man's strike? One young man, no more than 20, voiced his concern. Even that notorious bandit leader is no match for young Master Sean, let alone this mercenary chief. Tor, the captain of the merchant guard, grumbled as he patted the opponent's head in discontent. In truth, he himself harbored considerable worry, yet in such a moment, it was crucial to maintain an imposing demeanor, otherwise it would only serve to amuse the mercenaries nearby. Indeed, do not be deceived by that fellow's towering stature. A knight's prowess is not determined by height. Absolutely. Perhaps this man is nothing more than a decorative pillow, several guards chimed in. Humph, despicable. Upon hearing the Campbell merchant guard belittle her brother, Leah furrowed her brow, eager to retort, but was promptly restrained. Pay them no mind. Their very words betray their insecurity, Locke interjected, shaking his head. Indeed, Leah replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over her, abandoning any intent to quarrel with the guards. Her gaze instead fixed on Sean, who stood defiantly against her brother. She felt a twinge of curiosity towards this youth, particularly as he hailed from that legendary academy. Her intrigue heightened regarding the swordplay taught at that institution, having heard her instructors laud the techniques of the Knight Academy of Niao on numerous occasions. She was eager to discern what made their swordsmanship so exceptional. Chapter 25. How much power? Taking a deep breath, Palma propelled himself off the ground, resembling a human tank as he charged towards Sean. Simultaneously, the battle axe in his hand descended like a crescent moon from the heavens, swiftly cleaving downwards in the sixth technique of his axe mastery, axe crescent. Whoosh! Observing Palma, who bore down on him with the battle axe, Sean slightly bent his legs, and with a powerful thrust, raced towards Palma. In the midst of his run, a flash of silver light erupted, akin to a fleeting white steed, cascading forth, his sword. The swordplay, second technique, Silver River's first snow. Clang! The battle axe and knight's sword collided, producing a resounding metallic clash that reverberated throughout the inn's courtyard. The sound so loud it could be distinctly heard outside. Witnessing this, the onlookers collectively held their breath, their eyes glued to the two combatants, anxiously awaiting the outcome of their skirmish. Yet, the two, one wielding a battle axe and the other a sword, found themselves in an uncanny stalemate. 1 second, 2 seconds. As the third second elapsed, Leah, the mercenary, could no longer contain her astonishment. How is this possible? That fellow actually blocked my brother's axe head-on. She could scarcely believe that her typically formidable brother's axe was thwarted by someone of similar age. See, I told you young Master Sean was superior. It is indeed so. Ball, when did you claim young Master Sean was superior? I only recall you being utterly worried and silent before. I mentioned it in my mind, he sheepishly admitted, scratching his head. Hearing Leah's exclamation, the surrounding individuals reacted. The guards of the Campbell merchant group were elated, while a cluster of mercenaries wore expressions of disbelief. They had long witnessed their leader's might, capable of dispatching any one of them with hardly a second strike. A single individual of their caliber could easily take on 10 or 20. Yet, to their astonishment, this formidable leader's axe strike had been blocked by a mere youth still in Knight Academy, leaving them questioning their own eyesight. What on earth is happening? Leah turned to Locke beside her. Locke frowned, pondering, then replied uncertainly. Perhaps the leader was cautious of injuring him and therefore did not unleash his full power? Many mercenaries readily accepted this rationale, nodding in agreement. Yes, that must be it. The leader was afraid of hurting him, hence did not exert his full strength. Exactly. I was wondering how the leader could struggle against a mere boy. It turns out he was holding back. I estimate the leader only summoned about 30% of his usual strength. Otherwise, that youth could not have withstood his strike. Hearing the mercenaries, Palma's face involuntarily flushed, though thankfully his dark complexion concealed it. He had indeed refrained from expending his full strength out of fear of injuring the youth. Yet to assert he had used less than 30% was an exaggeration. After all, This individual hailed from the finest academy in the kingdom, and he had exercised a necessary caution. Thus, he had utilized 80% of his power. Initially, he believed this would suffice to subdue the youth, yet he was taken aback by the youth's extraordinary prowess, akin to a freak, capable of countering his 80% effort, leading him to doubt whether this individual was truly a student of the Knight Academy, or if all graduates from Miao were simply that formidable. Clearly, you have not exerted your full strength. Would you care for a rematch? Sean inquired. His gaze fixed on Palma. It was not out of a desire to be a good Samaritan, but because these individuals might become the merchant group's hired hands, if he could not earn their complete trust. The merchant group would suffer during their escort. Thus, he needed to ensure their unwavering loyalty to prevent any lack of effort during the journey back to Ace City. No need, Palma shook his head. While he could enhance his strength marginally, it would not be significant enough to thoroughly overwhelm Sean, so he chose to decline the suggestion. Chief, isn't this being too lenient on them? Right, Chief, since the other party suggested a rematch. Why not take them up on it? The mercenaries clamored upon hearing Palma's words. This was a matter of money, an opportunity to earn double the pay, and their leader was simply letting it slip away, which left them feeling quite dissatisfied. Enough of this. I have made my decision. Palma interrupted the uproar. Although the mercenaries felt a twinge of discontent, they obediently fell silent. Palma's authority was deeply ingrained in them. I concede. And I will fulfill my prior promise, he stated, turning his gaze toward Sean. Thank you. Sean nodded, having undoubtedly achieved the desired outcome. After discussing the departure time with the merchant group for the following day, the mercenaries departed the inn, returning to their lodgings. The atmosphere was somewhat somber. They had lost the chance to earn double pay due to their leader's words, and many felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. As most mercenaries were individuals in dire need of funds, observing the expressions of the other mercenaries, Locke hesitated for a long moment before finally speaking up. Chief, why not agree to a rematch? Yes. Why doesn't my brother wish to contest again? Leah inquired, her brows knitted, pouting slightly. Her motivations were not purely monetary. Rather, she felt aggrieved by the Campbell merchant guard's disparaging remarks about Palma, casting a glance at Locke and Leah. Then surveying the mercenary group behind him, Palma sighed and replied, Do you think I do not wish to earn that extra pay? What do you mean? The moment those words escaped his lips, Locke, Leah, and the surrounding mercenaries were momentarily taken aback, then stared at Palma with puzzled expressions. How much strength do you believe I exerted just now? Faced with their bewildered gazes, Palma countered with a question. At most, 50% of your strength, right? Locke ventured a conservative estimate, while some mercenaries claimed it was less than 30%, which seemed a tad exaggerated, so he presented what he considered a conservative figure. 50%? Upon hearing Locke's response and witnessing the agreement among the other mercenaries, Palma let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. I exerted 80% of my strength. What? How is that possible? The leader could not even overcome that youth with 80% of his strength. The mercenaries erupted in disbelief, their expressions incredulous. The notion that a mere boy could withstand their leader's 80% effort was simply unfathomable. Now you understand why I declined the rematch. Palma sighed in resignation. That youth was able to contend with my 80%. If I were to exert 100%, I would surely not prevail, and I suspect that the youth's strength may exceed even that. In the moments that followed, the mercenaries fell into another silence, though this time it was filled with astonishment rather than discontent. Leah could not help but exclaim in wonder. The students of the Niao Knight Academy were astonishingly formidable. She finally grasped why graduates from that academy were so fiercely sought after by various factions. Merely a current student was already capable of contending with her brother, who had graduated years prior. What then of the graduates? As Sean departed the academy en route to the inn where the merchant group was located, Benson, under Wallace's orders, reluctantly approached Sean's dormitory. He lingered before the door for quite some time, wavering in indecision. Should Sean accept Wallace's overtures, it was unequivocal that Sean, who possessed greater strength, would undoubtedly be favored by Wallace. While he would be relegated to the sidelines, he was truly reluctant to see Sean join Wallace's ranks, yet he found himself compelled to obey Wallace's orders. Otherwise, he would have been unceremoniously cast aside long before this moment. After all, having finally secured such a powerful ally, he could not bear the thought of losing it so easily. Ultimately, he clenched his teeth, silently vowing to one day exact revenge for this humiliation. And then he knocked on Sean's door. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 3 full minutes passed without any sign of the door opening, and he could not help but glance at the lock, a surge of frustration bubbling within him. He had been lingering outside a vacant room for a whole half hour. Chapter 26. Medicinal bath. The following morning, Sean and the other students from Class 6 did not appear on the training grounds. Instead, they gathered at the Academy's bathhouse. Each student, whether male or female, bore an expression of excitement, and those passing by could not help but display envy at the sight of this group heading to the baths. Compared to other night academies, Neo Night Academy boasted 4 significant benefits. The first benefit was the Silver Frost Knight swordsmanship, a supreme knightly technique believed to have been passed down from the first principle. Ranking among the most formidable sword arts even within the Kingdom of Carlo. Despite some noble families possessing their own knightly techniques, they still sought admission to this academy to learn this powerful swordsmanship. The second benefit consisted of an impressive faculty composed entirely of formal knights. Each knight was an extraordinarily powerful and fearsome entity, possessing the capability to influence the outcome of battles involving thousands. To demonstrate their appreciation, the kingdom would grant baron titles to formal knights even in the absence of military accomplishments, highlighting their significance. The fact that such esteemed and powerful knights served as instructors for the students, a privilege not even afforded to most noble science, further underscored Neo Night Academy's immense investment in student guidance. The third benefit involved the invitation of kingdom-level powerhouses to guide the students. Anyone deemed a kingdom powerhouse was at least a formidable knight, possessing profound insights into the knightly path. Even a casual word of advice from such individuals could yield immense benefits for the students. The fourth and final benefit, highly coveted by all students, was the monthly medicinal bath. Unlike the previous 3 benefits, which, while prestigious, did not offer rapid improvements in strength, the medicinal bath was different. Neo Night Academy infused the bathwater with numerous precious herbs, each of which significantly enhanced physical fitness. Consequently, many students would experience noticeable increases in their strength after each bath, a tangible growth that no student could resist. After cleansing himself and wrapping a towel around his body, Sean stood at the edge of the bath with his fellow male classmates, all of whom gazed eagerly at the pool before them. The water was a vibrant green, not particularly large, only about several dozen square meters. But this modest pool was renowned for its ability to swiftly enhance physical attributes. At that moment, the shimmering green water appeared more precious than gold to the student's eye. In truth, the academy had undoubtedly invested a considerable sum to procure this pool of water, with certain rare herbs requiring special channels to obtain, accessible only to those connected to the royal family. Ordinary individuals, no matter how much they spent, would find it nearly impossible to acquire these ingredients, as these channels remained firmly in the hands of the royalty and major noble families. I'm actually a bit excited, Sean thought, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Although the medicinal bath occurred monthly, the timing was not fixed. The preparation of precious herbs was a time-consuming endeavor. Occasionally, delays due to the unavailability of certain herbs were commonplace. Thus, despite having been in this world for over a month, this was Sean's first encounter with the fabled medicinal bath. With splashes echoing, the male students hurriedly entered the bath, and Sean followed suit. As he stepped into the pool, he immediately sensed a distinct difference between this green water and ordinary bath water. The most immediate sensation was that the water felt alive. Indeed, it was alive. Upon entering, he felt something burrowing into his body. His expression changed instantly, and he contemplated leaving the bath, for the memories of the original owner of this body did not recall any such experience during the medicinal baths. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained himself. The sensation of something entering his body was oddly familiar, reminiscent of the feeling he experienced whenever he practiced knightly swordsmanship, albeit now magnified many times over. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Sean glanced at the others and noticed that they seemed unaffected, prompting him to wonder if this peculiar sensation of something drilling into his body was a unique experience to him alone. This sensation had arisen after he had copied the advanced night talent of the Scarlet Lady, Sera, stemming from his body's rapid absorption of natural particles, so intense that it became perceptible to him. The fact that he was experiencing this feeling during the medicinal bath, while others were not, suggested that his rate of absorption of the medicinal components was exponentially greater than theirs. Could this be due to the advanced night talent? Sean mused, unable to suppress his thoughts on the matter. If there was a distinction between him and the others, it was undoubtedly the advanced night talent, which granted him an unparalleled capacity to absorb natural particles during his practice of knightly swordsmanship, leading to an acceleration in his strength. Now, it seemed that this talent also enhanced his ability to absorb the precious herbal components rich in natural particles present in the bath to an extraordinary degree. 3 hours later, the students exited the bath. "So, how much has your strength increased?" inquired a student familiar with Sakri, nudging him. Upon hearing the question, Sakri frowned. "Less than usual." Typically, after each medicinal bath, he would experience a significant boost in strength. But this time, for reasons unknown, his growth had been minimal, leaving him perplexed and unable to identify the cause. "What, you two?" The student was taken aback by Sakri's response, and nearby students chimed in with their own astonishment. "What? Sakri too? I thought I was the only one. Turns out you're in the same boat." "Ah, you all are." In an instant, nearly all the students could not help but exclaim in surprise, seeing the reactions of his peers. Sakri's eyes widened in disbelief. So many are experiencing this. Could it be that the medicinal materials for this bath were substandard? However, he dared not voice this suspicion aloud, as anyone capable of tampering with the Academy's medicinal materials would undoubtedly hold considerable influence within the institution. He understood well the dangers of speaking carelessly. The other students were not naive either. After some initial grumbling, they gradually grasped the underlying issue and fell silent, resigning themselves to their misfortune. Sean, having deduced the cause of the Class 6 students' complaints, realized that it stemmed from his excessive absorption of the effective components in the herbs, resulting in a diminished quantity available for the others. "I knew it. That's why the increase felt less significant this time, that everyone's in the same situation. How infuriating. By the way, what about you?" Beside him, hearing the others' complaints, Moore couldn't help but murmur his own grievances. I think I'm all right," Sean replied ambiguously, unsure of how to respond. Given that everyone else had experienced a diminished increase, it would be suspicious for him to claim otherwise. With a sense of discontent lingering in their hearts, the students of Class 6 left the bathhouse. And Sean followed them. He intended to head to the grove after leaving the bath to test exactly how much his strength had improved. Today's enhancement felt significant, but he needed to conduct a proper test to ascertain the specifics. However, just as he was about to exit the bathhouse and make his way to the grove, someone blocked his path. "Benson, what do you want?" Sean's expression turned cold as he regarded the person obstructing his way, a flicker of confusion rising within him. Logically, after yesterday's encounter with Sakri, he would have expected Benson to refrain from provoking him again. The way Benson had recoiled when he had confronted him yesterday indicated that he should have been wary of Sean. Yet today, he appeared almost transformed, daring to confront him once more. The other students from Class 6 turned their curious gazes toward the scene, remembering well Benson's fearful demeanor before Sean the previous day. Today, however, he had the audacity to obstruct Sean's path, igniting their curiosity about what had emboldened him. Chapter 27. Recruitment. Young Master Wallace wishes to see you. Despite Sean's cold demeanor, a flicker of trepidation coursed through Benson. The memory of Sean's formidable prowess displayed during his battle with Sakri lingered in his mind. However, upon realizing that he was currently serving Wallace, a sense of composure washed over him. Representing Wallace meant upholding his dignity. If Sean dared to lay a hand on him at this moment, it would surely provoke the ire of Wallace. He could not fathom that Sean would have the audacity to offend Wallace. Upon hearing Benson's words, the surrounding students from Class 6, aside from Sakri, who was already aware, displayed expressions of astonishment and envy. Who was Wallace? He was a direct descendant of the Count of Lundberg, one of the most influential students even within the esteemed Neo-Knight Academy. While the ordinary students of the Academy could expect commendable treatment upon graduation, it paled in comparison to the prospects of forging a connection with Wallace, a noble heir. Such a relationship could potentially lead to immediate employment within the Lund family, with benefits that would undoubtedly surpass those of their peers. There was even a possibility, should one gain favor, of acquiring a title of nobility, for not everyone could ascend to the rank of a formal knight, not even the students of the Neo-Knight Academy. Many spent their lives training only to remain as apprentice knights. Admittedly, this path would entail the loss of personal freedom, yet they viewed it as a fair trade. What was freedom compared to a life of luxury? Hence, numerous students at the Academy were eager to cultivate relationships with the noble heirs, particularly those of the Count. However, there were only a few Count's descendants within the entire Neo-Knight Academy, and given their status, one could only imagine the caliber of subordinates they desired. they would hardly deign to notice those of mediocre talent. Consequently, the students who garnered the attention of the Count's heirs were met with both envy and jealousy. Previously, Benson had been favored by Wallace and became his attendant, which had evoked considerable envy among the others, who believed he had merely stumbled upon luck, especially given that his abilities were rather unremarkable. Yet, they had not anticipated that such an opportunity would soon present itself again, albeit not for them, but for the previously inconspicuous Sean, who had suddenly emerged in prominence. Wow, Sean has really struck gold this time. I wish I could have such fortune. Almost all the students of Class 6 looked at Sean with a tinge of jealousy, except for one, who regarded Sean with a gaze filled with concern. This was more. While others might have reveled in the opportunity, Sean was likely to react differently. Moore knew him well enough to predict that he might refuse. Sure enough, just as he feared, Sean's brow began to furrow as he turned to Benson and inquired, "What does he want with me?" "It's certainly something good." Seeing the expression on Sean's face, Benson chuckled softly. He could hardly believe that Sean would be indifferent to Wallace's invitation. The only thing that irked him was that he had gone to great lengths, expending considerable resources to catch Wallace's eye, whereas Sean had done nothing and yet was already being courted by Wallace. Something good. Sean raised an eyebrow. He was no fool and easily deduced the reason for Wallace's interest. He had likely recognized Sean's potential and wished to recruit him into his faction. For someone else, this might have been a cause for jubilation, as it was the norm in this world, but for Sean, who hailed from another realm, he felt no inclination towards such solicitations, particularly upon realizing that those who were recruited were essentially akin to house servants. Stripped of dignity in the presence of their benefactor, he found the notion repugnant. Now, the very idea that Wallace sought to recruit him posed a dilemma. Deep down, he had no desire to become a mere lackey, a notion he found utterly unacceptable. Yet, to refuse would undoubtedly earn Wallace's wrath. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to decline, saying, "I apologize, but I have other matters to attend to. Please inform Lord Wallace that I shall visit another time." What? Impossible. He actually refused Wallace's invitation. This guy just turned down Wallace's offer. The moment Sean uttered those words, the faces of his classmates were alight with disbelief, astonishment evident in their expressions, although Sean had delicately sidestepped Wallace's summons by implying he was preoccupied. Anyone with discernment could discern that he was, in effect, rejecting Wallace's overtures. The students of Class 6 regarded Sean as if he were a fool, wishing they could take his place and accept the noble's offer themselves. Meanwhile, some students who had intended to approach Sean, encouraged by his recent surge in strength, felt a sense of relief for not having acted sooner. They could already imagine Wallace's fury upon hearing this news. And Sean would undoubtedly face his retaliation. You actually rejected him?" Even Benson, the one who had extended the invitation, gazed at Sean in shock. Internally, he had hoped Sean would turn down the invitation, as their relationship was fraught with animosity. He certainly did not want to see Sean rise above him. Yet, who in their right mind would decline such an opportunity? He had prepared himself for the eventuality of being alongside Sean as Wallace's subordinate, only to be blindsided by Sean's outright refusal. "Are you certain you wish to decline?" At that moment, Benson nearly erupted with laughter. If Wallace had previously shown little interest in dealing with Sean, he was certain that would change dramatically. One could refuse a noble and emerge unscathed, at least. That was his belief. "While I regret to say this, I truly have matters to attend to," Sean replied calmly, fully aware of the repercussions that would follow his decision. However, he could not bring himself to serve as a lackey to a noble heir. Moreover, he was not entirely cornered. While Wallace hailed from the esteemed Lund family, he did not wield absolute power within the Neo-Knight Academy, which was backed by the royal family, the most formidable clan in the Kingdom of Carlo. Thus, during his time at the Academy, Wallace could only exert a limited degree of pressure on him. Acts of extreme malice, such as assassination, were unlikely, as the Academy maintained a strict policy against such behavior. "Very well. I shall convey your message to Lord Wallace," Benson responded with a laugh. Turning to depart, the pall of anxiety that had lingered since yesterday dissipating, he had not anticipated that Sean would refuse Wallace's invitation. Had he known, he would have spared himself the worry. After all, if Sean had also become one of Wallace's subordinates, his own standing would have been jeopardized. With Benson's departure, the surrounding students cast one last astonished glance at Sean before retreating, as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. At that moment, no one dared to associate with him, lest they be implicated. In their eyes, Sean had become a veritable source of contagion. As the crowd dispersed, only one person remained. Moore. Sigh. You shouldn't have turned him down. Moore sighed. For no one understood better than him the influence wielded by a Count's family, even within the confines of the Neo-Knight Academy, which was typically insulated from noble power. You should know that I could never stoop to being someone's lackey. Sean was both surprised and touched by Moore's decision to stay at such a time. Associating with him was a risky endeavor, likely to draw the attention of Wallace upon Moore as well. Yet, Moore remained resolute, a gesture of friendship that weighed heavily on Sean's heart. Be cautious. Wallace is known for his vengeful nature. I discovered that Sakri's sudden provocation was likely orchestrated by Wallace. Now that you've openly rejected him, you can expect trouble ahead. Indeed. Sean nodded solemnly. Having already anticipated the consequences of his refusal, he parted ways with Moore. He made his way to the familiar grove, prepared to continue his previous endeavor, testing his own strength. Though he felt a slight heaviness regarding his transgression against Wallace, despair had yet to set in. For an ordinary student, facing the colossal entity of the Lund family would likely result in utter annihilation, but Sean was different. He possessed his own trump cards, not to mention, with his advanced knightly talent. If utilized wisely, it was more than sufficient to turn the tide in his favor. The repercussions from Wallace would primarily come after his graduation from the Neo-Knight Academy, at which point, deprived of the Academy's protection, Sean would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the wrath of the Lund family. However, possessing advanced knightly talent changed the equation. He was confident he could attain the rank of a formal knight, or even higher, before graduation. After all, the Scarlet Lady, Sera, had achieved formal knight status and graduated early. By that logic, possessing the same talent as Sera should enable him to do the same at such a juncture. He would be conferred a baronial title by the kingdom, and even if the Lund family sought to retaliate, they would be hesitant to act overtly, for the distinction between a titled noble and a commoner was indeed profound. Chapter 28. The next talent, the grove, approaching midday, did not exude heat. Rather, it was refreshingly cool due to the lush foliage, with only the occasional dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves, indicating the sun's zenith. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the grove, a dark figure darted in a zigzag pattern, moving with remarkable speed, akin to a living bolt of black lightning. Snap! At last, the black figure transitioned swiftly from motion to stillness, revealing its true form, a golden-haired youth. Approximately 15 years of age, clad in black knightly attire. This individual was none other than Sean. Moments ago, he had been testing the limits of his speed. Although this small grove lacked the comprehensive speed measurement tools found in the assessment hall, it was sufficient for Sean to gauge his velocity with a fair degree of accuracy. His current sensation was one of remarkable swiftness. Indeed, it felt as if he had shed much of the gravitational pull that typically anchored him, leaving his entire body feeling weightless, as if he could soar with a mere stamp of his foot. Of course, Sean recognized this as an illusion. He was still far from being even a novice knight, let alone possessing the ability to fly, a feat that even seasoned knights lacked. Whether greater strength might one day grant someone the power of flight remained uncertain to Sean, but he was acutely aware that he himself could not achieve such a feat. This sensation arose purely from a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities, which he had yet to fully acclimatize to, resulting in the illusion of lightness. Once he truly adapted to this sudden surge in physical prowess, this feeling would dissipate, though his speed would not diminish. On the contrary, it would become more agile through perfect mastery of his newfound velocity. The rest is strength. With this thought, Sean turned his gaze to the side, where 3 heavy stones, each weighing 1,000 pounds, lay. These stones had been present in this location prior to Sean's arrival, and upon discovering them, he had adopted them as tools for testing his strength. The lightest of the 3 weighed just over 1,000 pounds. Sean was certain of this, as he had managed to lift it the day before the mid-year assessments, during which he had achieved a score of 52 latents, equating to approximately 1040 pounds. The middle stone was estimated to weigh around 1,300 pounds, a rough calculation based on the volume of the smallest stone, while the density differences rendered this estimate imprecise. He deemed it adequate for his needs. Just days ago, he had barely managed to lift this stone, making its weight comparable to his pre-bath condition. The heaviest stone, however, remained beyond his capacity to lift. Judging from its size, Sean estimated it to weigh at least 1,500 pounds, a weight that, within his class, could likely only be lifted by Sax, although he had managed to fend off Sax's attack yesterday. In terms of physical prowess, he still fell slightly short compared to Sax. Even with swordsmanship that surpassed Sax's modest abilities, he had found it a considerable challenge to hold his ground. With a little more time, he likely would have been defeated. Without hesitation, Sean approached the massive stone, his fingers curling like iron claws as he grasped its lower section. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he heaved it upward. A resounding thud echoed as the stone broke free from the earth, and Sean gradually lifted the stone, which weighed at least 1,500 pounds, until it came to rest firmly against his chest. The stone was so large that its height exceeded that of his head. Moments later, he released it, and the heavy stone fell with a thunderous crash, startling a few brightly feathered birds resting in the shade of the trees, who fled in panic at the sound. Observing the outcome, Sean felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The effects of the medicinal bath were astonishing. His strength had increased by over 200 pounds, a growth rate comparable to that of consuming silver deer blood. Most importantly, it cost him nothing and was available monthly. Sean had already begun to look forward to the next month's bath. Although he felt somewhat apologetic towards the other students in Class 6, he had no intention of wasting such an opportunity to enhance his abilities, which likely meant trouble for them in the forthcoming month. With a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, Sean reflected on his interactions with his classmates. Apart from Mower, he had little to no communication with the others. Previously, his low strength had rendered him unworthy in their eyes. And now, having offended Wallace, the noble scion, they would likely avoid him even more. Thus, he felt no guilt in taking advantage of the situation. The only individual he truly felt remorse for was Mower. He resolved to compensate Mower in other ways, such as offering guidance in swordsmanship. This thought led him to another matter. His talent for duplicating abilities had once again been restored, meaning he could replicate others' talents anew. Sean had already decided on the talent he wished to pursue. For a knight, the most crucial aspects were knightly qualifications and the ability to wield weapons. Having practiced swordsmanship, his focus naturally fell on sword talent. A knight's talent determined the extent of their journey, while sword talent dictated how effectively they could wield their power in battle, making both equally vital. Concerning knightly talent, he had already secured a high-level knight talent, which was quite commendable. However, his sword talent remained at the initial level he had possessed prior. While this placed him at the average level of most students at the academy, it paled in comparison to his advanced knight talent, prompting him to set his sights on duplicating a superior sword talent. Originally, the sword talent bestowed by the Scarlet Lady was commendable, though it did not reach an advanced level. Nevertheless, it was a rare intermediate talent, akin to that of an ordinary sword prodigy. Regrettably, he had just finished duplicating his advanced knight talent when the duplication ability temporarily ceased, preventing him from seizing the opportunity to replicate the intermediate sword talent. Whom should I seek? Sean pondered. Momentarily taken aback, he was uncertain about other grades, but within his own, there were no outstanding sword talents. Even the top student, Titus, was known for his rapid strength improvement, but his swordsmanship was not markedly superior to others, even if slightly better. It likely remained within the realm of beginner talent. To waste a valuable opportunity to duplicate such a talent would clearly be unwise. It seems I must look to other grades. With this realization, a wry smile crept onto Sean's face. Previously, he had been so engrossed in his training that he had paid little attention to the strengths of swordsmanship among students in other grades. Although he was no longer the training fanatic he once was, he had completely overlooked this aspect. I can only ask Mower when I see him tomorrow. Shaking his head, Sean made his way toward the dining hall. Realizing that he would have to wait until tomorrow to consult Mower before determining his target for talent duplication. Inside Wallace's villa, did he refuse? Wallace glanced at Benson, toying with two golden spheres the size of eggs, his eyes reflecting a hint of coldness. Indeed, Master Wallace, that fellow Sean is utterly ungrateful. To have the opportunity to work under you is a rare blessing, and yet he dares to decline, Benson replied. A facade of indignation masking his inner delight. He was certain that, given Wallace's temperament, he would not let Sean's refusal go unpunished. As expected, Wallace remarked. Ungrateful he may be, but since he dares. Just then, an elderly man entered the room. Dressed in an exquisitely tailored black servant's uniform, the old man walked with steady, powerful steps, showing no signs of frailty. Upon entering, he respectfully addressed Wallace, Master Wallace. Chapter 29. The greatest swordsmanship prodigy. Ah, what brings you here? Wallace inquired, a flicker of surprise crossing his face upon recognizing the visitor. None other than Lind Bell, the steward of the Rund family, the venerable servant who had served the Rund family for over 50 years. He was highly esteemed by the family head, occupying a position just below the direct descendants. The reason for his remarkable vitality at such an advanced age was easily explained. He was a knight, not a novice knight, but a fully fledged knight, and a formidable one at that. Master Wallace, the family head has sent me to inform you to return home at your earliest convenience. The old man continued respectfully. Return home. Upon hearing this, Wallace raised an eyebrow. Is it urgent? Indeed, the family head requests that you return today, the steward replied. The following day, Moore brought Sean an unexpected piece of news. Wallace had left the academy in haste the previous afternoon. Sean felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he had prepared himself for a confrontation with Wallace's retribution, avoiding an early clash was undoubtedly for the best, with his advanced knight talent. What Sean needed most was time. Given sufficient time, he would mature fully. Although he was uncertain of the reasons behind Wallace's departure, there was no doubt that it afforded him more time. As for the eagerly anticipated swordsmanship prodigy, he too received an answer. Though it was somewhat unexpected, the most formidable swordsmanship talent was not found within the Neo Knight Academy, according to Moore, another Knight Academy in the royal capital. The Purple Cloud Knight Academy had produced an exceptionally talented swordsman whose skill was said to rival that of the instructors. Upon hearing the news, Sean was nearly overwhelmed with exhilaration. Undoubtedly, the swordsmanship talent of that genius from Ziyun Knight Academy was extraordinarily formidable, likely possessing advanced swordsmanship abilities that if he could replicate the other's advanced swordsmanship talent, combined with the advanced knightly talents he already possessed, it would truly be remarkable, achieving greatness beyond even Lady Scarlet. Sera would not be out of the realm of possibility, especially considering that Lady Scarlet's swordsmanship talent was merely at an intermediate level. But how can I possibly have an opportunity to interact with that individual? Sean pondered, feeling a pang of frustration. If the other were a student from Neo Knight Academy, he might have had a chance for a serendipitous encounter, stealthily acquiring swordsmanship talent from them. However, since the individual belonged to Ziyun Knight Academy, he could hardly just waltz into their academy for a chance meeting. Could he? Days later, the two young men arrived at Ziyun Knight Academy. They were Sean and Moore. Upon learning that Sean wished to exchange swordsmanship with the swordsmanship prodigy from Ziyun Knight Academy, Moore immediately patted his chest and assured him that everything would be taken care of. He found Sean's desire to engage with such a swordsmanship talent entirely understandable. His own swordsmanship had improved significantly, thanks to frequent sparring sessions with Sean. Undoubtedly, the exchange of sword techniques could elevate one's skills, and the greater the opponent's proficiency, the more one would benefit. Moore, cousin, a young girl clad in white leather armor, emerged from within Ziyun Knight Academy. She possessed flaxen hair, a slender figure, and an exquisite visage, bearing a resemblance to Moore. Surely, Moore greeted her with a tender smile. Allow me to introduce my friend, Sean Campbell. Hello. Sean nodded politely at the young girl, who curiously scrutinized him, as this was the first time her cousin Moore had brought a friend to meet her. From her cousin's introduction, she sensed that the boy before her shared a unique bond with Moore. Surely, I've heard you know the swordsmanship genius, Benjamin Baker? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Moore swiftly got to the point. Yes, I do know him. Why do you ask? Shirley replied, her expression turning inquisitive. Could you introduce us? I could. But why do you wish to meet him? I've heard that his swordsmanship is exceptionally formidable, and I would like to witness it firsthand. Half an hour later, in a secluded training ground at Ziyun Knight Academy, 4 individuals gathered, Sean and Moore in black knight attire, and 2 others clad in white knight uniforms, a young girl and a young man with naturally golden hair. The girl was, of course, Shirley, while the golden-haired youth was Benjamin. Although he endeavored to conceal his excitement upon being summoned by Shirley, Benjamin's face betrayed a flicker of surprise. However, upon seeing Sean and Moore, his expression shifted to one of caution. His gaze tinged with hostility, Sean scrutinized the young man before him, casting several glances at the sword hanging from his left hip. Noticing the slight animosity in Benjamin's expression, Sean merely smiled, realizing he had been misunderstood. Indeed, as soon as Shirley introduced Sean and Moore, the hostility on Benjamin's face dissipated immediately. Do you wish to spar with me? Benjamin inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Sean. The prospect of a duel ignited a robust confidence within him. With a commendable knightly talent coupled with extraordinary swordsmanship prowess, his combat ability was formidable. Among his peers at Ziyun Knight Academy, while he may not have been the strongest, he was certainly among the most powerful, effortlessly defeating many older students with superior physical attributes. Thus, even upon learning that his opponent hailed from the illustrious Neo Knight Academy, he bore no fear. Instead, he was filled with eagerness. Yes, I've recently hit a plateau in my swordsmanship and heard that yours is exceptionally strong. So I wish to exchange techniques with you, Sean replied with a nod. Very well. I have long wished to experience the swordplay of Neo Knight Academy, Benjamin responded, casting a discreet glance at the young girl beside him. Engaging in combat with a student from Neo Knight Academy would also provide him with an opportunity for growth, as both academies employed sword techniques. The training ground was already designated for such purposes. After Moore and Shirley stepped back a considerable distance, the two began their duel. With a sharp clang, a glimmer of cold light flashed as Benjamin deftly drew his knight's sword from his waist. His movements flowing seamlessly as if he were performing an art form, captivating to behold. Even with this initial draw, Sean was immediately struck by the young man's exceptional swordsmanship. Be careful, Benjamin, now exuding confidence and focus, seemed as if he were born for the sword. With a fierce roar, his long sword shot forth like a silver beam, and he moved in tandem with the blade, resembling a dragon with sharp fangs as he lunged towards Sean. With a swift motion, Sean drew his knight's sword, his eyes alight with determination. Although his primary aim in this encounter was to acquire the other's swordsmanship talent, he was more than willing to engage in combat with such a talented swordsman. As Lady Scarlet had once said, swordplay is a means of battle. Only through combat can one undergo rapid transformation. Without a doubt, fighting against a prodigious swordsman would greatly aid in his own evolution. With a swift motion, Sean executed a diagonal slash from above, aiming to intercept Benjamin's incoming thrust. The clang of swords echoed as their silver blades clashed. In the next instant, Sean's face flickered with astonishment and alarm. For at the moment their swords met, Benjamin's weapon glided past his, like a slippery eel, angling itself to continue its advance without losing momentum. Chapter 30. The eerie swordplay whoosh. Sean quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the thrust. From this single exchange, he realized the vast disparity in swordsmanship between himself and the young man. While Sean could only manage to deflect the force of the attack, Benjamin's technique not only dissipated the force, but also launched a swift counterattack, far surpassing Sean's abilities. That if Sean's swordsmanship could be deemed elementary, then Benjamin's was undoubtedly at an intermediate or even advanced level. Swish. In response to Sean's evasion, Benjamin's sword executed a rapid horizontal slash, flawlessly connecting with his previous thrust, maintaining a seamless flow. Clang. Sean hurriedly raised his sword to parry, finally managing to block Benjamin's strike, though sweat began to bead on his forehead. Despite his efforts to overestimate Benjamin's skills, he had ultimately underestimated the sheer strength of his opponent's swordsmanship, which was undoubtedly the most formidable he had encountered in recent days. He suspected that even teacher Jorser might pale in comparison to Benjamin. Perhaps Lady Scarlet's swordsmanship exceeded that of the young man before him, but during their previous training, she had merely been feeding him techniques, never truly showcasing her exceptional prowess, or perhaps he had simply failed to recognize it. Such formidable swordsmanship. Sean is being completely overpowered. Moore observed in astonishment as he watched Sean being dominated by Benjamin. He was well aware of Sean's capabilities, which were significantly above those of their classmates. Yet, here he was, utterly subdued by Benjamin, akin to a novice swordsman facing a seasoned master. One could only imagine the sheer terror of Benjamin's skills. Your friend is about to lose, Shirley remarked nonchalantly, having witnessed too many challengers fall effortlessly to Benjamin, some of whom were even top-tier students from higher grades. Thus, she felt no surprise at Sean's plight against Benjamin, as it had become commonplace. What did take her aback was the sight of her cousin Moore shaking his head slightly in response. Lose? You underestimate him. Huh. Shirley's face contorted with confusion as she looked at Moore. Sean is among the strongest in our class. Defeating him is no easy feat. A smile played on Moore's lips. Do not be misled by his current predicament. He is merely suppressing his strength. Suppressing his strength? Yes. He likely seeks to hone his swordsmanship against Benjamin, hence the voluntary restraint. Just days ago, When he fought against Sakri, the strongest in our class, he was far more powerful than he is now. Really? Shirley raised an eyebrow in disbelief, her gaze scrutinizing more. Just as he was about to elaborate further, a change occurred in the midst of the battle. Whoosh! The same sword-swinging motion re-emerged, but this time, Sean's speed had dramatically increased, soaring to a terrifying degree. As if propelled by the wind, he charged toward Benjamin's sword with newfound vigor. Clang! For the first time since the duel commenced, Benjamin's sword was fully halted by Sean's blade, though Benjamin's swordsmanship remained unchanged. Sean, with his exceptionally rapid sword speed, greater strength than Benjamin, and astonishing agility, managed to completely thwart Benjamin's sword before he could change his technique. Clang! 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 With a flurry of strikes, Benjamin's sword was decisively sealed off by Sean, and it was evident that Sean was beginning to gain the upper hand. "Your friend is indeed formidable," remarked Sherry, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face. This was her first encounter with someone not much older than Benjamin, who could effectively counter his swordplay. Undoubtedly, this friend of her cousin possessed considerable prowess. Although his swordsmanship did not quite match Benjamin's, his superior physical attributes allowed him to successfully suppress Benjamin's attacks. However, defeating Benjamin is no simple task. After her surprise, Sherry cryptically smiled. Despite Sean revealing his true strength, she remained unconvinced of his likelihood of victory, for just as Sean concealed his capabilities, so too did Benjamin. From her understanding of Benjamin, it was clear that this was not his ultimate form. She had witnessed him perform even more dazzling techniques before. Not so simple. This time, it was Moore who appeared puzzled. Initially, he believed that Sean, showcasing his utmost strength, would be able to completely dominate and defeat Benjamin. But hearing such words from his cousin left him bewildered. He could not comprehend why his cousin held such unwavering confidence in Benjamin. Was it due to her profound understanding of Benjamin's swordsmanship, or merely blind admiration? Noticing her cousin's skeptical gaze, Sherry huffed. Just wait, he should be about to employ that technique. With that, she disregarded Moore entirely. Moore rubbed his nose and chuckled wryly, redirecting his attention to the duel between Sean and Benjamin, focusing particularly on Benjamin. This scrutiny, however, revealed something unusual. Logically, Benjamin, who was being suppressed and at a disadvantage, should have displayed some signs of emotion. But his expression remained calm throughout. Even when his sword was completely sealed off by Sean's significantly enhanced prowess, there was not a flicker of change on Benjamin's face. This was decidedly abnormal. Such composure was not characteristic of someone struggling in a battle. Moreover, Moore sensed an undercurrent of battle intent emanating from Benjamin's eyes, intensifying with each passing moment. Now, this is getting interesting. Suddenly, Benjamin, still at a disadvantage, spoke, but the content of his words left Moore feeling perplexed. However, his confusion was short-lived. Almost instantaneously, he grasped the meaning behind Benjamin's statement. Swoosh! As Benjamin, under duress from Sean, abruptly halted his sword in an uncanny manner. He then thrust it forward once more. Thrusting forth was a strike that, while not particularly swift, bore no difference in speed from his previous ones. Yet, this very thrust caused Sean, who had been dominating, to blanch, for this strike fortuitously pierced through the blockade of his knight's sword, sailing unimpeded toward his abdomen, as if the sword were merely a reflection upon water, devoid of substance. Whoosh! Retracting his sword mid-strike and swiftly retreating. Sean narrowly evaded this strange thrust, yet he was drenched in cold sweat at Benjamin's prior strike, despite exhibiting no change in speed or power, had transformed into something utterly terrifying, not in the sense of raw power, but in its unpredictability. Indeed, he has unleashed it. Witnessing this strike, Sherry's eyes sparkled with awe. Although she had seen this technique before, she could not help but marvel at its brilliance. It was as if it possessed no tangible form, reflecting upon the water, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Once, she had witnessed a 6th-grade student, whose strength vastly surpassed Benjamin's, fall victim to this very technique. This was why, even as Sean maintained the upper hand with his superior physicality, she still believed Benjamin would ultimately triumph. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Moore's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly swordsmanship and not some peculiar sorcery from a foreign sorcerer? He had heard tales of foreign sorcerers excelling in elusive, strange sorcery, yet he had never witnessed it firsthand. To him, Benjamin's strange swordsmanship appeared to rival even that of the foreign sorcerers that moment. Even as Sean's friend, he could not help but question whether Sean could indeed prevail against such an enigmatic technique. Chapter 31. The Talent Unveiled Whoosh. The bizarre thrust surged toward Sean once more, akin to flowers in a mirror or the moon on water, having form yet able to slip through Sean's knightly sword's blockade, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Whoosh. Lacking confidence in his ability to counter this strike, Sean retreated again, stepping outside the range of the sword's attack, avoiding the blow and casting a wary glance at Benjamin. The sword was not without substance. Its elusive nature stemmed from Benjamin's acute awareness of the openings in Sean's attacks, allowing him to exploit those gaps and strike where Sean's defenses faltered. Hence the impression of an incorporeal force that could not be intercepted. This ends here. Sean sighed. Faced with a swordsmanship that surpassed his comprehension by several realms, he realized that continuing the fight would yield no improvement in his own skills, as he could not grasp the techniques that lay beyond his current understanding. Whoosh. Coming to this conclusion, Sean sprang into action, resembling a bolt of black lightning as he closed in on Benjamin in an instant. Delivering a swift, powerful strike that surpassed all previous speeds that in that moment, he unleashed his full potential, including the sudden increase in strength following his medicinal bath. What kind of velocity could be achieved when 1,500 pounds of force was applied to a sword weighing less than 10 pounds? At least in Benjamin's eyes, it became indistinguishable whether it was a sword or a flash of light approaching him. For the first time, Benjamin's expression shifted, instinctively raising his sword to block, only to immediately sense an overwhelming force crashing against his blade. Bang! The terrifying force reverberated through the sword, and Benjamin's heart sank as he instinctively attempted to retreat and dissipate the impact. However, the magnitude of this force exceeded his imagination, even as he mitigated a portion of it. The remaining force sent him hurtling backward. Thud! Benjamin was propelled a good 10 meters before crashing to the ground. How is this possible? Beside him, Sherry was engulfed in astonishment, her face a mask of disbelief. Benjamin had actually been defeated. Having bested a 6th-grade student of notable strength, Benjamin had been widely recognized as possessing power comparable to the top 6th graders, yet he had now fallen to a youth not much older than himself. Though the opponent hailed from a legendary academy, it left her perplexed. Was every student from the Neo-Knight Academy truly this formidable, or was it merely this individual's strength that was exceptional? As these thoughts crossed her mind, she glanced towards her cousin, only to find him equally astonished, evidently taken aback by the young man's extraordinary might. Don't look at me. I didn't foresee this either. His strength has increased significantly. In response to Sherry's questioning gaze, Moore shrugged, shaking his head in resignation. The power Sean was now displaying was far greater than what he had exhibited during his battle with Saker. And such a terrifying rate of growth resembled the effects of a substance designed to enhance physical attributes. Suddenly, a realization struck him as he recalled Sean's ambiguous response after the medicinal bath, and a flicker of understanding crossed his mind. On the ground, Benjamin was equally stunned that he had always believed that as long as his swordsmanship was strong enough, no opponent could defeat him, much like the 6th-grade student who, despite being stronger, had still fallen to him. However, Sean had delivered a vivid lesson, illustrating that even the most impressive swordsmanship could be crushed under the weight of absolute strength. The reason this had not occurred before was simply that his opponents had not reached a level capable of overwhelming him. Are you all right? As Sean sheathed his sword, he naturally approached Benjamin, extending his hand to help him up. After a moment's hesitation, Benjamin clasped Sean's hand. The gesture was one of goodwill, and he saw no reason to refuse. Such an action would only come off as undignified. Even in defeat, he wished to maintain his composure in front of Sherry the moment their hands met. A subtle change flickered across Sean's face, though it went unnoticed by anyone else that instant. Lines of text appeared in Sean's vision. Name: Benjamin Baker. Knight talent. Beginner: swordsmanship talent. Advanced: archery talent. Intermediate: dagger talent. Intermediate: spear talent. Intermediate: axe talent. Intermediate. Upon witnessing this extraordinary list of talents, Sean was left in shock, which accounted for the slight alteration in his expression that a total of 6 talents, aside from one being at the beginner level, the other 5 were at intermediate or higher. This talent list was so remarkable that he nearly believed Benjamin possessed a talent web similar to his own. However, he quickly dismissed that notion, for Benjamin's knight talent was merely at the beginner level. If the other party truly possessed the extraordinary talent of the talent web, or a similar ability, it would be inconceivable for them to allow their knight talent to remain merely at a rudimentary level. they would undoubtedly seek ways to elevate it to a higher echelon. Thus, it is far more likely that they are a prodigy adept in weaponry, not only excelling in swordsmanship, but also demonstrating formidable talent with various other arms. Faced with such an array of talents, Sean hesitated not. He had no reason to hesitate, for that advanced swordsmanship talent shone resplendently, akin to a monarch among talents. To choose anything else would be folly, unless he were bereft of reason. With a snap, the replication and backup ability of the talent web was activated, and instantly, a familiar warmth began to envelop Sean's body. He promptly released Benjamin's hand, fearful that this internal change might be detected by him. "You are formidable," Benjamin remarked solemnly, gazing at Sean, who had bested him. "Your swordsmanship is equally impressive. I have been utterly defeated in that regard," Sean replied with equal gravity. "Shall we have a rematch?" "I would welcome it," Sean thought to himself. Though he had acquired the advanced swordsmanship talent, mastery in swordsmanship requires not only innate ability, but also relentless practice. The rival, who also possesses advanced swordsmanship talent, is undoubtedly a rare find, one that would greatly benefit both their skills. Benjamin has been defeated. While Sean and Benjamin were engaged in their duel, several students from the Zeon Knight Academy had gathered around the training grounds. As the foremost swordsmanship prodigy of the Zeon Knight Academy, Benjamin's reputation was immense. Scarcely anyone within the academy was unfamiliar with his name. They had halted to watch, expecting the inevitable conclusion to be Benjamin's victory, even upon recognizing his opponent as a student from the Zeon Knight Academy. Yet, the outcome defied all expectations. Benjamin had succumbed to a youth no more than a year his senior. Is a student from the Zeon Knight Academy truly this formidable? Can just anyone defeat our academy's top swordsman? How could that be? I have encountered students from the Zeon Knight Academy before. A friend of my cousin's is one. While he is indeed stronger than my cousin, he cannot possibly be as extraordinary as this. This fellow is certainly not an unknown. Who could he be? Observing his age and golden hair, could he be Titus Kirk? That seems unlikely. Titus Kirk is a direct descendant of an earl's family and would not wear the standard knight attire of the Zeon Knight Academy. Then who is this individual? Upon hearing this inquiry, many students from the Zeon Knight Academy wore puzzled expressions, struggling to identify the remarkable figure before them. Is it him? At that moment, a young girl with chestnut hair and striking features gazed at Sean in astonishment. It was Leah, who had previously crossed paths with him. She recognized him vividly, having encountered him just days prior, when he had withstood a blow from her brother without faltering. Initially, she had assumed they would not meet again. Yet here he was, having vanquished her academy's top swordsman. If enduring her brother's strike had not fully showcased his true prowess, his current display of strength was unmistakable. Benjamin's formidable abilities were widely acknowledged, with few sixth-year students capable of besting him. Yet he had fallen to this young man, underscoring the latter's formidable might. Chapter 32. The affinity of the blade. Having distanced himself from Benjamin, Sean began to savor the transformation occurring within his body. This metamorphosis, though not as intense as when he had replicated the advanced knight talent, still carried a gentle warmth, suggesting that while the quality of the advanced swordsmanship talent may be slightly inferior to that of the advanced knight talent, it was far from negligible. Otherwise, it would not evoke such a sensation. Ultimately, after 5 minutes, the transformation subsided, and his body temperature returned to normal. Only then did he notice that he was surrounded by numerous students from the Zeon Knight Academy. Frowning slightly, he felt uncomfortable being the center of attention, as if he were a spectacle on display. Just as he contemplated signaling more to leave, he was taken aback to spot a girl with chestnut hair and an attractive visage amidst the crowd. It's her. This girl was the same one he had met a few days ago at the inn, although he recognized her. He did not know her name, only that she was the sister of the mercenary leader. After a moment's thought, Sean nodded in acknowledgement, deeming it sufficient, given their prior encounter. Upon seeing Sean's nod, the girl was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure. Returning the gesture with a slight smile, her mood evidently brightened by the recognition. "What's this? Do you know someone?" Moore inquired, glancing at Sean with curiosity. "Not exactly. It's merely a fleeting acquaintance. We should hasten our departure. I feel rather uneasy under such scrutiny," Sean explained. "There's a restaurant nearby with delightful fare. Since it's nearly noon, shall we dine there? Would you like to invite your acquaintance?" "No. That would only add to the discomfort, given our lack of familiarity," Sean replied, shaking his head, then turning his gaze to Benjamin. Shall we go together? Indeed, Benjamin replied promptly, stealing a glance at the girl named Sherry beside Moore, ensuring she had no objections. Ultimately, the four of them made their way to the restaurant Moore had mentioned that it was an establishment tastefully adorned, with double doors embellished with exquisite and beautiful patterns. A testament to the craftsmanship of a master carpenter, immediately captivating the eye. "Welcome, sir and madam. Please, come in." As they approached the entrance, a young man clad in a black servant's attire stepped forward, graciously holding the door open and gesturing for them to enter. After casually offering him a few copper coins amidst his increasingly courteous demeanor, Sean and his companions entered the establishment. The walls were painted a bright yellow, furnished with sparse, square tables and chairs, while precious potted plants and artworks from master artisans adorned the space, preventing it from feeling empty and instead imparting an air of noble elegance. The four chose a table for four, and soon a servant approached, respectfully presenting each of them with a golden menu. Upon receiving the golden menu, Sean glanced through it. The selection was extensive, featuring dishes such as mashed potatoes, exotic fruit salad, crispy chicken wings, fragrant pork chops, and cheese bread, among many others. Leaving him momentarily at a loss for choice, he turned to Moore, who smiled mysteriously and said, "Choose freely. It's on me. However, I recommend the fragrant pork chop. It's the signature dish of this restaurant." Ultimately, all four opted for the fragrant pork chop. Sean was persuaded by Moore's suggestion, while Sherry and Benjamin seemed to be familiar with the restaurant, knowing its culinary delights. Given its proximity to the Zune Knight Academy, the fragrant pork was a unique breed, renowned for its tender meat that naturally exuded a smoky aroma, making it a favorite among nobility and often gracing their tables, hence earning the title of Noble Exclusive. Indeed, when the fragrant pork chops were served, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Sean and his companions to involuntarily swallow. Glancing at the golden brown fried pork chop on his plate, Sean grasped his knife and effortlessly sliced through its edge. Instantly, a sensation of tenderness greeted his blade. It met with no resistance, slicing cleanly to the bottom. This was not merely due to Sean's superior strength, but rather the inherent tenderness of the fragrant pork, which remained succulent even after cooking. Piercing a piece of the tender meat with his fork, he brought it to his mouth, and an explosion of exquisite flavors enveloped his senses, soft, delicate, and savory. A symphony of taste converged to create an unparalleled delight, leaving Sean utterly astonished. This flavor rivaled that of Michelin-starred dishes. Although it may have lacked in spices, the unique smoky essence of the fragrant pork more than compensated for this minor shortcoming. After their meal, the four parted ways. Moore had business to attend to and did not accompany Sean back to the academy that as he walked the path alone. The lingering aroma of the fragrant pork clung to his palate, evoking praises in his mind. Yet, he could not help but inwardly marvel at the exorbitant price of the pork chop. A single serving cost 2 silver coins, equivalent to half a year's wages for an average citizen. It was no wonder it was labeled as Noble Exclusive, as only the affluent could afford to indulge in such a dish regularly. Upon returning to the academy, it was already midday. Ordinarily, Sean would be napping at this hour, but today he felt no drowsiness. Instead of heading to his dormitory, he made his way directly to the small grove where he typically practiced. With the advanced swordsmanship talent finally in his grasp, he found himself unable to contain his excitement, eager to test just how formidable this newfound skill could be. Crack, standing amidst the thicket, as Sean's hand grasped the hilt of the knight's sword. A familiar sensation surged through him. The sword he bore was the standard knight's sword issued by the Neo Knight Academy upon his enrollment. From the moment he entered the academy, he had wielded this very sword. And after 3 years, his familiarity with it was beyond comprehension. He was acutely aware of its weight and sharpness. Yet, in this moment, he sensed something different. It wasn't that the sword had grown foreign, but rather it had become peculiar. Yes, to describe this feeling, it was indeed peculiar. In the past, when he held the sword, it was a distinct entity, separate from himself, but now, at the moment he grasped it, he felt as though he and the sword had become one. As if a sword had suddenly sprouted from his hand, a seamless extension of his own being. Is this a connection with the sword? The realization of this transformation brought a smile to Sean's face. What is the most agile part of humanity? Undoubtedly, it is the hands and feet, the most versatile tools in existence, facilitating 90% of human activity. Now, the sword felt as responsive as his own limbs, filling him with elation. Without a doubt, This newfound intimacy with the sword would elevate his mastery to unprecedented heights. Snap. The sword was drawn from its sheath, transforming into a gleaming silver streak as it flew forth. This was the first form of the Silver Frost Knight technique. Silver frost reflecting snow. Whoosh. The long sword cut through the air, leaving a glimmering arc before Sean. Merely executing this strike illuminated his perception. The first form, Silver Frost Reflecting Snow, was the technique he knew best. The one he had mastered most thoroughly. Through countless repetitions, it had been refined to perfection, beyond alteration. Yet, at this moment, he could still discern numerous shortcomings in his execution. The angle was slightly too steep. The sword's sharpness had not been fully utilized. Advancing the blade by 3 centimeters would yield greater fluidity. Insights flooded his mind. Never before had he experienced such clarity from a single strike. Previously, his growth in swordsmanship had been gradual, built upon the foundation of daily practice, with understanding evolving subtly over time. But now, his comprehension of swordsmanship was instantaneous and swift, what he might have taken 10 days or half a month to grasp previously. He could now discern simply by executing a single strike. Chapter 33. A Leap in Swordsmanship. Is this the advanced swordsmanship talent? The realization of this change brought an unmistakable joy to Sean's countenance. With such a terrifying talent for swordsmanship at his disposal, achieving the level of skill possessed by Benjamin was no longer an impossibility. After all, he now stood on equal footing with Benjamin. With only time required to elevate his skills, the bizarre swordsmanship displayed by Benjamin in their last encounter was something he could not help but covet. Despite his mediocre strength, even lacking the proficiency of the Silver Frost Knight technique compared to his peers at Neo Knight Academy, he had repeatedly forced Sean into perilous situations. While this was partly due to Sean concealing his true strength to hone his skills, it nonetheless showcased the frightening prowess of Benjamin's peculiar swordsmanship. Of course, the most crucial point was that swordsmanship does not diminish in effectiveness with an increase in strength. Even at the Knight or even Grand Knight levels, it retains its potency, functioning like a permanent enhancer. This was what truly captivated Sean. With this realization, Sean wasted no time and immediately immersed himself in the practice of the Silver Frost Knight technique. Silver Frost Reflecting Snow. Silver Frost Early Snow, Silver Frost Spring Snow. Each of the 9 forms of the Silver Frost Knight technique was rehearsed in succession, as insights and understandings cascaded upon him. Never before had Sean's perception of the sword been so lucid. After 1 repetition, he gained a fresh perspective on the Silver Frost Knight technique. After 2 repetitions, his understanding deepened significantly. After 3 repetitions, he acquired numerous insights. After 4 repetitions, he began attempting to incorporate his recent realizations into the Silver Frost Knight technique. After 10 repetitions, Sean's execution of the Silver Frost Knight technique underwent a notable transformation. The technique remained unchanged, yet it flowed more gracefully, with the transitions between movements becoming increasingly seamless. Swish, swish, swish. In the thicket, Sean practiced his swordplay. Although he appeared to be practicing the Silver Frost Knight technique, his style diverged significantly from that of his peers. This distinction was primarily evident in the nuanced details of his sword techniques. Some of his movements exhibited a noticeably higher elevation of the blade than others. Some strikes drew back the tip of the sword more than usual, shortening the range of attack, but enhancing his defensive capabilities. A month had passed since Sean acquired the advanced swordsmanship talent, and during this time, his prowess had surged once again, with swordsmanship advancing at an astonishing pace, akin to a rocket's ascent. Such remarkable progress was understandable. Previously, he had only possessed a rudimentary swordsmanship talent, and through sheer effort, his skills had been slightly superior to those of his peers that in the eyes of a swordsmanship prodigy like Benjamin, he had remained at a rather rudimentary level. Now, with the advanced swordsmanship talent, the once crude aspects of his technique were easily identifiable and correctable, which explained the rapid growth in his swordsmanship over the past month. However, he was still far from reaching Benjamin's level of expertise. After all, Benjamin had attained his current proficiency through years of rigorous training. Even with an advanced swordsmanship talent comparable to Benjamin's, Sean knew he could not achieve his level overnight. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. For the advanced talent he possessed was something Benjamin could never attain, ensuring that he would always be a step ahead of those like Benjamin, who relied solely on their swordsmanship talent. One morning, at one of the many outdoor training grounds of Neo Knight Academy, the students of Class 6 paired off for practice sparring. Among them, two fighters stood out, occupying a significant portion of the training area. Drawing the awe of their peers rather than resentment, one of them, a handsome youth with golden hair, and the other, a remarkably fair-skinned boy, Sean and Zachary. Although Wallace had departed, he had left behind certain means to deal with Sean, one of which was the newly recruited follower, Zachary. Lately, whenever sparring occurred, Zachary would seek out Sean, his intentions to provoke clear as day. Sean feigned indignation at this provocation, yet internally, he reveled in delight. After undergoing a medicinal bath, his physical condition rivaled that of Zachary, and coupled with his superior swordsmanship, defeating Zachary would be overly difficult. However, he refrained from doing so, deliberately concealing the enhanced strength he had gained, allowing himself to remain at the level he had been before the bath. This was a calculated move. His aim was to make Zachary his free sparring partner. In Class 6, Zachary was the closest in strength to him, allowing Sean to freely display his skills without the worry of easily overpowering his opponent. What better practice partner could there be? Thus, throughout the past month, he had consistently suppressed his strength while sparring with Zachary. The only aspect he did not hold back was his swordsmanship, as the purpose of fighting Zachary was to refine his skills. The astonishing progress in his swordsmanship left Zachary increasingly disheartened. Initially, he held a decisive advantage over Sean, consistently pushing him into perilous situations and leaving him in a state of distress. Subsequently, Sean began to show some resistance. Though he remained under pressure, he was no longer in the dire straits of their earliest encounters. Eventually, Sean was able to match Zachary's skill, and now, he could leverage his swordsmanship. Clang! Their swords clashed, producing a sharp, resonant sound. The force behind Zachary's strike was evidently greater, causing Sean to step back involuntarily. Observing this, Zachary's eyes gleamed with delight. Just as he prepared to press the advantage and strike again, he was astonished to find that Sean, who had just moments ago seemed disadvantaged, was now striking faster than he could respond. Whoosh! A flash of steel sliced through the air before Zachary's chest, leaving a neat gash across his black leather armor. The cut was smooth and tidy, revealing his exceptionally pale skin beneath, yet he bore no trace of injury. "You?" Zachary stared incredulously at the gash on his chest, his expression a mixture of disbelief and shock. He could not fathom why, despite his superior strength and speed, Sean had managed to strike first. "You have lost," Sean said with a playful smile, looking at Zachary with a hint of mockery. That last strike could have been extended further, inflicting injury on Zachary. Thus, he had won the spar. The reason he refrained from delivering a more severe blow was not due to compassion, but rather, necessity. This is merely a sparring session, and it is evident that the instructor, Mr. Chiao, would not permit anyone to be harmed. Should he detect any signs of injury, he would undoubtedly intervene at once, thus extinguishing Sean's notion of injuring Scarlet during their practice. As for Scarlet's astonishment at Sean's swifter strikes, it is quite understandable. Sean's movements flowed seamlessly, with scarcely a moment's pause, while Scarlet's techniques still exhibited brief hesitations. Although these pauses were minimal, they afforded Sean the opportunity to seize the initiative. "I actually lost." Upon hearing Sean's words, Scarlet's countenance fell into despair. He had been defeated by Sean. Once, Sean had been the least esteemed individual in Sackley's eyes, especially after failing his assessments twice and facing expulsion. Yet now, this very individual he had scorned had triumphed over him, leaving Sackley with an overwhelming sense of unreality. Despite having observed Sean's remarkable progression in swordsmanship over the past month, Sackley was still incredulous when he faced defeat at Sean's hands. Casting a glance at Sackley's despondent face, Sean shook his head. He had initially considered taunting Sackley, given that he had been sent by Wallace to exact revenge, but ultimately decided against it, having allowed Sackley to serve as his sparring partner for a month. Any lingering resentment should now dissipate. Chapter 34. The Undead. Sean actually defeated Sackley? Witnessing this spectacle, the other students, though engaged in their own practice, could not help but cast their gazes towards the unfolding scene, momentarily frozen in astonishment and forgetting their own duels. Fortunately, their opponents were in a similar state of shock, preventing any bloodshed. For nearly a month, Sackley had frequently challenged Sean to practice, and they had all surmised that his motives were driven by Wallace's instructions to retaliate against Sean. They had anticipated Sean's plight at the hands of Wallace, knowing that few could escape unscathed after offending a nobleman, unless they, too, were of noble birth. However, what surprised them most was that, even against Sackley, the strongest student in their class, Sean had not been easily defeated. This was indeed astonishing, especially considering that just over a month ago, Sean had nearly been expelled from the Knight Academy due to his inadequate assessments. The fact that he could withstand Sackley's onslaught without faltering was, in their eyes, nothing short of miraculous. What they could not have foreseen was that, under Sackley's relentless bullying, Sean's strength was rapidly escalating, gradually turning the tables. Now, having bested Sackley, Sean had emerged as the strongest in their class, a reality that was difficult for them to accept. Was this truly the same Sean who had nearly faced expulsion from the Knight Academy? How could he possibly have defeated even Sackley? Among the students, a pair of envious eyes were fixed upon Sean, those of Benson. A month prior, Wallace had abruptly received orders from his family to leave the academy and had yet to return. Before his departure, he had arranged for Benson to collaborate with Sackley in targeting Sean. Upon receiving this directive, Benson felt confident, believing that with Sackley, the strongest in their class, by his side, they would easily overpower Sean. He had envisioned Sean suffering greatly at their hands. Yet, the reality was far from his expectations. Even with Sackley's assistance, he had failed to trouble Sean significantly. Now, with Sackley vanquished, it was undeniable that their efforts to subdue Sean had failed. Damn it. That guy is now stronger than Sackley. I can't provoke him any further. I must wait for Master Wallace to return before addressing him. With this thought, Benson endeavored to conceal himself among the students, hoping to avoid Sean's notice, unaware that Sean had already marked his presence. With his enhanced abilities, Sean's senses had sharpened, and he detected Benson's resentful gaze immediately. This guy is relentless. Observing Benson blending into the crowd of students, Sean furrowed his brow. Benson now resembled a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, ever poised to strike. Such a presence was undeniably perilous, and Sean had already contemplated eliminating him. However, much like the rules of the Knight Academy that shielded him from the retribution of Wallace's family, these same rules protected Benson, dissuading Sean from taking lethal action. Should he be discovered, the consequences would be dire, far beyond his capacity to endure. Ahem, ahem, as the students, still reeling from the shock of Sean's victory over Sackley, momentarily halted their practice. Instructor Chiao cleared his throat, drawing their attention to himself. Even he was astonished by Sean's ability to best Sackley. Over the past 2 months, Sean's rapid advancement had continually surprised him. Initially, he had suspected that Sean might be utilizing rare potions to enhance his physical prowess. However, upon further investigation into Sean's background, he dismissed this theory. Coming from an ordinary merchant family, while perhaps possessing some influence in ASE City, they were utterly inconsequential within the broader context of the Carlo Kingdom. Such a family could not possibly afford the continuous procurement of enhancing potions, making the notion of Sean relying on such substances implausible. This led him to contemplate another possibility. Exceptional talents do occasionally manifest upon entering school, akin to Titus Kirk, who had occupied the top position in his grade from the outset. Yet, there exists another type of prodigy, one whose talents undergo a sudden metamorphosis. Such individuals have appeared throughout history, achieving feats that rival those of naturally gifted geniuses. 3 centuries prior, a figure named Tout Cecil emerged, initially displaying mediocre potential, even inferior to his peers. However, just when all hope seemed lost, he surged forth, ascending from a mere aspirant knight to one of the kingdom's foremost knights within a decade. According to his own account, he had suffered grievous injuries that nearly claimed his life. Yet he had emerged not just alive, but with his talent transformed, enabling him to ascend in mere years to a position of prominence. Sean's current performance compelled Chiao to ponder whether he, too, had experienced a similar transformation. Suppressing his conjecture, he noted that all eyes were now upon him, and he adopted a serious demeanor as he announced, "Today's lesson concludes here. Tomorrow's class will take place at the trial prison, and attendance is mandatory for all." Boom! His proclamation detonated like a bombshell, eliciting gasps of disbelief from nearly all the students, who now regarded him with incredulous expressions. Even Sean felt a flicker of concern. The trial prison, located deep within the Knight Academy, echoed with the haunting screams of its occupants, sounds that sent chills down the spine of anyone who heard them. Those anguished cries seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell. And the creatures confined within were indeed entities from the inferno. A century ago, humanity had suffered an unprecedented plague, claiming more than 2/3 of the populace. Yet, in truth, they had not perished. Instead, they crawled forth from hell, transformed into insatiable, powerful undead, casting their bloodthirsty gazes upon their former companions. This was a heart-wrenching chapter in history, wherein countless human champions had sacrificed themselves to repel these monsters from the abyss, erecting formidable barriers to stave off their assaults. Yet, even a century later, the undead had not vanished. They roamed the wilderness, their eyes greedily fixated on the humans behind the city walls, perpetually threatening an unprecedented disaster for mankind. Thus, the kingdom devoted itself to nurturing knights, instituting a mandate that all academy students must engage in trials against the undead, with the trial prison housing those captured from the wild. Sean harbored a profound trepidation towards these former humans, now reduced to mindless creatures driven solely by hunger and aggression, for they bore an uncanny resemblance to the zombies from his past life in the Biohazard series, possessing immense strength, insatiable appetites, and infectious traits. The thought of their potential to infect struck fear deep within him. In battle, injury was nearly inevitable unless faced with an opponent of vastly inferior strength. Once injured, one could easily become an undead. Their bodies animated while their minds were lost forever. How could he not regard such enemies with apprehension? Glancing at the array of students, each bearing expressions of dread, Instructor Chiao sighed and remarked, "There is no need to fear. With your current abilities, you should have no trouble in one-on-one encounters. Now, prepare to return." With that, he turned to leave. Once, he too had felt the weight of fear that these students now bore regarding the monsters, and he had no intention of reprimanding them for their visible trepidation. He firmly believed that, once they had undergone the trial, these students would conquer their fears, just as they once had. Chapter 35. The trial within the vast, dimly lit prison. One could find row upon row of metallic cages, each constructed from a special alloy as thick as a child's arm, remarkably sturdy. Even a fully fledged knight would find it impossible to escape from within a HT this moment. Within these metallic enclosures, there resided a collection of ragged, grotesque humans. Their saliva dripped hungrily, and their eyes glimmered with a feral, bloodthirsty glint as they continuously hurled themselves against the alloy bars, creating a thunderous cacophony that instilled a sense of dread. Would they break free? Under the guidance of Teacher Joss, a group of students from Class 6 traversed the prison, flanked by the metallic cages. The relentless pounding echoed on either side, a manifestation of the bloodthirsty instincts of the corpses, which erupted upon catching sight of fresh flesh. Faced with such grotesque, humanoid monsters, many students trembled uncontrollably, and even Sean's complexion turned pale. Observing these corpses up close, Sean discerned that they bore an uncanny resemblance to the zombies from a certain video game, though they retained a human form. Their nature was that of savage beasts. Their limbs had transformed into sharp claws, leaving deep scratches on the stone floor, the sharpness of which could rival that of swords. Sean harbored no doubt that his Academy-issued knight's armor would be easily torn apart by their claws. Teacher Joss led the group at the forefront, glancing back at the fearful students who were trying to keep to the center of the path. Furrowing his brow, he recognized that succumbing to fear before the battle was undoubtedly a grave mistake. It could prevent them from unleashing even half of their usual strength. Thus, he bellowed, "Do not fear them. They are merely a pack of beasts clad in human guise. Though their strength exceeds that of an ordinary person, it pales in comparison to each of you. Every single one of you possesses the capability to defeat them, so there is no need for trepidation." "Understood," the students replied in unison, yet their voices betrayed an undeniable tremor of fear. Teacher Joss shook his head, acknowledging that further words would be futile, and he continued to lead them forward. After approximately 10 minutes, the group passed through the lengthy prison corridor and entered a spacious area. The most conspicuous feature in this open space was an enormous metallic cage, significantly larger than the others that contained the corpses, spanning several hundred square meters. This colossal cage had 3 doors. One faced Sean and the others, while the other 2 led to separate cages housing the corpses. These 2 doors were not ordinary. They were equipped with intricate mechanical structures capable of being operated remotely. But it was only then that Sean noticed that each cage containing a corpse had a similar mechanical door extending toward the massive cage, clearly designed to lure the corpses into this grand enclosure from a distance. Along the left wall of the open area, numerous levers resembling wrenches were present, presumably controlling the opening and closing of those mechanical doors. At that moment, several individuals stood beside these levers, all dressed as servants of the Academy, except for one man clad in blood-red leather armor. This man bore several gruesome scars on his face, resembling claw marks rather than sword wounds. Upon Teacher Joss's arrival with Sean and the others, the scarred man immediately turned his gaze toward him and greeted, "Is it your class's turn this time?" "Indeed," Teacher Joss nodded, indicating familiarity. The academy continues to engage in this nonsense. If it were up to me, I would simply take them out to the wilderness for a few days. After that, they would fear nothing. The academy's current method of training is becoming increasingly lenient. The scarred man's gaze shifted to the trembling students behind Teacher Joss, and a hint of contempt flickered across his face, ignoring the man's dissatisfaction with the academy system. Teacher Joss directly stated, "Let us begin." Not sensing a response from Teacher Joss, the scarred man dismissed it and approached the massive alloy cage. Opening the door facing them, he then beckoned to the students. "Who will be the first to enter?" His words immediately ignited a wave of tension among the students. Their hearts raced, and they instinctively averted their gazes. No one wishes to volunteer, it seems. Then I shall select. The scarred man's eyes scanned the faces of the students, and anyone caught in his gaze instinctively recoiled. His expression of disdain deepened, and as he pointed at one individual, surprise flickered across his features as he called out to a blonde youth. "You, step forward." Upon hearing this, Sean's face registered astonishment. He had not expected to be chosen first amongst so many. Initially, he had planned to observe the interactions between the other students and the corpses to gauge their true strength, but now he found himself thrust into the role of the first combatant. "Yes, you come forth." The scarred man smiled, yet the combination of his grin with the ghastly scars rendered it unsettling that Sean's selection was no mere coincidence. While the other students exhibited overt fear, his calm demeanor stood out. In truth, Sean was not without apprehension. After all, a single scratch from such a creature could lead to infection, transforming him into one of them. However, as someone in his 20s, he felt he should be less easily rattled than a group of youths. Yet this very composure had drawn the man's attention as the scarred man called out Sean's name. The rest of the Class 6 students exhaled in relief, their expressions mingling gratitude and a touch of schadenfreude as they glanced at Sean. They fully understood that the trial was inescapable and everyone would have to participate, yet not being the first to face the corpses felt like a small victory. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. At least more, upon hearing that Sean was the first to participate, wore a worried expression and cautioned, "Be careful." Sean nodded, stepping forward toward the enormous metallic cage, although it deviated slightly from his original intentions. There was no turning back now that he had been chosen. In truth, he was not overly concerned about passing the trial. Even when suppressing his strength, he could defeat Sakrit if he could not pass the trial. It would imply that none in Class 6 could, which would contradict the Academy's goals. Thus, Sean surmised that the trial would not be excessively difficult as he passed through the iron gate into the vast metallic cage. The scarred man followed him inside, locking the door behind them. "Are you ready, Kit?" the scarred man inquired, a hint of mockery in his tone. "I'm ready," Sean replied. Taking a deep breath, the scarred man nodded and stated, "Let me make it clear. Although I will remain inside, I will not intervene unless you are deemed unfit for the trial. Otherwise, I will not assist you." "Understood," Sean affirmed with a nod. Satisfied, the scarred man turned his attention to one of the Academy's servants stationed by the levers, instructing, "Open a door." "Yes," the servant replied respectfully, moving to pull one of the levers down. With a harsh mechanical clanking sound, one of the doors leading to the cage containing the corpses began to rise slowly. Roar! As Sean and the scarred man entered the vast metallic cage. The corpses in the adjacent cages, drawn by the scent of fresh flesh, began to crash against the iron gate with fervor. As the gate ascended, one of the corpses, dripping with repulsive saliva, lunged out eagerly. Chapter 36. Battle against the corpses. Bang! The corpse, akin to a bloodthirsty beast catching sight of fresh prey, charged into the enormous metallic cage, its eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, radiating a mad, bloodthirsty light. Upon entering, it cast a greedy gaze upon Sean and the scarred man. Roar! Excited by the presence of fresh meat, a guttural sound of exhilaration escaped its throat as it rapidly surged toward the two. "Kid, it's your turn," the scarred man said to Sean before unhesitatingly retreating behind him, leaving Sean to face the corpse directly as he beheld the advancing creature. Sean took a deep breath, quickly assessing the situation. Unlike the sluggish zombies from the video game, the corpse before him moved with remarkable agility, far from the stiffness and slowness typically associated with such beings. Rather, it was faster than the average adult, making it significantly more dangerous. With such speed, it would be increasingly challenging to defend against its assault. Thud, thud, thud. In the brief moment that Sean observed the corpse puppet, it had already closed the distance to within 5 meters. Without hesitation, he reached for the knight's sword that hung from his left side at the waist. Grasping the sword, a familiar sense of intimacy surged through him, invigorating his confidence significantly. This bond with the blade allowed him to wield it with precision, minimizing the chances of error, a crucial advantage in combat against the corpse puppet, where even the slightest mistake could lead to a death sentence. Howl! The corpse puppet lunged forward, a foul stench accompanying it. Its razor-sharp claws, resembling blades, slashing towards Sean. The dark, sharp nails bore a striking resemblance to a falcon's talons, capable of piercing flesh with ease. No one could doubt their lethality, for they had previously carved clear gouges into the stone floor. Swish! As the deadly claws approached, Sean inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm. Without a moment's hesitation, he unsheathed the knight's sword and executed a seamless strike, fluid and unbroken in an instant. The sword transformed into a streak of silver, slicing through the air with blinding speed, and met the advancing claw head-on. Thud, sizzle, accompanied by the dull sound of steel-piercing flesh, the sharp knight's sword sank into the puppet's claw, encountering slight resistance before cleanly severing it. Thud, a dark claw plummeted to the ground, dark red blood oozing from the wound, not the vivid crimson of human blood, but a deep, sinister red, reminiscent of a poison-laden fate. Witnessing the spectacle, the scarred man, who had retreated to the side and was poised to assist Sean, emitted a surprised exclamation. Having dealt with corpse puppets for years, he understood that their power extended beyond mere strength. These puppets, enhanced by mysterious toxins, possessed a robustness that rendered them nearly impervious. They were as tough as leather. A typical strong man wielding a blade could only hope to slice through their outer layer. Initially, he believed Sean's sword would penetrate merely a few centimeters into the puppet's arm before being halted by its dense muscles and hard bones. However, Sean confounded his expectations by cleanly severing the puppet's claw and wrist in a single strike. Undoubtedly, the youth before him demonstrated remarkable strength, indeed formidable among his peers. A mere student from an ordinary class possesses the prowess to rival those in the elite class. This is intriguing, he mused, his gaze toward Sean now imbued with interest. After severing the claw that had lunged at him, Sean's expression shifted slightly. He had distinctly sensed an immense resistance when his sword struck the puppet's wrist. Though he ultimately succeeded in severing the claw, it was evident that this puppet's physical strength far exceeded that of an ordinary human. Ordinary beings, even if standing before him, would be easily cleaved in two. Yet he lacked that confidence against this corpse puppet. Howl! As blood flowed ceaselessly from the severed limb, one could scarcely imagine the severity of such an injury were it inflicted upon a human. Yet the puppet exhibited no signs of pain, instead lunging at Sean once more without hesitation. Bang! The reply came from the side of Sean's long sword, which he now wielded not as a blade, but as a blunt object. Swatting the puppet away as though it were an insect, though taken aback by the puppet's formidable defenses, Sean remained unperturbed. As teacher Chiao Su had asserted, in terms of raw power, the students present were superior to the corpse puppets. For they were third-year students at the Neo Knight Academy, having trained in knightly arts for 3 years. Among them, Sean, the strongest, undoubtedly surpassed the puppet in strength. Thus, when faced with the relentless assault of the injured puppet, he possessed ample time to devise a response, opting for a straightforward and forceful strike. Not a slash, but a strike. Having witnessed the puppet's formidable physique, Sean refrained from attempting to cleave it in two. Aware that if his sword became lodged within its body, the situation would turn against him. After all, any scratch from the puppet could lead to infection. To avoid such a fate, he resolved to abandon the sword and engage in unarmed combat. However, as a practitioner of knightly swordsmanship, he knew his greatest strength lay in wielding the blade. In a split second, he made a decisive choice, using the knight's sword as if it were a steel plate, delivering a powerful smack against the puppet. Though he had focused primarily on swordsmanship over the past month, his physical prowess had also seen significant enhancement, and he now boasted a raw strength of approximately 1,700 pounds. Such immense force easily sent the puppet flying when struck. Bang! The corpse puppet crashed against the wall of the massive metal cage, producing a resounding thud. Ordinary individuals would likely suffer grievous injuries or even lose consciousness from such a violent collision. Yet the corpse puppet was no ordinary being. Infused with mysterious toxins, they were monsters returned from hell. Their bodies, fortified by these toxins, exhibited extraordinary resilience. Even after such a brutal impact, it merely paused momentarily before rising once more and charging at Sean. Swish! Faced with the oncoming puppet again, Sean hesitated briefly but then advanced, sword in hand. Whoosh! He moved swiftly, sidestepping the puppet with a subtle grace that in that fleeting moment, he brought his sword down in a decisive arc. Not only did he intercept the puppet's attack, but he also struck at it. Sizzle! The sword tip grazed the puppet's dark chest, leaving a gaping wound several inches long. Dark red blood flowed from the deep gash, quickly staining one side of the puppet's body. Indeed, just as I suspected. Turning back to the puppet, Sean's suspicions were confirmed. Although his strike had carved a substantial wound, the depth was surprisingly shallow, at most 3 or 4 centimeters deep. It was evident that he had not inflicted significant harm, even less so than when he severed the puppet's arm earlier. The reason for this lay partly in Sean's decision not to unleash his full power and partly in the puppet's formidable defenses. To prevent his sword from becoming lodged within the puppet's body, he had only infused the blow with half of his usual strength, just enough to gauge the puppet's physical resilience while ensuring he could withdraw rapidly if necessary. The result was as anticipated. A strike with half his strength merely created a superficial wound of 3 or 4 centimeters, making it clear that even at full force, he could not cleave the puppet in two. Chapter 37. Unexpected Howl. The puppet, adorned with a long, jagged wound and a severed arm, lunged at Sean once more, seemingly unfazed. Whoosh! In response, a silver blade of light surged forth, aimed directly at its throat. Having confirmed the puppet's formidable defenses, Sean resolved to strike at its vulnerabilities. Regardless of whether they were human or animal, all beings possess inherent weaknesses, be it the heart that pumps blood or the throat connected to the brain. Sean was uncertain if these areas still represented weaknesses in the corpse puppet's return from hell, but he was determined to test this theory. However, the puppet's heart was shielded by layers of muscle and bone, making it nearly impossible to pierce. Thus, he opted for the throat, the area he believed to be least protected. Sizzle! The knight's sword tore through flesh, but to Sean's dismay, the puppet's throat did not succumb to his strike. In a critical moment, the puppet's instincts kicked in. Sensing danger, it instinctively swung its remaining claw to block Sean's blade. The sword severed the puppet's last claw, though it lacked the strength to penetrate further, leaving only a shallow scratch on its neck. Howl! Even with both claws removed, the puppet remained ferocious, devoid of fear or the glimmer of intellect once characteristic of humanity. That it was unequivocally clear that the creature before him was no longer human, but a bloodthirsty monster. Whoosh! Another flash of sword light emerged as Sean's attempt to strike the puppet's neck was thwarted, yet he did not falter. He swiftly swung again, this time aiming for the puppet's most vulnerable spot, the throat. Having lost its claws and with no further means of defense, the puppet instinctively evaded to the side as the sword light approached. However, the speed of the attack was overwhelming. It could only manage to dodge halfway, and the blade found its mark on the puppet's neck. Thud! This time, there was no surprise. The Silver Knight's sword cut cleanly through the puppet's neck, severing its head entirely. Thud! The round head rolled away, and the puppet's body stumbled forward before collapsing, its head undeniably its Achilles heel. Not bad. Observing Sean's prowess in dispatching the corpse puppet with just 4 strikes, the scarred man nodded subtly. For someone encountering a corpse puppet for the first time, achieving such a feat was commendable. Exhaling, Sean stepped through the now open metal door, greeted by the awestruck gazes of his fellow students. The 4 swords vanquished the corpse puppet, which the scarred man deemed merely commendable. Yet to the multitude of students, it was regarded as a harrowing feat undoubtedly. Sean's prowess was formidable, extraordinarily so. Although they dared not approach him due to Wallace's influence, their reverence bore no relation to familiarity. Is this truly all of his strength? While most students merely recognized Sean's exceptional power, it was the instructor, Sera, who truly comprehended the extent of Sean's current capabilities. He was well aware of the formidable defensive strength of the corpse puppets. Yet this remarkably resilient entity had its 2 front claws and head severed by Sean's 3 strikes. It was conservatively estimated that Sean's strength now exceeded 1,700 pounds, a magnitude that would place him among the elite. Next, following Sean's impressive display, the trials against the corpse puppets continued, but the subsequent challengers paled in comparison. Even Sakri, once the strongest student of Class 3, required over 20 strikes to slay his puppet. Others fared even worse. Some engaged in 100 exchanges before seizing the opportunity to eliminate their adversary. While a few, paralyzed by anxiety, made grievous mistakes, nearly succumbing to infection by the corpse puppets. Fortunately, the scarred man intervened just in time to save them, although their trials were ultimately deemed failures, despite the puppet's inferiority to the students present. The overwhelming tension rendered many incapable of performing even half of their usual prowess, making their failures unsurprising. Impressive. Observing more emerge from the metallic cage, a glimmer of amusement graced Sean's features as he gestured in acknowledgement. Heh. Of course, just look at who it is. More graciously accepted Sean's praise. Behind him, the corpse puppet lay defeated on the ground, a testament to his victory, while he ranked merely in the middle tier of Class 6 in terms of strength. His psychological fortitude truly shone. Having exerted 80% of his usual capability, he had no trouble dispatching the puppet. Soon, the number of participants in the trials swelled to more than half. Yet only a mere dozen succeeded, with over 2/3 of the contestants failing their trials. Next, the scarred man recited monotonously, prompting a timid brown-haired youth to step forward. Sean was not well acquainted with him. Having exchanged only a few words, yet he knew the boy ranked among the upper echelon of their class. As the brown-haired youth entered, the scarred man secured the metallic door, then addressed the servant controlling the mechanism. "Open a door." "Yes." The servant replied respectfully, promptly pulling a lever. Clank, as the machinery whirred, a door far from the enormous metallic cage swung open, and a completely unclothed corpse puppet rushed forth, charging towards the massive structure. The brown-haired youth, armed with a knight's sword, fixed his anxious gaze upon the oncoming puppet, his palms perspiring with evident trepidation. Thud, thud, the sound of footsteps grew louder as the puppet closed in. Finally, it entered the vast metallic cage, scanning its surroundings until it spotted the nervous brown-haired youth brandishing his sword. Roar! The puppet bellowed and lunged at the boy. Vile liquid dripping from its MAW response. The brown-haired youth swiftly swung his knight's sword, aiming to cleave the puppet's claws as they approached, observing the puppet's singular attack pattern during the trials. He was confident in his strike. Something's amiss. Despite having passed the trials, Sean's gaze remained fixated on the other students within the enormous metallic cage. He sought to glean more about the puppet's behaviors. Knowing he would inevitably encounter them again at that moment, he sensed an anomaly in the puppet before him, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort, causing him to furrow his brow. Thwack! As anticipated, the knight's sword struck the puppet's claws with force, and a flicker of triumph crossed the brown-haired youth's expression. Though the puppet possessed considerable strength, it was only formidable relative to ordinary individuals, those who practiced knightly arts. Like him, wielded power that matched or exceeded the puppet's. Thus, he believed he could send the puppet flying. However, the next moment, terror washed over his face. It was not the expected puppet that flew away, but he himself, soaring through the air in a manner he could scarcely fathom. Thud! He crashed violently against the metallic framework behind him, collapsing to the ground, weakened and spitting blood, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries due to the impact. How is this possible? Oh, what just happened? What on earth is going on? Witnessing the brown-haired youth being hurled by the puppet, the students of Class 6 erupted in exclamations, their eyes wide with confusion and shock. The youth had believed his strike would send the puppet flying, and they had shared in that belief, given that several others had achieved such feats before him, and he ranked among the upper tier of their class. Surely, if others could do it, so could he. Yet reality dealt a staggering blow, as the brown-haired youth was thrown by the puppet. This is... Sean's expression shifted as he discerned the abnormality. He realized that the peculiar difference he had sensed in the puppet stemmed from its heavier footfalls compared to the others. If the other puppets sounded like a motorcycle passing by, this one resembled a car, producing a pronounced clamor. Clearly, this was no ordinary corpse puppet. Chapter 38. Bloodline Roar, sensing the scent of fresh blood. The puppet that had struck the brown-haired youth now surged with excitement, roaring as it lunged towards him. As it advanced, one of its pitch-black claws, resembling a hook forged from iron, reached out to seize the boy. Should it land a blow, the youth would inevitably suffer grievous wounds, and given the puppet's current might, he could very well face disembowelment. The brown-haired youth recognized the danger and desperately attempted to retreat. Yet he found himself backed against the metallic framework of the enormous cage, with no escape in sight. Unable to evade, he contemplated raising his knight's sword to block the attack, but his injuries rendered him unable to summon any strength. What typically felt like a mere 10 pounds now felt as heavy as 1,000 in his grasp. Despair filled his eyes. Should the puppet's claws land a hit, death seemed the only outcome. Whoosh! Just as the puppet's claws were about to grasp the brown-haired youth, a sword materialized. It was a 5-foot-long blade. Its surface stained crimson, as though soaked in blood. Thud! The vivid red sword sliced through the puppet's midsection, passing through as if encountering no resistance, cleaving the creature in two. The puppet's formidable defenses crumbled before the might of this blade. Yielding like tofu, plop, the upper half of the puppet's body tumbled to the ground, dark red blood spilling forth as if a dive had been overturned. Yet even in this state, the puppet did not perish at once. Instead, it clawed at the ground with its remaining 2 limbs, attempting to retaliate against the one who had struck it. Thud! The blood-red sword reappeared, driving deep into the puppet's chest, its tip emerging from the back. Thud! The crimson blade withdrew, and the puppet finally succumbed, collapsing before the brown-haired youth, blood staining his face. Ah! Only then did the brown-haired youth realize the gravity of his predicament, letting out a piercing scream. His complexion pale from both injury and overwhelming fear, horrified at the prospect of infection from the puppet's blood. "Be quiet. As long as you aren't directly wounded, you won't be infected," the scarred man remarked, pinching his ear in annoyance, before opening the metallic cage's door and summoning 2 servants to carry the brown-haired youth away. Observing the boy being taken out, the scarred man furrowed his brow. Damn it! Which fool allowed a bloodline-awakened puppet to slip through? The puppet before him bore no outward distinction from a typical one, leading him to overlook its abnormality initially, resulting in the youth's injury. This was clearly a lapse in his duties. Contemplating this, he felt an urge to curse. If a puppet imbued with bloodline power could infiltrate their ranks, one could only imagine the carelessness of those responsible for capturing them. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man wandering alone in the wilderness suddenly sneezed, wiping his mouth in bewilderment, his brow furrowing. Yet he could not deduce a reason, so he chose to ignore it and continued on his way. Upon witnessing the brown-haired youth being carried away, Instructor Jouser hurried forward to assess the youth's injuries, confirming that, while severe, they were not life-threatening, before allowing the servants to take him for treatment. His gaze then fell upon the bisected puppet within the metallic cage. And he frowned. At that moment, the students erupted into a cacophony of bewildered exclamations. What just happened? Why is this corpse puppet stronger than the others? Did not Teacher Jiaosu say that our strength should surpass that of the corpse puppets? How can we explain the strength of this particular one? Damn it. Wait a moment, I won't encounter such a freakish corpse puppet, will I? I don't want to participate in the corpse puppet trial anymore. Silence. Turning to the noisy group of students, Teacher Jiaosu sternly reprimanded them, his accumulated authority finally managing to quell their unrest. Rest assured, that was merely an anomaly. Such an incident will not occur again. Despite Teacher Jiaosu's assurance, the remaining students who had yet to participate in the trial were still filled with trepidation. One student, trembling, asked, "Teacher Jiaosu, what exactly was that corpse puppet? Why is it so much stronger than the others?" Faced with this inquiry, Teacher Jiaosu hesitated slightly, seemingly contemplating whether to disclose the information, but ultimately replied, "That was a corpse puppet that has awakened a bloodline talent. Presumably a talent related to strength, which is why its power surpasses that of the other puppets." Awakened a bloodline talent. Upon hearing Teacher Jiaosu's words, Shan, who had been pondering the distinctiveness of that corpse puppet, perked up his ears. Bloodline power was a term he had never encountered before. Not only him, but even the original owner of this body had no recollection of such a term, as there was not a shred of memory regarding bloodlines within the others' recollections. Clearly, he was not the only one unfamiliar with bloodline power, as another student promptly asked, "Bloodline talent. Teacher Jiaosu, what exactly is bloodline talent?" Bloodline talent refers to the mysterious abilities inherent within one's bloodline. Once awakened, it manifests in various extraordinary forms, such as increased strength, enhanced speed, and even the ability to manipulate fire and lightning. In fact, this talent is not exclusive to corpse puppets. We possess it as well, though the probability of awakening it is significantly lower compared to that of corpse puppets, which is why you have not heard of it. Upon hearing Teacher Jiaosu's explanation, many students displayed expressions of astonishment. clearly indicating that this was information they had never encountered before. Among them, Sean was the most taken aback, his face betraying a hint of joy amidst his surprise. In his previous life, he had witnessed numerous talents. Yet he had never seen anything as enigmatic as bloodline talent. Initially, he had believed such phenomena existed solely within the realms of comic book fantasies, not in reality. However, teacher Jiao Su's words unveiled the truth that such abilities were indeed real. For others, this was an unattainable aspiration, given the exceedingly low probability of bloodline awakening. Yet for Sean, it was a different matter altogether. This bloodline power, in essence, should be regarded as a talent. And with his talent web, he could easily obtain this ability by merely finding an individual who had awakened such a talent. In fact, he might not even need to seek out someone with awakened bloodline talent. At this thought, his gaze inadvertently turned towards the two academy servants clad in cotton gloves, placing the bisected corpse puppet into bags. That a fleeting glimmer of desire flickered in his eyes, but ultimately, he managed to suppress it. That he was uncertain whether his talent web could also function on talents from other species. However, the corpse puppet before him was different, although it was no longer human. It had once been human. This implied that its talents were likely analogous to those of humans. That To further elaborate, if he were to come into contact with the body of this corpse puppet, there was a high likelihood he could replicate and acquire its strength talent. This thought crossed his mind. Excitement welled in his eyes. Finding someone with bloodline talent was a daunting task, as he had not heard of anyone awakening such a talent throughout the entirety of the Neo Knight Academy. While it was possible that those who had awakened such talents kept it to themselves, there was no doubt that locating an individual with bloodline talent was immensely challenging. However, the corpse puppet in front of him was guaranteed to possess such a talent. Ultimately, he chose to abandon this notion, refraining from engaging in any conspicuous actions under the watchful eyes of others. On one hand, even if he were to acquire the strength talent from the corpse puppet, he would not dare to showcase it openly, as it would arouse suspicion. After all, it would be difficult to ignore the connection between him noticing the corpse puppet with the strength talent and subsequently awakening his own strength talent. On the other hand, even if he were to touch the body of this corpse puppet, he feared that he might struggle to replicate the strength talent, as the puppet's body was severely damaged, cleaved in two. The inherent strength talent hidden within its body might very well have been compromised. His belief stemmed from a prior experience in his previous life, where he attempted to replicate the talents of historically outstanding scientists. After all, to become an eminent scientist in history, one must possess a high-level talent in at least one field, if not a top-tier talent. However, he failed in this endeavor, later realizing that while the talent web could replicate talents from corpses, it required a high degree of integrity in the corpse. If the integrity of the corpse fell below 90%, the likelihood of acquiring the talent was significantly diminished, even to the point where talent information would not be displayed. Chapter 39. A Century of Plague. Ultimately, this trial concluded rather abruptly. Although the scarred man coerced the remaining students into the metallic cage for the trial, they were already paralyzed with fear, unable to exhibit their usual strength, resulting in only a handful successfully passing the trial. Teacher Jiao Su felt helpless about this. It was the cohort with the fewest successful trial participants he had ever overseen. However, given the trauma inflicted by the awakened bloodline talent corpse puppet, such an outcome was entirely reasonable. Sean left the trial prison, exhibiting no different demeanor than the others, yet he had already resolved to investigate matters concerning corpse puppets further. Whether for the sake of his own safety or to attain bloodline talent, this was of utmost necessity. Simultaneously, he sought opportunities to come into contact with awakened bloodline talent corpse puppets. Although he could not yet ascertain whether touching an awakened bloodline talent corpse puppet would allow him to replicate that corresponding bloodline talent, there was, without a doubt, merit in attempting it. While there were individuals among humans who had awakened bloodline talents, their numbers were exceedingly sparse. He had never even heard of one, indicating that the probability was lamentably low. In the following days, whenever he found a moment of leisure, he would frequent the library of the Neo Knight Academy to peruse books. This was a vast library, covering thousands of square meters, filled with numerous bookshelves that housed an array of leather-bound tomes. Though it could not compare to the grand libraries of his previous life, considering the civilization level of this era, having such a library was already commendable. However, he also noticed that very few individuals visited this library. Over several days, he encountered only a handful of fellow students who, like him, came to the library to read, and among them, he was the only male student. The plague that struck a century ago had resulted in the death of 2/3 of the world's population, transforming them into humanity's nemesis, the corpse puppets, who still loomed ominously over the remnants of human existence. The kingdom's upper echelons responded by prioritizing the training of knights capable of combating the corpse puppets, while cultural heritage was somewhat neglected, since the kingdom did not value it. Naturally, few Knight Academy students frequented such places unless driven by personal interest. Like the original Sean, who had spent 3 years at the Neo Knight Academy without ever stepping foot in this library, focusing solely on cultivation, although not everyone was as singularly devoted as the original Sean. Even if they had free time, there were countless other ways to spend it. Why venture to a library to sift through such dreary texts? In the course of his research over the past few days, Sean gained considerable insights into corpse puppets and the cataclysmic plague that had swept through the human world a century prior. First and foremost was the revelation regarding the wizarding clan responsible for spreading that unprecedented plague. The wizarding clan, a distinct race unlike humans, possessed pointed ears, triangular faces, and striking green eyes, which, by human aesthetic standards, could be deemed decidedly unsettling. Nevertheless, they constituted a formidable and terrifying race, with their average strength far surpassing that of humans. While not every member possessed wizardly aptitude, the probability of encountering individuals with such talent was significantly higher than that of finding knights among humans. Fortunately, their numbers were nowhere near as prolific as those of humans, which prevented them from ultimately overpowering humanity. The plague of a century ago was orchestrated by the wizarding clan's supreme leader, the Wizard King, Langman St. Raphael. Alarmed by the vast human population, he sought to eradicate the disparity between their numbers and that of humanity by concocting a horrific curse. As he had anticipated, this curse decimated 2/3 of the human populace, and those who perished were transformed into corpse puppets, becoming humanity's adversaries. Although humanity eventually rallied to repel these corpse puppets, they had already lost a significant portion of their territory. With current human lands comprising less than half of what they once were. In the ensuing years, humanity endeavored to reclaim the territories lost to the corpse puppets, only to discover in horror that the strength of these puppets was not static. Over time, more powerful individuals began to emerge among them, and with the interference of the wizarding clan, even after a century, humanity had yet to reclaim its lost lands, facing the escalating threat of increasingly formidable corpse puppets. Regarding the matter he yearned to understand most, bloodline talent, he had also garnered a general understanding. Bloodline talents, a wondrous and enigmatic force, may reside within any living creature, be it human or animal. While many individuals possess such talents, they often lie dormant within their bodies, likely never to awaken throughout their lives. Take humans, for instance. As the most populous intelligent species, one would presume that a considerable number possess bloodline talents. However, in reality, those who manifest such abilities are exceedingly rare, primarily due to the exceedingly low probability of awakening. This probability is notably higher in the case of the undead. Some top-tier experts speculate that this is attributable to the influence of voodoo. The foremost condition for awakening is stimulation. Only through sufficient external or internal provocation can such a phenomenon occur. For instance, the undead experience a significant increase in their awakening probability due to the stimulation from the voodoo within them. Clearly, while voodoo may have shattered their rationality, transforming them into bloodthirsty monsters, it simultaneously provides the intense stimulation necessary for the awakening of their bloodline talents. Moreover, Sean has come to understand that the foundation of bloodline talents lies in one's physical attributes. In other words, bloodline talents function upon the basis of inherent physical qualities. For example, an ordinary person with a strength talent might possess power comparable to Sean's current level, whereas if this strength talent were to manifest within Sean, he could potentially elevate his strength to that of a trainee knight. It is evident that Sean's enhancement in strength would far surpass that of an ordinary individual, as his foundational prowess is significantly greater. In the following days, Sean refrained from returning to the library. He had gleaned all that he needed to know, and any deeper secrets could not be uncovered within the confines of the Knight Academy, as it was evident that the Academy, or perhaps the royal family, had concealed such information. The truth is often held by a select few, a reality that persists in any world, be it in his past life or this one. This is partly a matter of knowledge and partly due to the intentional obfuscation by the ruling class. He paid little heed to these matters. This world is far more direct than his previous one. Here, The strong wield the power of life and death, possessing everything. As long as one attains sufficient strength, any secret will unveil itself. The reason for ignorance lies solely in insufficient power. As for bloodline talents, such matters remain unknown to ordinary individuals. However, for those like Sean, who tread the path of knighthood, they possess the right to know, as they are no longer ordinary beings. This became evident the moment they embarked on their knightly journey. Regarding the talent web's restored ability to create duplicates, after careful consideration, Sean decided to refrain from utilizing it for the time being. Although he could identify some commendable talents to replicate, such as the swordsmanship prodigy Benjamin Beck from the Ziyun Knight Academy, who possesses several impressive intermediate talents alongside his advanced swordsmanship, it would not provide significant benefit for him at present. His focus lies in the knightly arts of swordsmanship, and without corresponding training for other knightly skills. Any acquisition would merely serve as a decorative piece. It would be wiser to reserve the replication ability for a more opportune moment, lest he encounter someone with a top-tier talent and regret the lack of duplication capability. Chapter 40. The Wolf Attack. Along the winding merchant road, a caravan progresses slowly. This merchant group, consisting of several dozen individuals, cannot be deemed large, with all the wagons combined totaling no more than 10. Leading the caravan are 2 covered wagons, followed by 7 freight wagons. Inside the second wagon, 4 individuals are seated. Among them is an elderly man, whose hair has turned gray. However, through meticulous grooming, he does not appear overly aged. Instead, exuding an air of refined gentlemanliness, in his youth, he must have been a rather handsome figure. Beside him sits a lovely young girl, around 14 or 15 years of age, with a fresh and ethereal visage. Clad in a white dress that resembles a pure white magnolia. It is evident that the two share a grandparent-grandchild relationship. On the opposite side of the elder, 2 more individuals are seated. One is a young man dressed in luxurious attire, who, upon entering the wagon, cast a disdainful glance at the other 3, his contempt unmistakable. He is a scion of a large trading house, but due to the unavailability of a caravan heading to his desired destination, he has been compelled to join this group, leading him to look down upon the others with an inherent sense of superiority. The other individual is a golden-haired youth, attired in a blue outfit that, while not commoner garb, is certainly not ostentatious. The only noteworthy aspect about him is the deep brown scabbard hanging at his left hip, and this young man is Sean. Time swiftly passes, and several months have elapsed. Unbeknownst to him, Sean has been in this world for half a year. A few days prior, he effortlessly passed the Academy's year-end assessment and subsequently bid farewell to more before departing the Niao Knight Academy, intending to return to ASE City with this caravan. During these months, he had considered seeking out individuals with bloodline talents among his fellow students, yet this pursuit ended in failure, whether it was due to the absence of such talents or a desire to remain hidden. He could not ascertain. In any case, he did not find anyone possessing bloodline talents. However, this does not imply that his strength has stagnated. The terrifying training speed afforded by his advanced knightly talent has caused his power to grow exponentially day by day, and the monthly medicinal baths have provided him with substantial boosts each time. Over the past few months, he has undergone a total of 4 medicinal baths, collectively enhancing his strength by nearly 600 pounds. While this increase is not as rapid as during his first bath, it remains formidable, especially considering that the strength requirement for the last mid-year assessment was only around 1,000 pounds. As evening approaches, the caravan halts, setting up tents and kindling fires for cooking. Sean disembarks from the wagon and surveys his surroundings. This clearing beside the merchant road appears to be a frequent stop for caravans, evidenced by the numerous signs of tent setups and campfires. Not far from this spot lies a series of undulating mountains, where tall trees are abundant, and the sounds of birdsong intermingle with the faint growls of wild beasts. This world differs greatly from his past life, as there are countless places yet untouched by humanity, particularly in the dense mountains and forests, which remain off-limits to ordinary people. The ferocity of the beasts within poses a significant threat, even to the most experienced hunters, who dare not venture too deeply. Only knights, whose strength far surpasses that of the average person, would dare to traverse such treacherous terrain. Sean has contemplated battling various beasts in the dense forest on his way back to SE City. But upon reflection, he has chosen to abandon that idea. His current strength is insufficient to roam freely within the forest. Even a minor misstep could lead to peril. Moreover, the forest is exceedingly dense. And without the guidance of a seasoned individual, one could easily become lost. As night falls, Sean rests within the tent allocated to him by the caravan, having spent a considerable sum of silver coins to secure a private space. Free from the need to share with others, just as he drifts into a light slumber, a series of relentless roars suddenly pierces the night. He swiftly springs up, grabbing the knightly sword he keeps by his side, and steps outside the tent. Although night has fallen, the area remains well lit, with numerous torches ignited and planted in the center of the camp, illuminating the surroundings for 100 meters. "Grandfather, what on earth is happening?" He suddenly hears the voice of the girl, who had previously shared a wagon with him, as she and her grandfather emerge from their tent, evidently awakened by the commotion outside. "It seems we have encountered some beasts," the elderly man replies calmly, gazing in the direction from which the sounds of battle emanate. "Do not worry. Our caravan's guards are skilled fighters and will ensure your safety." At that moment, a corpulent middle-aged man approaches, wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, offering apologies to the trio. For the caravan, Sean and the others represent their benefactors, prompting the man to rush over to reassure them in the face of the impending threat. "Do you require assistance?" Sean inquires, frowning as he glances towards the ongoing roars of the beasts. "Thank you for your kind offer, young sir, but rest assured, my guards are seasoned experts. The captain of the guard has even practiced knightly arts. They will have no trouble dealing with these beasts," the middle-aged man replies diplomatically. Casting a glance at Sean, who wields a knightly sword but is clearly still a minor, he places greater faith in his guards, who possess brawn akin to Sean's thigh, especially the captain, whose knightly training gives him absolute confidence. To recruit such talent into the caravan, the man had invested considerable resources. "Such a little brat, playing knightly games," a derisive voice suddenly cuts in from a tent behind Sean and the others. The young man who had previously shared a wagon with them steps out, casting a disdainful glance at Sean before addressing the corpulent middle-aged man. "Why is there no guard here to protect us? What if the beasts charge into our camp?" "I apologize. All the guards have gone to confront the beasts. However, please rest assured, the beasts will not breach our camp." "Apologies," said the corpulent middle-aged man. "Is this how you treat your guests? To simply abandon them? After this incident, I shall certainly file a complaint with the Merchants Association." Upon hearing the words of the corpulent man, the young man immediately became displeased. Just as he continued to prattle on, a sudden roar reminiscent of a beast shattered the air, startlingly close to their vicinity. The crowd turned their heads towards the source of the beastly sound, only to find a wolf-like creature had surged into their camp. This beast stood over 2 meters tall, its fur as dark as if coated with oil, and its eyes gleamed a haunting emerald in the night. Upon sighting the wolf-like creature, the young man could no longer maintain his incessant chatter and let out a piercing scream that drowned out the distant roars of beasts and the sounds of combat. "Damn it! What is Captain Mark doing? How could he let a beast in?" The corpulent man also turned pale, acutely aware of his own limitations. In the face of such a formidable wolf, survival seemed utterly hopeless, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The only one remaining somewhat composed was likely Sean, alongside the peculiar elderly man and the young girl. Sean found the duo to be quite odd. They were dressed in clothing that was not particularly extravagant, nor did they have any attendants. Yet their demeanor exuded an air of nobility he had only encountered among the elite, a quality far more pronounced than that of any noble offspring he had met. Despite the elderly man and the young girl's calmness, Sean understood that the priority was to prevent the wolf from wreaking havoc in the camp. He drew his knight's sword and strode purposefully toward the beast. Observing Sean's approach with the sword, the young girl glanced at her grandfather, her eyes pleading. "Grandpa." Hearing her words, the elderly man smiled faintly, shook his head, and gazed in Sean's direction, his eyes reflecting a depth of understanding as he spoke. "It's all right. This little fellow is no ordinary creature." The young man and the corpulent man, overhearing this, exchanged incredulous glances, their skepticism regarding the old man's judgment evident. Simultaneously, they began to plot how to slip away to the guards while Sean distracted the wolf. Yet, in the next moment, their eyes widened in unison. Whoosh! In an instant, the seemingly leisurely Sean transformed into a blur, his speed escalating to a terrifying degree, appearing to them as nothing more than a fleeting blue specter. Swish! Unaware of the astonishment he inspired, Sean continued toward the wolf, which had also taken notice of him and lunged in his direction. Without hesitation, he struck, running and swinging his knight's sword in the moonlight. The silver blade gleamed as it sliced toward the wolf's neck. Thud! A soft sound echoed as the silver glint passed over the wolf's throat. After a few staggering steps forward, the creature collapsed with a resounding thud, crimson blood streaming from its neck. Twitching briefly before falling completely still, evidently slain by Sean's decisive blow. The young girl, the corpulent man, and the elegantly dressed young man were all taken aback, particularly the latter, who was visibly shaken. To think that such a massive wolf-like creature could be dispatched with a single stroke was simply terrifying. Such prowess was exceedingly rare even among those in his family's merchant operations. At that moment, he regretted provoking someone of such formidable capability, particularly in the absence of any guards. Was this not courting disaster? Chapter 41. The alpha wolf having slain the wolf-like beast, Sean did not linger, but hastened toward the sounds of conflict. The presence of wolf-like creatures within the camp, coupled with the absence of the merchant guards, suggested that the situation nearby was likely dire. Upon his arrival, he beheld a troubling scene that a group of over 30 guards was locked in a standoff with more than 20 wolf-like beasts. Some guards fought in pairs against a single wolf, managing somewhat comfortably, while others struggled to fend off individual beasts, resembling a small sailboat amidst tumultuous seas, at risk of capsizing at any moment. The 20 or so wolf-like creatures were nearly identical to the one Sean had just slain, their oily black fur and over 2-meter length, their green eyes glowing ominously, inducing a sense of dread. Yet, what was even more unsettling was the presence of one wolf that stood apart from the others. This beast exceeded 3 meters in length, its imposing figure resembling a moving hillock in the night. Clearly, this was the alpha wolf. At that moment, a burly man wielding a machete was locked in a fierce confrontation with the alpha, standing nearly 1.8 meters tall. This man was of average height in this world. Yet his muscular build gave him a formidable presence. Sean recognized him as the captain of the guards, the one mentioned by the steward as having trained in knightly arts, likely specializing in swordsmanship. Roar! The alpha wolf let out an earth-shattering howl, then lunged forward, baring its massive jaws, aiming to pounce on the burly man. The man met the charge with a powerful swing of his heavy blade. Clearly, he possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, he would not have earned the trust and respect of the steward and other guards. As the alpha wolf charged, the weighty blade struck its skull with a resounding clang. To the man's astonishment, the blow did not result in the expected grievous wound, only a faint trace of blood, akin to a scratch, utterly negligible against the alpha's massive frame. Such a wound, repeated hundreds of times, would likely not bring it down. What formidable defenses! Sean's expression turned grave. This alpha wolf was evidently far superior to the one he had just slain. Its defenses were especially daunting. The captain's strike barely left a mark. A testament to the creature's resilience, surpassing even that of the undead he had encountered months prior. Swish! Withstanding the captain's blow, the alpha wolf lunged to the side, its massive paw extending, 5 glistening claws resembling curved blades poised to strike. Bang! The captain raised his weapon in defense, successfully blocking the attack. However, the tremendous force behind the blow sent him sliding backward. Clearly, the alpha's might was not limited to its defenses. Its strength was equally formidable. This was a beast capable of overwhelming even the undead in every regard. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, the captain quickly regained his footing and prepared to face the alpha once more. Though an undeniable anxiety clouded his features, moments ago, he had seen a wolf-like creature breach the camp, yet he was now preoccupied with the strongest beast, leaving him unable to assist. His gaze shifted toward the other guards, who were also struggling against the onslaught of over 20 wolf-like beasts, and his heart sank. Given the strength of the wolf-like creatures, the non-combatants in the camp would stand no chance against them. He could already envision their grim fate. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning, he saw a young boy wielding a knight's sword, one of the 4 guests. Though puzzled by the boy's presence, he shouted urgently, "Quickly! Leave this place!" While he was grappling with the alpha, the last thing he wanted was for this boy to become its next target. However, his warning came too late, as he noticed the boy. The alpha wolf had also spotted him. Its emerald eyes glinted with hunger as it charged forward, using its formidable bulk to shove the captain and his weapon aside before lunging at the boy. Watch out! The captain's heart dropped as he saw the alpha break through his defenses, and he sprinted after it, shouting a warning. Yet, he was no match for the wolf's speed, and the boy, seemingly paralyzed by fear, did not even attempt to evade. With a triumphant roar, the alpha wolf lunged at its prey, its jaws wide enough to swallow the boy's head whole. Damn it! The burly man felt an overwhelming sense of urgency within him, as he could already envision the tragic fate that awaited the young boy. Witnessing a youth, who was nearly the same age as his own child, on the brink of death before his very eyes ignited a volcanic fury within him, accompanied by a profound sense of guilt. The boy, it seemed, had been driven to seek refuge from the wolf-like beast that had infiltrated their camp, only to find that the very person meant to protect him was the one who would ultimately bring about his demise. Suddenly, as the burly man was consumed by self-reproach, an unexpected scene unfolded before him. The boy, who was moments away from having his head bitten off by the alpha wolf, sprang into action. He raised his sword and, with a swift and powerful stroke, struck at the wolf's advancing head. To the burly man's astonishment, the boy's sword collided with the alpha wolf's skull with the force of a heavy hammer, sending the beast flying. With a thud, the alpha wolf was hurled 10 meters away, crashing to the ground. The burly man distinctly noted a gruesome wound on the wolf's head, an injury he had been unable to inflict despite his numerous attempts. This revelation left the burly man both astonished and bewildered. Despite having practiced knightly arts for many years, he felt utterly at a loss against the alpha wolf. His attempts to strike it with his axe had proven futile. Yet this young boy had managed to inflict such a grievous injury with a single blow, revealing the immense strength behind the boy's sword. It was clear that the boy's prowess exceeded his own. This meant that, despite his youth, the boy possessed a power that surpassed his own. The alpha wolf, now rising, bore a savage wound upon its forehead from which crimson blood flowed freely, staining its entire visage. Yet, its emerald eyes remained devoid of emotion, only reflecting a chilling intent to kill. With the boy's strike having sent the alpha wolf reeling, Sean's expression grew solemn. The creature's formidable defenses were indeed terrifying. Compared to his abilities several months prior, he had experienced significant growth, and he felt confident that he could have slain the previous undead foe with a single strike. Yet, even now, he could only manage to leave a moderate wound on the alpha wolf. Underscoring the beast's formidable defenses, with a roar, the alpha wolf charged at Sean with terrifying speed, its dark fur blending into the night like a shadowy specter. Wolves are known for their grudges, and Sean's previous attack had clearly ignited the creature's wrath. "Stop here. You go assist the others," Sean instructed the burly man before charging towards the alpha wolf. Although impressed by the creature's formidable defenses, he felt no fear. Instead, he was exhilarated. Such a powerful adversary was the perfect test of his strength. In recent times, he had experienced substantial growth in his abilities, but had struggled to find worthy opponents to hone his skills against. Neither Emoer nor the swordsmanship prodigy Benjamin Baker had posed any challenge in the face of his burgeoning power, leaving him unable to unleash his full potential during their encounters, which had been quite frustrating. Upon hearing Sean's command, the burly man instinctively nodded, but then he was struck by a moment of realization. He, a man nearing 40, had just complied with a mere boy's directive. However, after some contemplation, he ultimately decided to follow the young man's lead. Although the alpha wolf was indeed a formidable foe, he believed the boy was equally powerful, a true monster in his own right. Even if the boy could not defeat the alpha wolf, he could surely hold it off for a while, allowing the burly man to assist the other guards in dispatching the remaining wolf-like beasts before joining forces with the boy to take down the alpha wolf together. "Be careful," he called out, hastening towards the other guards. Chapter 42. The battle with the wolf. A middle-aged guard was engaged in a desperate struggle against a wolf-like beast, his body marred by several deep gashes, evidence of the creature's sharp claws. Clutching a long knife, he repeatedly defended against the beast's relentless attacks, yet he could feel the weight of the weapon becoming untenable, as if it would slip from his grasp at any moment. He knew that losing his grip on the knife would mean his demise. That he contemplated calling for help, but saw that his comrades were in similar predicaments, all teetering on the brink of death. Suddenly, the wolf-like beast lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant. Before he could react, it leaped, baring its razor-sharp fangs and aiming for his throat. "This is bad." The middle-aged guard's face turned pale as he sought to evade. But the beast's speed was overwhelming, and his own exhaustion left him sluggish. He could only watch helplessly as the creature's gaping maw loomed closer. At that moment, a long knife appeared from the side, striking the wolf-like beast's neck with blinding speed. Blood gushed forth, and it was evident that the creature had been dealt a fatal blow. Grateful for the timely rescue, the middle-aged guard turned to the one who had intervened. "Captain, what brings you here? Have you slain the Alpha Wolf?" As he spoke, awe and reverence shone in his eyes as he regarded the burly man. He had witnessed the Alpha Wolf's terror firsthand. He had seen a fellow guard attempt to confront it, only to be sent flying, weapon and all, collapsing to the ground in a stupor. The thought that this fearsome beast could be vanquished by his captain single-handedly left him in disbelief. Cough, cough. The burly man felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at the guard's words, his face flushing as he gestured towards Sean, who was engaged in battle with the Alpha Wolf. "Not yet, but a young lad has managed to hold it off for me. I'm here to assist you in dispatching the other wolf-like beasts before joining him." Upon hearing the captain's words, the middle-aged guard was momentarily taken aback, but quickly turned to look in the direction indicated. There, he spotted a boy of around 15, wielding a long sword and standing his ground against the massive Alpha Wolf. Though the boy was dwarfed by the creature, there was no trace of fear on his face, only a palpable eagerness to engage. In the blink of an eye, both Sean and the Alpha Wolf closed in on one another. With a swift motion, Sean slashed at the wolf's neck, but rather than the anticipated sound of tearing flesh, he found his blade halted by the creature's formidable paw, adorned with 5 razor-sharp claws. The wolf's instincts had sensed the danger, and it had instinctively defended itself. Though Sean's attack had been thwarted, the Alpha Wolf was not entirely unscathed. As Sean's sword was deflected, he quickly adjusted his stance and redirected his blade, leaving a visible gash on the wolf's paw, from which blood began to flow. The sheer force behind Sean's movements, enhanced by his newfound strength, had inflicted a significant wound. However, this only served to incite the wolf's fury further. Ignoring its own injuries, it pivoted sharply and lunged at Sean, aiming to bite his shoulder. Without hesitation, Sean retreated just in time, narrowly avoiding the creature's jaws, which clamped down where he had stood moments before. Had he not been swift, he would have surely lost a limb. Once again evading the Alpha Wolf's assault, Sean surged forward, aiming for the creature's neck. But as he executed his strike, he sensed an uncanny awareness from the wolf. It seemed to anticipate his intent and twisted its body to bite at him. With no other option, he redirected his sword, striking down upon the wolf's head instead. A flash of blood erupted as his blade collided with the wolf's skull, intersecting with the previous wound, creating a gruesome sight. Yet undeterred, the Alpha Wolf pressed forward, disregarding its injury. Sean swiftly sidestepped, feeling the rush of air from the creature's jaws as it passed by, the stench of its breath unmistakable. As Sean engaged the wolf-like beasts, the caravan manager, the lavishly dressed young man, and the peculiar pair of grandfather and granddaughter made their way towards the fray. The caravan manager and the young man were visibly shaken, realizing that even the safety of the camp was no guarantee, and it was wiser to join the guards for protection. Meanwhile, the grandfather and granddaughter approached with an air of calm, their expressions betraying no hint of fear. As the four approached, they witnessed Sean's fierce struggle against the Alpha Wolf. What a massive wolf! Upon catching sight of the Alpha Wolf, the caravan manager's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Having traversed the kingdom alongside various merchant caravans, he had encountered numerous types of wolf-like beasts, but the creature before him was undoubtedly the largest he had ever seen. Its size was truly terrifying, comparable to that of an adult water buffalo, if not exceeding it. Meanwhile, the lavishly dressed youth was equally astounded by Sean's prowess, faced with such a colossal wolf-like beast. Sean displayed remarkable composure while engaging it in combat, showing no signs of defeat. This level of skill was nothing short of terrifying. "Grandfather, what a massive wolf!" Upon seeing the creature, the girl's eyes widened in surprise, her delicate hand covering her mouth in astonishment. "Indeed, it is rather large." The elder maintained his calm demeanor throughout, merely nodding slightly at the girl's remark, his tranquility reminiscent of someone who, having witnessed majestic mountains, now regards mere hills without a stir of emotion. This young man is quite intriguing. Possessing such strength at such a young age is commendable. It is a pity he was born into a humble family. Had he been born into a marquis or duke's household, his current achievements would likely rival those of the noble heirs in the royal capital. He spoke with serene conviction, yet the weight of his words conveyed shocking implications to those present. Though only the girl seemed to grasp their significance, in both the Knight Academy of Neo and other knightly institutions across the kingdom, the highest noble rank among the students was that of Count. Marquis and Duke heirs had never been seen. This phenomenon stemmed from a single reason. The generous conditions provided by Marquis and Duke families far surpassed what any Knight Academy could offer, even the esteemed Knight Academy of Neo. Despite its prestigious background and royal sponsorship, the Academy had to allocate resources among a vast number of students, leaving little for each individual. That in stark contrast, Marquis and Duke households boasted abundant resources and fewer offspring, resulting in a far greater per capita distribution, making it inconceivable for them to regard the Academy's modest training resources with any respect. Moreover, when it came to knightly techniques and guidance, they were not lacking. With their long-standing lineage, Marquis and Duke families certainly had access to top-tier knightly techniques and formidable warriors. Some direct descendants received training from the kingdom's most powerful figures from a young age. How could those nurtured under such auspices be anything but extraordinary? Yet, to hear such sentiments casually expressed by the elders seemed exceedingly rare, as though he had seen countless similar instances. The noble status of those Duke heirs was incredibly prestigious, not something one could easily encounter without an equal or superior standing. Grandfather, your appraisal of him is surprisingly high. Upon hearing the elder's words, the girl smiled, her astonishment mingling with delight. She had certainly witnessed the prowess of Duke heirs, many of whom possessed the terrifying strength of full knights even before reaching adulthood. To see such a prodigy compared to the young man before her underscored her grandfather's high regard for him. He is deserving of such praise. The elder smiled faintly, his gaze steady upon Sean, in his eyes. Every movement of Sean's was distinctly visible. Achieving such a level at this young age without ample resources indicated at least a moderate knightly talent. What astonished him further was the young man's swordsmanship. From Sean's technique, he sensed an innate affinity with the sword, a clear indication of exceptional swordsmanship. He had not anticipated that a casual meeting with an old friend would lead him to encounter a talent with such terrifying swordsmanship. Grandfather, would you like to? The girl, moved by her grandfather's high opinion of the youth, began to speak, but the elder shook his head, interrupting her. Were this some years ago, I might have entertained such thoughts. However, I have grown too old and lack the necessary vigor now. Upon hearing this, the girl felt a pang of regret for the young man. Aware of the opportunity he had missed, she could only imagine the sense of loss he would experience years later upon realizing what had transpired. Chapter 43. The hunt for the wolf. Gazing at the alpha wolf before him, Sean's expression turned solemn. Illuminated by the flickering torchlight of the camp, he could see the creature bore over a dozen wounds, all inflicted by him. Yet, despite this, there was no trace of elation on his face. For an ordinary individual, such injuries could lead to severe blood loss or even death, but clearly, this was not the case for the alpha wolf. Its formidable size rendered what would be considered serious injuries on a human as mere scratches on its body. The wounds quickly ceased bleeding under the tension of its muscles. It was impossible to bleed it to death. Sean had not neglected to target the creature's vulnerable throat, but the wolf's cunning surpassed his expectations. Each time he aimed for its throat, it evaded with remarkable speed, and even when unable to dodge, it would shield itself with the most resilient part of its body, minimizing the impact of his strikes. Evidently, the alpha wolf possessed a wealth of combat experience, as a beast that had fought for survival since birth. Its ability to emerge as the leader of its pack spoke volumes of its prowess. It seems I must employ my swordsmanship, Sean mused inwardly, contemplating the cunning beast before him. For one who practices knightly techniques, their peak strength is realized when wielding their knightly abilities. This holds true for all who train in such arts. Without resorting to knightly techniques, they could muster only 60 or 70% of their potential. But by executing the techniques from their knightly repertoire, they could achieve 80, 90, or even a full 100% of their strength. Thus, it is said that knightly techniques are also combat arts. Silver Frost. First Snow. Channeling the unique breathing rhythm of the Silver Frost knightly technique, Sean unleashed the second form of the Silver Frost knightly swordsmanship, that in an instant, his blade transformed into a razor-sharp instrument. Akin to frost in the heart of winter, seemingly capable of freezing everything in its path. With a whoosh, the silver-glinting sword aimed directly at the alpha wolf's throat. Observing the incoming strike, the alpha wolf twisted its massive body, evading to the side with an agility reminiscent of a monkey. This exchange had occurred no fewer than 10 times, and thus, the wolf had gained considerable experience and confidence in evading human weaponry. Yet, in the next moment, it emitted a furious snarl. The sword, which it believed it could evade, had already descended upon it before it could react, targeting the most vulnerable area of its neck. Had it not been for its timely defense with its claws, the wolf would have sustained a grievous injury or worse. Nevertheless, having blocked the blow with its claws, it was still filled with rage, for the left forepaw it used to deflect the strike was now grievously wounded. Indeed, it was a severe injury, not merely a scratch. The power of Sean's knightly sword was far beyond that of his previous attacks, if his earlier strikes had manifested at 60% strength. This one was unleashed at 90%. The force was exponentially greater. The strike cleaved through the alpha wolf's claw, penetrating deep into its flesh, nearly severing its paw in two. Such an injury was significant, even for a creature of its considerable size. With a roar of fury, the alpha wolf, eyes ablaze with wrath, leapt backward, then launched itself at Sean with tremendous force. Its intact right forepaw, with its 5 sharp claws, arced downward menacingly towards Sean. In response, Sean executed another technique from his knightly swordsmanship, Silver Frost, Rushing Snow. Anticipating the wolf's aggressive assault, Sean had already prepared for the onslaught. The silver knightly sword descended like an avalanche from a snowy peak, colliding with the wolf's right paw, sinking 3 inches into its flesh, mirroring the severity of the previous strike. With both forepaws injured, the alpha wolf's ferocity intensified. Disregarding the pain, it charged at Sean with reckless abandon, seemingly intent on using its massive body to send him flying. In that moment, Sean felt as if a tank were bearing down upon him. Faced with the formidable charge of the alpha wolf, he dared not confront it head-on and opted to evade. Yet, as he sidestepped, his sword once again sliced forward, employing the Silver Frost knightly swordsmanship. This time, instead of targeting the wolf's neck, he aimed for the wounded left paw. Precisely aligning with the previous injury, the blade of Sean's knightly sword struck the alpha wolf's left paw, perfectly overlapping with the existing wound, and he felt his sword penetrate with immense resistance. But ultimately it passed through. With a thud, half of the claw, complete with 3 sharp talons, fell to the ground. He had severed a portion of the alpha wolf's paw. The half-chopped wolf's claw fell away, causing the alpha wolf to let out a howl that echoed to the heavens. As if consumed by madness, it lunged fiercely towards Sean. This moment, it was oblivious to the possibility of Sean seizing the opportunity to strike at its vulnerabilities. All that occupied its mind was the singular desire to rend the human before it to shreds. Witnessing the enraged alpha wolf barreling toward him, a cold glint flickered in Sean's eyes. As he swiftly evaded, his sword arced toward the beast's neck. With a swift thud, Sean and the alpha wolf passed each other in a fleeting moment, and his knight's sword grazed the wolf's throat, embedding deeply before being drawn back out. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth from the wolf's neck, and propelled by its momentum, it staggered forward a few steps before collapsing with a resounding thud, evidently having had its neck cleaved by Sean, dead beyond resurrection. Gazing at the fallen alpha wolf, Sean exhaled a long sigh of relief. Although he had emerged unscathed from the battle, he alone understood the perils he had faced. In the presence of such terrifying beasts, one could not afford to let their guard down for a moment. A slight misstep could lead to the loss of life, for, under the force of their attacks, any injury sustained would be grievous, as the size of their claws and jaws dwarfed Sean significantly. To think he could slay such a massive wolf. After witnessing the alpha wolf's body convulse briefly before falling still, the elegantly dressed young man gazed at Sean as if he had seen a ghost. The power Sean possessed was utterly terrifying. Such strength could rival that of several notable figures within the family business. Simultaneously, unease gripped him, fearing Sean might seek retribution for his earlier disrespectful remarks. Moments later, Sean took stock of his surroundings, spotting the rotund steward, the elegantly dressed youth, and the peculiar grandfather and granddaughter duo. All 4 were now fixated on him. The steward's gaze was one of awe, while the granddaughter regarded him with curiosity and surprise. Her grandfather, however, remained ever composed, his eyes reflecting a tranquil lake that would never ripple. The elegantly dressed youth's eyes were filled with trepidation, clearly anxious that Sean would hold him accountable for his previous mockery. Sean shook his head. He was not one to resort to violence over trivial matters. He strode past the elegantly dressed youth and made his way towards the standoff between the guards and the remaining wolves. As Sean walked by without pausing, the young man plopped down onto the ground. Stripped of his earlier arrogance, faced with someone capable of slaying such a colossal wolf, he found himself devoid of any bravado, especially without the protection of his guards, even if they were present. It was unlikely they could match Sean's prowess. The mercenaries hired by the trading company were far beyond his reach. Upon reaching the guards, Sean discovered the battle had concluded. the ground littered with the carcasses of wolf-like beasts, while the majority had bolted into the inky depths of the forest, evidently having fled upon the Alpha's demise. "Thank you, young Master Sean, for your timely assistance." The burly captain of the guards approached. Bloodied from the fray, though the blood was not his own, but that of the slain beast, he glanced at the massive body of the alpha wolf nearby, eyes filled with reverence. "There's no need for thanks. I merely acted in self-preservation," Sean replied, shaking his head. In a dire situation, if he had not intervened against the alpha wolf, it would have surely turned its lethal attention to him and his fellow guards once they had been overwhelmed. Thus, his actions were primarily for his own survival. Though he had considered sneaking away under the cover of night, he ultimately deemed it a poor choice. The night was when beasts were most active, alone. Even if he evaded the wolves, he might encounter other predatory groups, the dangers of which hardly paled in comparison to battling alongside the guards. Ultimately, as the guards regarded him with awe, Sean returned to his tent. The subsequent matters would be handled by the members of the trading company. However, as they passed by his tent, they cast respectful glances at him, either choosing to skirt around or walking with deliberate slowness, fearful of disturbing him. Such was the treatment afforded to the powerful in this world. Although to the formal knights, Sean was still a novice, among the guards of the trading company, he was already regarded as exceptionally formidable. After all, with their limited experience, they had never witnessed a formal knight in action. To them, Sean's strength overshadowed that of their highly esteemed captain, hence they deemed him powerful. Chapter 44. Homecoming the following day. The steward of the trading company politely refunded the fare Sean had provided, and in addition, compensated him for the carcasses of the slain beasts, including the alpha wolf, totaling a staggering 200 silver coins. This sum nearly matched the cost of hiring an entire group of mercenaries during the Campbell Trading Company's last expedition to the royal capital, while the rarity of a wolf the size of a calf contributed to the inflated price. It was evident that the steward possessed exceptional negotiation skills. That on this same day, the elegantly dressed young man dismounted from the carriage at a nearby town, the first to depart from the trading company. However, the fear evident on his face as he glanced back at Sean indicated that his departure was not merely to reach his destination, but rather to evade Sean. Soon after, the peculiar grandfather and granddaughter pair also disembarked on the third day. During their time together, Sean had contemplated assessing the old man's talents, hoping to replicate some extraordinary gift, but despite the old man's seemingly affable demeanor, he exuded an aura of impenetrability, leaving Sean without the opportunity to inquire before their departure. Afterwards, only Sean remained in the carriage, which felt rather desolate, yet he was not one to be troubled by solitude. In his previous life, he had endured countless weekends alone, laboring on research projects without ever feeling lonely. On the fifth day, the trading company arrived at another city, one steeped in history. The city walls were constructed from massive stones combined with a cement-like material, and due to the passage of time, signs of erosion were already visible on the surface. Upon arrival, Sean disembarked, for this was ASE City, the very locale associated with the family of the original owner of this body, with a population of 100,000. It was a relatively prosperous city compared to its surroundings. The city gates, a considerable queue awaited entry, the line stretching over several dozen meters. Younger Master Sean, as he surveyed the lengthy queue. Sean furrowed his brow. Just as he contemplated joining the back of the line, a young man approached him briskly. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, slender in build, clad in a green uniform reminiscent of a servant's attire from a noble family. Upon seeing him, Sean instantly recognized the young man. Arthur Cook, one of the servants groomed by the Campbell family since childhood. The original Sean had ridden in his carriage on several occasions, thus he was familiar with him. Sean was not surprised to see him here. Before departing from the Knight Academy, he had sent a letter via messenger pigeon to inform them of his return date. It was likely that the Campbell family had anticipated his arrival and dispatched someone to wait for him. Under Arthur's guidance, Sean bypassed the queue and entered through a small side gate, and the city guards on duty did not obstruct their passage. Rather, they greeted the two with courtesy. Why aren't they waiting in line? Indeed. It is unfair. Why do they get to enter without queuing? Many voices rose among those waiting as they observed Sean and Arthur pass through the gates. Silence, barked the captain of the guards. A burly middle-aged man with a thick beard. Upon hearing the commotion, he sneered. If your family could rank among the top 10 in ASE City, no, not even the top 10, if they could make it into the top 100, I would allow you to enter without queuing. With that statement, the murmurs ceased. ASE City was neither overly large nor small, but with a population of 100,000, a family that could place within the top 10 must possess considerable strength. At least in the eyes of those waiting. The consequences of offending such a family were all too clear. Once inside the city gates, a red-painted carriage emblazoned with the Campbell Trading Company's emblem awaited them. Sean climbed into the carriage, while Arthur took the reins and steered toward the city center. Approximately half an hour later, the carriage passed through a grand entrance and entered an estate. This estate sprawled over several thousand square meters. Richly adorned and elegantly designed, it was the residence of the Campbell family. Dismounting from the carriage, Sean, though slightly disoriented, navigated his way to his quarters within the estate with ease, guided by the memories of the original Sean. This room was spacious, among the finest within the estate, for the original owner was the legitimate eldest son of the Campbell family, destined to inherit the family legacy. The furnishings in the room were meticulously arranged, nearly indistinguishable from when Sean had departed earlier in the year, and not a speck of dust marred the floor or furniture, clearly maintained by diligent hands. "Young Master Sean, you have returned." At that moment, a young girl clad in a green maid's outfit approached. Her name was Erin Arnold, a 15-year-old with a strikingly delicate appearance. She was the maid who had served Sean during his time at the Campbell residence. And indeed, his dedicated maid. "Ah, I am back," Sean replied. Nodding in accordance with his customary demeanor, Erin's face brightened with joy as she hurriedly prepared a pot of tea for Sean, specifically his favorite jasmine tea. It was evident that even after a year had passed, she still remembered his preferences as a dedicated maid. Her role was truly fulfilled only when she was by her master's side. Since Sean had been attending the Night Academy of Neo and was not present at the Campbell estate, Erin had undoubtedly faced considerable pressure from the other maids during the past year. Now that Sean had returned, her elation was palpable. Sipping the jasmine tea brewed by Erin, Sean gazed thoughtfully at the decor of the room. This body had 3 siblings. The eldest was a sister named Una Campbell, 3 years older than this body, who was currently assisting in managing the family business and seemed to possess a notable talent for commerce. As her shop yielded substantial profits annually, this body ranked second among the siblings, with a younger sister named Lily Campbell, who had just turned 10. Their mother had passed away, and their father was the current head of the Campbell family, which allowed this body the opportunity to attend the Night Academy of Nio. It was primarily the head of the Campbell family who had advocated for this body's enrollment at the academy against considerable opposition. There were also several cousins, but the relationships were not particularly close, especially since the family's financial burden of Sean's expensive tuition had reduced their monthly allowances, resulting in an unfavorable impression of him. These were the familial ties of this body's original owner. Previously, having been isolated from this world while studying at the Night Academy, he had no desire to delve into memories related to these individuals. However, circumstances had changed. Now that he had returned to the Campbell estate, interactions with these people were inevitable. To avoid revealing any discrepancies during their encounters, it was prudent to review the memories connected to them. Brother. Just as Sean was lost in thought, a little girl in a pink dress hurriedly ran in. The girl, with her delicate features, small nose, and sparkling eyes, bore a resemblance to Sean. She was Lily Campbell, the younger sister of this body. "Lily, it's been a while. How have you been?" Sean greeted her in the manner customary to the original owner. "Not well," the little girl pouted, turning her face away in a huff. "You came back and didn't even come to see me." I'm very unhappy." Seeing Lily's adorable yet indignant demeanor, Sean couldn't help but chuckle, a smile breaking across his face. Vastly different from his earlier expression, in his previous life, he had been an only child, and he had often envied those with siblings. Now, witnessing the little girl's whimsical antics, he felt a surge of affection. Rising from his seat, he approached her and gently ruffled her hair. "All right, it's my fault. How about I take you to buy your favorite cream bread?" Upon hearing cream bread, Lily's watery eyes brightened, and she quickly forgot her earlier displeasure, grabbing Sean's arm with her tiny hands, pulling him towards the door. Fearful that he might change his mind, Sean, smiling, allowed himself to be led by the little girl to the stable where the horses were kept. Within the stables, there were over a dozen horses, and 3 servants were currently grooming and feeding them. Upon spotting Sean and the little girl, they promptly set down their tasks and bowed slightly, greeting, "Young Master Sean, Miss Lily." "Yes," Sean nodded and then added, "We are going out. Prepare a carriage for us." "Of course, young Master Sean," the 3 servants replied respectfully. Shortly thereafter, they secured the horses and carriage and summoned the coachman, who happened to be Arthur Cook, the man who had welcomed Sean at the city gate. He respectfully inquired, "Young Master Sean, where are you headed?" Upon hearing this, Sean furrowed his brow, pondering which street would be appropriate, but the little girl beside him exclaimed, "To Ava Street. I want to go to Ava Street." Seeing Lily's fervent request, Sean could hardly refuse. With a nod of consent, the carriage made its way along the designated path from the estate, exiting through the manor gates. Just as they were leaving, another carriage entered from outside. A 16-year-old boy, appearing rather handsome yet slightly pale, jumped down and beckoned to the nearby guard. "Who just left?" Startled by the inquiry, the guard quickly replied, "Young Master Cole. It was young Master Sean and Miss Lily who just went out." "Oh, Sean has returned?" The boy's face displayed a hint of surprise. "Yes, he just came back this morning." The youth nodded, casting a glance at the departing carriage before waving the guard away and walking towards the manor. Chapter 45. The Pearl of Campbell. Ava Street, located at the heart of our city, is one of the most prosperous thoroughfares in the area. Half an hour later, the carriage arrived at Ava Street. Halting in front of a bakery named Illy Est, this bakery wasn't particularly large, occupying just over 100 square meters, yet it was bustling with patrons. Among them were well-dressed ladies accompanied by little girls and boys, as well as close-knit young couples, all exuding an air of affluence. Given its prime location in the city center, the prices here were undoubtedly steep. Even the most ordinary loaf of bread commanded over 10 copper coins, an amount nearly equivalent to half a month's wages for a commoner. Clearly, no ordinary citizen would spend such a sum merely for a loaf of delicious bread. As Sean and Lily disembarked from the carriage, they were immediately greeted by the enticing aroma of freshly baked bread. While Sean appreciated the scent, Lily could hardly contain her excitement, tugging at Sean's hand as she dashed towards the bakery, pushing open the modest wooden door, barely a meter high. They stepped inside to find a circular counter displaying an array of breads in various shapes and flavors, some filled with cream, others with fruits, and even those stuffed with ham. Behind the counter stood several young women, each clad in white, fitted aprons, their faces adorned with sweet smiles as they recommended their baked goods to the customers. Sean didn't have the chance to engage with their suggestions. As soon as they entered, Lily pulled him directly to the counter showcasing the cream bread, her eyes fixated on the creamy delights. Noticing Lily's eagerness, the girl behind the counter beamed and addressed Sean. "Sir, these are freshly baked cream breads. Would you like to purchase 2? "Yes, please give me 2, Sean replied, patting Lily's head. "Very well, that will be 40 copper coins." The young woman skillfully wrapped the 2 breads in paper, handing them to Sean, though Lily eagerly snatched one before Sean could react. Amused by Lily's enthusiasm, Sean smiled and handed the girl a silver coin. With the household funds still plentiful and the money from the 2 wolf-like beasts he had previously sold, he could easily afford the treats. Holding 1 loaf each, they exited the bakery but did not return to the carriage. Instead, they strolled along the street, enjoying their cream breads, with Arthur Cook driving the carriage slowly behind them. Despite the slightly extravagant prices, the bakery's offerings were undeniably delightful. The blend of bread and cream fragrances whetting Sean's appetite. With a hearty bite, the soft texture of the bread and the sweetness of the cream filled his mouth, prompting a nod of approval. In terms of flavor, it rivaled the upscale bakeries of his past life, and the unique cream of this world imparted a distinctive taste. Although the civilization in this world seemed less advanced in many respects compared to his previous life, in certain areas, it surpassed it. This world seemed to be on an alternative developmental path. If his past life had followed a technological trajectory, then this world was evolving through its own means. Humanity empowered themselves through knights, gaining extraordinary powers, while the sorcerers honed their craft to master bizarre forces. Though the methods differed, the ultimate goal remained: to enhance and evolve oneself. Due to their formidable strength and mastery of power, this group has seen their status elevated infinitely within their respective clans, leading to an unprecedented flourishing of various industries catering to their needs, such as food, high-end clothing, and weaponry. It can be asserted that anything required by this powerful group is bound to thrive, rendering this world a genuine realm where the majority revolves around a select few. In a previous life, such extreme centralization would have undoubtedly resulted in ceaseless uprisings and rebellions. However, the situation here is markedly different. The central authorities wield extraordinary power, possessing the means to suppress any insurrection, rendering such attempts utterly futile. Over time, societal structures have become firmly entrenched, effectively eliminating the possibility of rebellion. The only ambition that remains is that of families aspiring to elevate themselves into that centralized group. The Campbell family, to which Sean belongs, exemplifies this. Originally thriving through the leather trade, the family gradually expanded into other sectors, ultimately evolving into the present-day Campbell commerce. However, they have now encountered a developmental bottleneck, and even regressed somewhat, primarily due to a lack of sufficient power to intimidate rival families, despite expending considerable resources to hire formidable knights with years of training to safeguard the family. Hard help lacks guaranteed loyalty. Given sufficient incentive, they could easily abandon the Campbell commerce or even betray them. After enduring several betrayals, the Campbell commerce resolved to cultivate their own distinct power. However, the qualifications for becoming a knight are not something one can simply acquire at will, and the Campbell family does not possess a lineage of knights. No knights have ever emerged from their ranks. Ultimately, after a thorough search throughout the family, they discovered that Sean possessed the potential to become a knight, leading to his enrollment at the Neo Knight Academy. He walked alongside the little girl Lily. Each holding a piece of bread, Sean suddenly furrowed his brow. Before them stood a jewelry store, which was already surrounded by a considerable crowd, with indistinct sounds of argument emanating from within, seemingly indicating a dispute between the jewelry store and a customer. The reason for his frown was the circular emblem on the store's sign, which belonged to the Campbell commerce, signifying that this jewelry store was indeed part of the Campbell family's ventures. The Campbell family had initially made their fortune in the fur trade before branching into other fields, with jewelry being one such area of development. The choice to enter the jewelry market was driven by its lucrative nature, where the price difference between raw materials and finished products offered significant profit margins. "Let us go take a look," Sean said, still frowning, but ultimately resolved to investigate the situation, grasping Lily's hand and using his superior strength to push through the throng of onlookers until they reached a vantage point by the jewelry store. There, a short young man stood at the entrance, brandishing a piece of jade jewelry adorned with silver accents, vociferously proclaiming, "Everyone, look, this exquisite jade ornament cost me 30 silver coins from this store, and after being appraised by the renowned jeweler Master Bame. Do you know what I found? It's not jade at all. It's merely a piece of glass. Can you believe they sold me a piece of glass masquerading as jade?" Upon hearing his words, many in the crowd visibly changed expressions. They were familiar with Master Bame, a respected authority in the jewelry field, and if he asserted it was glass, then it must indeed be so. "What? A jade ornament worth 300 silver coins is actually made of glass? Oh no, I purchased a jade ornament from this store just a few days ago. It couldn't possibly be glass too. Could it? No way. I want a refund." Numerous individuals who had previously bought jade ornaments from the store cast suspicious glances at the jewelry shop, clamoring for refunds. Observing this, Sean raised an eyebrow. Although he had never been directly involved in the management of the Campbell commerce, he was aware that the business had always been renowned for its integrity, possessing an excellent reputation in ASE City, and that instances of selling inferior goods had never occurred before. Therefore, there must be some underlying issue. Despite suspecting foul play, Sean had no intention of stepping forward. On one hand, he was uncertain about how to handle the situation. On the other, his attention was drawn to a young girl. This girl, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, had golden long hair, delicate features, and fair skin, her slender figure accentuated by a silk gown. She emerged from the store, glanced at the agitated crowd, and furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "Silence." Her voice was not loud, yet all who heard it immediately fell silent, for most of them recognized this girl. If anyone had been the most prominent figure in the Campbell commerce over the past 2 years, it was undoubtedly her, Una Campbell, the jewel of the Campbell family, a prodigious young woman endowed with an extraordinary talent for commerce. It was said that she had revitalized a failing store in just 10 days, rescuing it from the brink of closure. Anyone in the business world, when mentioning her, would unhesitatingly give her a thumbs up. Her fame stemmed not from being the daughter of the head of the Campbell family, but from her genuine capabilities. It was rumored that the Campbell commerce intended to expand her responsibilities, eager to entrust her with more significant operations, a testament to her exceptional acumen in business. Seeing this girl, Lily's eyes lit up, and she pointed at her with delight, exclaiming, "Brother, look, it's sister." "Yes," Sean replied, nodding, while inwardly thinking, what a coincidence. The girl before him was none other than his nominal elder sister. What had begun as a casual outing had unexpectedly led to encountering a situation involving their family store. And even more unexpectedly, to seeing his so-called sister in person. "May I see the jade ornament?" Yuna inquired, scanning the crowd of disgruntled customers before settling her gaze on the instigator of the commotion, the short young man. Her voice remained calm as she addressed him. "Here, take it." "What are you going to do? Turn glass into jade?" the young man sneered, his eyes mockingly assessing the renowned jewel of the Campbell family. Before extending the jade ornament, having decided to trap the jewelry store, he had, of course, conducted his research, with particular attention paid to this girl. However, in his view, she was just a girl, even with her silver tongue. She could not escape the evidence. Today, it was inevitable that the jewelry store's reputation would be tarnished. Ignoring the young man's derisive demeanor, Yuna accepted the ornament, scrutinizing it closely. After a moment, she lifted her gaze to the short young man, stating, "This is indeed a piece of glass. See, I told you it was glass. If you don't provide me with an explanation today, I will," the short young man exclaimed, his heart soaring with joy at Yuna's admission. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted. "Where was this jade ornament forged? The craftsmanship is rather crude." Yuna retorted, her earlier admission of the ornament being glass not causing her any panic, but rather revealing a mocking expression as she regarded the young man. "What do you mean by that? Are you implying you don't want to take responsibility? Everyone, look, this is a case of a big store bullying a customer." The short young man thought to himself, smirking inwardly, realizing that the girl was still too young and lacked solid evidence to back her claims. Thus, he shouted even louder. Hearing his outburst, many onlookers cast doubtful glances at the girl. Evidently swayed by the young man's words that in the face of this scrutiny, Yuna maintained her composure, her gaze steady as she met the young man's shouts, waiting until he concluded before responding calmly. "You may not know, but all jewelry from Campbell Commerce bears a miniature Campbell trademark." Upon hearing this, the short young man felt a sudden chill run down his spine, realizing that something was amiss. Still, he feigned calmness, saying, "Just because you say so, does it mean it's true? Who has to say you're not concocting excuses to shirk responsibility? That's simple enough. With so many ornaments in the store, just pick any, and you will find the Campbell trademark, which will fully substantiate my claim." The short young man's forehead began to bead with cold sweat. He hadn't anticipated that the Campbell Commerce had such a contingency plan. As he racked his brain, a sudden idea flashed in his mind, and he declared, "Even if what you say is true, you still can't prove that this piece wasn't sold by you. Perhaps you displayed the ones with the trademark out front and, while the customers weren't paying attention, swapped them with these unmarked ones." Having spoken these words, the short young man couldn't help but admire his own quick wit. Astonished at his own cleverness, "Indeed, your reasoning is quite sound," Yuna acknowledged, nodding in agreement to the young man's assertion. However, the next moment, she continued, "But look, there are many people here wanting refunds. Let us see if their ornaments bear the Campbell trademark, if all of theirs do. Yet yours does not. Then the outcome is rather evident. I assent it." As Yuna spoke, a cold smile played at the corners of her mouth, her sharp gaze fixed upon the short young man. Without waiting for his response, she turned her attention to the crowd seeking refunds, declaring, "Who among you wishes to present the jewelry purchased from Campbell Company for inspection? Anyone who does so shall receive a splendid gift." I. Upon hearing the promise of a gift, numerous individuals eagerly retrieved the jewelry they had purchased from Campbell Company, fearful of missing out on such a golden opportunity at this juncture. If they still failed to discern the gravity of the situation, it would be rather unfortunate. It was clear that the short young man harbored ulterior motives. Nevertheless, this concern was of no relevance to them. Their sole desire was to secure the promised exquisite gift. Is that truly the Campbell trademark? Indeed it is. Ultimately, more than 20 individuals produced their jewelry purchased from Campbell Company, and, as expected, each piece bore the circular Campbell trademark when examined under the magnifying glass. What do you have to say now? Yuna's gaze, imbued with iciness, bore down upon the short young man, for she harbored a deep disdain for those who sought to tarnish the reputation of Campbell Company with malicious intent. I made a mistake." Under Yuna's frigid stare, the short young man felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that any chance of redemption had slipped away. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he turned and attempted to blend into the crowd, evidently seeking an escape. As Yuna contemplated instructing her guards to pursue him, she was startled to see him return, albeit in a rather hasty manner. Thud, The short young man fell heavily to the ground before the store entrance, crying out in pain, clearly having been violently thrown back. Witnessing this, Yuna's expression shifted, and her gaze scanned the crowd, where she spotted a boy accompanied by a little girl slowly making their way forward. Upon seeing them, Yuna's face lit up with a smile. "Sean, you've returned." "Yes, sister, Sean attempted to mimic the speech patterns of this body's previous owner, but before he could finish, he was enveloped in a tight embrace. Thankfully, his current physical prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary person, preventing him from being breathless. After a moment, Yuna released Sean, her expression warm and cheerful. "I owe you my gratitude today. Otherwise, that fellow would have slipped away. You are the impressive one. You managed to resolve such a nuisance with ease." A hint of surprise colored Sean's smiling face. Just moments ago, 2 lines of text had appeared in his vision. Name: Yuna Campbell. Business acumen: intermediate. No wonder she managed to turn a loss-making store into a profitable one in merely 10 days. It turned out she possessed intermediate business acumen. While not advanced, such a talent was indeed rare, considering that high-level talents were often exceedingly scarce. Undeniably, with her intermediate business acumen, few in the city of Ace could rival her. "I want a hug too." Nearby, the little girl Lily pouted, feeling overlooked. Upon hearing her words, Yuna laughed heartily and pulled Lily into her embrace, instantly bringing a smile to the little girl's face. That evening, in the dining hall of the Campbell estate, more than a dozen people gathered around a square dining table. At the head of the table sat a stern middle-aged man, the head of the Campbell family, Brode Campbell, who was also Sean's father. However, strands of gray hair hinted at his excessive toil. To his left sat Sean, Yuna, and Lily, while to his right were 2 middle-aged men, 2 noble women, and 4 young men and women. Among them was Cole, whom Sean had encountered at the entrance. "Sean, how is your training progressing?" Brode inquired, casting a concerned glance at Sean. Quite smoothly, Sean replied with a nod. Speaking the truth, with his advanced knightly talent, he felt a noticeable increase in strength almost daily, describing this growth as smooth was. In his opinion, no exaggeration, but rather a modest assessment. "That's good to hear." Brode nodded in satisfaction at Sean's affirmation. The last time the old steward returned from the royal city, he had also mentioned the incident involving bandits and Sean's rescue of him, which had excited Brode for several days. He felt immense relief for having persisted against opposition to send Sean to the Knight Academy of Neo, the kingdom's finest institution. Otherwise, how could he have witnessed such results? The Campbell business had reached a bottleneck, and to break through this barrier, possessing formidable strength to safeguard the business was imperative. With Sean's current strength, how powerful would he be by the time he graduated? Brode could already envision the Campbell business flourishing rapidly under Sean's formidable protection. As Sean responded, quite smoothly. His 2 uncles and aunts scrutinized him with discerning gazes. They were aware of the news the old steward had brought back, but they were skeptical. After all, when Sean returned last year, his strength was merely average. Even if he had grown over the past year, such rapid advancement seemed implausible, sowing doubts about the steward's credibility. Their 4 children shared the same sentiment. However, while they kept their thoughts to themselves, the 4 had long harbored discontent towards Sean, as each of them had seen their allowances slashed by half to cover Sean's exorbitant tuition fees at the Knight Academy. One of them spoke up. "So now, the captain of the guards, Roos, should no longer be your match, right?" Though Cole posed the question with an air of surprise, the underlying jab was unmistakable. Roos, a mastered knight hired by the Campbell family, had been defeated by Sean in merely 3 exchanges during their previous sparring session. Mentioning his name in front of Sean now was clearly intended to provoke, casting a sidelong glance at the boy who dared to belittle him. Sean replied coolly, "I wouldn't know." And that was the end of the conversation. That he had no interest in engaging with the taunts of a mere child. However, should the boy truly provoke him, he would not hesitate to teach him a lesson, regardless of their familial ties. In the ensuing days, aside from spending time with the little girl Lily, Sean dedicated himself primarily to training. As for his nominal sister Yuna, their encounters were infrequent. She generally spent her days inspecting various shops, and they would only cross paths during dinner. One day, having just finished training, Sean was meandering through the estate with Lily in tow when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching. Turning to look outside, he saw a man racing toward the Campbell estate. Though the man was panting heavily and his steps faltered from exhaustion, he was clearly determined to reach his destination. Suggesting that something urgent was afoot, as the man drew near, one of the guards finally noticed him and exclaimed in surprise, "Nas, What brings you back? The man opened his mouth to respond, but after a prolonged sprint, he was too breathless to speak. After a moment, he managed to catch his breath enough to say, I need to see the head of the family. In the end, the man was assisted by 2 guards as he made his way deeper into the estate, heading toward the residence of the Campbell family head. What transpired? Sean asked, furrowing his brow as he observed the man being supported by the guards. He directed his question to the guard who had called out to the man. Clearly recognizing him, upon hearing Sean's inquiry, the guard respectfully bowed and replied with concern, Young Master Sean, he is a member of the family hunting team at this hour. He should be hunting with the others in the Satura Mountains outside the city. I am uncertain why he has returned alone. The hunting team. Sean raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Campbell Company had built its foundation on the fur trade, even as they ventured into other industries now. Their annual fur profits still accounted for more than half of the family's earnings. To secure high-quality furs, they relied not only on purchases, but also on their own hunting team. Now, with one of the team members returning alone and in such a state of distress, it was evident that something troubling had occurred. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sean made his way toward the family head's residence. Though he was no longer the Sean of old and felt little connection to the Campbell family, he had no desire to witness any misfortune befall them. Setting aside other concerns, the exorbitant tuition fees for the Knight Academy hinged on the stability of the Campbell family. If the family suffered substantial losses, his education would likely be jeopardized, an outcome he was keen to avoid. Upon arriving at the guest hall of the family head's residence, Sean was greeted by an atmosphere steeped in tension. Brode, the family head, sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed deeply, flanked by Sean's 2 uncles, who bore similarly troubled expressions. The man who had just been assisted into a chair was now breathing steadily. Yet his expression betrayed an unmistakable urgency. Father, what exactly has happened? Did something go awry with the hunting team? Without hesitation, Sean strode directly into the room and approached Brode, inquiring earnestly. Upon hearing Sean's question, Brode lifted his gaze, a hint of confusion crossing his face, for he had not sent anyone to inform Sean. How did you know? I happened to be at the door, but I remain oblivious to the events that transpired. What has happened to the hunting team? Sean pressed on. A few hours ago, the hunting team was ambushed by an exceptionally powerful beast. Currently, he is the sole survivor. The fates of the others remain uncertain, Brode replied in a grave tone. An exceptionally powerful beast. Sean's brow furrowed at this revelation. The Campbell family's hunting team was no ordinary group. It typically consisted of a captain well-versed in knightly arts, accompanied by over 50 seasoned hunters. Such a composition would allow them to retreat with ease even when confronting formidable beasts. Yet this time, only one had returned, indicating that the beast they encountered was of extraordinary strength. What shall we do now, brother? One of Sean's uncles, Vaughn Campbell, rose with an anxious countenance. As Brode's biological brother, he managed the hunting team and was acutely aware of the immense effort the Campbell family had invested in assembling such a force. Each hunter had been painstakingly cultivated over several years from promising servants, and the financial toll had been staggering. The loss of any could have dire consequences for the Campbell family. Calm yourself. Brother, the elder has dispatched messengers to summon the 3 captains, Ruse, Fowl, and Shawson. They, along with the remaining 10 hunters, will form a search party and commence the search immediately. Another uncle, Busson Campbell, interjected. But several hours have already elapsed. Might the beast have? Vaughn's distress did not wane as he paced anxiously within the hall, turning to the man who had delivered the news. How formidable was the beast? I cannot say for certain. The creature moved with such swiftness that I scarcely glimpsed it before one of the hunters was wounded. Ultimately, it was Captain Sho who managed to halt its advance, granting me the opportunity to escape, the man replied, visibly perturbed. Upon hearing this, Vaughn's apprehension deepened. To not even catch a glimpse, this beast must be. Rest assured, they are merely on the periphery of Mount Caesura. They should not encounter any excessively powerful beasts, Brode reassured, though he himself was uncertain of this claim. While the outskirts of Mount Caesura indeed lacked exceptionally strong creatures, those that originated from within its depths could pose a different threat. Though rare, there were instances where powerful beasts migrated to the outskirts for various reasons. Master, master, master. At that moment, 3 men entered the chamber. One was bearded and walked with a heavy gait, reminiscent of a rampaging bull, while the other 2 were a burly man with flaxen hair and another who was bald. The trio, diverse in appearance yet undeniably robust. Exuded an air of formidable strength. "You have arrived," Broad exclaimed with relief upon their entrance, promptly relaying the current situation. After listening to Broad's account, the bearded man, Ruse, who had previously bested Sean in 3 moves, spoke up. "There is no need for others. But we must enlist an experienced hunter. After all, the 3 of us are not adept at jungle searches." "That is no issue," Broad readily agreed and began discussing the details with the trio. Just as they finalized arrangements to mobilize, Sean interjected, "Father, may I accompany Uncle Ruse and the others?" "You?" Broad raised an eyebrow, instinctively objecting. "No, it is far too dangerous. Young Master Sean, if you truly wish to venture into Mount Zazura, I can take you next time, but this time it is simply too perilous," Ruse also advised. While he was unaware of Sean's current capabilities, he remembered that a year prior, Sean had been unable to withstand even 3 of his strikes. Even if Sean had grown stronger since, he likely remained a liability, and in such a critical situation, Ruse was unwilling to carry an additional burden. "Is it truly impossible?" Sean asked, a hint of defiance in his tone. He did not harbor the arrogance to believe that Ruse and his companions would be incapable of rescuing the hunting team without him. His desire to join stemmed from different motives. Several months had passed since the corpse trial, yet the memory of the corpse with its bloodline talent lingered vividly in his mind. During this time, he had not replicated or backed up any talents. Intending to seize the opportunity should he encounter another with a bloodline talent, regrettably, he had yet to find such an individual. However, the words of the hunting team member had stirred something within him. As he understood, each hunter in the team was a skilled ranger, possessing keen eyesight capable of hitting even small game from considerable distances. The fact that such adept hunters had failed to discern the beast's appearance raised his suspicions. Was the beast's strength so overwhelming that it rendered them incapable of seeing it, or was it merely its speed? He leaned toward the latter explanation, as the hunting team captain had managed to halt the creature. Suggesting it was not overwhelmingly powerful. He firmly believed that if the captain were truly formidable, he would not have aligned himself with the Campbell Trading Company, a relatively minor faction. Thus, he preferred to think that the beast merely possessed incredible speed. This thought led him to recall the records in the Neo Knight Academy library regarding bloodline talents, which stated that such talents were not exclusive to humans, they could also awaken in corpses and beasts. This possibility prompted him to ponder whether the beast might indeed possess a bloodline talent. Chapter 48. Surveillance. Even now, he could not definitively ascertain whether bloodline talents could be detected and subsequently replicated by the talent web. Yet he recognized the value of attempting it. Even in failure, he would at least confirm whether such talents in other species could be replicated. He had to participate in this search. After all, talents were exceedingly rare phenomena. The likelihood of encountering another beast with a speed talent like this one was slim. Missing this opportunity could mean an indefinite wait for the next. Therefore, Sean was resolute in not letting this chance slip away. "Unless you can demonstrate that you possess sufficient strength to ensure your own safety," Ruse responded, taken aback by Sean's earnest tone. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke again. While he did not wish to carry an extra burden, he found himself cornered by Sean's persistence and decided to set an exceedingly high bar, hoping Sean would withdraw when faced with the challenge. "What about this?" Understanding Ruse's intentions, Sean seized the opportunity to persuade him. He drew his sword and swiftly sliced through a nearby tea table. With a swift motion, the blade cleaved through the rosewood table as effortlessly as cutting through soft tofu, splitting it in two and causing the halves to topple apart with a resounding crash. "Sean, what are you doing?" Broad exclaimed, startled by his sudden action, while Sean's uncles regarded him with disapproving frowns. The hunting team, nurtured over years, had just suffered an attack, with most members' fates unknown. Mishandling this situation could severely disrupt the normal operations of the Campbell Trading Company, jeopardizing the profits derived from fur trading. In such a critical moment, Sean's impulsiveness was seen as disruptive. Neither Broad, Sean's nominal father, nor the 2 uncles had trained in knightly arts, and thus lacked a first-hand understanding of the extent of a knight's capabilities, despite being aware that knights possessed strength beyond that of ordinary men. Thus, when Sean suddenly cleaved a tea table with a single stroke, it merely startled those present without revealing the underlying intricacies. However, the inability of the 3 to discern the significance did not imply that others were equally oblivious. At the very least, the 3 captains hired at a handsome price by the Campbell Trading Company recognized the feat. "What an impressive strike!" exclaimed a burly man with flaxen hair. As his pupils contracted, a flicker of astonishment dancing in his eyes, Like Sean, he practiced swordsmanship and was naturally more adept at appreciating the extraordinary nature of Sean's blow. His assessment of Sean's strike was succinct, swift, precise, and ferocious. Swift indicated the remarkable speed at which Sean executed his swordplay, completing the entire process from drawing to slashing in the blink of an eye. Precise referred to Sean's uncanny ability to bisect the tea table with impeccable accuracy. The two halves measuring perfectly, a testament to a terrifying degree of control that even he believed he could not achieve. Ferocious denoted the sheer power behind Sean's strike, while any knightly aspirant with a few years of training could cleave a table in two. The flawless cut without a single rough edge or unevenness was beyond the capability of an ordinary practitioner. Such strength. The bald man, Sha Sun, regarded Sean with surprise, his mind slightly astonished, despite being employed by the Campbell family. He had never shown any favor to them, especially not to their younger science deus, a person of strength. He could command a decent salary wherever he went. Why would he grovel to those he deemed unworthy? Yet, at this moment, he found himself appraising this young man seriously, for Sean now possessed a level of strength that posed a threat to him. He never underestimated those who could jeopardize his safety. It was a principle that had allowed him to survive thus far. Very well. I concur, the bearded ruse said with a firm nod. Although he did not practice swordsmanship himself, he was more than capable of evaluating Sean's prowess. Undoubtedly, this young man before him was no longer the same individual who had struggled to withstand even 3 of his strikes a year ago. Sean's strength had reached a level that commanded respect, and possessing such capability would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset for the upcoming expedition, hence Ruse's agreement. Ruse, is this truly prudent, given Sean's current abilities? His involvement would only complicate matters. Broder interjected with urgency upon hearing Ruse's affirmation. His concern lay not in whether Sean would cause disruption, but in the dangers that lay ahead. After all, the speedily elusive beast was exceedingly enigmatic, and the risks were unknown. Sending Sean into such peril was recklessly dangerous. Indeed, allowing Sean to proceed would only create further complications, echoed Sean's 2 uncles. Though they were not particularly fond of their nephew, the blood ties could not be ignored. They could not bear to witness him walk willingly into danger. You may not fully grasp the extent of Master Sean's current strength, Ruse countered, addressing Broder and Sean's uncles who were vehemently opposing the idea. In truth, Master Sean's displayed prowess is not far from our own. What? He is nearly on par with all 3 of you. Broder and Sean's uncles were taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment as they scrutinized Sean with renewed seriousness. The 3 captains, Ruse, Fowl, and Sha Sun, had been handpicked by the Campbell Trading Company for their formidable strength, although they were not yet squire knights. They were perilously close to that threshold. To assert that Sean's ability was comparable to theirs, even with a hint of exaggeration, underscored that Sean's prowess was undeniably formidable. Indeed, Ruse confirmed with a solemn nod. Thus, I advocate for Sean's inclusion. After all, the true extent of that beast's strength remains uncertain, and in such circumstances, it is prudent to bolster the rescue team with the strongest personnel available. After a prolonged silence, Broder finally lifted his head and spoke. Very well, I consent, but you must exercise utmost caution. Should anything go awry, even if you must abandon the search, prioritize returning safely. His words bore no insincerity. Without Sean in the search party, even if one of the captains were to fall, the cost would merely be a compensation fee. However, the stakes were different now. Sean's significance to the Campbell family was self-evident, and any misfortune befalling him would undoubtedly strike a severe blow to the family. Brother, this is absolutely unacceptable. Indeed, it must not happen. Sean's uncles protested in unison. At T merely 15 years of age, possessing strength comparable to that of a captain who had trained for over a decade. One could only wonder how formidable he would become with time. Becoming a squire knight was inevitable, given that the captains were already on the cusp of that status. Over the coming decades, it was inconceivable for Sean to remain stagnant. The possibility of ascending to the rank of a full knight was not out of the question. In fact, it appeared highly likely. After all, he was remarkably young. Should Sean truly reach such heights, the Campbell family would be on the verge of a significant resurgence, not to mention the prestigious titles and the formidable power that full knights wielded, which could safeguard the Campbell family and elevate them among the most powerful factions in ASE City and its neighboring regions. Thus, at that moment, Sean represented the hope for the Campbell family's resurgence, and they could not bear to watch him willingly step into danger. No more need be said. I have made my decision. Though this endeavor is fraught with peril, it also presents an invaluable opportunity for Sean's growth. Most importantly, the hunting team is of utmost significance to the Campbell Trading Company. Dispatching the strongest possible team for the search is undoubtedly the correct course of action. Moreover, should the hunting team suffer significant losses, it could jeopardize Sean's tuition for the following year. Therefore, for his own sake, he must embark on this journey. Broder interjected. Ultimately, Sean, Ruse, and the 3 other hunters, including one returning from a previous expedition and an experienced old hunter, mounted their steeds and set forth from the Campbell residence. Galloping swiftly towards the Satura Mountains, they departed. A ragged figure, resembling a beggar, rose from the ground and swiftly left the vicinity of the Campbell estate. Making his way to another lavish residence in ASE City, he entered the estate without hindrance. The guards at the gate, upon seeing his tattered appearance, seemed to ignore him entirely, allowing him passage. Clearly familiar with him, the man approached a door and gently knocked. "Enter," came a commanding voice from within, imbued with authority, indicating the speaker's long-standing position of power. Indeed, he was a man of considerable influence. For he was the current head of the Adams family, the greatest rival of the Campbell Trading Company in ASE City, Lip Adams. Chapter 49, Schemes. Have they made a move? Lip Adams inquired, gazing at the newcomer. "Yes, my lord. The Campbell family has dispatched Captains Ruse, Fowl, and Shawson. Furthermore, the young man you instructed me to keep an eye on, Sean Campbell, is among them." "He is among them?" Lip's brow furrowed at this revelation. As the principal competitor of the Campbell Trading Company in ASE City, he had naturally kept a close watch on Sean, a scion sent to the Neo Knight Academy with substantial investment from the Campbells. However, the outcome had left him both amused and perplexed. Consistently at the bottom of his class, he had ultimately failed consecutive assessments due to Benson's influence, which Lip was well aware of. The Neo Knight Academy expelled students who failed 3 assessments. His assessment of Sean was that of an ineffectual scion, posing no threat whatsoever. He had anticipated the day Sean would be expelled, relishing the prospect of the Campbell family as humiliation. Yet, just days prior, Benson Adams, the son he had high hopes for, returned with unexpected news. It turned out that Sean's previous performances had been a faade, a deliberate concealment of his true capabilities. Now, with his strength finally revealed, he had achieved the rank of top student in his class. It was worth noting that the Neo Knight Academy was not an ordinary institution. Even in a standard class, ranking first signified immense potential. This revelation sparked anxiety within Lip, for it was clear that this young man could potentially become the most significant threat to the Adams family. He had considered discreetly eliminating Sean, but the thought was swiftly extinguished. He was aware of the Academy's protective measures for its students. Should he proceed to eliminate Sean and the Academy discover the truth, the Adams family would find themselves in dire straits. The Neo Knight Academy, a colossal entity, could easily crush a mere trading company. However, when one scheme failed, he conceived yet another plan. Should this strategy succeed, it would not only cripple the Campbell family, but also eliminate Sean. All while evading the scrutiny of the Neo Knight Academy. Truly a twofold victory. Thus, he promptly set the gears of this plan into motion. The essence of this scheme was to annihilate the hunting team of the Campbell Trading Company and, using this as bait, lure out the remaining 3 captains of the Campbell Guard for extermination. This would not only inflict substantial losses on the Campbell Trading Companies for business, but also render them incapable of paying the tuition fees for the Neo Knight Academy next year. Consequently, Sean would inevitably be forced to withdraw, and should that occur, even if he were to be killed, it would bear no consequence for the Neo Knight Academy, thus sparing him from their vengeance. The only unforeseen element was that Sean had also appeared among the rescue team. Bloom, immediately notify Wilco. The others may perish, but Sean cannot die just yet. Otherwise, it would spell great trouble, commanded Rip Adams. Shortly thereafter, a man entered from outside, bowing respectfully to Rip Adams before disseminating his orders. Wilco, as mentioned by Rip Adams, was his trump card against the 3 captains of the Campbell family. A powerful apprentice knight who had once been employed by the Campbell Trading Company, but later betrayed them to join the Adams Trading Company. Upon exiting the city, Sean and his 4 companions rode swiftly until they reached the base of Mount Caesura, where they tethered their horses in a concealed location and proceeded into the depths of the mountain. "This is precisely where we were ambushed before," exclaimed one of the returning hunters, trembling as he pointed to a specific spot with unwavering certainty. "Damn it," Sean responded, stepping closer to scrutinize the area, his face immediately contorting with fury. Indeed, signs of a struggle were evident, as 3 mutilated corpses lay strewn about. Their identities unmistakable as members of the Campbell Trading Company's hunting team. The same fury was mirrored on the faces of Ruse and the other 2. Have you discovered anything? However, the investigative prowess of the 4 of them reached its limit. Neither Sean nor Ruse were particularly adept at reconnaissance, especially Sean, who had never received any relevant training. Although the Neo Knight Academy offered such courses, they were reserved for 4th-year students, and regrettably, he had only just entered his 4th year. Therefore, he was unable to glean any further insights from the signs of the struggle left behind. Yet, their lack of insight did not preclude others from discerning more. The 4 of them turned their gazes towards an elderly hunter, who appeared to be in his 50s. His hair was graying, resembling that of an ordinary old man, yet his sharp gaze betrayed a history of extraordinary prowess. In truth, this elder was a meritorious figure of the Campbell family. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, the Campbells would never have sought to disturb his well-earned retirement. In his youth, he had been the finest hunter in the Campbell team, frequently leveraging his extensive hunting experience to procure valuable pelts for the family. As he aged, he ceased participating in hunts, but remained active in training numerous skilled hunters, most of whom were his disciples. Thus, upon learning of the ambush against the hunting team, he readily agreed to investigate. Follow me. The old hunter did not disappoint. He gestured to Sean and the others before leading them in a specific direction. As they advanced, even they began to notice peculiarities along the way. Branches broken by force, and in some areas, remnants of blood and corpses. It seemed the hunting team had fled in this direction in the wake of the beast's attack, while the creature had pursued them relentlessly. Oh woo! As they followed these clues, an unusual beastly roar echoed in their ears. That is the sound of the beast, exclaimed the returning hunter, his voice trembling with alarm. You 2 stay here. Sean and Ruse exchanged glances before instructing the returning hunter and the old man to remain behind, stealthily advancing towards the source of the sound. At this point, it was unnecessary for the 2 to lead. Bringing them along would only add to their burden. Although they were experienced hunters, they paled in comparison to Sean and his companions, who swiftly decided to leave them behind. As they proceeded, intermittent roars of the beast guided their way, ensuring they did not lose track of its direction. Eventually, they arrived beneath a sheer cliff, finally catching sight of the creature. It was a beast covered in greenish fur, measuring over 2 meters in length, its form reminiscent of the wolf-like creature Sean had encountered previously, save for a single black horn protruding from its head like a curved blade thrusting skyward. Moreover, its forelegs were sturdier than those of a typical wolf, undoubtedly endowed with unimaginable explosive power. The reason for the beast's periodic roars became clear as they observed a large protruding rock about 7 or 8 meters off the ground, where dozens of individuals clad in the garb of the Campbell hunting team stood, weapons at the ready against the creature. Although Sean and his companions were puzzled as to how these individuals had scaled the rock, seeing them temporarily safe, they began to fixate on the beast, contemplating how best to launch a surprise attack. However, at that moment, they noticed the creature, which had been fixated on the cliff, suddenly turn its gaze towards them. Not good. We've been spotted. The 4 of them silently cursed, astonished at the beast's acute awareness. From such a distance, it had detected their presence. Initially planning to sneak up for a surprise attack, they now realized that such a plan was utterly futile. Whoosh! The beast surged forward like a gust of wind, hurtling towards them at remarkable speed, covering half the distance in an instant. Its velocity was astonishing. Be careful, Ruse warned, drawing his weapon, a spear with a pointed tip. The remaining 3, without hesitation, unsheathed their own weapons. Sean and Fal's weapons were swords, while the bald man, Shasun, wielded a battle axe. The speed of the green-furred beast was staggering, akin to the wind itself. By the time the 4 had drawn their weapons, it had already lunged before them. Ruse, standing closest to the creature, tightened his grip on the spear and shouted as he thrust it forward. Despite the beast's rapidity, Ruse had honed his knightly skills for years, his physical prowess exceeding that of an ordinary hunter, and his sight was sharper too, thus evading the embarrassment of failing to see the creature's approach. Swish! The spear cleaved through the air with a whistling sound, aimed accurately at the oncoming beast. Though he lacked Sean's innate mastery of swordsmanship, Ruse's 2 decades of training with polearms had rendered his aim formidable. However, an unexpected twist unfolded as Ruse's spear lunged toward the beast. It executed a peculiar twist, sidestepping several decimeters to evade the seemingly unavoidable strike, and instead surged closer to Ruse. Damn it! Ruse's expression shifted in alarm, but as a seasoned fighter, he swiftly adapted, redirecting his thrust into a sweeping motion. He attempted to strike the beast. Swish! Yet again, his desperate maneuver fell short. The creature, employing the same trick, deftly dodged aside. In that moment, Ruse found himself less than half a meter away from the beast. An unsafe distance that left no time for a follow-up strike. In his vision, he could see the beast's razor-sharp fangs glistening ominously. There was no doubt that being caught by this creature would spell disaster. Yet, just then, a flash of silver light erupted. A sword's gleam interposed itself between the beast and Ruse, effectively separating them. Swish! Sensing the threat posed by this sword, the beast swiftly retreated, putting considerable distance between itself and the blade. Thank you. A bead of cold sweat appeared on his forehead as Lu Sai slightly tilted his head to thank the one who had just saved him. However, upon turning, his expression morphed into one of astonishment, for the savior was not the expected Fair, but rather the unexpected Sean. Initially, he had presumed that, despite the opponent's considerable prowess, their lack of practical experience would render them incapable of such timely assistance. Thus, he had naturally assumed that the one who had intervened was another adept swordsman, Fair. Consequently, when he realized that his rescuer was Sean, a flicker of disbelief crossed his face. What astonishing speed! Lu Sai's astonishment went unnoticed by Sean, as his gaze was entirely captivated by the cerulean beast before him. The creature's speed was truly remarkable. Both Lu Sai's gunfire and sword strikes were executed with such swiftness that they were nearly imperceptible to the average observer. Yet the beast deftly evaded them nonetheless. Whoosh! Thud! A sword and an axe suddenly appeared beside the cerulean beast, launching an assault from both sides. Fair and Shasun had arrived. The two were well acquainted, having known each other for many years, and their coordination was seamless. Without the need for verbal communication, they instinctively understood each other's intentions, attacking the beast from opposing directions simultaneously. Swish! Yet, the cerulean beast was no ordinary creature, endowed with terrifying speed. It managed to evade the two hunters' encirclement, sustaining not even a single hair's breadth of injury. Captain, are you feeling any better? On a large outcropping of rock, dozens of Campbell family hunters stood tense, weapons in hand, anxiously observing the scene below. Behind them lay a clearing where a middle-aged man lay, covered in wounds. His chest, thigh, arms, and even back bore cuts, crimson blood soaking his garments. Fortunately, the injuries were not deep enough to be fatal. These wounds were the result of his battle with the cerulean beast, and he was none other than the captain of this hunting party, Xioma, the only one among them to have practiced knightly arts. Realizing that the other hunters stood no chance against the cerulean beast, unable even to impede its advance, Xioma had immediately intervened to buy time for his companions to escape. That it was precisely due to his brave efforts that the hunting party suffered minimal casualties. However, the beast's speed was indeed overwhelming. Even with years of experience in knightly arts, Xioma found himself at a distinct disadvantage, frequently sustaining injuries. Fortunately, aside from its remarkable speed, the beast did not excel in other aspects, which spared him from death at its claws. Eventually, the hunting party discovered a natural refuge, climbing to safety using hooks and ropes while providing cover with arrows, allowing Xioma, already near his limits, to ascend the massive rock unscathed. It's nothing, I won't die. Xioma's pallor was a result of excessive blood loss. Although his wounds had been bandaged and treated with hemostatic ointment, the prior loss of blood was not something that could be quickly remedied. What is the situation? Why have we not heard any roars from the beast? Lying on the stone slab, unable to see the events below, he pondered aloud. Our family has sent someone to rescue us. A young hunter's face lit up with joy. Lu Sai, Fair, and Captain Shasun are all down there. And not only that, but young Master Sean has also arrived. Young Master Sean is here. Xioma raised an eyebrow upon hearing the young hunter's words. He recalled that the young master had not been particularly formidable, having been easily defeated by Lu Sai a year prior. He was surprised that Sean had come along. Why is he here? Isn't that just causing trouble? Clearly, upon learning that Sean was part of the rescue team, his first instinct was to assume that Sean sought to satisfy his curiosity, persuading the family head to allow Lu Sai and the others to take him along. Otherwise, knowing Lu Sai and the others, they would never have brought along a burden. Causing trouble, The young hunter's expression turned peculiar at this statement. He exchanged glances with the middle-aged man, thinking to himself, if this situation qualifies as causing trouble, then what would not? What do you mean? Noticing the young hunter's unusual demeanor, Xiaoma inquired. It seems that young Master Shan has not caused any trouble. He just saved Captain Lu Sai. The young hunter hesitated but decided to speak the truth. What? How is that possible? Xiaoma attempted to rise, but was immediately jolted by pain from his injuries, gritting his teeth in agony. Finally, with the young hunter's assistance, he managed to stand and survey the situation below. Indeed, Shan was there, for among the four, there was clearly one who appeared quite youthful. Who else could it be but the Shan he remembered? The only discrepancy was that, at this moment, Shan was not causing chaos. A knight's sword glimmered in his hand, compelling the cerulean beast to evade, demonstrating prowess that rivaled that of the other three. Is this really the same Shan? A look of incredulity crossed Xiaoma's face. He still vividly recalled how Shan had floundered under Lu Sai's attack a year ago. Yet in just a year, he had reached such a level of competence. Whoosh! An axe descended towards the cerulean beast, which nimbly twisted to evade. However, just as it dodged, a spear lunged toward it, following closely. Two swords pursued from both the front and rear angles. Despite the beast's terrifying speed, it was outnumbered, and as Shan and the others coordinated their efforts, the tide of battle began to shift. Thwack! A blade sliced through the air, leaving a gash on the beast's back. It was Shan who struck, seizing the opportunity amidst Lu Sai and the others' cover. However, the beast's swift reaction astonished him. It had managed to evade most of the attack, with only a mere scratch from Shan's blade, far less than he had anticipated. Yet, now that it had sustained injuries, it signified that the cerulean beast was nearing its limits under the relentless assault of the four hunters. Indeed, each of them soon landed blows, leaving multiple wounds on the creature. How? As the beast's injuries accumulated, it could no longer maintain its ferocity. Its movements became cautious, clearly contemplating retreat. Among the four before it, any one of them alone would have been no match, but together, they posed a formidable challenge. We cannot allow it to escape. Shan's eyes flickered with urgency. After battling for so long, he had become convinced that this cerulean beast, aside from its remarkable speed, was not significantly stronger than other beasts. Thus, it was highly likely that this creature was as he had surmised, a beast awakened with a bloodline talent for speed. Such a creature, possessing a speed talent, was not something Shan wished to let slip away. After all, it might be ages before he encountered another beast with a bloodline talent. The 5th chapter, in our grasp. Whoosh! The cerulean beast began to retreat, its speed reaching its zenith, resembling a gust of wind as it darted toward a gap to the left. Swish! A spear shot forth, piercing the air like a venomous dragon baring its fangs. Thud! The spear struck the ground, creating a crater, but the cerulean beast evaded the attack. In a critical moment, it executed a swift 180-degree turn, veering to the right to avoid the spear. However, escaping proved to be a formidable challenge. As it dashed to the right, an axe and a sword charged at it head-on, blocking its escape route entirely. At this stage, not only Shan, but also Lu Sai and the others were determined not to let the beast slip away. Setting aside their fallen comrades, they were unwilling to forfeit the rare pelt that adorned the cerulean beast. Roar! With no avenue for escape, the cerulean beast let out a furious howl and surged forward in a wild frenzy. Swish! An axe struck the beast, leaving a massive wound spanning several inches. Yet the cerulean beast, seemingly driven mad, pressed onward, disregarding the injury and charging directly toward Shan's position. Shan, be careful, this creature has gone berserk. Lu Sai shouted a warning as he fired his weapon at the beast with all the speed he could muster, hoping to eliminate it before it reached Shan. Unfortunately, the beast's speed was unparalleled, and Lu Sai's attempt came too late. Desperate measures. Shan recognized the urgency of the situation without needing Lu Sai's reminder. The beast's demeanor resembled that of the wolf he had encountered previously. Whoosh! As the crazed cerulean beast lunged at him, Shan instinctively retreated. This action did not go unnoticed by the beast, perceiving Shan's evasion as fear. It charged toward the spot where Shan had just stood. The speed of the azure beast was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, it darted past the spot where Shan had just stood. Ahead of it, there was no sign of those who sought to intercept it. Undoubtedly, it had managed to escape. Yet, just as it believed it had eluded capture, it stumbled forward for more than 10 paces and collapsed with a thud. As if it were intoxicated, Dai was only then that it felt a searing pain in its throat, akin to being sliced open by a sharp blade. Glancing back, it beheld a youth approaching with a sword in hand. The blade visibly stained with blood, which its keen sense of smell recognized as its own. The youth was none other than Sean. Moments earlier, he had retreated not out of fear of the Azure Beast's ferocity, but to better position himself for a precise strike at its vital point. Had the Azure Beast not charged recklessly, he would not have dared to act so boldly, instead needing to block its path to prevent its escape. However, its reckless charge provided him with an opportunity, despite its remarkable speed. It was still bound to a linear trajectory. Leveraging his advanced swordsmanship, Sean seized the perfect moment to strike as anticipated. His sword cleanly severed the beast's throat, its most fatal weakness. What a precise strike! A flicker of astonishment crossed Fal's face as he glanced at the fallen Azure Beast. Though he wielded a sword himself, he knew he could not match Sean's level of skill. Although the Azure Beast's reckless movements made its path predictable, he doubted he could have executed such a flawless strike with perfect timing. Yet, this young man had done so, indicating that in terms of swordsmanship, he had surpassed Fal. Roos and Sasson exchanged complex glances, having initially believed that in this hunt, the youth would be of lesser value compared to them, given their wealth of combat experience. But the reality was starkly different. Even when compared to their extensive battle history, Sean's performance was undeniably impressive. He first intervened to save Roos from the beast's attack, and then delivered a lethal blow, slaying the Azure Beast. Such an exhibition of skill was terrifying. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that the one responsible was merely a youth, by comparison. Their own past selves appeared woefully inadequate. Approaching the Azure Beast, Sean gently tapped its body with the back of his sword to confirm its demise, then extended his hand toward it that moment. His eyes were filled with a mix of anticipation and trepidation, and fortunately, as he faced away from the three others, they could not perceive the peculiar glint in his gaze that in truth, he realized that he need not have evaded the beast's counterattack with his current strength. He could have simply calculated the distance and delivered a fatal strike. However, he refrained from doing so, motivated by a desire to preserve the integrity of the beast's corpse from their earlier battle. He had discerned that aside from its remarkable speed, the Azure Beast was rather ordinary in other respects. A single strike could have easily claimed its life, yet such an action would have left the body in tatters, potentially damaging any latent innate abilities within. With a firm press of his hand on the Azure Beast's corpse, a wave of exhilaration washed over him, for when his hand made contact, 2 lines of text appeared before his eyes, igniting a fervor within him. Type: Unknown Azure Beast. Speed Talent. Beginner. The first line provided information about the Azure Beast, which Sean had classified as such. The talent net, after all, was merely a probing and replication ability, lacking any prescient capabilities. Thus, all displayed information was derived from Sean's own knowledge. In other words, anything unknown to him remained unknown to the net. For instance, should he encounter a creature with red fur in the future and remain ignorant of its name, the classification would read as Unknown Red Beast. The second line, however, contained what Sean had longed for over the past few months, explaining his overwhelming joy upon reading it. He had feared that, due to the differences between species, the talent net might be unable to detect the Azure Beast's bloodline abilities, but it appeared his concerns were unfounded. The net's probing capability was indeed formidable, capable of uncovering bloodline talents even in distinctly different species. Taking a deep breath, Sean understood that the pivotal moment had arrived. Although he could detect the abilities, he remained uncertain whether he could replicate them. If the individual lying here were human, he would be 100% confident in acquiring their speed talent. Alas, it was not a human, but a creature entirely different from mankind. Replicate and backup. He silently activated the replication feature of the talent net, and in an instant, a heat akin to being engulfed in flames surged throughout his body. Feeling this warmth, Sean could hardly conceal his delight. He was all too familiar with this sensation. The replication function of the talent net was always accompanied by a degree of warmth, varying only in intensity. To his delight, the heat enveloping him now was comparable to that experienced during the replication of a high-level knight's talent. Even the replication of a high-level swordsmanship talent felt somewhat inferior in comparison. This indicated that the beginner speed talent was, in essence or level, on par with high-level knight abilities. To avoid arousing suspicion among the others, Sean stood up from beside the azure beast's corpse, his expression returning to a calm demeanor, though only he knew the turmoil raging within him as he underwent a profound transformation. "Thank you, Master Sean, for your rescue." Upon witnessing the azure beast's demise, the group of Campbell family hunters observing from the cliff scrambled down the ropes. The hunting team leader, Shuma, approached, supported by others, and spoke to Sean with a hint of respect that in truth, given his strength and status within the Campbell family, he had no need to show deference to Sean. However, having witnessed Sean's displayed prowess, he began to reconsider the merits of aligning himself with the Campbell family. "You are too kind, Captain Shuma," Sean replied, his tone composed and devoid of arrogance. "We owe our timely arrival to your hunting team ensnared, had he not alerted us." Yet, before he could finish, an irate voice interrupted him. "What? That traitor notified the family." Sean's words seemed to ignite a powder keg, as nearly every member of the hunting team wore expressions of fury, their eyes brimming with rage, glances that could almost devour the one they loathed. Even Shuma, the hunting team leader, bore a similar countenance. "Captain Shuma, what is the meaning of this?" Noticing the ire of the hunting team members, Sean's expression shifted, and an ominous premonition gripped his heart. "That scoundrel Nas betrayed the family. Our current predicament is entirely his doing," Shuma spat, his face twisted with hatred. "Nas is the cause." Indeed, when we encountered the azure beast, that rogue somehow acquired a pouch of powder. Seizing the moment when we were all distracted, he doused us with it. And thereafter, the azure beast relentlessly pursued me. Chapter 52. A sudden attack that it was evident that the powder was no ordinary substance. The azure beast's relentless pursuit of the hunting team was entirely attributable to it. What troubled Sean further was Nas's peculiar behavior after betraying the hunting team. Rather than fleeing, he had returned to the Campbell family to report. There was no way he could believe this was devoid of ulterior motives. He felt ensnared in a web meticulously woven by the enemy, and his unease intensified. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, a flurry of whistling arrows surged toward them from all directions. Sean looked up, only to be met with a disturbing sight, a barrage of arrows, densely packed and numbering no less than 100, was hurtling their way. Without a doubt, they were surrounded. With swift movements, Sean swung his sword, deflecting 8 arrows aimed at him. "Watch out!" Roos, Fowl, Sasson, and Shuma all recognized the incoming arrows, calling out warnings as they swung their weapons to intercept the onslaught. Yet, the sheer number of arrows was overwhelming. Despite Sean and Roos's efforts, many arrows still found their mark among the ordinary hunters of the hunting team. Cries of agony erupted, mingling in a cacophony of distress. Though some managed to fend off the arrows or evade them, they were merely ordinary individuals, and with the azure beast's earlier pursuit having left them exhausted. Few could effectively defend against or avoid the onslaught. Many were struck, some in the legs, others in the arms or elsewhere, emitting pain groans, while a few unfortunate souls were even struck in the head. Meeting their demise on the spot that at last, the rain of arrows ceased. Looking at the Campbell family hunting team, nearly half of its members bore injuries. 5 unfortunate souls were directly struck in the head. Meeting their demise on the spot. Swiftly, without a moment to assess the situation of the hunting party, both Sean and Roos, among others, instinctively charged towards the directions from which the arrows had rained down. As soon as the onslaught ceased, it was evident that this barrage was far from the last. To avoid being exhausted by the enemy's arrows, eliminating the archers was of utmost priority. At the very least, they needed to stall these bowmen, preventing them from knocking their arrows for another volley. With a fierce determination, Sean propelled himself into the dense underbrush towards the northwest. Although he had been defending against the incoming arrows, he had keenly noted the source of the assault, and now he was headed towards one of the locations where the arrows had been densely fired, having just replicated his speed talent. His body was undergoing a transformation. Logically, this was not an opportune moment to engage. However, the arrow was on the string, and it had to be released. If he hesitated now, he might not find another chance to strike. As he plunged into the thicket, Sean quickly identified the enemy. They were a group clad in greenish-blue garments, the color so closely resembling that of the forest that it was clear they had intentionally chosen their attire to obscure their movements. This was precisely why they had managed to approach Sean and his companions unnoticed at that moment. They were preparing their bows, and Sean's sudden appearance took them by surprise. They had not anticipated the enemy would arrive so swiftly, nor so young. While these green-clad individuals were momentarily stunned, Sean was not. With a swift motion, he raised his sword and slashed towards the throat of the nearest man. The blade gleamed coldly as it glided across the man's neck. A crimson stain blossomed at his throat, followed by a gushing fountain of blood. The man's eyes widened in horror as he reflexively clutched at his neck, but such a grievous wound could not be stemmed by mere hands. Ultimately, with a thud, he collapsed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Having dispatched the nearest foe, Sean withdrew his sword, stepped forward, and struck again at another man's neck. The same grim scene unfolded once more. This man too could not escape his fate. Though he instinctively recoiled upon witnessing the previous man's demise, his speed was no match for Sean's. Even though Sean's speed talon, he withdrew the knife embedded in the soil and swung it fiercely towards the cloaked figure. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that he could not withstand the strike from the dark-clad man. He had already braced himself to evade any potentially fatal blows. Clang. However, the anticipated overwhelming force did not reach his blade. For just before, a sword had unexpectedly swept across the cloaked man's neck. With a soft thud, the dark figure collapsed to the ground, his eyes gradually dimming as he raised his gaze. He beheld a youth standing before him. "Captain Shioma, are you all right?" With the element of surprise, Sean had managed to slay this opponent, who would typically require an arduous battle to defeat. "I'm fine, just a bit lightheaded from blood loss," Shioma replied with a wry smile. Astonished that a mere boy had come to his rescue. Had anyone told him prior to this day that Sean, the heir of the Campbell family, would save his life, he would have scoffed in disbelief. Yet now, he found it somewhat acceptable, given the remarkable display Sean had shown during the hunt for the Azure Beast. "Be careful, I'll check over there." After casting a final glance at the cloaked figure who had met an unceremonious end, Sean darted towards the direction from whence the greatest commotion originated. Bang! A man was sent flying, crashing against a massive tree that could be embraced by two people, causing it to shudder violently before he slid down to the ground. Incapacitated, this man bore a scruffy beard. It was Roos. Though his current state was far from favorable, he bore wounds on his waist and arms, particularly a gaping wound on his side that stretched over a foot long, from which blood flowed incessantly, staining his lower garments crimson. Opposite him, a man approached leisurely, dragging a sword. Clad in a light gray knight's attire and black knight's boots, he exuded an overwhelming aura. "Roos, it has been quite a while." "Hasn't it?" he remarked casually, gazing at Roos, who leaned against the tree, seated on the ground. "Umph, how dare you speak, you traitor." Roos spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, mocking him. "Traitor?" The man in the light gray knight's attire scoffed. "I believe you may have misunderstood something, whether it's the Campbell family or the Adams family. My relationship with them is merely contractual. Since it is a matter of employment, there can be no talk of betrayal." "Your audacity is truly remarkable," Roos retorted with scorn. In the next moment, he leaped forward, his spear darting towards the man like a venomous serpent revealing its fangs. Knowing that his opponent would not let him off easily, he decided to fight with all his might. Clang! Unfortunately, the man in light gray effortlessly deflected Roos's unexpected assault with a single strike of his sword, sending both Roos and his spear careening through the air. Witnessing this outcome, Roos could only manage a bitter smile. The disparity in strength was insurmountable if he were to join forces with Fowl and Sasson. Perhaps they might stand a chance, but facing this man alone was nearly impossible. Crack! Just as he braced himself for another harsh impact against a tree, he felt a hand support him from behind, allowing him to land safely. Turning his head, he beheld a young boy who steadied him while keeping a wary eye on the front. Upon seeing the lad who had rescued Roos, the man in light gray knight's attire wore a faint smile. "Young Master Sean, what a surprise that I didn't expect you to have grown to this extent." He had witnessed Sean's earlier prowess in the hunt for the Azure Beast, and his astonishment was genuine that he had not anticipated that the once inconspicuous son of the family head would embark on the path of knighthood and attain such strength. Initially, when he heard the news relayed by Benson Adams, he had dismissed it, but now, he believed, Sean was indeed a prodigious knight. Wilco. Sean regarded the man before him with utmost caution for one reason alone. He was an unambiguous apprentice knight. An apprentice knight, one who had begun training in the ways of knighthood, represented the first threshold of strength accumulation, typically delineated by a threshold of 3,000 gene. Beyond this limit, one could be designated as an apprentice knight, implying that any apprentice knight would necessarily possess strength exceeding 3,000 gene. Some individuals who lingered in this stage for extended periods might even reach 4,000 gene, or even 5,000 gene, which explained Sean's trepidation. Although he himself had approximately 2,500 gene of strength, he was not far from the threshold. With his training pace, he could likely reach it within 2 months. However, the opponent before him was not merely a newly minted apprentice knight. He had no knowledge of when this man had ascended to that rank. But from his recollection, he had already been recognized as an apprentice knight upon his arrival at the Campbell family. By estimating the time, it was evident that he had been an apprentice knight for at least 4 years, likely longer. After such an extensive period, advancing beyond the rank of apprentice knight was evidently not a formidable challenge. Thus the man before him was undoubtedly far beyond a mere novice. To have grown to this level in just 3 years. Your talent surpasses mine by a considerable margin, thus I cannot allow you to flourish. Wilco assessed Sean with a scrutinizing gaze. Do you intend to kill me? Sean arched an eyebrow. Haha, I wouldn't dare. At least not at present. I have no desire to be hunted by the Knight Academy of Neo. At this, Wilco revealed a hint of amusement. What if the Campbell family were to fall, and you could not pay your tuition? Would you not find yourself expelled from the Knight Academy of Neo? Hearing this, a chill ran down Sean's spine. It became apparent that Wilco was calculating. Undoubtedly, should he fail to pay his tuition, expulsion from the academy was inevitable, for the Knight Academy of Neo was no charitable institution. Once he was no longer a student, even if he were to be killed, the academy would turn a blind eye, at which point Wilco would undoubtedly strike without hesitation. Very well, young Master Sean, kindly step aside that I need to escort this old friend on his final journey. As for you, we shall see what the future holds. With that, he disregarded Sean entirely and strode purposefully towards Roos, who, upon witnessing this, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He realized that he was likely to meet his end today. Swish! After a moment's hesitation, Sean resolved to confront Wilco. Gripping his sword, he lunged forward, executing the 8th style of the Silver Frost Knight sword technique, Silver Frost Charging Snow. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he knew he had to exert his utmost strength from the outset. Hence he utilized the Silver Frost Knight sword technique. Whoosh! The sword in Sean's hand gleamed with a chilling light, akin to snow cascading down a mountainside. Surging forth towards Wilco as if to engulf him, swish, a long knife appeared, striking against the icy radiance, easily shattering Sean's snow-laden assault, while he himself was sent sprawling backward. Thud! Sean crashed into a tree, a mouthful of blood spewing forth as he gazed at Wilco in horror. The disparity in strength was staggering. Before this opponent, he found himself utterly powerless, the chasm between them akin to an insurmountable divide, rendering his efforts futile. Chapter 54. Intent to kill, not bad swordsmanship, yet still utterly overestimating oneself. Casting a glance at the bloodied Sean, who lay injured but not lifeless, Wilco scoffed disdainfully, although the rapid growth of this young Master Sean surprised him. The notion of competing with him was preposterous. Having been an apprentice knight for many years, his strength had far surpassed that of a mere apprentice knight. His raw power exceeded 4,000 gene, nearing 5,000 gene, nearly double that of Sean's strength. Furthermore, his enhanced physical attributes had significantly improved his perception, reaction time, and speed of attack. All these factors combined rendered his power exceedingly formidable, even with Sean's commendable swordsmanship. It posed no threat in his presence, for the gap could not be bridged by mere technique. Whoosh! Just as he mused, a spear shot towards him with great velocity. Roos had managed to rise and launched an attack. In response, Wilco merely chuckled, lightly deflecting Roos's assault with a casual flick of his knife, sending him staggering back several paces. However, just as he prepared to pursue and deliver a finishing blow to Roos, a sword whistled through the air from behind him. Humph! With a cold grunt, he reversed his knife and slashed backward, easily repelling the would-be assailant. Though the ambush was sudden, with his heightened hearing and reflexes, he could hardly be caught off guard. The enhancement of his strength was not limited to mere might and speed. It encompassed a comprehensive elevation of his physical capabilities. Whoosh! Without even glancing at the ambusher, he knew who it was without needing to look. Now was not the time to eliminate that person. Thus, he redirected his focus towards Roos. In a swift motion, he dashed to Roos's side and swung down his blade with the intent of cleaving him in two. Faced with this fierce strike, which was slightly delayed due to Sean's interference, Roos barely managed to raise his spear in defense. Clang! A deafening clang of metal echoed as Roos, wielding his firearm horizontally, was hurled backward by a fierce impact. Fortunately, the handle of his long gun was also made of metal, reinforced with precious materials, rendering it stronger than ordinary steel, thus preventing it from being cleaved in two by Wilco's strike. Crack, crack, crack. He landed heavily on his toes, retreating repeatedly, covering a distance of over 10 meters before dissipating the force of his opponent's blade. In the face of absolute might, all techniques are rendered futile. This lesson he had once imparted to Benjamin, yet now it was he who experienced it firsthand. With just a single strike, his foe forced him to retreat over 10 meters, a luxury not afforded in a typical battle where opponents rarely grant such opportunities. It was only due to the opponent's trepidation towards the Knight Academy of Niao that Roos was spared a lethal blow, granting him a moment to breathe. Perhaps, with enhanced swordsmanship, he might devise a countermeasure in such a predicament. Regrettably, even Benjamin, who had honed his advanced swordsmanship for many years, had not reached such a level, let alone Roos, who had merely replicated the advanced skill for a few months. Whoosh, as Roos was sent flying. Wilco showed no intention of holding back, pursuing him relentlessly. Thud. Roos landed, his eyes wide with horror, for Wilco had already closed the distance, his long blade descending upon him. He found himself bereft of the chance to raise his long gun in defense. The previous violent clash had left his arms weak and unresponsive. Even if he could muster the strength, it was too late. He could not help but shut his eyes, resigning himself to what seemed an inevitable demise. Observing Roos's acceptance of fate, Wilco's face betrayed no mercy. The past camaraderie meant nothing as he continued his assault. Yet, at that moment, a profound sense of peril surged within him. Simultaneously, he heard a sharp sound approaching from his left rear, akin to a piercing arrow, but far swifter than any ordinary projectile. He halted his downward strike abruptly, pivoting his blade to slash behind him. Between the choice of slaying Roos and preserving his own life, he unhesitatingly chose the latter. There would be countless opportunities to end Roos's life, but his own was singular. He would not trade his life for that of another. Swish! To his astonishment, the strike he believed accurately aimed, guided by auditory cues, met nothing but air, as if the earlier assault was merely a figment of the wind. What startled him further was the unrelenting shriek, now approaching from his right rear, as though the source could curve in its trajectory. A faint sound resonated as a sharp object grazed his right flank, leaving behind a distinct trail of crimson. Had he not instinctively shifted to the left at that critical moment, and if his gray leather knight's armor had not offered some measure of protection, he would likely have sustained grave injuries. What on earth is this? He swiftly turned to face the source of the attack, his mind reeling in disbelief. Behind him stood not an arrow, but a young lad, the very sword in his hand emitting that piercing shriek as it lunged toward him once more. Young Master Sean. Roos, having resigned himself to death, now opened his eyes in confusion, only to witness the unfolding scene. Wilco was injured, and the one responsible was none other than Sean. This revelation was unfathomable to him. While he acknowledged Sean's commendable prowess, even in comparison to himself, such strength should not suffice to wound Wilco, who was the living testament to that truth. Throughout his skirmishes with Wilco, Roos had observed Wilco emerge unscathed. Not a single dent on his armor. The disparity in strength between a novice knight and one who had long since passed that stage was insurmountable. Yet now, Wilco had been injured, and the assailant was Sean. How is this possible? Has he awakened the speed talent? As he narrowly evaded Sean's incredibly swift strike, Wilco's face contorted in shock. Roos was oblivious to the underlying cause, but Wilco grasped it intuitively. The Azure Beast, which he had lured, was the only one capable of such feats. Others would surely perish against it. Thus, he had a profound understanding of the bloodline talent possessed by that creature. Witnessing Sean exhibit such terrifying speed, he immediately connected the dots to the speed talent. Impossible, you have awakened the speed talent. Why not? Sean replied with feigned calmness. Just moments ago, the replication of the speed talent had finally completed, granting him the long-desired bloodline ability. Yet, a flicker of unease lingered within him, as the recent encounter with the Azure Beast and his newfound speed talent might suggest an unsettling connection between the two. Well done, young Master Sean. I never imagined you had concealed such depth. Wilco did not link Sean's speed talent to the Azure Beast. Such a notion was too far-fetched for him. Had it been someone else, perhaps a time traveler, they might have made the connection, but he was not that person. Lacking exposure to an explosive network of information, he could not fathom such a relationship. However, the malice in his eyes was unmistakable. Initially, he estimated that it would take Sean several years to reach his current level, a time frame ample enough for Wilco to eliminate him. But now, the situation had drastically changed, with Sean possessing the speed talent. His power could not be so easily quantified. He could surpass Wilco in mere months, and soon, he would find himself on the receiving end of Sean's relentless pursuit. Whoosh! Having contemplated all this, Wilco sprang into action, lunging at Sean with his blade drawn. Years of survival instincts warned him never to allow such a formidable foe to live, although this would likely incite the wrath of the Knight Academy of Niao. He could no longer afford to be concerned. Besides, this continent was not solely comprised of the Karo Kingdom. Several other realms existed where he could escape after eliminating Sean, by the time the Knight Academy of Niao learned of Sean's demise and sought vengeance. He would have already fled to another kingdom, rendering their pursuit futile, for the Academy's influence barely extended beyond the borders of Karo. Chapter 55. Annihilation Swish. Wilco's blade descended with tremendous force, a near 5,000-pound might that seemed to rend the very air asunder. Accompanied by a deafening roar, boom, the sheer destructive power fractured the ground beneath, leaving a deep gash that testified to the strength of his attack. Yet, Wilco remained unsatisfied, for his strike had not even grazed Sean, the instant his blade fell. Sean's figure vanished like a wraith. He understood that Sean was no ghost. The boy had simply moved too swiftly, eluding his sight. Whoosh! Appearing behind Wilco, Sean lunged forward, his sword aimed directly at Wilco's vulnerable back. Reacting instinctively, Wilco sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the lethal thrust. Buffed. The pale gray leather of his armor was shredded, a straight line of crimson appearing across his back as blood seeped forth, although he evaded the fatal strike. Sean's blade still found purchase, adding yet another wound to his back. Ignoring the searing pain, Wilco gritted his teeth, pivoting to slash behind him, but alas, he struck not but empty air. Sean had already evaded once more. To possess such speed merely from a basic talent is truly remarkable, easily sidestepping Wilco's retaliatory swing. A satisfied smile graced Sean's face. Since awakening the speed talent, his velocity had increased by nearly 50%. To illustrate, if his previous speed was 10 meters per second, he now soared to 15 meters per second. This enhancement was nothing short of terrifying. If this world were a game, then bloodline talents would undoubtedly be classified as a game-breaking mechanic, disrupting the balance entirely. Finally, he comprehended why even a basic speed talent could rival that of advanced knightly skills. It was simply due to the overwhelming nature of such bloodline abilities. Fortunately, the number of individuals capable of awakening these talents was exceedingly rare, which preserved the equilibrium of this world. Undoubtedly, knights endowed with bloodline talents stood as the most formidable within their ranks. If such talents could directly amplify their combat prowess, these knights would possess the capability to engage foes beyond their level. The Knight Academy of Niao conducted evaluations annually, focusing primarily on speed and strength, elements that most accurately reflected a knight's prowess. With the augmentation from his speed talent, Sean's velocity surged, and so too did his combat effectiveness. Whoosh! Sean darted forth like a wisp of smoke, brushing past Wilco, leaving yet another crimson mark upon him. Had it not been for the critical moment, Wilco's blade had crossed in defense, shielding his vital areas. Sean's strike would have inflicted more than just a mere wound. Swish, 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 like a phantom, Sean glided around Wilco. And soon, numerous lacerations began to mar Wilco's body. The wounds varied in size, and the excruciating pain surged through his nerves, as crimson blood flowed incessantly from these gashes, staining his light gray knight's attire a deep scarlet. More infuriating than the physical torment was the realization that, despite the enemy being right before him, he was powerless to even graze the opponent's garments. Fortunately, due to his prowess as a squire knight, he possessed remarkable reflexes, allowing him to evade critical strikes amid Sean's relentless assaults. Nevertheless, he could still feel his stamina waning rapidly with each drop of blood lost. Damn it! With an anguished roar, Wilco swung his blade once more, but once again, it met only the intangible air. His eyes, now bloodshot, fixated fiercely on Sean, who had appeared at his side. If glances could kill, Sean would have perished countless times by now. Curse it! If this continues, I might very well be exhausted to death. Realizing this, Wilco's gaze flickered slightly as he lunged fiercely toward Sean once more. Faced with Wilco's ferocious charge, Sean naturally chose not to confront him head-on, opting instead to evade. However, an absurd scene unfolded before him. Wilco, undeterred, continued his pursuit without pausing, and to Sean's astonishment, the man was actually fleeing. Wilco was actually escaping. Russet, who had been observing their battle, was utterly taken aback. A squire knight like Wilco was retreating. Such a notion, if spoken aloud, would likely be met with disbelief throughout SE City. Yet the reality was undeniable. Wilco was fleeing from a mere adolescent. Master Sean, we cannot allow him to escape. Otherwise, it will bring endless troubles. Though the scene felt utterly ludicrous, Russet hastily cautioned. Trying to flee, fully aware of the ramifications should Wilco succeed, Sean immediately darted after him. An adversary of Squire Knight caliber, lurking in the shadows, posed a dire threat. While he himself felt no fear, the Campbell family could not afford such a risk, though he harbored little affection for the Campbells. He was relying on them for his tuition, and thus could not allow such a menace to remain. Swish. Before long, Sean caught up to Wilco once again, inflicting yet another wound upon him. Had he possessed a different bloodline affinity, perhaps there might have been a chance for escape. However, with the speed talent he had acquired, allowing Wilco to flee would be tantamount to seeking death, captured once more, combined with excessive blood loss. Wilco's mind began to grow hazy, and he gritted his teeth, gazing up at Sean in resignation. Master Sean, I am willing to become a servant of the Campbell family. Please spare my life. No need. Sean's response was as frigid as his demeanor. He held no delusions that he could tame a man who had once betrayed the Campbells, a man devoid of loyalty. He did not arrogantly believe that his mere presence could compel a former enemy to submit wholeheartedly. Thus, for such an adversary, there existed no choice but to kill. Whoosh! Sean lunged, thrusting his sword directly toward Wilco's heart. Wilco raised his blade in defense, but it barely reached halfway before Sean's sword pierced through his chest. Continuous blood loss had already dulled his movements. Splatter! Gouts of crimson erupted as Wilco staggered and fell, his eyes filled with disbelief that a mere squire knight, defeated by a boy yet to fully mature, was a bitter pill to swallow. If there were such a thing as a regret potion in this world, he would never have involved himself in the disputes between the Campbell and Adams families. As a squire knight, he could have secured a respectable position elsewhere. Why entangle himself in such matters? Alas, there was no what if. What a pity. After inspecting Wilco's corpse to confirm his demise, and not a mere ruse of death, Sean let out a soft sigh at INASE City. A squire knight represented formidable combat strength. Had he been able to recruit one, it would have been an invaluable asset. However, now that Wilco had become an enemy, he could not afford to let him live. Otherwise, he would transform from an asset into a liability. Yet Sean did not leave empty-handed. He discovered some gold certificates and coins on Wilco, totaling over 1,000 gold coins, which would sufficiently cover his tuition for the year. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ultimately, the battle concluded with the Campbell family annihilating the Adams clan, though Wilco had brought a contingent more than twice the size of the Campbells. The deaths of 3-inch masters at Sean's hands turned the tide, while Russet and the others, though wounded, retained their combat effectiveness. Thus, the victory belonged to the Campbells. Shioma was drenched in blood, both his own and that of his foes. As his gaze swept over the survivors, his brow furrowing slightly. Where is Master Sean? Indeed, where is Master Sean? Oh no, do you think he might have? Upon hearing his inquiry, Fal exclaimed, worry etching his features, after plunging into the thicket. He had encountered a formidable foe skilled in knightly techniques. Following a fierce battle, he had slain this opponent and subsequently pursued ordinary hunters. Momentarily forgetting Sean's presence. It was only when Shioma mentioned him that he suddenly recalled. Impossible. You all know Master Sean's strength. Besides, I have examined each corpse, and none belong to him, said Sashin, equally concerned. Cough. You need not speculate. Master Sean should be fine. Noticing their anxious expressions, Russet cleared his throat and spoke. Do you know where Master Sean went? The three turned their puzzled gazes toward Russet. Master Sean went to pursue Wilco. After a brief hesitation, Russet divulged, sensing their eyes upon him. What? Wilco is here too. No wonder we didn't see Wilco. It turns out he encountered you and Master Sean. Master Sean actually went to hunt down Wilco. What on earth is happening? The trio was left utterly dumbfounded at Russet's revelation. Who was Wilco? A knight with a title. Though merely a squire knight, he was still a terrifying prospect. Even if the four of them joined forces, they could not guarantee defeating him. Yet now, Russet claimed that Master Sean had pursued Wilco alone. How could they believe such a thing? Don't look at me. While it is indeed astonishing, it is the truth. Russet shrugged helplessly. Even now, Sean's incredible speed left him in awe. Yet at this moment, he comprehended the implications of Sean's extraordinary swiftness. It was undoubtedly a bloodline talent, one that directly enhanced combat prowess. Chapter 56. The Atom's Doom upon Sean's return. He was met with a sea of admiring gazes. Under the persistent inquiries of Xiao Ma and the others, Russet recounted the entire encounter between Sean and Wilco. When they finished listening, a brief silence enveloped them, followed by unabashed exclamations of astonishment. The Squire Knight Wilco had actually been defeated, and by Sean, no less. This was simply hard to fathom. Had it not been for Russet's usual credibility, they might have suspected he was jesting. The news was as shocking as if someone claimed a child had defeated a burly man in a fistfight. Xiaoma, Fao, and Sashin were particularly shaken, while the other hunters were mere mortals and did not grasp the significance of such terrifying speed. The trio understood all too well what it meant. Bloodline talent, the very talent that every knight yearned for, had awakened within Sean. Undoubtedly, Sean's future achievements would be boundless. They did not connect the speed talent of the Azure Beast with Sean's own. After all, such matters were well beyond their comprehension. Master Sean, how shall we deal with this traitor? A young hunter ushered a man forward, respectfully inquiring of Sean. Had this been before today, he would have maintained a basic level of respect. But now he was filled with awe, for awe was a privilege reserved for true power, and to him, Sean embodied that power. Sean lifted his gaze, and to his surprise, it was the hunter Nas who had returned to report. How did you discover him? Sean inquired. His brow furrowed. This fellow was lurking stealthily in the thicket, and I happened upon him. The young hunter replied hastily. Did you kill old Parker? Nodding, Sean coldly regarded Nas. Old Parker was the name of the old hunter who had aided Sean's group in locating this place. Sean had never anticipated that Nas was a traitor, leading to the old hunter's demise. And no, I didn't kill him. I merely knocked him unconscious. Nas stammered, sensing Sean's icy gaze. You didn't lie? Sean's gaze softened slightly. I swear, I truly did not kill him. Upon witnessing a slight thaw in Sean's icy gaze, Nas believed he had stumbled upon a chance for survival and hastily implored, Young Master Sean, spare me this once. I was momentarily bewitched, leading to my foolish actions. I promise I shall never dare again. However, Sean chose to disregard him, instead gesturing for the young hunter to drag him away. This. A flicker of relief washed over Nas's face, convinced that Sean would not take his life. Yet, in the next instant, Sean's cold, abrupt words plunged him into the depths of despair. No need to take him back. Grant him a swift end and bury him here. Understood, young Master Sean. The young hunter replied respectfully, then cast a ruthless glance towards Nas. Given the numerous lives lost due to this scoundrel, it would be no exaggeration to flay him alive, yet since young Master Sean commanded a swift end, that was the only mercy this wretch would receive. 3 days had passed since their return from Mount Cesura, and during this time, Sean had indulged in training and spent time with his nominal sister, Lily, leading a remarkably tranquil existence. In stark contrast, the city of Issy was anything but peaceful. The Adams family had been annihilated overnight. With the exception of Benson Adams, every member had been murdered. This was undoubtedly the work of the Campbell family. The Adams family's forces had nearly been obliterated on Mount Cesura, and such an opportunity was one the Campbells would not let slip by. Under the cover of darkness, the Campbell family summoned reinforcements and launched a direct assault on the Adams household, exterminating all its members. Had it not been for the involvement of the Knight Academy of Neo, they would have already dealt with Benson, who now likely faced his own demise. Nevertheless, this did not spare Benson from hardship. He was closely monitored, awaiting the moment when he would be expelled from the Knight Academy for failing to pay tuition, at which point his life would be forfeit. Ironically, the Adams family had planned to do the same to the Campbells. Yet it was now the Campbells who had turned the tables upon them. Subsequently, the Campbell family began to seize various properties and business deeds belonging to the Adams family in ASE. Naturally, the other major factions in the city would not idly stand by while the Campbells consumed the entire wealth of the Adams family, which had been amassed over many years and was truly staggering. Thus, like sharks sensing blood in the water, they encircled the Campbells. Aware that monopolizing the spoils was impossible, the major factions engaged in a fierce negotiation at the bargaining table, reminiscent of the battles on Mount Caesura. Ultimately, the wealth of the Adams family was divided among several factions, including the Campbells, effectively marking the family's end in ASE. Notably, during the negotiations, Sean's sister, Una, displayed an astonishing talent for business negotiation, securing considerable benefits for the Campbell family. As the future head of the Campbell family, one would expect Sean to take a more active role at this juncture. However, he refrained from doing so, choosing to remain uninvolved, despite his absence. No one within the Campbell family dared to underestimate him, for they all understood who had truly brought these benefits to the family. Among them, Sean's two uncles frequently remarked on how wise the head of the family, Broad, had been to send Sean to the Knight Academy of Neo, although they consciously downplayed their own positions in this matter. Meanwhile, his cousins, upon learning of his ferocity on Mount Caesura, avoided him like mice fleeing from a cat. Clearly intimidated by his reputation in these days, the one most delighted was young Lily. Her cousins, who previously had a poor relationship with her, endeavored to win her favor by showering her with treats and toys, hoping she would speak kindly of them to Sean, much to her delight. However, Lily, being quite astute, swiftly turned the tables, revealing all the disparaging remarks her cousins had made about Sean. In response, Sean merely smiled and paid no heed. As long as they did not cross his bottom line, he would remain indifferent. Yet, should they dare to do so, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 57. The Apprentice Knight in the Blink of an Eye. Over 40 days had elapsed, marking the turn of the year, and the date of Sean's return to the academy loomed near. The Campbell family had prepared Sean's tuition for the Knight Academy of Neo a month prior. And in addition, they had doubled his living expenses. This was due, in part, to their acquisition of a portion of the Adams family's wealth, which had greatly enriched the Campbells, and in part, because the entire family held high hopes for Sean's future. Deeming this investment entirely worthwhile, within the training grounds of the Campbell estate, two individuals were engaged in a sparring match point. One was Roos, a burly man with a thick beard, wielding a metal spear that weighed several dozen pounds as if it were a mere toothpick. The other was Sean, clad in finely crafted, high-quality cotton attire. Brandishing a longsword, Roos unleashed a barrage of attacks. Sean effortlessly parried each blow with his sword, each strike seeming casual, yet imbued with tremendous force, compelling Roos to exert himself fully in defense. Despite his efforts, Roos could faintly sense his impending defeat. With a resounding clash of metal, Sean's longsword struck Roos's spear, sending the latter flying and forcing Roos to stagger back several paces before regaining his footing. "Have you truly reached the status of an apprentice knight?" Roos exclaimed, his expression one of incredulity as he gazed at Sean, his heart a tumult of emotions. Having sparred with Sean intermittently, Roos had been privy to Sean's growth. Yet, upon realizing that Sean had achieved the rank of apprentice knight, he could not help but marvel. After all, it was a title he himself had yet to attain after decades of studying knightly arts, while a mere youth had surpassed him. "I just reached it yesterday," Sean replied, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. Achieving the rank of apprentice knight before returning to the Knight Academy was a result he found quite gratifying. Previously, he had merely been a practitioner of knightly arts without any formal title due to a lack of qualification. But now he could finally be regarded as a knight. Although it was merely the rank of apprentice knight, it was still a recognized title. However, what thrilled him even more was the transformation of his talent web. Indeed, the talent web had undergone a metamorphosis. Realizing this change, Sean felt as if he had been struck by a windfall from the heavens. In his previous life, the talent web had accompanied him for over 20 years without any alteration. It had remained the same from the moment he acquired it until his death. He had assumed this was the full extent of the talent web's capabilities, yet it was evident now that it possessed far more potential than he had previously understood. Sean had a vague inkling as to the reason behind this transformation. In his previous life, although he had ultimately reached the pinnacle of chemistry, his physical constitution had remained that of an ordinary person, lacking any essential distinction from others. In this life, as he practiced the knightly arts, his physical prowess had grown increasingly formidable, distancing him from the ordinary and approaching the extraordinary. This transformation could be viewed as an evolution or metamorphosis of his very essence, likely influencing his soul and triggering the subsequent chain reaction that led to the talent web's transformation. As for the capabilities of the evolved talent web, they filled him with astonishment. Prior to the metamorphosis, the talent web had two abilities: The first was detection, allowing him to discern the talents possessed by a target through physical contact. The second was replication and backup, enabling him to copy others' talents and forcibly convert them into his own. Now, however, while the detection ability remained unchanged, the replication and backup ability had transformed into replication and fusion. This meant that when he copied another's talent, he no longer replaced his existing talent with theirs. Instead, he integrated their talent into his own, resulting in a synergistic effect. The implications of this transformation for the talent web were immense. Previously, replicating another's talent would only allow him to reach the same level as the original. Surpassing them was impossible. Now, with the ability to fuse talents, he could amalgamate similar talents into a superior one, allowing him to exceed the capabilities of the original. The significance of this development for Sean was monumental. Moreover, what delighted Sean even more was the very fact that the talent web had undergone such a transformation. If a single metamorphosis could yield such profound surprises, what might subsequent transformations entail? He found himself eagerly anticipating the changes that the next metamorphosis might bring. Meanwhile, outside the training grounds, a crowd had gathered, drawn by the news of Sean's spar with Roos. After all, such contests among knights were a rarity. Upon hearing Roos's astonished exclamations and Sean's own admission, the onlookers were left in a state of shock. An apprentice knight? Did I hear correctly? The head guard Roos just claimed that young Master Sean is already an apprentice knight. You heard right. I heard it too. Goodness, young Master Sean has actually become an apprentice knight. But, how old is young Master Sean? He is already an apprentice knight. Amidst the crowd, there stood a young maiden, her countenance exquisitely delicate, her white gown elegantly accentuating her slender figure. She was none other than Yuna, the nominal sister of Sean. Upon hearing Sean's own admission of possessing the strength of a squire, her refined visage was illuminated with surprise. Is Sean truly already a squire? Unlike the ordinary servants surrounding her, Yuna, who had begun to engage with the family business, understood the significance and status that came with being a squire. It is no exaggeration to state that a family with a squire enjoys a starkly elevated standing compared to one without. The previous Campbell family, while recognized as one of the prominent forces in Isai City, had languished at the bottom of the hierarchy due to the absence of a squire, consequently losing considerable influence. Now, with the emergence of a squire within the Campbell family, they finally possessed the stature to engage in equal discourse with those top-ranking families, undoubtedly enhancing her confidence in future negotiations. Beside the maiden stood a man clad in a black and red robe, exuding an aura of authority. Broad, the head of the Campbell family. Upon hearing Sean's affirmation, a broad smile spread across his face. Excellent, splendid. He could already envision the formidable Campbell family, fortified by the presence of the powerful knight. Sean, in the years to come. Never before had he felt such relief for his audacious decision to send Sean to the Neo Knight Academy, despite the selfish motives underlying it. Undoubtedly, that decision had proven entirely correct, and Sean's current performance fully justified the investment made. At that moment, an elderly gentleman with graying hair yet a spirited demeanor approached Broad, bowing respectfully. "What is it, Steward Pound?" Broad inquired, his brow furrowing in curiosity at the appearance of Pound, who, due to his advanced age, had relinquished many minor duties. The fact that he had come to him now indicated that the matter at hand was of considerable importance. "The Lord's Manor has just sent an invitation for the spring banquet," Steward Pound announced. "Has it arrived?" Broad's expression immediately turned serious upon hearing this. The spring banquet was arguably the most significant event in Isai City at the beginning of each year, as it determined the distribution of interests among the city's various factions. The importance of this banquet could not be overstated. Last year, the Campbell family had suffered substantial losses due to their failure to secure advantageous terms against the other prominent forces at the banquet. This year, I shall not repeat last year's mistakes. Broad's gaze shifted to Sean, encircled by admirers like a crane among chickens, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Chapter 58. The Lord's Banquet. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into twilight, one area of Isai City remained aglow with light. The affluent district, lavishly adorned carriages, resplendent in their opulence, navigated towards the most illustrious location in Isai City, the Lord's Manor. This evening, the manor was ablaze with illumination, appearing as bright as day, with oil lanterns suspended high, casting light upon every corner. When Sean and his companions arrived at the manor in 3 separate carriages, they were greeted by the sight of an expansive square designated for carriage parking, filled with splendid vehicles. Each carriage, distinct in style and design, was undeniably exquisite and luxurious, some even adorned with luminous pearls, reminiscent of the ostentation of Sean's former life, though in that era, it was lavish automobiles that ruled the day. While in this life, it was grand carriages. Look, that's the Campbell family's carriage. The Campbell family, the one that ranks among the top 10 in ISI City. Top 10? What archaic ranking is that? There are now only 9 prominent families in ISI City. 9 families. Indeed, especially since the Adams family has. I never anticipated that the Campbell family would emerge victorious in the end. One must say this family has hidden its depth well. Even the Adams family, with a squire in their ranks, has fallen to them. Their foundation among the 9 families is surely. Shoo. Keep your voice down. Such talk is taboo. The Campbell family's carriage, too, could not escape the allure of extravagance, prominently displaying the circular family crest. Thus, as the 3 carriages came to a halt in the square, they instantly drew the gaze of many onlookers. Members of the Campbell family, please follow me. Without much delay, a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a butler's uniform and clearly of significant standing within the Lord's manor, approached to personally guide Sean and his companions, attracting a considerable amount of envious glances. The caliber of the guiding personnel varied according to the family's status. Ordinary merchant families were typically escorted by common servants of the manor, while those with a bit more renown received higher-ranking attendants. Whereas a family like the Campbells, among the foremost in ISI City, was afforded the highest honor of being led by the manor's butler, which undoubtedly elicited admiration from the gathered crowd, under the guidance of the middle-aged butler. The Campbell family was ushered into a grand banquet hall. The hall was adorned with long tables draped in white tablecloths, laden with an array of exquisite pastries and various vintages of red wine. As they entered, the hall was already bustling with numerous guests, dressed in finery, exuding elegance and engaging in conversations that showcased their elevated status. Please, the butler gestured for Sean and his party to enter. Bowing slightly before taking his leave, Sean, alongside the family head Brod, stepped into the banquet hall, immediately capturing the attention of many within as one of the foremost families in ISI City. The Campbell family commanded significant respect in the upper echelons of society. Long time no see. Head of the Blade family. Indeed, it has been a while. Several enthusiastic middle-aged individuals approached Brod, exchanging pleasantries, to which Brod responded with practiced ease. He accepted a crystal goblet filled with red wine from a servant's tray and clinked glasses with the newcomers. Engaging in familiar dialogue, the other members of the Campbell family also mingled with acquaintances, particularly Sean's cousins, who quickly distanced themselves from him, leaving Sean and the young girl Lily awkwardly standing alone. Previously, Sean had seldom attended such banquets, thus lacking familiar faces to connect with. Each time an invitation arose, he would typically decline. This time, however, Brod had decisively countered his hesitations. The family had finally produced a squire, and it was imperative to showcase this achievement to secure the greatest benefits for the family. Although he stood in silence alongside the young girl Lily, the awkwardness seemed to affect only him, as she had already set her sights on the array of delightful pastries on the banquet table. Observing this, Sean decided to join her in sampling the delectable treats to his delight. The pastries were indeed exceptional. Many sourced from renowned establishments within the city, while others were crafted by master pastry chefs. As time passed, the banquet hall grew increasingly crowded, and the unconventional pairing of Sean and Lily, amidst the throng of socializing guests, stood out as rather peculiar. Yet, Sean felt powerless. In this hall, he truly had no acquaintances, and he could not bring himself to intrude into others' social circles. Fortunately, this awkwardness did not persist for long, as the main event was soon to commence, with the entrance of a middle-aged man clad in noble purple attire, adorned with a golden insignia on his chest, accompanied by elegantly dressed ladies and gentlemen. The hall fell into a hushed silence. This man was none other than Orlando Joyce, the Baron of ISI City, the very lord of the entire city. I thank you all for attending the banquet hosted by the Joyce family. I am Orlando Joyce, and I hope everyone enjoys a delightful evening. Orlando Joyce announced as he stepped to the forefront of the hall, surveying the guests before speaking. The Lord is too kind. Baron, you are far too modest. It is our privilege to be invited to this banquet. The guests responded, visibly taken aback. Even the heads of the major factions, who had been jovial moments earlier, now appeared subdued and cautious in the presence of the Lord. However, Sean's attention was drawn not to the others, but to the fleeting moment when Orlando Joyce's gaze briefly lingered upon him. Though it was but an instant, it was undeniably there. For an ordinary individual, it might have been dismissed as mere illusion, but Sean, now a squire, possessed heightened senses that could not be deceived. He was certain that the Lord's eyes had indeed rested upon him. This left him in a state of perplexity. It stands to reason that the lord of the city should not pay particular attention to a mere youth like Sean, even if Sean bears the title of the future heir of the Campbell family. Such a title should not warrant the Lord's notice. Nonetheless, he has inexplicably focused on Sean. This inevitably raises suspicions regarding the underlying reasons for such attention. As the banquet continued, the Lord, Orlando Joyce, soon vanished from the grand hall, accompanied by the heads of several prominent families and their key members. The spring festival banquet, for an ordinary wealthy merchant family, serves as an opportunity to encounter significant figures like the Lord. However, for powerful families like the Campbells, it is a time for negotiating the distribution of interests, determining which family manages which pasture or mines, or who oversees the lucrative trades within the city. Ultimately, these matters directly impact the distribution of benefits among the families, and decisions made this evening will significantly influence each family's fortunes for the year. In a spacious conference hall not far from the banquet, the 10 families, now reduced to 9, were seated according to their respective statuses. The arrangement of seats was telling. The more powerful the family, the closer they were to the front, and conversely, the weaker the family, the farther back they were placed. The Campbells found themselves seated towards the rear, clearly indicating their diminished standing among the 9 families that in previous years, Brode, the head of the Campbell family, would have exhibited signs of tension at such a moment. As it pertained to the family's vital interests, this time, however, he remained remarkably composed, owing to the 2 individuals standing behind him. One was a young lady clad in a purple evening gown, elegant and graceful, Una. The other was a splendidly dressed youth. Sean. One possessed a notably astute business acumen, while the other was a formidable squire. Brode was confident that they would secure a satisfactory share of the benefits this time. Standing behind Brode, Sean was also observing the other 8 families, specifically the individuals behind the heads of those families. Most of them were robust and formidable, their eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. Unmistakably seasoned warriors who had trained in the knightly arts for many years, some exuded an exceptional vitality, likely fellow squires like him. What scheme is Brode concocting? As Sean scrutinized these individuals, they too were casting their gaze upon him and Una. The Campbells had deviated from their usual practice by not bringing their most formidable bodyguard, opting instead for a young lady and a young man. This unusual choice had already put the seasoned heads of the families on high alert, particularly since Adams had inexplicably fallen to the Campbells not long ago. Even now, they could not fathom how the Campbell family had managed to best a family with a squire in its ranks. Now that everyone is present, "Let us commence," declared Lord Orlando Joyce from the head of the table, his calm gaze sweeping over the gathered heads of families. At his words, the atmosphere thickened as the heads of the 9 families inhaled deeply. For the moment of reckoning regarding their interests had arrived. Chapter 59. The contest for interests. It is widely known that ASE City once boasted 10 noble families, but now only 9 remain. Yet, above these 9, there exists another family that holds dominion over all, the Joyce family. The Joyce family, a baronial lineage with over a century of history, traces its roots to an ancestor who was a knight of valor, bestowed with a title and a realm that included ASE City itself. Hence, the Joyce family is the true master of ASE City, while the other 9 families, despite their illustrious names, wield no real control over the city. The annual distribution of profits involves the Joyce family assigning lucrative contracts to these 9 families, from which they extract a share of the earnings. This management style bears resemblance to the concept of landlords in ancient China, yet with broader authority, possessing the right to life and death within their domain and managing a wide range of profitable ventures, including agriculture, mining, and trade. Of course, there are numerous intricacies involved. Some ventures yield substantial profits, while others, like agriculture, generate comparatively little. Conversely, mining can be exceedingly lucrative. Thus, at the beginning of each year, families vying for the opportunity to handle the Joyce family's contracts employ every means at their disposal to secure the most profitable assignments. Bring it forth. With Lord Orlando Joyce's command, a man clad in a black butler's uniform approached, bearing a tray meticulously arranged with 9 leather documents. Upon sight of these documents, the heads of the 9 families were captivated, their eyes fixated on the papers before them. These 9 documents represented the Joyce family's 9 contracts, each accompanied by corresponding authorizations, albeit differing in content. "Please, take a moment to peruse these," Lord Orlando Joyce said, accustomed to such fervent gazes as he allowed the heads of the families to examine the documents before him. Patiently awaiting their reactions, as each family reviewed and passed the documents among themselves, they quickly reached Brode of the Campbell family, who, along with Sean and Una, leaned in to scrutinize the contents. They discovered a variety of contracts, some for agriculture, others for livestock grazing, and yet others for mining, all distinct in their potential profits, with some disparities being particularly vast. The difference in earnings between an agricultural contract and one for mining could be several-fold. Now, let us declare our interests. For the first contract, the mining operation at Iruin Mountain, 30 miles east of the city. Who among you is willing to undertake this venture? Once the documents had circulated among the heads of the 9 families, Lord Orlando Joyce inquired. "Esteemed Lord, the Anxious family wishes to take on this contract," proclaimed a robust, corpulent middle-aged man without delay. "Honored Lord, the Fielding family also expresses interest in this contract," echoed another head of family in near unison with the Anxious family's declaration. Sean recognized these 2 families. If any among the 9 families could be considered the strongest, it would undoubtedly be the Anxious and Fielding families. Both possessed a profound legacy, making them the 2 oldest families among the 9. With their squires having reached the pinnacle of their training over 20 years prior, rumored to be but a step away from becoming official knights, aside from the Lord's estate, which housed an official knight. No other family stood a chance against these 2, ensuring that the most lucrative mining contracts typically fell to them. "Is there any other family interested in the mining contract?" Lord Orlando Joyce inquired, nodding at the Anxious and Fielding families. His gaze then settled on the remaining 7 families, but he was met with silence, for not every family dared to challenge these 2 powerhouses, just as it seemed that the mining contract would again be awarded to one of these families. An unexpected voice broke through the tension. "Esteemed Lord, the Campbell family also wishes to take on this contract," came Sean's voice, drawing the attention of all present to Brode, only for their gazes to swiftly shift to the figure standing behind him, Sean himself. "Sean, you?" Not only were the others taken aback, but even Brode was momentarily stunned by Sean's declaration. However, he quickly regained his composure, his expression shifting to one of urgency as he looked at Sean. He could not comprehend Sean's rationale. While he indeed hoped to leverage Sean's status as a squire to secure a more favorable contract for the family, he had not anticipated contending for the mining operation. The competition for this contract was fierce, and the 2 families vying for it were overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond the Campbell family's capability to match, even with Sean's recent ascension to squire. After all, the other family squires had been established for over 20 years, mere steps away from becoming official knights, a level of strength that he doubted Sean could rival. "Little brother, the competition for the mining contract is too fierce. We should reconsider." Even Una, who had adeptly managed the family's affairs for 2 years and was accustomed to handling various contingencies, displayed concern. She never expected Sean to be so audacious as to pursue the mining contract, and she quickly interjected in a bid to dissuade him from such a pursuit. "Father, sister, I merely seek to test the waters. Even if it does not succeed, there will be no loss." Faced with their objections, Sean offered his reasoning, framing it as a mere attempt. Yet, in truth, he held a measure of confidence. Although the 2 competitors were indeed formidable squires, just a step away from knighthood, Sean had a distinct advantage, his innate talent for speed. Before he even became a squire, he had already demonstrated an extraordinary talent for speed, rendering Wilco utterly defenseless. Now, having attained the status of a squire, his velocity has soared even higher, perhaps rivaling that of a full-fledged knight. He could hardly believe that with such swiftness, he would struggle to contend with 2 other squires. His decision to step forward and vie for the mining rights was straightforward. He sought to maximize the benefits for the Campbell family. At this point, he was undeniably tied to the Campbell family, akin to a grasshopper on a single string. Should the Campbells falter, he would lose his financial support, forcing him to withdraw from the Neo Knight Academy. Conversely, if the Campbell family prospered, his sponsorship would undoubtedly increase. Thus, to ensure the Campbell family provided him with greater economic assistance and more training resources, he was compelled to facilitate their ascendance. Anxious, Fielding, Campbell, since 3 families are interested in this commission, let us adhere to the old custom. Each family shall appoint one representative to the arena, and the last standing will secure the contract," intoned Lord Orlando Joyce leisurely. The other prominent families found it peculiar that the Campbell family would engage in the competition for mining rights. Yet no such bewilderment was evident on his face, as though he had anticipated this outcome. Under Lord Orlando Joyce's guidance, the group departed the conference hall and entered a brightly lit chamber featuring a grand arena. "Uncle, it is your turn to fight." The slightly portly head of the Anxious family narrowed his eyes and addressed a robust elder behind him, who appeared to be around 50 years of age. "Very well," the elder nodded, his gaze radiating a piercing intensity, exuding an aura that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. In truth, he was over 60 years old, yet his adherence to the knightly discipline had allowed him to maintain a youthful appearance. The head of the Fielding family glanced towards the Campbell family before instructing a man behind him. "Captain Maury, I rely on you." "Understood." This was a lean elder, whose frail frame nonetheless conveyed an impression of being meticulously honed, as if his very body were forged from metal. Meanwhile, on the Campbell side, Sean ascended to the arena. Standing face to face with the imposing elder, he regarded the gaunt elder with a mixture of caution and respect, remarking, "It seems you have made advancements this past year. You too, I presume." The lean elder replied with a hint of a cold smile, then turned his attention to Sean. "While I would relish the opportunity to spar with you, it seems we have a pesky little mouse to deal with first. Let us eliminate this mouse before we engage further." "Agreed." The robust elder cast a glance at Sean, nodding in affirmation. The lean elder's suggestion was indeed to his liking. With a swift motion, both men charged towards Sean simultaneously, evidently intent on dispatching him as previously discussed. "Be careful." Below the arena, the Campbell patriarch, Broder, felt a surge of anxiety as he witnessed this scene. Inwardly cursing the two for their underhanded tactics, he could not fathom that two seasoned squires, renowned for over 20 years, would conspire against Sean, a novice squire. Winning the mining rights was of little concern to him. However, if Sean were to suffer an injury in this duel, he would undoubtedly regret it that moment. He began to regret bringing Sean to this gathering. Had he known it would unfold this way, he would have chosen to endure a few more years until Sean had grown stronger, perhaps even become a full knight, before competing. The two figures surged towards him from opposite directions. Sean felt no trepidation. Drawing his sword, he too shot forward with a swift motion. In an instant, his burst of speed was astonishing, leaving mere afterimages in the eyes of ordinary spectators. Observing this, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Even Lord Orlando Joyce's demeanor altered slightly as he muttered to himself. Indeed, as the lord of the city, Orlando Joyce was naturally cautious of the various families within his domain, particularly the 9 prominent families, whose every move was under his scrutiny. Over a month ago, he had received secret reports regarding a youth named Sean Campbell, who possessed a remarkable bloodline talent. Just a day prior, he received another report confirming that this Sean Campbell had indeed become a squire. Both pieces of information were astonishing. His bloodline talent and his achievement at the tender age of 16. The shocking nature of these revelations left him uncertain of their veracity. Such extraordinary claims could only be substantiated through personal observation. However, it was now evident that the intelligence was accurate. The youth indeed possessed the strength of a squire and had awakened a bloodline talent of speed, a trait that significantly enhanced combat prowess. With the accuracy of this information confirmed, it became clear why he would contend for the lucrative mining rights. Under normal circumstances, a newly minted squire would not stand a chance against these two veteran squires. Yet this youth was clearly an exception. His bloodline talent was sufficient to bridge, if not surpass, that gap, making it unlikely that he would let the opportunity for iron or extraction slip away. With a resounding clash, the robust elder wielding a massive hammer and the lean elder with a sharp sword approached Sean from either side, in the face of their assault. Sean unleashed in overwhelming speed, vanishing from their view amidst their coordinated attack. When he reappeared, it was beside the lean elder, his sword swiftly aimed at the elder's waist. With a sharp gasp, the lean elder felt a sudden sting at his side, a wound appearing as he instinctively dodged, only to realize he had already been struck. "You?" he gasped, incredulity etched on his face as he regarded the injury. The youth's speed was astonishingly superior, not only outpacing him, a peak squire, but likely rivaling that of a full knight. Full knight? No, that can't be. Could he have awakened a speed talent? The robust elder's expression shifted as he processed the lean elder's injury. Despite their combined efforts, This youth had managed to evade them and inflict a wound. A display of speed so terrifying it suggested he had reached the level of a full knight. Yet, to claim he was indeed a full knight seemed improbable given his youth, if he truly had attained such prowess. He would not need to evade their attacks, but could confront them head-on. Realizing this, the robust elder moved closer to the lean elder, his expression grave. Be cautious, he likely possesses a speed talent. Indeed, the lean elder acknowledged. His shock evident as the pain at his side reminded him that this youth was no ordinary opponent. Whether or not he possessed a speed talent, caution was imperative, lest they find themselves in dire straits. In that moment, Sean charged at them once more. This time, he materialized behind the robust elder, swiftly launching an attack. However, his strike, which should have been unavoidable, was intercepted, just as his blade was about to connect. Another sword appeared, blocking his attack. The force of the collision sent him stumbling backwards several steps. The lean elder had intervened, demonstrating their experience as seasoned warriors. Recognizing Sean's overwhelming speed, they had quickly devised a strategy to protect each other's backs. A remarkable display of trust between rivals. The adjustments they made proved effective, as Sean's series of rapid assaults were successfully thwarted, his speed effectively countered. After being repelled yet again, Sean steadied himself, a newfound seriousness in his gaze as he acknowledged their clever tactic. Indeed, he has awakened a speed talent. Taking a deep breath, the robust elder addressed Sean. Young man, I acknowledge your remarkable speed, but relying solely on it to defeat us is rather unrealistic. You will find it impossible to overcome our combined efforts, the lean elder added. Unbeknownst to them, as they spoke, the spectators below exchanged perplexed glances. Here were two men, each having been squires for over 20 years, mere steps away from becoming full knights, yet they stood proudly in the face of a young boy. Their pride seemingly misplaced. That may not be the case. Gazing at the two elderly individuals who mistakenly believed they had restrained themselves, Sean shook his head, recognizing that it was time to bring matters to a close. With a swift motion, he darted forward once more, in an instant. Two sharp, crisp sounds pierced the air, resonating from the arena. Suddenly, a distinct line of crimson appeared on the backs of the burly elder and the frail elder, as red blood flowed incessantly from their wounds. Such speed? How could it possibly be this fast? Despite the searing pain on their backs, the burly elder and the frail elder did not examine their injuries. Instead, they stared at each other, eyes wide with disbelief. In that fleeting moment, they had contemplated intervening to aid one another, but before they could react, the opponent's blade had already struck. It was not that they were unwilling to act. Rather, they simply had no time to do so. Fortunately, both were individuals of resolute spirit. After a brief moment of shock, they quickly regained their composure, heightening their vigilance, leaving no movement around them unobserved. Yet, it proved futile. With a series of swift strikes, new wounds appeared upon their bodies. Even in their heightened state of alertness, Sean effortlessly evaded their attacks while delivering precise blows. Ultimately, both were sent tumbling from the arena by Sean's powerful fists. As they landed, they looked up at Sean, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Is this truly his real speed? The burly man's eyes were filled with horror. Undoubtedly, this was indeed Sean's true velocity. Previously, he had clearly not unleashed his full potential. The truth was that the speed Sean had displayed before was merely that of an apprentice knight in training, while now, he was operating at full throttle after having officially become an apprentice knight. Even before achieving this status, his speed had been sufficient to utterly dominate Wilco. After becoming an apprentice knight, how could he possibly struggle against two fellow apprentice knights, even if they were at their peak? How can this be? As Sean stood triumphantly in the arena, their own apprentice knight had been defeated, and the heads of the Angzusi and Fielding families were visibly shaken. They had not anticipated that the combined might of two pinnacle apprentice knights would fall short against a mere youth. He actually won. Brode felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of joyful surprise. Initially harboring no hope, he was taken aback by Sean's astonishing victory over the two apprentice knights. He won, covering her alluring red lips with her hand. Yuna gazed at Sean standing atop the arena, her eyes brimming with awe, astonished at how formidable her little brother had become. The other families exchanged glances, and it was evident that from this day forward, the most powerful family among the nine would no longer be the Angzusi or the Fielding family, but rather the Campbell family. I hereby declare that the iron or mining contract is to be entrusted to the Campbell family. Casting his gaze over the heads of the nine family leaders, It finally rested upon Sean as Lord Orlando Joyce proclaimed. Chapter 61. Departure receiving the iron or mining contract authorized by the Joyce family. Brode felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria, as if he were caught in a dream. Utterly unreal, he found it hard to believe that his family had seized the largest cake in iron or mining. He barely noticed the envious glances from the other family heads, as he was still reeling from this unexpected delight. The second contract. The Yacape Ranch, which family is willing to take it on. The third contract, Lake Narbu, which family is willing to take it on. Following the iron or contract, the competition for the remaining 8 contracts commenced. While these 8 contracts may not yield profits as substantial as iron or mining, several among them, such as the second Yacape Ranch and the third Lake Narbu, were indeed lucrative ventures, supplying 60% of Ase City's beef and mutton, and 90% of its fish, respectively. Perhaps Sean's victory over the burly elder and the frail elder had stripped the Angsiusi and Fielding families of their former authority, or perhaps witnessing the injuries of the burly elder and the frail elder had prompted other families to seize the opportunity, leading to a fierce competition for the subsequent contracts. However, the outcome was rather grim. Despite their defeat by Sean, the burly elder and the frail elder were still formidable opponents, and they did not take kindly to those from the same tier of apprentice knights, easily overpowering some who were even lesser than apprentice knights. Moreover, fueled by the humiliation they had suffered at Sean's hands, they unleashed their fury upon several competing families, leaving them gravely injured. Ultimately, the Angsiusi and Fielding families secured the rights to the ranch and fishing contracts, respectively. Yet, even with these 2 immensely profitable contracts in hand, the heads of the Angsiusi and Fielding families remained discontent. After all, the most lucrative iron or mining contract had been snatched away by a previously obscure family. A turn of events they had never envisioned before attending the banquet. As the remaining 8 contracts found their respective homes, the banquet came to a close, at least for the 9 families. However, the repercussions of the banquet were far from over. The very next day, news spread throughout Ase City that the Campbell family had triumphed over the Angsiusi and Fielding families to secure the highly profitable iron or mining rights. Becoming the biggest winners of the spring banquet. In an instant, the Campbell family became the focus of attention for the entire city. For several days, visitors came to offer their congratulations or to simply make their acquaintance with Sean, their presence seemingly unending. Thankfully, this world lacked barriers to entry. Otherwise, the threshold of the Campbell family would surely have been trampled down. Sean had anticipated such a situation when he seized the iron or mining rights. Yet he remained unfazed. With his current strength, only the officially recognized knight stationed at the Lord's Manor posed a genuine threat. No one else could challenge him. Even that night, he was confident, could not catch him should he choose to flee. Given his innate speed. In such circumstances, why not strive for greater benefits? Low profile, endurance, fear of retaliation from the Angsiusi and Fielding families. If they possessed the capability to retaliate, they would not have allowed Sean to claim the iron or mining rights in the first place. As for any potential revenge against the Campbell family upon returning to the academy, he believed that they would not act so foolishly. Knowing they could not contend with him, they would undoubtedly refrain from taking action against the Campbell family, especially since he was merely attending school and would return eventually, unless they wished to bear the brunt of his vengeance. However, one would assume that anyone capable of assuming the position of family head would not be so reckless. I'm sorry, Cousin Sean. My previous actions were uncalled for. Cole, his complexion somewhat pale, bowed his head to apologize. During the dinner on the day of Sean's return, Cole had openly mocked Sean, causing him considerable embarrassment. Initially, this could have been dismissed as a trivial matter. But circumstances had drastically changed Sean's meteoric rise, from defeating the apprentice knight Wilco to exposing the Adams family's conspiracy against the Campbell family, and ultimately vanquishing the seasoned apprentice knights of the Angsiusi and Fielding families, had made the previous slight far more consequential. Undoubtedly, if Sean were to harbor resentment against Cole's faction because of that incident, given Sean's current standing within the Campbell family, the repercussions would be severe. Thus, after his father, Sean's uncle, had instilled in him the potential consequences of offending Sean, he had been compelled to seek out Sean and apologize for his previous jibes. Forget it. Sean glanced at his nominal cousin. Noticing his ashen face, evidently burdened by considerable mental strain, it was not hard to surmise the reason. He had likely faced social ostracism due to the rumors of their strained relationship. Sean merely shook his head, reiterating his stance. As long as his bottom line was not crossed, he would not take offense. However, if it were crossed, he would show no mercy, regardless of blood ties. Moreover, in truth, he held no familial connection to the youth before him. The original Sean had long since perished. Thank you. Thank you. With Sean's forgiveness, Cole released a sigh of relief. Over the past few days, aside from the pressure from his father, others' attitudes towards him had changed dramatically. Several cousins and other family members had begun to distance themselves from him, fearing the repercussions of being associated with him in Sean's eyes. In the current climate, Sean was soaring within the Campbell family. His ascension to the next family had a certainty, and under his leadership, the Campbell family was destined to flourish. It was clear to any discerning observer which side to choose. 5 days later, a merchant caravan consisting of a dozen carriages set out from Asay City towards the royal capital. This caravan belonged to the Campbell Trading Company, transporting high-quality furs intended for sale to the capital's prominent fur merchants. Over 30 guards, uniformly clad in attire emblazoned with the Campbell family crest, patrolled around the carriages. They passed a beautifully adorned carriage. Their gazes filled with reverence, they straightened their postures, presenting their most gallant selves, hoping to catch the attention of the individual within. In the carriage, there sat a fair-haired youth, his features strikingly handsome. Due to the chill in the air, he was draped in a fur coat, extending his hands towards a nearby brazier to warm himself. This young man was none other than Sean. Initially, Sean had intended to hitch a ride with a merchant caravan to the capital, returning to school. However, he was unceremoniously assigned to a caravan by the head of his family, Broad, under the guise of providing him company. The truth was that he was to serve as protection for this merchant group. That a mere apprentice knight could hardly contend with him, and among apprentice knights, he was considered a formidable expert. If Broad failed to utilize such talent, he would hardly be worthy of the title of a merchant. Undoubtedly, with Sean, an adept apprentice knight, within the caravan, there was little cause for concern regarding banditry. In fact, if an encounter were to occur, it was uncertain who would be the predator and who the prey. With Sean's current prowess, only a fully fledged knight could rival him. No other could possibly stand a chance. As for a formal knight resorting to robbery, that would indicate a severe lack of judgment, for a knight of noble standing could find themselves a guest of honor anywhere, without resorting to such desperate measures. The caravan's pace was leisurely, hindered by the abundance of goods, but with several days remaining before the academic term commenced, Sean felt no urgency. Young Master Sean. Suddenly, a young guard sprinted up to the front of Sean's carriage, calling out to him. "What is it?" Sean inquired, opening the carriage window to peer at the guard outside. "A carriage ahead has broken its axle and wishes to join our caravan," the young guard replied. "Joining us?" Sean's brow furrowed at this news. Although he was not a merchant, his background from a trading family endowed him with knowledge of certain taboos within merchant caravans. One such taboo was the aversion to picking up strangers mid-journey, as they often bore unclear origins and could potentially be spies sent by bandits, a considerable risk. "What sort of individuals are they?" After a moment's contemplation, Sean asked. "A boy and a girl, accompanied by 8 guards. From their attire, they appear to be from a wealthy family, unlikely to be spies for bandits, which is why the steward sent me to consult with you," the young guard explained. Recognizing a principle that even Sean understood, the guard was acutely aware of the potential dangers. The pair's fine clothing and the presence of 8 seemingly capable guards suggested that a hasty refusal might provoke discontent and lead to conflict. Thus, he sought Sean's decision. "I shall take a look." After some consideration, Sean responded. Ordinarily, he would have outright declined, but sometimes rejection was not an option. Especially given the presence of guards, he resolved to assess the situation before deciding whether to allow the strangers to join their ranks. Chapter 62. Siblings. Upon reaching the front of the caravan, Sean beheld a beautifully adorned carriage with a shattered axle. The carriage was lavishly decorated with intricate patterns of silver and gold, a sight to behold, and he noticed an inverted triangle family crest. However, with his limited knowledge, he could not discern which family it belonged to. Surrounding the carriage, a group of individuals stood in confrontation with the guards of the Campbell caravan. At the center of this standoff were a boy and a girl, both quite young. The boy appeared to be of similar age to Sean, while the girl was a year or two his junior. They were clad in luxurious fur coats, their snowy white pelts devoid of any blemish, indicating considerable wealth and influence behind them. Young Master Sean. This time the steward was not Butler Pond, but a middle-aged steward who promptly greeted Sean upon his arrival. "Hello. Our carriage has broken down, and we were wondering if we could travel with your esteemed caravan," the young boy said politely, exhibiting a demeanor that was neither forceful nor presumptuous, evoking a sense of refinement. Sean's gaze swept over the 8 guards accompanying the boy and girl, lingering momentarily on a middle-aged man before addressing the youth. "Where are you headed?" "We are bound for Tula City," the boy replied. "Tula City? Will we be passing through there?" Sean turned to the middle-aged steward for confirmation. "According to our route, we will indeed pass through," the steward affirmed. Sean nodded and turned back to the boy. "I can permit you to join our caravan, but I must charge a fee for your passage. Is that agreeable?" "Of course, thank you very much," the boy replied earnestly, but the girl behind him scoffed disdainfully, clearly displeased with Sean's request for payment. Sean chose to ignore her reaction. They were merely strangers passing through. Why should he not charge for their fare? Were it not for the fact that they did not seem like bandits and appeared to possess considerable strength, including a potential apprentice knight among them, he might not have been inclined to permit their company. Thus, he instructed the middle-aged steward, "Prepare a carriage for them." "Yes, young Master Sean," the steward replied, swiftly directing others to ready a carriage for the newcomers. Before long, the caravan resumed its journey, now accompanied by a group of individuals distinct from the guards, riding horses and protecting a carriage. Inside the carriage sat 3 people, the boy and girl, along with the middle-aged man whom Sean had previously noted. "TCH, obsessed with money, charging us even for a ride. I say we should teach them a lesson. Then they would surely provide us with a carriage without hesitation," the girl exclaimed, her exquisite features marred by a hint of arrogance. "Do not provoke trouble. If we can resolve this with money, it is the best course of action," the boy replied, shaking his head. The middle-aged man, however, glanced at the girl, who was still pouting, and after a moment's hesitation, he spoke up. "It would be wise not to antagonize this caravan. That young man is not to be underestimated." "Really?" The boy looked perplexed, while the girl regarded the man with astonishment. "That guy." She was well aware of the middle-aged man's capabilities. He was undoubtedly an apprentice knight. That it was precisely because they were the family's direct descendants that they had sent him to protect them. The fact that he deemed a mere boy to be formidable caused her brows to furrow in concern. In what way is he extraordinary? At this moment, the boy's expression darkened slightly. "If I am not mistaken, he is likely an apprentice knight." "What? An apprentice knight?" The girl was taken aback. While she had heard of exceptionally gifted young knights who could achieve such status before adulthood, encountering one in person was an entirely different matter. The notion that a random youth they met on the road could possess the abilities of an apprentice knight was almost inconceivable. "I am 90% certain he is an apprentice knight," the middle-aged man stated solemnly. He revealed this information to deter the girl from provoking the young man. However, he had not disclosed the immense pressure he felt in the boy's presence, a sensation not usually associated with an average apprentice knight. His innate ability to sense danger had saved his life on multiple occasions, leading him to trust his instincts. Someone who exuded such an aura of danger was undoubtedly exceptional. How could that be? "Just that guy?" The girl pouted, clearly unwilling to accept this assessment. "Enough, Mayu. Just avoid provoking him. He is unlikely to take issue with us. After all, if he truly intended to confront us, he would have done so by now," the boy sighed. Attempting to soothe his sister, he understood the middle-aged man's intentions well. Knowing his sister's temperament, he recognized the necessity of preemptively warning her to avoid antagonizing the young man. 2 days later, the caravan arrived in Tula City, and the boy and girl, along with their guards, departed from the caravan. Sean had anticipated that their presence might incite some trouble, especially given the girl's demeanor, which suggested she was not one to easily acquiesce. However, her behavior had puzzled him. She had transformed from a headstrong girl into a refined young lady without causing any disturbances, leaving him perplexed. Yet, he paid it little mind. They were merely temporary passengers, and it was unlikely they would cross paths again. In such a circumstance, he had no interest in uncovering the reasons behind their inexplicable change. During the days that followed, the caravan traveled by day and camped at night, while Sean utilized the evenings to practice the Silver Frost Knight's sword technique. This technique encompassed not only swordplay, but also a complementary breathing method to enhance muscle control, given its complexity. It was nearly impossible for others to learn merely by observation, alleviating his concerns about anyone attempting to steal his knowledge. Were it not for the strict prohibition at the Neo Knight Academy against imparting the Silver Frost Knight's sword technique to others, he would not have hesitated to seek out individuals with knightly potential within the Campbell family to share his knowledge. Alas, the Academy would never allow such an occurrence, for the Silver Frost Knight's sword technique was one of the Academy's key attractions, and they would not relinquish that advantage lightly. Amidst this journey, the caravan arrived at the royal capital. Along the way, aside from the young couple sharing a carriage and their guards, they encountered no bandits, a fact that left many of the caravan's escorts quite disgruntled. Initially, they had hoped to witness their young master in action, but alas, until they parted ways in the royal capital, they had no opportunity to see him display his skills, leading them to wonder if perhaps the brigands deemed it too cold to venture out. Chapter 63. Benson's Despair. Master Wallace, you must advocate for me. Within a grand estate, heavily guarded, Benson wept, wiping his nose in tears. Opposite him sat a handsome youth clad in opulent attire, his expression suffused with an air of arrogant superiority, none other than Wallace Lund. The day after Sean's departure, Benson had stealthily evaded the watchful eyes of the Campbell family and fled from Azure City, making his way to the royal capital. Fearing an encounter with Sean along the way, he altered his route, enduring considerable hardships. With the meager funds that the Campbell family had not seized, he finally reached the royal capital. Upon arrival, he did not report to the Academy, for he could not afford the exorbitant tuition of the Neo Knight Academy. Instead, he headed directly to the Lund family estate, exerting all his efforts. He eventually succeeded in meeting Wallace Lund and immediately recounted the tragic plight of his family, depicting the Bell family as a tyrannical clan of brigands, with a disdainful glance at the tear-streaked Benson. Wallace's face betrayed an unmistakable revulsion. So, to put it plainly, your family is finished. Indeed, Benson, oblivious to the shift in Wallace's demeanor, hastily sought sympathy. Moreover, I have failed to fulfill my initial orders with Sakri. Yes. At this moment, Benson finally noticed that Wallace's tone and expression were somewhat amiss, causing him to stutter. In that case, how dare you come to me? Wallace's countenance hardened. Do you truly believe you hold any value for me now? Your family is obliterated, and you can't even pay for tuition. What do you think I need you for? But, Benson stared blankly at Wallace, having regarded him as his last lifeline during these trying days, only to find himself met with such a disheartening outcome, his heart sinking into despair. Given that you once served under me, I shall overlook your previous failure. Now, leave. I no longer wish to see your face. With a look of contempt at Benson, Wallace barked, No. Please, Master Wallace. I can serve you. Do not cast me away. A look of utter hopelessness crossed Benson's face as he shouted desperately, even attempting to throw himself at Wallace's feet. Bang! However, before he could approach, he was kicked away by a young man who appeared to stand between Wallace and Benson. Master Wallace, how shall we deal with this individual? The young man inquired respectfully. Throw him out. I do not wish to see him again, Wallace commanded, barely sparing Benson a glance. As you wish, Master Wallace. The young man responded dutifully and proceeded to grasp Benson by the collar, dragging him towards the exit. Along the way, Benson naturally resisted, but each time he attempted to fight back, the young man would deliver a punch to his abdomen, rendering him incapable of further resistance. The man before him was at least an apprentice knight in skill. In fact, there were many such experts within this estate, for it belonged to the ancient Earl Lund family. How tedious! Though he had already been dragged away, Benson's predicament left Wallace feeling quite disenchanted. Since leaving the academy until the new year, he had devoted himself to rigorous training under the tutelage of a remarkably formidable master. After finally completing his training and indulging in leisure for a few days, he had not anticipated this unfortunate turn of events, which swiftly dampened his spirits. It suddenly occurred to him that there was someone who had wronged him back at the Neo Knight Academy. In fact, before leaving the academy, he had instructed Benson to join forces with Sakri to deal with Sean. Believing that his adversary had been thoroughly incapacitated, little did he know, it was his own people who had suffered misfortune, with even his family obliterated. Master Wallace, what shall we do next? The young man returned. Respectfully seeking Wallace's guidance, he understood that Wallace would not simply let this matter rest, for if he did, he would not be Wallace. First, have someone investigate the whereabouts of that fellow named Sean. Then send someone to deal with him, Wallace replied with a malevolent glint in his eyes. Deal with him? Master Wallace, is that not excessive? He is a student of the Neo Knight Academy. If they discover our involvement, even your standing will not spare you from punishment. the young man cautioned, concern etched across his face. He was not only worried for Wallace, but also for himself. If Wallace were to be punished by the Neo Knight Academy, he would certainly face dire consequences, and the thought of how the Lund family dealt with those who erred sent shivers down his spine. Who said we must do it ourselves? Are there not plenty in the royal capital who will do anything for the right price? Of course. Master Wallace. The young man immediately grasped the implication, bowed respectfully, and withdrew. Parting ways with the caravan, Sean returned directly to the academy to report in, cleaning his dormitory upon arrival, after nearly 2 months of absence. The place was thick with dust and cobwebs. While he was not a cleanliness fanatic, he was not one to tolerate a squalid living environment either. You've finally returned to school, with classes starting the day after tomorrow. I was beginning to worry something had happened to you. Just as he finished tidying, he encountered Moore, who had come looking for him, stopping by several times daily to check if he had returned. Apologies for the worry. I encountered some delays on the road, Sean replied with a wry smile. In truth, he could have reached the royal capital days earlier, but the slow pace of the caravan had hindered his arrival. All is well then. Come, let's go out for a meal. It's on me. A welcome back feast, Moore declared, playfully thumping Sean on the chest. All right, let's indulge today, Sean replied, feeling no need to be polite that he was aware that Moore's family was well off and thus felt at ease. Oh, I nearly forgot. Starting this year, my cousin, Lambert Leonard, will be enrolling at the Neo Knight Academy. Would you mind if I brought him along? Moore suddenly remembered. Not at all. Let us go meet your cousin, Sean exclaimed with a smile. Moore was his first true friend in this world, and being with him felt remarkably comfortable, reminding Sean of his university days. This is Sean Campbell, my classmate and friend. From now on, you can call him Brother Sean, Moore introduced as they walked a few hundred meters to the dormitory prepared for new students at the Neo Knight Academy. Brother Sean. Hello, Lambert Leonard, a boy with flaxen hair and a handsome face, greeted shyly, his demeanor markedly different from the outgoing Moore. Hello, there's no need to use the honorifics, just call me Sean, Sean replied. Yes, Brother Sean, Lambert responded hurriedly. His flustered expression enough to make any of Sean's older female acquaintances from his previous life swoon. With Lambert joining their ranks, the trio continued onward, exiting the academy and arriving at a bustling street nearby. This is the place. It seems to have opened this year. Their venison soup is truly exquisite, and I assure you, you'll be singing its praises after trying it, Moore said, swallowing in anticipation. Seeing Moore's eager expression, Lambert instinctively distanced himself, embarrassed to be associated with him. While Sean had grown accustomed to the spectacle, Moore was delightful in many respects, but his passion for food was unmatched. He had sampled nearly every renowned eatery in the royal capital. Making Sean unfazed by his antics, he raised his gaze to the restaurant's sign, which read Sans-in lieu. Welcome, esteemed young masters. A young man dressed in servant attire ushered them inside, leading them to a private room. However, none of the three noticed a man in shabby clothing lurking in a corner of the bustling street, watching them enter the restaurant before striding away, had they not been in such a crowded area. Sean might have noticed him. Alas, amidst the throngs of people, even Sean's keen senses as an apprentice knight failed to detect the non-threatening gaze that lingered upon them. Chapter 64. The riffraff inside the establishment. Sean and his companions savored the venison and relished the delectable soup. How is it? I did not deceive you. The taste is delightful, isn't it? With a steaming bowl of hot soup consumed, Moore beamed with pride as he addressed Sean and Lambert Leonard. Delicious, Lambert Leonard nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it is exceptionally flavorful, Sean concurred. The taste of the venison soup was truly beyond words. It was exceptionally delectable. Especially in this frigid weather, a bowl of hot venison soup was nothing short of a supreme indulgence. Isn't it? Just look at who recommended it. Anything that Moore finds delightful must be a culinary masterpiece. Observing the satisfied expressions on both men's faces, Moore proclaimed with pride. Just then, 3 men with menacing appearances entered, casting furtive glances at Sean before seizing a servant to inquire, "What delicacies do you offer at this establishment?" "Our specialty is venison soup," the servant replied, visibly intimidated by the fierce demeanor of the 3 men. 3 bowls of venison soup, commanded a man with a grotesque scar on his face. But this floor is already full." The servant's expression turned troubled upon hearing the scarred man's response. "Full." Another man, with fierce eyes, glared discontentedly at the servant and demanded, "Can't you make others vacate their seats?" That wouldn't be appropriate, would it?" The servant replied with a wry smile, realizing that to clear space for the three men, he would have to drive away other patrons, a move that would likely result in his immediate dismissal by the owner. Just do as you are told and stop your prattling. The fierce-eyed man's glare made the servant shudder. Very well. We shall take matters into our own hands. He strode towards an occupied table, which just so happened to be where Sean and his companion Saturday. Kid, this spot is now claimed by me. Vacate it immediately. He slammed his hands onto the table, causing the bowls of venison soup to spill over, then glared menacingly at the three. Scoundrel! Witnessing the spilled soup, Mower's face hardened with an unusual fury that he stood up, glaring angrily at the fierce-eyed man. His hands cracking with tension, evidently pushed to his limits. Typically, he seldom displayed such anger, but this particular man had crossed a line. For a food lover, nothing was more intolerable than the desecration of fine cuisine. And this man had thoroughly provoked him. The fierce-eyed man's gaze turned icy upon hearing Mower's words, and he coldly retorted, "Repeat that, kid. I said you're a scoundrel." Mower shot back defiantly. Seeking death, the man swung his large hand towards Mower, who merely scoffed and retaliated with an equally forceful strike. Bang! The collision echoed, and it was Mower who stumbled backward. Unexpectedly, a student from the Knight Academy was bested in a single exchange by a ruffian. What? Supporting the staggering Mower, Sean's eyes revealed his confusion. Despite the fierce demeanor of the man before him, his strength was indisputable. It was evident that he was no ordinary thug, having managed to gain the upper hand over Mower. Sean couldn't help but wonder if such encounters were mere coincidence, especially since he had not forgotten that he had a particularly powerful enemy in this royal capital. No wonder you dared to act so brazenly. Turns out you're just a student, the fierce-eyed man sneered. Dismissing Mower. Mower's expression darkened. He had initially presumed the man to be an ordinary individual, only to realize that he too was a practitioner of knightly arts, and significantly stronger at that. What's the holdup? Why isn't the table cleared yet? The scarred man, accompanied by an ugly-faced comrade, approached and stood beside the fierce-eyed man, casting malevolent glances at Sean and his companions. These three seemed rather unwilling to cooperate. The fierce-eyed man scoffed. Unwilling to cooperate? Then we shall compel them to comply. The scarred man sneered coldly, while the ugly-faced man's expression remained icy, fixating his gaze on Sean and his companions. Are you not being unreasonable? Mower's face was filled with rage as he glared fiercely at the trio, yet he knew all too well that he was outmatched. After all, he was no match for any one of them. And what if we are? The scarred man chuckled disdainfully. Then get lost. At that moment, a chilling voice rang out as Sean stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Mower, his eyes icy as he glared at the three men. Although he was uncertain if these men were sent to deal with him, it was evident that they were not individuals with whom reason would prevail, so he saw no need to be courteous. Get lost? You dare tell us to get lost? Did you hear that? He just told us to get lost. The scarred man laughed heartily, slapping the ugly-faced man beside him. Someone actually has the audacity to tell me, Ramos, to get lost. Good, very good. Kid, you've got guts. I can only hold off one of them at most. Mower, sensing the gravity of the situation, turned to Sean with concern. By now, he had a vague inkling that these three were not mere passers-by. They were clearly here for them, given the uncanny coincidence of encountering three thugs, all seemingly formidable. No need. I can handle this alone. You protect Lambert. Sean shook his head. If this had been before the end of the year, dealing with these three might have posed a challenge. But now he felt utterly at ease, setting aside his terrifying speed talent. Even as a trainee knight, his strength was more than sufficient to overwhelm the trio. Kid, you're quite arrogant. Just then, the scarred man charged at Sean, drawing a knife from behind and aiming a ferocious strike at him. Bang! Sean met the attack with a fierce sword strike, sending the scarred man and his weapon flying across the room, crashing into a table and shattering it, the soup spilling everywhere. Fortunately, having sensed the impending conflict, the other patrons had already fled, preventing any injuries. Let us all attack together, observing the power of Sean's strike. The fierce-eyed man and the ugly-faced man exchanged wary glances before swiftly drawing their weapons and charging at Sean at a distance. A middle-aged man at the counter watched the brawl unfold. Feeling utterly despondent, his newly opened establishment was already embroiled in chaos. He had no intention of intervening, recognizing that these individuals were all practitioners of knightly arts. Any attempt to stop them would likely result in his own demise. Bang! Bang! With two more resounding clashes, the fierce-eyed man and the ugly-faced man followed in the footsteps of the scarred man, both sent flying by Sean's sword, once again shattering two tables. Incredible! Lambert Leonard, peeking out from behind Mower, marveled at Sean's overwhelming prowess, his eyes brimming with admiration. Although he had yet to begin his training in knightly arts, he was aware that his family was not to be trifled with and had certainly seen enough to recognize true strength. To dominate against three clearly skilled fighters was genuinely terrifying. He has indeed grown stronger. Mower murmured in astonishment. There was no doubt that Sean had become even more formidable. It was fortunate that he had never harbored thoughts of catching up to him, lest he suffer a crushing blow. Moments later, the three fierce-faced men lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and terrified as they gazed up at Sean. Sean, his gaze icy, regarded them coldly, his voice chillingly calm. "Speak. Who sent you?" I don't know what you're talking about," the scarred man stammered, his expression shifting slightly. Bang! Sean delivered a kick that sent the scarred man crashing into a corner, causing him to spit blood once more. Visibly weakened, he then turned his gaze to the ugly-faced man. "You speak." "I don't know." The ugly-faced man shot a venomous glare at Sean, gritting his teeth. Bang! Sean kicked again, the force far greater than before. And the ugly-faced man collapsed against the wall, unconscious. Sean's gaze was now fixed on the fierce-eyed man. "You wouldn't dare be as obstinate as they were, would you?" I'll talk," the fierce-eyed man stammered, hastily spilling everything. "We don't know who it is. A cloaked man with a concealed face hired us three, and he showed us a portrait with your likeness." With that, he looked up at Sean with a pitiful expression, his fierce demeanor replaced by that of a harmless lamb. "Take the two of them and get lost." Sean frowned slightly. Yes. The fierce-eyed man quickly assisted his companions, preparing to leave the restaurant when suddenly a voice called out, "Wait." The one who called out to them is none other than Sean. "Big brother, is there anything else?" The man with a fierce gaze revealed a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "Compensate for the items damaged in the shop." Yes, I will compensate right away." Chapter 65. Lambert's request. At this moment, a crowd had gathered at the entrance of the restaurant. Some were previous patrons of the establishment, while others were merely passers-by drawn by the commotion. Among them stood a man clad in a black fur coat, the very one referred to by the fierce-eyed man as the figure shrouded in a black cloak, to possess the strength of an apprentice knight. This reward will not be easily obtained. Upon witnessing Sean effortlessly defeat three men, a cold smirk crept across his lips as he flipped up the collar of his black coat, obscuring his face entirely. Before turning and squeezing his way through the throng, his name is Black Fox Rusa, not a given name, but rather a moniker earned due to his cunning, fox-like nature. Before undertaking any action, he meticulously investigates his targets, even going so far as to send others to gauge their strength before devising a comprehensive assassination plan, resulting in a notably high success rate. Over time, this earned him the title of Black Fox Rusa. The three fierce-looking men were hired by him to test Sean's abilities, and the outcome was precisely as he had anticipated. They indeed gauged Sean's strength. "Apologies, I have implicated you." After sending the three away, Sean looked apologetically at Moore and Lambert. "It's nothing." Moore shook his head and replied, "It seems you have attracted someone's attention. Be cautious." "Indeed." Sean nodded gravely, harboring a faint suspicion regarding the person Moore alluded to. In the entire royal capital, the only one likely to send someone after him was that noble scion, Wallace. Last year, for reasons unknown, he suddenly left the academy and had not returned until the end of the year. However, he had not left without means to deal with Sean. Benson and Zachary were left behind as instruments against him. Little did they expect that Sean's strength would grow so swiftly, soon surpassing Wilco. "Brother Sean, you are incredibly strong." When Sean turned his gaze toward Lambert, he was surprised to find the bashful youth gazing at him with sparkling eyes filled with admiration. It's nothing much." Sean chuckled, taken aback by the shy boy's overwhelming interest in combat. After this incident, the trio lost any desire to continue dining in the establishment, although the damaged tables and chairs had been compensated for by the three men. Upon noticing the shopkeeper's resentful gaze directed at Sean and his companions, they realized that it was likely this establishment would not welcome them again. They quickly found another restaurant, hastily concluded their meal, and returned to the academy. 2 days later, the Neo Knight Academy reopened, with the same teachers as before and all the students present, except for Benson. The teacher promptly reported Benson's absence to the academy. And upon hearing this, Sean understood that an investigation into Benson's situation would commence. However, he was not worried. Although the Campbell family had obliterated the Adams family, they had not taken action against Benson. Conversely, the Adams family was not under the academy's protection, so the institution would likely not hold the Campbell family accountable. Sure enough, days later, although he was summoned for questioning, no punitive measures were taken against him regarding the Campbell family, indicating that the academy had thoroughly investigated the matter. However, one detail caught him off guard. The investigator informed him that Benson had been spotted at the Lund family estate in the royal capital half a month prior, only to subsequently vanish. The Lund family, of course, was the family to which Wallace belonged. Sean was astonished to learn that Benson had evaded the watchful eyes of the Campbell family and made his way to the capital. Presumably seeking Wallace to exact revenge, It was uncertain whether Wallace had agreed to assist him, that if he had, that would indeed pose a significant danger. He immediately penned a letter inquiring about the situation with the Campbell family, only to discover that everything seemed normal. There had been no inexplicable attacks, nor had any forces emerged to suppress them. Sean couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, concluding that Wallace had not taken action against the Campbell family, at least for the time being. Nevertheless, this incident served as a wake-up call for him. Even with the Academy's protection, his adversaries were not without means to target him, heightening his urgency to enhance his own strength. One afternoon, shortly after awakening from his nap, a knock sounded at Sean's door. Upon opening it, he found Moore standing at the threshold, accompanied by the bashful youth, Lambert, who was donned in the black and white knight attire of the Neo Knight Academy, with a knight's sword strapped to his waist, clearly having commenced his swordsmanship training. "Did you need something?" Sean inquired, puzzled, as Moore rarely sought him out at this hour, knowing he typically engaged in training at this time. "It's not me looking for you, it's him." Moore shrugged helplessly, gesturing toward Lambert. "Lambert, long time no see. What brings you to me?" Sean greeted Lambert with a warm smile. "Brother Sean, I would like to ask you to teach me swordsmanship," Lambert said, scratching his head shyly. "Swordsmanship? Of course, you must have begun your practice of the Silver Frost Knight's sword technique by now. No problem," Sean replied, realization dawning upon him that it wouldn't take much time to offer guidance during training. And considering his relationship with Moore, it was only natural to look out for his cousin. The three of them made their way to the grove where Sean typically practiced. Within the grove, Sean turned his attention to the somewhat anxious Lambert. "First, demonstrate the Silver Frost Knight sword technique for me." "Yes," Lambert responded nervously, beginning to execute the Silver Frost Knight sword technique, performing one move after another with utmost seriousness. Observing Lambert's execution of the Silver Frost Knight sword technique, Sean maintained a neutral expression but subtly turned his gaze toward Moore. Sensing Sean's look, Moore sighed resignedly and shook his head slightly. Upon seeing this, Sean understood and fell silent, watching Lambert complete the entire set of the Silver Frost Knight sword technique. After Lambert finished, slightly sweating, Sean hesitated before speaking. "All right, now assume the posture for the first move." Upon hearing Sean's instruction, Lambert immediately struck the pose for the first move of the sword technique. Sean approached him and gently elevated his sword arm slightly, his mind racing with two words, as expected. Through this contact, he had assessed Lambert's swordsmanship talent, and the result was as he had suspected, remarkably poor, exceedingly poor. Even before seeing Lambert perform the technique, Sean had harbored such a suspicion, and now it was confirmed. A person who had been practicing knight swordsmanship for half a month should not exhibit such clumsiness, and the reason lay in the fact that Lambert's talent for swordsmanship was merely of the secondary level. This secondary level was a talent Sean had once possessed himself, representing his original knightly aptitude. Because of this talent, the original owner of this body had endured considerable hardship, and it was only due to Sean's takeover and his ability to replicate and enhance his talents that he could attain his current strength in such a short time. However, Lambert lacked such a capacity for enhancement, rendering any improvement to his swordsmanship aptitude impossible, akin to a mere reflection of Sean's former self. "Wait a moment." Sean's gaze lifted, and he was instantly struck dumb. He had unexpectedly encountered something extraordinary. Previously, his focus had been solely on Lambert's swordsmanship aptitude, but now, upon raising his gaze, he was left astonished. In the knight talent section, an exaggerated level was glaringly apparent. High level. It became evident that Lambert possessed a high-level knight talent, leaving Sean in a state of disbelief that a secondary swordsmanship talent and a high-level knight talent one beneath the ground and the other in the sky, were inexplicably present within the same individual. Copy and merge. Setting aside those thoughts. Without hesitation, Sean activated his talent replication and merging ability. Having copied the speed talent from the Azure Beast nearly 2 months ago, Sean's talent replication ability was now primed for use. Originally, he had intended to find a higher-level knight talent to merge with. But with a high-level knight talent now before him, he would certainly not be courteous. Instantly, a searing sensation coursed through his entire being. He quickly took 2 steps back, distancing himself from Lambert to avoid revealing any unusual behavior. I have come to understand your situation. Feeling the transformation within his body, Sean turned his gaze toward Lambert and spoke. Upon hearing his words, Lambert looked at Sean with a mix of anxiety and trepidation, as if awaiting a verdict. Sean did not rush to deliver his assessment of Lambert's aptitude. Instead, he posed a question. I wonder if you have heard about my past from more. I have heard of it, Lambert nodded, having sought out Sean precisely because of the stories he had heard about him. Very well, Sean acknowledged with a nod, fixing his gaze directly on Lambert as he spoke. Your swordsmanship talent is lacking. Upon hearing Sean's words, Lambert's complexion turned instantly pale. Although he had somewhat anticipated this moment, the reality of Sean's statement still plunged him into a wave of despondency. Yet, at that very instant, Sean's subsequent remark ignited a spark of hope in his eyes. But it is not entirely impossible to become a knight. Chapter 66, Transformation of Talent. Really, could I truly become a knight? Upon hearing Sean's declaration, Lambert's head shot up, his eyes ablaze with fervent desire. The lack of progress in his knightly swordsmanship training over the past few days had nearly driven him to despair. While other newcomers had already begun to hone their bodies through knightly sword techniques, significantly enhancing their physical prowess, he remained stagnant. Not only was he unable to wield the sword techniques effectively, but even mastering their basic execution proved exceedingly challenging. That a profound sense of hopelessness enveloped him, prompting thoughts of withdrawing from his studies. It was then that his cousin, Moore, sought to inspire him by recounting Sean's past experiences, which felt like a lifeline to Lambert. He implored Moore to introduce him to Sean, hoping to learn how to extricate himself from his current predicament. Although he knew the chances were slim, he felt compelled to try, even if there was but a 1 in 10,000 possibility. After observing him practice the sword techniques, Sean's initial remark indeed cast him into despair, yet the following statement filled him with exhilaration. He could not help but think, I have come to the right place. He truly possesses a way to assist me in overcoming my current challenges. Meanwhile, Moore, who had been silent since exchanging glances with Sean, gazed at him in astonishment. Sean, do you truly have a solution? Indeed, Sean replied gravely, nodding at the expectant looks from both individuals. After careful consideration, he believed that Lambert's situation was not devoid of possibilities for becoming a knight. Certainly better than Sean's own circumstances had once been. Lambert's lack of advancement was hindered by his swordsmanship talent. His secondary swordsmanship aptitude resulted in a slow progression in his skills. Half a month into the term, he still could not proficiently wield the sword techniques. Since he could not even master their execution, it was naturally impossible for him to utilize them for physical conditioning and strength enhancement. This explained why, during these past days, while other newcomers had made tangible progress, Lambert remained stagnant. However, the inability to master sword techniques now did not preclude future success. Although his talent was merely secondary, it still existed. With proper guidance and persistent training, Sean believed that one day, Lambert's swordsmanship could reach a level of proficiency. At that point, his advanced knightly talent would reveal its true potential, allowing him to swiftly catch up to those who had previously surpassed him. Yet, before that could happen, Lambert would have to endure a prolonged period of anxiety, marked by the absence of visible progress. If he could persevere, then he would indeed transform from a caterpillar into a butterfly. Sean, I have never asked anything of you, but this time, I implore you to assist him. Upon hearing Sean's emphatic response, Moore spoke with fervor. He had witnessed Lambert's journey from disappointment to despair, and his heart ached for him. Yet he felt powerless to help. Seeking Sean was a last-ditch effort, and he never anticipated such a delightful surprise from him. Rest assured, were it anyone else, I might hesitate, but since he is your cousin, I shall not turn a blind eye, Sean replied with a smile. For someone like Lambert, continuous, relentless practice of sword techniques was essential. Additionally, he required regular guidance from someone with a certain level of swordsmanship. Otherwise, Relying solely on self-discovery to achieve proficiency would be an arduous and uncertain path. Sean's willingness to assist stemmed partly from his relationship with Moore, but also from a sense of obligation, as he felt indebted to Lambert after acquiring his advanced knightly talent. Teaching Lambert sword techniques would serve as a form of compensation. With that in mind, Sean turned his gaze back to Lambert, speaking earnestly. While you indeed possess the potential to become a knight, your success will ultimately depend on your dedication. Let me be clear, it will be a challenging journey. If you can endure, I will wholeheartedly support you. If not, I would advise you to consider withdrawing from your studies, for staying would only waste your time. I can endure, Lambert replied with unwavering conviction, without a trace of hesitation. His resolute tone conveyed his determination. Both Sean and Moore could perceive the steadfastness in his gaze. It was evident that he was resolute in his desire to become a knight. Very well. Starting tomorrow, come here every afternoon, and I will guide you in your sword techniques. Sean nodded affirmatively. Although this additional teaching responsibility would not consume much of his time, as he was already scheduled to train there daily. He could easily provide instruction during his breaks. Shortly thereafter, a delighted Moore and Lambert departed together, leaving Sean alone in the small grove. Lambert was eager to commence his training under Sean's guidance that very day. But Sean excused himself, citing the need to finalize a training plan. In truth, he was preoccupied, for the advanced knightly talent he had copied from Lambert had fully merged with his previous knightly aptitude. Presently, a series of lines appeared on Sean's retina. Name: Sean Campbell, knightly talent. Top tier, swordsmanship talent. Advanced, speed talent. Basic. Indeed, after assimilating Lambert's advanced knightly talent, his own had undergone a transformation, elevating it to top-tier status. A top-tier talent is no small feat. Even in his past life, he had possessed only one top-tier talent, which was his chemistry aptitude. It was this very talent that enabled him to become the youngest recipient of the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. The origin of that talent was rather convoluted. He had copied it from a brilliant young man who was afflicted with a terminal illness, who sadly passed away shortly thereafter. This explains why only his name remains in the scientific community, while that of the young man is lost to history. Regrettably, upon traversing to this world, all talents he had once acquired vanished, and the chemical knowledge that lingered in his mind proved futile. As he discovered that this realm adhered to its own unique chemical principles, the disparity in worlds and rules meant that chemical principles differed as well. Had he retained that top-tier chemistry talent, he might have unraveled the chemical principles of this world through his own explorations. Alas, that talent was lost, a lamentable fate. Now, however, he had unexpectedly regained a top-tier talent, and one that was not merely copied from another. This meant he could potentially replicate and merge other top-tier talents, opening the door to experiences beyond his previous understanding. In his past life, his desire to copy talents from the remains of history's great scientists stemmed from a belief that there must be even greater talents beyond the top tier, which could explain the extraordinary achievements of those scientists throughout history. Let me see just how formidable the top-tier talent truly is. A glint of anticipation flickered in Sean's eyes as he drew his knightly sword and began practicing the knightly techniques. After discreetly observing the training progress of students with basic knightly talents, he had discerned that the training speed associated with advanced knightly talents was approximately 10 times that of basic talents. This indicated that if a student with a basic knightly talent trained for 10 days, he could achieve the same results in merely 1 day. Such a brief time frame might not reveal the vastness of this disparity. But over an extended period, the tenfold difference would become profoundly evident. Training for 1 year would equate to 10 years for someone with basic knightly talent. Training for a decade would equal a century for them. Nearly a lifetime of effort. If one were to train for 50 years, it would amount to 5 centuries of endeavor for someone with basic talent. One could only imagine the level of strength possessed by an individual who had trained for 500 years. Even for a pig, if it trained for 5 centuries, it would undoubtedly be extraordinarily formidable. After practicing the sword techniques over a dozen times, Sean paused to keenly sense the changes within his body. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. He was astounded by the training speed afforded by his top-tier knightly talent. 30 times. An astonishing 30-fold. The training speed of the top-tier knightly talent was indeed 30 times that of the basic talent. This figure was nothing short of shocking. Calculating based on a year consisting of 360 days, it meant that he would only need to train for a little over 10 days to achieve the equivalent of a year's worth of training for someone with basic knightly talent. This speed compelled him to internally exclaim, I am truly fortunate. Training for a year would correspond to 30 years for others. This was indeed a reality that felt like a cheat. Chapter 67. Assassination in the following days. Lambert began his sword training under Sean's guidance, and as anticipated, his progress was nearly non-existent. Fortunately, Sean had already apprised Lambert of this outcome, and the latter was mentally prepared. Even so, Lambert did not succumb to despair. Rather, he diligently intensified his training to 80 times. It was Sean who had to intervene, cautioning Lambert against overexertion that might harm his health. Simultaneously, Sean became aware of the attitude of Lambert's teacher towards him. Initially, the teacher exhibited patience in guiding Lambert, but as time wore on, this patience waned, and now Lambert was treated as if he were invisible. In response to this, Sean could do little more than offer consolation. Lambert's current plight was far worse than Sean's former circumstances. Though Sean had possessed only a secondary knightly talent, he at least experienced some incremental growth, whereas Lambert had seen none at all, making his abandonment somewhat understandable. Nonetheless, Sean believed that one day, Lambert would astonish that teacher in the trial prison. Within a colossal metallic cage, a grotesque corpse puppet, with a fearsome visage and drooling with repulsion, lunged swiftly at Sean. With a decisive motion, Sean did not flinch but charged forward, his sword transforming into a streak of silver as it cleaved toward the puppet's waist. The blade sliced through the air with a resounding impact, leaving a distinct crimson gash that split the puppet in two. The upper half of the corpse puppet tumbled to the ground, dark red blood gushing from the severed edge, resembling a spilled dye vat. Sean paid no heed to the aftermath of his strike. He merely flicked the blood off his sword and sheathed it before stepping out of the cage. "Apprentice Knight," exclaimed Teacher Joff, his eyes wide with astonishment. This student increasingly baffled him. The rate of Sean's growth and strength now surpassed that of many elite-class students, and when compared to Titus, he likely stood on equal footing. But who was Titus? He not only possessed exceptional talent, but also had the unwavering support of a count's family, replete with precious resources and frequent access to rare medicinal enhancements. In stark contrast, Sean's familial background afforded him no such luxuries. Yet, even under these circumstances, the fact that Sean could elevate his prowess at a speed comparable to Titus was rather alarming. Teacher Joff became increasingly convinced that Sean's talent had undergone a transformation. He had already reported Sean's remarkable training speed to the Academy's higher-ups, and it had drawn their attention. Otherwise, the matter with Benson would not have concluded so simply. Even if he were not punished, he would have been detained immediately for investigation rather than being allowed to leave afterward to be questioned. Such was the preferential treatment afforded to geniuses. In any realm, exceptional talents were granted extraordinary privileges. Such a terrifying strike, observed Sakri, his gaze toward Sean filled with both trepidation and regret. Had he known this would transpire, he would never have followed Wallace's orders to confront Sean. Instead of earning Wallace's favor, he had antagonized a figure of such formidable strength, rendering his actions utterly counterproductive. Incredible! The power of that strike was fearsome. As Sean exited the metallic cage amidst the odd stares of his peers, he took his place at the end of the line, allowing the cage to be occupied by the next student. Since the school year commenced, the focus on basic training had diminished considerably, supplanted by a variety of other courses, such as search and rescue, wilderness survival, and emergency wound treatment. Today, they had returned to the trial prison for a corpse puppet trial, indicating that upcoming lessons would likely emphasize field survival and practical combat. Sean understood that all of this was preparation for the wilderness trials. According to tradition, students at Neo-Knight Academy would undertake a series of wilderness trial tasks during their fourth year, facing not merely imprisoned corpse puppets, but potentially hordes of them, unrestrained and free to attack. In truth, Sean felt no fear regarding these wilderness trials. Rather, he was eager to engage, eager to venture into the wilds for his trials, driven by the knowledge that the probability of awakening of bloodline talent from corpse puppets far surpassed that of humans. Although he had already acquired a speed talent, who would ever turn down more? A mere initial speed talent had already granted him the strength to challenge opponents beyond his rank, and the prospect of obtaining a strength talent was tantalizing. Moreover, with the initial speed talent in hand, there existed the potential for intermediate, advanced, or even top-tier speed talents. Although the likelihood of these higher-tier talents diminished over time, he could not forget that his talent web possessed the ability to replicate and fuse talents, allowing him to amalgamate multiple lower-tier speed talents into a more formidable one. For others, the wilderness represented a harsh and perilous environment. For him, It was fraught with danger, yet brimming with opportunity. To think you could cleave a corpse puppet in two with a single strike, that's utterly extraordinary. Come clean, are you already an apprentice knight? Sean felt a firm pat on his shoulder from Moore, who had just completed his trial, his expression one of exaggerated astonishment, having battled corpse puppets himself. He understood their formidable defenses, thus, witnessing Sean effortlessly sever one in twain left him incredulous. I just reached that status not long ago, a few days before the semester began. Sean replied, scratching his head. Indeed, he had only recently attained the rank of apprentice knight, a mere month ago. However, his current capabilities far exceeded the description of a novice apprentice knight, especially after his knightly talent transformed into something exceptional, propelling his strength beyond the 4,000 gene mark, placing him not far from the prowess of the once mighty Wilco. Wow, you're not human. No way, you must treat us. Moore exclaimed dramatically, yet devoid of any jealousy. He was genuinely happy for Sean. Sure. No problem, but let us do it in the afternoon. I need to step out of school for a bit to meet Lambert, Sean replied with a smile. Step out? What's the occasion? Moore asked curiously. I have a meeting scheduled with Benjamin to discuss sword techniques. All right then. I'll be waiting in the afternoon. Just watch. I'll make you treat. Moore knew Benjamin well, having been the one to introduce Sean to him to a somewhat secluded training ground within Ziyun Knight Academy. Two youths clashed swords with fervor. The sound of metal striking metal rang out as their blades met. Point one of them was Sean, while the other was Benjamin. Contrary to expectations, it was Benjamin who dominated the exchange. Sean found himself on the defensive, a scenario that would surely astonish his classmates. However, this was the reality. Sean was entirely outmatched in this purely technical spar, where he sought to hone his swordsmanship without relying on his true strength. For doing so would render the encounter meaningless. In terms of pure swordplay, Sean could not compete with Benjamin, who had honed his advanced swordsmanship for years, a far cry from Sean's mere 6 months of experience. With a resounding clang, Sean was knocked back several steps, while Benjamin remained rooted in place, unfazed. Thank you, Sean said, sheathing his knightly sword in gratitude. His sparring session with Benjamin had proven immensely beneficial, illuminating numerous areas for improvement. If he could address these shortcomings, his swordsmanship would undoubtedly advance significantly. No need for thanks. I gained much from our exchange as well, Benjamin replied, shaking his head. In the realm of swordsmanship, he held a sense of pride. His skill had surpassed that of most instructors at the academy. Yet, Sean's burgeoning talent had captured his attention. Although Sean's swordsmanship still lagged behind that of the instructors, it was not far off, and crucially, his growth rate in this discipline was impressive, rivaling even Benjamin's own. It's getting late. I should head back, Sean remarked, glancing at the sun, which had begun its descent. Unbeknownst to him, they had been training for the entire afternoon. All right, take care, Benjamin nodded, seeing Sean off from Ziyun Knight Academy. As Sean made his way back to Neo Knight Academy, he reflected on the insights he had gained during the day's training. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of awareness and swiftly turned his head to the left. Whoosh! A pitch-black long sword shot towards him with alarming speed. Chapter 68. Black Fox. With a sickening thud, the obsidian blade pierced the stone wall behind Sean as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, embedding itself deep into the surface, leaving only the hilt protruding. What? Sean's pupils contracted as he observed the sheer force of the strike. Had he not relied on the terrifying speed endowed by his talent to evade at the critical moment, he might have faced dire consequences. The solid stone wall, several centimeters thick, had been effortlessly penetrated by that strike, underscoring its formidable power. If it were to fall upon him, even the hardest bones in his body would likely be effortlessly severed in two. He truly could not fathom any possibility of survival. How could he evade that? With a swift motion, the man clad in a black fur coat withdrew the pitch-black long sword embedded in the wall, his expression tinged with surprise as he regarded Sean. He had not anticipated that his lethal strike would be dodged. Who are you? Sean, having unsheathed his knight's sword at the very moment of the attack, regarded this individual with trepidation. This man was dangerous, extremely dangerous. Based solely on that previous strike, the opponent's prowess was evident, even if he were not a formal knight. He was likely on the cusp of entering that esteemed rank, the banquet of the city lord in AC City. The two elderly men he encountered, while also referred to as nearing formal knights, were indeed still quite distant from achieving that status, and compounded by their age and waning strength, their capabilities paled in comparison. However, the man before him was different. in terms of both speed and the force of his strike. He was nearly indistinguishable from a formal knight. Clearly, he had either approached the threshold of the immense strength characteristic of a formal knight or had already transcended it. The one sent to kill you. In response to Sean's inquiry, the man in the black fur coat smirked coldly. He was Black Fox Lusa. After a month of careful observation, he believed he had grasped Sean's strength and daily patterns, which led him to decide to strike. This secluded street, nearly deserted at dusk, was the perfect location for his ambush. Whoosh! In the next moment, he darted forward again, closing in on Sean, his specially designed dark longsword flashing like a shadow as it lunged toward Sean's chest. Although he was slightly taken aback that Sean had evaded his previous strike, the arrow was already on the string and must be released. Despite the sparse population, it did not guarantee that no one would come by. And after this encounter, Sean would be on high alert, making it exceedingly difficult to find another opportunity for assassination. Therefore, this time, success was the only option. Whoosh! Faced with the swiftly approaching pitch-black sword, Sean dared not meet it head-on. He swiftly dodged once more. The whistling wind of the blade grazing past his ear, the sound of the blade slicing through the air sent a shiver down his spine. With such force, even a graze would likely result in severe injury. If not death, this man was undoubtedly the strongest opponent he had encountered thus far. What speed! After his confident strike was once again evaded, Black Fox Lusa's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he looked at Sean. If the first miss had been a fluke, the second was certainly beyond coincidence. The opponent's speed had reached an alarmingly terrifying level, even surpassing that of someone on the brink of becoming a formal knight. Whoosh! Just then, a glint of sword light suddenly appeared, aimed swiftly at Black Fox Lusa's neck. Although Sean was confident he could escape due to his speed, he chose not to. What kind of enemy is most fearsome? Not the one in plain sight, but the one lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. No one can guarantee they will never let their guard down. Others cannot, and neither can Sean. If he could evade the ambush this time, what about the next? Contemplating this, Sean resolutely decided that he must eliminate this man right here. Thus, instead of fleeing, he launched a surprise attack on Black Fox Lusa. Thud! As the swift strike aimed at his neck approached, Black Fox Lusa's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly dodged backward. Splurt! The silvery blade sliced through his black fur coat, leaving a gash. Had he not possessed near-formal knight speed and reflexes, he would have sustained far worse than a mere tear in his coat. How could it be so fast? Is this speed talent? Gazing at Sean, Black Fox Lusa's expression shifted to one of apprehension. He had believed his intelligence gathering to be flawless, convinced he had thoroughly investigated Sean's strength and habits. But it appeared he was mistaken. At the very least, he had failed to uncover the terrifying speed Sean possessed. Had he known, he would not have so recklessly initiated an ambush. Who sent you to kill me? Sean's gaze turned icy as he regarded Black Fox Lusa. Clearly, he did not recognize this man, and thus had no animosity toward him. It was highly likely that he had been sent by someone else to assassinate him. I don't know, Black Fox Lusa replied coldly. The opponent's strength had far exceeded his expectations, but that was all. He was Black Fox Lusa, a man on the verge of becoming a formal knight, and even upon witnessing Sean's formidable speed, he did not believe himself to be inferior. Then perish. Upon hearing the reply, Sean's icy demeanor intensified. In the next instant, he lunged forward, directly targeting Black Fox Lusa. Whoosh! At the moment Sean sprang into action, Black Fox Lusa had already taken precautions. However, he soon realized that he had underestimated Sean's speed. Sean's movements were astonishingly swift. Only when Sean's sword was nearly upon him did he react. Hastily raising his sword to defend, bang, he managed to block Sean's downward strike. But due to the hurried nature of his defense, he could not channel his strength into his sword, and he was consequently forced back by the power emanating from Sean's blade. Simultaneously, he was shocked to discover that, while Sean's strength was indeed less than his own, it still surpassed 4,000 pounds. Considering Sean's age, no more than 16, this was an incredible level of strength, far surpassing his own at that age. Splurt! Yet his astonishment did not end there. In the next moment, a flash of sword light cut through the air, leaving a gash in his side and a trickle of blood seeping from the wound. Although the cut was shallow, blood was indeed beginning to ooze, and this was merely the beginning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With his terrifying speed, Sean frequently appeared around him, each appearance accompanied by a serpent-like flash of sword light that made Black Fox Luce's scalp tingle. Damn it. One sword slash to the left pushed Sean back, who had approached from that direction. At that moment, Black Fox Luce found himself in an exceedingly precarious situation. His black fur coat was in tatters, riddled with numerous sword marks, and in some places, blood was visible. Each mark represented a brush with death. Had it not been for his near-formal knight strength and quick reflexes, he would have sustained far more than mere superficial wounds. He would have been gravely injured. At this juncture, he no longer possessed the initial confidence he had once held that as the battle progressed, he had come to realize that Sean had undoubtedly awakened a speed talent. Although he had heard of the potency of such bloodline talents, he had never truly experienced it, but now he understood he had been gravely mistaken. Facing an opponent with speed talent, he had no chance of victory, and a sense of retreat began to creep into his mind. While such an action would nullify all his efforts thus far, he could not afford to consider that now, as he felt that if this continued, he would be the one to die. Whoosh! With this thought, he leapt lightly, tearing down a sign from a closed shop and hurling it toward Sean, while he himself hastily retreated. Chapter 69. Wallace's shock crack. Sean's sword cleaved the flying sign in two, his eyes glinting coldly as he remarked, "Do you not think it's too late to attempt an escape?" Whoosh! In the next instant, he appeared over 10 meters away and rapidly pursued Black Fox Luce. With the enhancement of his speed talent, Sean's velocity had become terrifying. In terms of speed alone, ordinary formal knights could not compare. Within a matter of moments, he had closed in on Black Fox Luce's rear. Whoosh! The longsword swept out like a silver wave, striking Black Fox Luce's back. Splurt! A deep gash was opened on Black Fox Luce's back, far deeper than any previous wound, and blood surged forth, dripping onto the ground. "Oh!" He groaned in pain, gritting his teeth as he fled in a panic. With Sean hot on his heels, the sword light shifted, and another strike was launched. In the face of such an opponent, when one holds the advantage, one must never allow the other a chance to react. Splurt! Black Fox Luce twisted to evade, but Sean's knightly sword continued its momentum, embedding itself into the adjacent wall. Humph! Enduring the searing pain in his back, Black Fox Luce counterattacked with a swing of his sword directed at Sean, the blade scraping against the wall and sending debris flying. Whoosh! Sean withdrew his sword and evaded. Even at Black Fox Luce's peak, he had confidence in his ability to evade, let alone now that his opponent was injured. Whoosh! After dodging, Sean reappeared at Black Fox Luce's side, delivering a vicious strike aimed at the right arm holding the sword. Splurt! Blood sprayed forth as Sean's sword severed Black Fox Luce's right arm at the shoulder. Ah! With his right arm amputated, Black Fox Luce let out a pained scream, yet he was resolute, even in this moment. He extended his left hand to retrieve the sword that had fallen to the ground, desperately seeking a sliver of hope. Yet evidently, he had overestimated himself and misjudged Sean's reaction speed, for he was met with yet another strike. And in an instant, his left arm was lopped off at the shoulder. In the blink of an eye, he lost both arms. At this point, Sean finally refrained from further attacks, stepping back a few paces to block Black Fox Luce's escape route. Then coldly declared, "Pray tell me, who sent you?" "Huh. If you wish to know, keep dreaming." The agony of his severed arms contorted the face of the Black Fox. Luce, as he listened to Sean's words, he spat a mouthful of blood-tinted saliva towards Sean, glaring at him with eyes brimming with hatred. "I did not consult you." Easily evading the spittle hurled at him, Sean's expression remained frosty, his gaze piercing like a dagger into Luce. "I ask you again, will you spare me if I divulge the truth?" With an anguished smile, Luce turned his gaze towards Sean. "I will not," Sean replied icily, having reached a point of enmity where sparing Luce was out of the question. "Then why should I tell you anything?" Luce sneered. "It would alleviate some of your suffering." Sean's tone was as frigid as the winter winds. "Very well. I shall inform you that in truth, I do not know who seeks to kill you. The task was issued through a bounty, with no direct involvement from the issuer. Do you believe me?" Luce's cold laughter echoed. "I do believe you." In response to Luce's mocking words, Sean nodded. As a student of the Knight Academy of Neo, Luce undoubtedly knew that whoever orchestrated this would not dare reveal their identity, for that would invite the wrath of the formidable Knight Academy of Neo. Thus, it was reasonable to deduce that the issuer would remain concealed. That Sean's inquiry was merely an attempt to test the waters. Of course, despite the anonymity, he was almost 90% certain that the one behind the assassination attempt was none other than Wallace. Although Benson had also made an appearance in the capital, one must not forget that the Adams family's wealth had been entirely plundered. Benson simply did not possess the means to hire an assassin of nearly knightly caliber. Wallace was the only one who came to Sean's mind. "Grant me a swift end." "Very well." Sean nodded, and without resistance from Lissalou, his sword pierced directly through the latter's heart. Ugh! A spurt of blood escaped Lissalou's lips as he slowly crumpled to the ground. A flicker of unwillingness gleaming in his eyes, as a killer accustomed to dancing with death. He had envisioned various ways to meet his demise, but to perish at the hands of a mere youth was something he had never anticipated. Withdrawing his knightly sword and shaking off the blood, Sean sheathed it with a sigh. He harbored no intentions of mercy. Having dared to attempt his assassination, Lissalou must be prepared for the consequences. From the moment Lissalou plotted against him, it was clear that only one of them would emerge alive. Bending down to search the corpse, Sean discovered over 10,000 gold certificates, but nothing else of note. Casting a glance around to ensure that the commotion had gone unnoticed, he departed without a shred of pity. He was not so benevolent as to collect the body of this man in the capital. It was not uncommon for individuals to meet their end at by morning. Once discovered, the body would surely be handled by those tasked with such grim duties. The following day, within the solitary villa of Wallace at the Knight Academy of Neo, he awoke with bleary eyes, roused by a persistent knocking at the door. Across from him stood a young man, visibly anxious, the very one who had disturbed his slumber. "Speak. What is it? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall have my family dismiss you." Casting a fleeting glance at the young man, Wallace spoke with impatience. Hearing Wallace's words, the young man silently lamented, fully aware of the displeasure he had incurred. Yet, he had urgent news to convey, or he would not have dared to interrupt Wallace's rest. "Young Master Wallace, the Black Fox is dead." "Dead? How did that come to pass?" Upon hearing the young man's statement, Wallace appeared momentarily taken aback. Although the Black Fox had no knowledge of his employer's identity, Wallace was well aware of who had accepted his commission, now that the one he had commissioned was deceased. It meant that his request would undoubtedly remain unfulfilled. "He was murdered. His body was discovered this morning on Moyu Street." The young man answered. "Murdered? I recall you stating that his strength was nearing that of a formal knight." "Indeed. I have verified that his prowess was indeed very close to that of a formal knight," the young man affirmed. "How could someone of such capability be easily slain? Even a typical formal knight would struggle to accomplish that." "That is correct." The young man nodded. "Is there anything else you wish to add?" Noticing the young man's hesitance, Wallace raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "I suspect that he was killed during an attempt to assassinate Sean." After a brief pause, the young man spoke. "What? Killed while attempting to assassinate Sean? Are you certain?" At this revelation, Wallace sprang from his bed. Disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at the young man. It was then that he grasped the gravity of the situation. If Lissalou had indeed been killed while trying to assassinate Sean, then his demise was undoubtedly linked to Sean, implying that either Sean himself or someone behind him, perhaps a formal knight, was involved. "I am certain, for the location of his death is a street frequently traversed by Sean. As per our investigation," the young man elucidated, "the signs of struggle at the scene indicate that Lissalou was struck by over 20 blades, suggesting he was brutally slain, likely by someone of formal knight status. I believe a formal knight may be protecting Sean." "A formal knight protecting him? That is preposterous. Given his family standing, it is impossible for him to afford such protection." Wallace shook his head, aware that even he, a noble scion, only had the protection of a squire. This fact highlighted just how extraordinary it would be for someone of formal knight stature to offer personal protection. "Then, Master, should we continue with this plan?" the young man tentatively inquired. Although he too found it hard to believe that Sean had a formal knight guarding him, the situation was rife with anomalies, leaving him uncertain about whether to proceed with the assassination. "Let us pause for now. Instruct our family to keep a close watch on this matter. We shall act once the investigation is complete," Wallace decided, shaking his head. Though he found it hard to believe in the existence of a formal knight in Sean's orbit, he chose to exercise caution, opting to wait for clarity before taking further action. Chapter 70. The Wilderness Trial begins. We shall depart tomorrow. Attendance is mandatory for all. Before the gathered students, Instructor Joru spoke with a grave tone. Upon hearing his words, many students felt their breaths hitch, for the anticipated moment had finally arrived. Throughout the 2 months of rigorous training, All the students had come to realize that the wilderness trial was imminent. And now it was indeed upon them. The wilderness area, a veritable paradise for corpses, was a realm dominated by the undead. Any living creature that dared to enter would be relentlessly besieged by the undead. A century ago, humanity had endured the catastrophic voodoo plague, emerging from the ordeal without extinction at the hands of the sorcerers. However, they had lost vast territories in the process, territories that now constituted the wilderness. Thus, the wilderness was a painful reminder for humanity, evoking memories of that tragic epoch. Over 2/3 of the human population perished in that unprecedented calamity, marking the most devastating loss in recorded history. At last, it is about to commence. Unlike his fellow students, who were consumed by anxiety and trepidation, Sean felt a flicker of excitement at Instructor Jorah's pronouncement. He had long awaited this day. For others, the corpses represented a grotesque and perilous threat, something to be avoided at all costs. Yet for Sean, they embodied opportunity, raw material that could elevate his strength in a short span of time. Since the last assassination attempt, he had not faced any further attacks. Yet an incessant sense of danger lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. Consequently, he had intensified his training during this period, scarcely allowing himself a moment's respite, resulting in a rapid surge of power that now reached 5,000 pounds. An increase of approximately 1,000 pounds per month was nothing short of astounding. He would dare say that no one within the Knight Academy of Neo could match his rate of progress, not even Titus Kirk. If Titus were achieving such growth, he would have long since transcended the status of a squire and become a formal knight. Nevertheless, Sean still felt it insufficient, for he feared that the next assassin would be a formal knight. After all, the previous assassin was already on the cusp of that level. It was unlikely that the next would be any weaker, should the assassin merely be an ordinary formal knight. Sean was confident he could evade capture, but if the assailant were a seasoned formal knight, he would find himself in grave peril. The disparity in strength between formal knights could be immense. Those whose strength surpassed 10,000 pounds were deemed low-tier knights, while those exceeding 30,000 pounds were classified as mid-tier knights, and those exceeding 60,000 pounds were termed high-tier knights. Presently, Sean's speed was comparable to that of an average low-tier knight. If faced with a peak low-tier knight or someone beyond, he feared he would have no chance to escape. He had contemplated striking preemptively. Yet both the Knight Academy of Neo and the opposing family represented formidable barriers. Unless he fled to another kingdom post-assassination, he could only bide his time. On the second day, at the entrance of the Neo Knight Academy, a grand procession of over 200 individuals set forth from the academy, marching resolutely towards the outskirts of the royal capital, clad in a striking black and white knightly attire. They rode upon the unique purple-brown horses of the Carlo Kingdom. Renowned for their remarkable endurance, this assembly comprised the entirety of the fourth-year students, among whom were also several adults adorned in red leather armor, signifying the official instructors of the academy in addition to the regular supervising teachers. The academy had dispatched several extra instructors to accompany the group, aiming to ensure the safety of the students during the wilderness trials. Traveling by day and encamping by night, the group journeyed towards the wilderness fortress, unimpeded even in regions rumored to be plagued by bandits, who would dare to ambush a contingent of over 200 adept practitioners of knightly magic, accompanied by more than 10 official knights. Such an act would require an audacious heart indeed. The purple-brown horses proved their worth, as they covered nearly 1,000 miles each day. Ultimately, on the afternoon of the 7th day, they arrived at a colossal fortress. A magnificent edifice resembling a range of mountains, standing as a formidable barrier between the wilderness and the territory of the Carlo Kingdom, safeguarding the realm from the onslaught of the undead. Look, it's the Neo Knight Academy. The Neo Knight Academy, the one that has long held the throne of the Carlo Kingdom's finest academy. Is there any other academy that could claim such a title? I wonder if they can maintain their esteemed position this time. I've heard that several academies have formidable talents this year, particularly the Bayer Knight Academy, which is rumored to be vying for the top spot. I shall see what justifies their ranking above our Bayer Knight Academy. Indeed, we must show them our strength this time. As Sean and his companions arrived, they immediately attracted a multitude of glances, primarily from fourth-year students of other knightly academies within the Carlo Kingdom, all of whom were of similar age. Naturally, many of these students bore a grudge against the academy that had consistently occupied the pinnacle of the kingdom's rankings. Thus, upon the arrival of the Neo Knight Academy, They were met with a host of unfriendly stares, most notably from the students of the Bayern Knight Academy. This institution, ranked just below the Neo Knight Academy, had long been overshadowed and thus harbored a contentious relationship with them. "It seems rather unfriendly," remarked a striking young man with light gray hair, a member of the elite class among the fourth-year students, as he surveyed the hostile gazes with a slight smile. Beside him, or rather surrounded by him, stood a golden-haired youth who, despite his casual stance, had become the focal point of the group. He surveyed the other academy students with a serene expression and remarked, "Indeed, it is rather unfriendly." Although he did not overtly express it, the calmness in his eyes suggested that he regarded the other students with indifference. He was Titus Kirk, widely acknowledged as the strongest student of the fourth year at the Neo Knight Academy, at least in the eyes of all students and teachers present. In the following days, conflicts arose frequently between the academies, with skirmishes breaking out intermittently. Fortunately, the presence of teachers ensured that no injuries were sustained. However, such matters were of little concern to Sean, who, along with Moore and several other classmates, opted for a discreet stay in the dormitories arranged by the fortress's military, completely abstaining from the ongoing disputes. Had there been any sign of high-level talents among the other students, he might have felt compelled to engage. But after close observation, he found no evidence of advanced or awakened bloodline talents among them. Of course, he did not dismiss the possibility that they, like him, might be concealing their abilities. Moreover, his aim in this trial was not to uncover the talents of these students, but rather the bloodline talents of the undead. Unless he encountered exceptionally noteworthy abilities among them, he would refrain from utilizing his ability to replicate and merge talents, for doing so would prematurely indicate that this wilderness trial would not involve bloodline talents. At last, the day of the official commencement of the wilderness trials arrived. The imposing metallic gates of the fortress, weighing several tons, were slowly raised by the enormous iron chains, revealing a glimpse of the outside world. Desolation? Yes, desolation. In stark contrast to the fortress's interior, the area beyond was a barren wasteland, overgrown with fragrant grasses and towering shrubs, as if untouched by human presence. The occasional sight of dilapidated buildings, moss-covered stones, and overgrown paths bore testament to a time when humans once thrived here. Gathered at the fortress were over a dozen academies, all of whom now poured forth onto the desolate expanse. Leading the Neo Knight Academy's contingent was a stern-faced middle-aged man, the grade director for Sean's cohort, Hayder Eves. He cast a glance at the desolate landscape beyond the fortress and sighed. "It has been several years since I last visited this place." "Indeed. It has been 6 years, I believe," replied a middle-aged woman clad in white knightly attire, who led the contingent from the Zune Knight Academy, also located in the royal capital. Upon hearing Hayder's remark, she could not help but share her sentiments. "While it meant so, perhaps you should focus on guiding your own team, lest their casualty rate becomes unmanageable." To the right of the Neo Knight Academy was the Bayern Knight Academy, led by a bald man in a purple knightly uniform. Given the ongoing tensions and conflicts with the Neo Knight Academy, he retorted sharply to Hayder, "No need for your concern." At this, Hayder's expression turned icy, and he replied coldly, "Humph, I shall await the outcome with keen interest." With a wave of his hand, the bald man led his academy's team in a chosen direction. "Let us be on our way as well," said the middle-aged woman as she signaled to Hayder and proceeded to guide the Zune Knight Academy's group towards another path. Subsequently, the various knightly academies each selected their own routes forward. In the wilderness, a group of youths clad in black and white knightly garb engaged in combat against a horde of undead. Forming small clusters of 4 or 5, they fought with cohesion and support, skillfully countering the onslaught of 7 or 8 undead creatures. Not far from them stood a dozen instructors dressed in red knightly attire, each possessing the prowess of official knights, their gazes fixed intently upon the battling youths, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. This was the team from the Neo Knight Academy. 3 days into the wilderness trials, the students' practical combat experience had rapidly evolved, as evidenced by their swift coordination in dispatching the undead. With a swift stroke, Sean severed the neck of an approaching undead, and upon noticing the absence of further threats, he flicked the bloodied blade to remove the residue. "Look over there." Beside him, Moore, along with 2 other classmates, pointed out an impressive display of skill. Sean turned to see 5 spirited youths each engaged in individual combat, effortlessly handling 5 or 6 undead while maintaining a dominant position. Clearly, All 5 possessed the strength of apprentice knights. Sean recognized them as members of the elite class, one of whom was Titus Kirk, universally acknowledged as the top student of the year. Have you considered fighting like them? With your prowess, you could easily handle yourself solo. Moore inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Sean, your strength is certainly on par with theirs, added the other 2 classmates in agreement. I prefer not to, Sean replied. Shaking his head, he had not come to the wilderness trials to compete with his peers. His singular aim was to uncover the bloodline talents possessed by the undead. Regrettably, 3 days had passed without any sign of undead exhibiting such traits, leaving him rather disheartened. It seemed that even among the undead, who had a higher likelihood of awakening talents than humans, the emergence of those with pronounced bloodline abilities was still quite rare. At that moment, not far from Sean and his companions, 2 men clad in red knightly garb stood side by side. One of them was Jorzo Joyce, Sean's instructor. Jorzo, I concede that this young man possesses commendable strength, but he hardly exhibits the prowess of an apprentice knight, as you claimed, remarked another middle-aged man of striking appearance, his gaze lingering on Sean. Upon hearing this, Jorzo raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Sean's apparent lack of ambition. Youths brimming with vitality typically yearned to showcase their abilities. He had expected Sean to emulate the 5 elite students and take on the undead solo. Yet to his surprise, Sean chose to team up instead, something he had not anticipated. Just then, a commotion erupted as they turned to witness a young boy being sent flying by a towering undead creature, standing over 2 meters tall and remarkably robust. Power Golem. Upon witnessing this, both individuals felt a tightening in their hearts. An ordinary student could never contend against a power golem that had awakened its innate strength. They immediately prepared to strike it down, yet hesitated, for among the 5 youths who had opted to act independently, one had already charged towards the power golem, and that individual was none other than the widely acknowledged strongest of the grade. Titus, is everything all right? A handsome middle-aged man inquired, raising an eyebrow. It should be fine, replied Joss. Albeit uncertain, he did not know much about this top student, as he was not one of his own, but since the other party wished to take a chance, he would permit it. After all, with so many formal knights standing guard, if something were to go awry, it would reflect poorly on them. They might as well find a piece of tofu to smash their heads against. Before long, Titus had engaged in combat with the awakened power golem. Clang! The sound of Titus's sword colliding with the golem's claws echoed, followed by the sight of both combatants being pushed back by the force of their clash. However, it was evident that Titus staggered several steps further back, indicating that in terms of pure strength, he was slightly inferior to the awakened power golem. An awakened power golem. From a distance, Sean's eyes lit up at this scene, a fervent desire igniting within him. Presently, he possessed a speed talent that rivaled that of a formal knight. Yet, in terms of strength, he fell significantly short, as any formal knight surpassed him by nearly double. Such a vast disparity left him with no option but to flee when confronted by a formal knight. The appearance of the awakened power golem before him was a revelation, based on his initial estimation of the basic speed talent. Even a rudimentary strength talent could instantly elevate his power to a level comparable to that of a formal knight, thereby drastically enhancing his overall prowess. Thus, acquiring the strength talent from this awakened golem became imperative for him. Should I join in now, or wait until the golem is slain and then feign interest in touching it? Sean pondered briefly before decisively charging towards the power golem. While pretending to be interested after the golem was defeated might be the least conspicuous approach, Sean harbored a concern that the golem's body could be too severely damaged, resulting in the loss of its strength talent. The last time he encountered a power golem during the academy trial, it had been cleaved in two by a scar-faced instructor, causing its strength talent to be ruined. He could not allow this golem to share the same fate. Therefore, he resolved to join the fray, knowing that this would facilitate the covert replication of the golem's strength talent during battle, or at least ensure the golem's body remained intact enough to be slain. That student from your class is charging at the power golem. Should we? The handsome middle-aged man suddenly exclaimed softly, casting a questioning glance at the instructor Jost. He had not expected this student, who had previously only dared to group with others, to display such boldness by confronting the power golem. Although he had heard from Jost that the student had reached the level of a trainee knight, he had not witnessed any displays of strength that would corroborate this, leaving him skeptical of Jost's assessment. Seeing the student rush towards the golem, he turned to Jost with an inquiring look. No need. This fellow has finally found some motivation. Josh shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had initially thought the student would remain lackluster until the wilderness trial concluded, but it seemed he simply had not encountered anything to ignite his enthusiasm. Those who do not wish to die. Step aside. A sword struck the chest of the power golem, carving a deep wound that oozed dark red blood. However, the immense force emanating from the golem pushed back Titus, who, noticing an ordinary class student charging towards them, coldly admonished the newcomer if it had been one of the other 4 elite class students, each possessing the strength of a trainee knight, they would have qualified to join the battle, but an ordinary class student rushing in was tantamount to courting death. This guy is asking for trouble. Many students from other classes regarded Sean's reckless charge towards the power golem with incredulity. Did they not see that even the seasoned Titus, who had been a trainee knight for some time, was slightly outmatched in strength by the golem? A student who had not even reached the level of a trainee knight charging in was simply courting disaster. Yet, not all in the crowd dismissed Sean. Many from his class exhibited expressions of anticipation. They were aware that Sean had indeed become a trainee knight, although he was certainly no match for Titus. He should not be entirely powerless against the power golem. Most importantly, he was the only trainee knight from their ordinary class, a fact that would bring them considerable pride, without heeding the opinions of others. Sean bypassed Titus, maneuvering to the side of the power golem, and struck down with his sword, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. Power is not merely spoken. To silence others, the most effective method is undoubtedly through one's strength. Roar! Sensing Sean's lateral assault, the power golem whirled around, its 5 claws like blades striking fiercely to intercept Sean's descending sword. Clang! The sword clashed with the claws, creating a resounding metallic ring, leaving many students, and even some instructors, in shock, scarcely believing their eyes. The power golem had been repelled by Sean's strike. How immense was the strength of this golem? Judging by the intensity of its battle with Titus, it likely boasted a force exceeding 5,000 pounds, and yet, this golem, with such overwhelming power, had been forced back by Sean's sword. Although Sean too stumbled backward from the impact, it was indisputable that his strength, even in comparison to the golem, was not significantly lacking. Otherwise, such a scenario would never have transpired. Could it be that this young fellow possesses a strength of at least 5,000 pounds? Did you know about this? The handsome middle-aged instructor beside Joss remarked, his mouth twitching in disbelief. How could this be? Joss chuckled bitterly. All he knew was that Sean had reached the level of a trainee knight. But to surpass the threshold of a trainee knight by such a margin to reach 5,000 pounds was something he genuinely had not anticipated. Is this truly the Sean we have heard of? The usually stern director Hardy Ives could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes twitching violently. Due to the association with Lady Scarlet Sera, he had paid attention to Sean, initially dismissing him after learning of his mediocre talent. Later, when Joss reported Sean's rapid progress, he had only given it a passing glance. For as someone who managed an elite class, he had little regard for ordinary talents. However, he now realized his error. Sean was far from an ordinary talent. This rate of advancement was akin to producing another prodigy on par with Titus. He might even surpass Titus, considering that just a year ago, Sean had struggled to pass the Academy's assessments, and now he was nearly comparable to Titus. A truly astonishing rate of growth. Chapter 72. The Power Golem, Is That You? At this moment, Titus finally recognized Sean. Due to Lady Scarlet Sera's influence, he had also taken notice of Sean and had even watched his duel with Benson. However, that had been merely a fleeting interest, and he soon lost his curiosity when he deemed Sean's displayed potential unremarkable. Thus, when he saw Sean charging towards him, he did not immediately recognize him until Sean had astonishingly repelled the power golem with a single strike. Prompting him to scrutinize Sean closely to his astonishment, he realized that he indeed recognized this individual. Yet he could not fathom how someone who had barely passed the Academy's assessments last year could possess such strength now. Shall we join forces? Although he was uncertain why Sean recognized him, Sean merely nodded in agreement, suggesting a collaboration. While he believed that, with his current prowess, defeating the power golem should not pose a challenge, he did not intend to reveal his speed talent on one hand. It was too extraordinary. The probability of awakening a bloodline talent was exceedingly low, and he had yet to witness it in anyone else. On the other hand, the speed talent was his trump card, a means to turn the tide in times of crisis. Just like during the previous assassination attempt, Had his adversary not misjudged his capabilities and been unaware of his speed talent, he might have perished on that street. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he would not expose his speed talent. Agreed. This time, Titus readily nodded. Previously, he would not have considered teaming up with Sean, but the situation was different now. Although he was unsure of how Sean had acquired such strength, it was undeniable that Sean's displayed prowess was only slightly inferior to his own, qualifying him to join forces. Boom, boom, boom. The forceful corpse puppet, repelled by Sean, charged forth with great strides towards the two, its immense strength causing the ground to tremble as though a colossal iron giant were advancing. With a swift motion, Sean and Titus leaped away, their knight swords striking in near unison, aiming fiercely at the forceful corpse puppet. Empowered by over 5,000 pounds of might, the two knight swords glimmered like fleeting flashes of light, almost reaching the puppet in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing Sean and Titus's assault, the forceful corpse puppet let out a fearsome roar, its massive claws, tinged with a metallic gray hue and as large as fans, swiping towards the incoming swords. The clash of Sean and Titus's swords against the puppet's claws erupted in a thunderous cacophony, reminiscent of metal striking metal, accompanied by sparks flying from the point of impact. In the next instant, a towering figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily into the ground over 10 meters away. Stirring up a cloud of dust, the figure of the forceful corpse puppet, despite its superior strength compared to either Sean or Titus individually, it was no match for their combined prowess, resulting in its immediate expulsion from the fray. How resilient, Sean remarked, his brow furrowed as his gaze fell upon the knight's sword in his hand. Upon inspection, he noted a distinct notch where the sword had collided with the puppet's claws. The knight's sword he wielded was a standard issue provided by the academy at enrollment. Its quality not particularly remarkable. Previously, its limitations were not apparent, but as his strength grew and he faced increasingly formidable opponents, the sword had begun to show signs of wear. After this encounter, he would undoubtedly need to seek out a blade of superior quality. What's wrong? Titus inquired, noticing the unusual focus in Sean's gaze. It's nothing, Sean replied, casting a glance at Titus's knight's sword, which remained unscathed despite the clash with the puppet's claws. Sean understood well, as a count's heir, Titus's equipment was naturally of higher caliber. His knight gear was a bespoke creation, far superior to that of ordinary students, boasting exceptional defense and comfort. Moreover, the knight's sword in Titus's possession was a premium model, likely of better quality than those wielded by most faculty members. It was evident that Titus had no concern regarding the potential damage to his sword, as one fit for a formal knight could certainly withstand such levels of combat without faltering. At that moment, the forceful corpse puppet had regained its footing, its eyes glowing a menacing red as it roared in fury and charged once more. As it ran, it clenched its claws into fists and swung down toward the two, creating a deafening boom that left a sizable crater in the ground where they had stood, reminiscent of a meteor strike. Fortunately, the duo had evaded the attack just in time. Had they been struck directly, they would have been reduced to mere pulp. In the pit created by its strike, the forceful corpse puppet roared, its claws dragging across the ground, leaving behind deep gashes as if slicing through tofu. Having been propelled by Sean and Titus's combined effort, it was evident that the puppet was thoroughly enraged. Its vocalizations were laced with fury. Swiftly, Titus appeared to the left of the puppet, and without hesitation, he brought his knight's sword crashing down onto the puppet's arm, creating a long gash that drew blood. Simultaneously, Sean emerged behind the puppet, delivering a deep cut along its back, measuring over 20 centimeters in length and several centimeters deep. However, Sean's expression remained devoid of triumph. Had this been an ordinary puppet, his strike would have cleaved it in two. Yet against this forceful puppet, it had only inflicted a minor wound, indicating its significantly enhanced defensive capabilities. With a roar of pain, the puppet swung its arm back, attempting to claw at Sean, but he quickly retreated, avoiding the strike, as he had no desire to engage this formidable foe in a direct confrontation. His knight's sword could not withstand many more of these violent exchanges. Who is that guy? Isn't he the one who almost got expelled? No way. You can't be serious. He is fighting alongside Titus. It was only now that most of the onlooking students began to snap out of their shock, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. They were aware of Sean's reputation as the underdog, yet now, witnessing his prowess, they questioned how someone of such capability could have been relegated to the bottom of the ranks if someone of his caliber was considered the weakest link. What did that make them? Casting disdainful glances at the students from other classes, those from Sean's class wore expressions of pride. Did you see that? This is our class 6 student. What of the elite class? So what if they have apprentice nights? Our ordinary class has them too. Meanwhile, the teachers who had rushed in at the sight of the forceful corpse puppet displayed expressions of astonishment. Where did that student come from? Is he from the elite class? It doesn't seem like it. Judging by his approach, he appears to be from the ordinary class. An ordinary class student. His strength is nearly on par with Titus. How is such a student still in the ordinary class? I remember now. This student is likely the one Jusser mentioned, the one whose talent underwent a transformation and whose strength has been rapidly increasing. Ah. Yes, that student. I thought Jusser was exaggerating back then. The puppet's enraged roar resonated like crashing waves, causing those closest to it to pale with fear. Towering over 2 meters, its muscles coiled like serpents. It bore a striking resemblance to the Hulk from American comics, save for its iron-gray HUAT this moment. Several long wounds, each over 20 centimeters in length, adorned its back, chest, and arms, dark red blood oozing from these injuries. The source of its furious bellowing, with a powerful push against the ground, the puppet leaped high into the air, then swung a fist down towards Sean, who was nearest. The impact created a tremendous boom, leaving a massive pit where Sean had stood moments before. However, he had already evaded the blow. Seizing the opportunity while the puppet focused on Sean, Titus dashed in from the side, launching a swift attack. Yet, the puppet seemed to have anticipated him, swiping its claw and sending Titus, along with his sword, stumbling backward. With its eyes glowing red, the puppet was ready to pursue Titus, but was suddenly halted as Sean's blade flashed from the opposite side, striking the puppet. Once again, a wound blossomed on its body, but the puppet's claw descended upon Sean. With no choice but to engage, Sean braced himself for the impact, then retreated, his sword sustaining yet another notch, bringing the total to 8. That the blade now resembled a saw. Despite his efforts to avoid direct confrontations with the forceful puppet, there were times when evasion was impossible, and he had to endure the collisions. Although he could have utilized his speed talent to evade, doing so would reveal his trump card. Your sword. Titus finally noticed the damage to Sean's weapon, his brows furrowing slightly. It was unfathomable for an apprentice knight to still be wielding the Academy's standard issue sword. It's on the verge of breaking. Sean shook his head, a rueful smile escaping him. His rapid growth and strength had overshadowed the reality that the Academy's standard knight sword could no longer keep pace with his abilities. During his earlier confrontation with the assassin, he had relied on his speed talent to evade direct clashes, thus failing to recognize the sword's limitations. Now, after several engagements without his speed talent, it was evident that the weapon was overwhelmed. In truth, the assassin's sword had been of decent quality, at least a good quality blade, but its distinctive markings made it easily recognizable, which was why he had refrained from taking it. Chapter 73. Slaying the undead. Let us end this quickly. Sean glanced at Titus, who had not anticipated his ally would falter at such a critical moment. With a sense of urgency, Titus suggested, agreed. At this point, they had no choice but to conclude the battle swiftly. Borrowing a sword from another student was out of the question. Even if someone was willing, it would be futile. An ordinary knight sword would soon succumb to the same fate as his own. As for exceptional swords, those were likely only possessed by elite class students, and he doubted he had the standing to request one from the typically haughty elite students. In a swift motion, the two advanced toward the forceful corpse puppet. Titus took the initiative to draw the puppet's attention, boldly approaching it head-on. Clang, clang, clang. He engaged the puppet in a series of fierce clashes, each strike forcing him back, yet successfully keeping the puppet occupied. Sean naturally would not miss the opportunity presented by Titus. He swiftly appeared behind the strength puppet and thrust his sword fiercely into its back. Previously, he had attempted to strike this vital point on several occasions, but the strength puppet had skillfully evaded or blocked his attacks. That moment, preoccupied with Titus, the puppet was defenseless against him, and he seized the chance without hesitation. The knight's sword plunged downward, as if piercing through gel, encountering immense resistance, yet Sean, fueled by an overwhelming force of over 5,000 pounds, drove it deep into the puppet by 7 or 8 centimeters, nearly grazing its heart. However, sensing the intense danger from behind, the strength puppet abruptly disregarded Titus's frontal assault, twisting its body to swipe at Sean with its claws. With a crack, the knight's sword, already on the brink of breaking, snapped as the puppet twisted, with a portion of the blade embedding itself into its body. As the broken tip of the sword fell away, the puppet's claws swept in, forcing Sean to block with the remaining half of his sword across his chest. The clang of metal echoed, and though he managed to deflect the puppet's furious strike, the remaining sword shattered at the hilt, leaving only the grip in Sean's hand. His knight's sword was now utterly ruined. Faced with the loss of his weapon, Sean quickly resolved to either fight or retreat. He discarded the sword's hilt and charged into the puppet's embrace, delivering a powerful punch. The impact resonated as his fist struck the puppet's chest, causing it to stagger. Opportunity, Titus appeared behind the strength puppet, leaping high and sweeping his sword across its neck. With a swift motion, the long sword severed the puppet's head, which soared several meters into the air before rolling to a halt on the ground. The colossal body of the puppet fell with a thud, lifeless, as crimson blood streamed from its neck, staining the earth like a spilled vat of red dye. "Are you all right?" Titus, exhilarated by the defeat of such a formidable foe, glanced gratefully at Sean, whose actions had created this opportunity, and inquired with genuine concern. The fact that this proud nobleman exhibited such care indicated that Sean's prowess had earned his recognition. "I'm fine." Retrieving his nearly numb fist, Sean exhaled deeply, relieved that his decision to join the hunt for the strength puppet had proven wise. Had he chosen to stand by, he would likely have been left with nothing but a decapitated corpse, with no hope of acquiring any talent. Now, however, he had successfully replicated the strength talent. Under the guise of his broken sword, he had struck the puppet, making contact with its body. In that instant, 2 lines of text appeared on his retina. Type: Puppet, Strength Talent, Beginner. Without hesitation, as soon as those words materialized, Sean activated the monthly replication and fusion ability of his talent net. The searing warmth coursing through him was proof of his successful acquisition of the beginner strength talent. And he believed that once his body underwent complete transformation, his talent list would proudly display this newfound ability. Excellent. The headmaster's expression had returned to its usual demeanor, though a glimmer of joy shone in his eyes. Titus had maintained the top position in their grade since the beginning of their studies, with no one able to challenge him. Sean, however, was an unexpected delight, though his current strength fell slightly short of Titus's. His talent might surpass that of the nobleman, making it possible for him to become a formidable figure in the kingdom in the future. The powerhouse of the realm would serve as the bedrock for a nation, a cornerstone that upheld its stability. Upon becoming such a figure, one would instantly be granted the title of Count, underscoring the significance that the Carlo kingdom placed on these individuals. In truth, this was a sentiment echoed across all kingdoms. However, becoming a powerhouse was no simple feat. It required immense resources and exceptional aptitude. Without the latter, no amount of resources could yield success. Otherwise, given the vast resources at the Carlo kingdom's disposal, the number of powerhouses would not be so limited. Now, with a potential powerhouse emerging before him, the headmaster perceived a golden key, one that could propel him several steps forward from his current position. "You have done remarkably well." Approaching Sean and Titus, the headmaster offered his warm praise, then turned his gaze to Sean. "You are Sean, correct?" "Yes." Sean nodded respectfully, feeling somewhat bewildered. When had he become so well known? Titus had acknowledged him, and now even the usually aloof headmaster recognized him. "Very good. Keep up the efforts." The headmaster nodded, his gaze toward Sean filled with kindness. After the vanquishing of the strength puppet, the wilderness trials resumed their normal course, and Sean returned to his group with Moore and the others, rejoining them in hunting puppets, his performance indistinguishable from before. However, the only difference was that he was now the subject of many admiring glances. He had undeniably made a significant name for himself this time. And unlike the previous notoriety stemming from near expulsion due to inadequate assessment, the attention he received now was imbued with shock, envy, and admiration. Although he felt somewhat uncomfortable with this shift in perception, he did not reject it. Displaying his talent would undoubtedly bring about challenges, yet it would also yield numerous benefits. Moreover, had he not taken the spotlight, he might never have acquired the strength talent. Of course, should anyone mistakenly believe this was his true strength and seek to challenge him, they would likely meet a dire fate. His speed rivaling that of a formal knight rendered him nearly invincible against anyone below that rank. And with the strength talent he had now obtained, his power would genuinely elevate him to a level comparable to that of a formal knight, ready to surprise any would-be assailants. As time passed unnoticed and the afternoon drew near, the group from the Neo Knight Academy began their return to the fortress. The nights in the wilderness were perilously dangerous, as that was when the puppets were most active, and thus no one would choose to camp outdoors unless they were exceedingly confident in their abilities. Approaching the fortress, the guards stationed atop the towering 20-meter walls spotted them. It's the Neo Knight Academy's team. They returned a bit late today. I wonder how their harvest fared. Can they maintain their lead in puppet slaying? I doubt it. The Bayer Knight Academy has reportedly slain over 1,000 puppets today. If the Neo Knight Academy's count remains like yesterday's, they might lose that top spot. This year, the Bayer Knight Academy has been remarkably fierce, clearly aiming for the top position. Not just the Bayer Knight Academy, several other Knight Academies are also performing admirably. Though their puppet-slaying numbers pale in comparison to those of the Neo and Bayer Academies, they have still significantly improved over previous years. It seems the quality of students this year is notably higher. I wonder if there are any outstanding prodigies. Outstanding prodigies? Titus Kirk from the Neo Knight Academy certainly qualifies, and Morpheus Lucci from the Bayer Knight Academy is another. Others may be decent, but they pale in comparison to these two. As evening fell, the various academies' teams returned to the fortress, and the counts of puppets slain by each academy were reported by the accompanying soldiers. After dinner, most students did not return to their dormitories, but gathered before a massive stone monument within the fortress. Surrounding the monument, numerous bonfires had been lit, illuminating the area brightly as students congregated, waiting in anticipation. They're coming, they're coming. Suddenly, a student exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing this, many turned to see 5 men clad in the garb of fortress soldiers approaching. The students parted to give way, and among them, the man at the center wore a distinctive uniform, indicating his status as a commanding officer of the fortress. In his hand, he held a large roll of pure white fabric, nearly as tall as a person. Capturing the attention of nearly every student present, the officer approached the grand stone monument, ascended the steps beside it, and inserted the large roll of fabric into the topmost cylinder of the monument, slowly beginning to unfurl it. Instantly, the numbers of puppets slain by each academy that day, as well as the cumulative totals from the past 3 days, were revealed on the white fabric. 15th place. Krafa's Academy. Today's puppet count, 216. Cumulative total, 603.14th place. Ilrance Academy. Today's puppet count, 273. Cumulative total, 853. With their gaze fixed upon the white cloth, awaiting the revelation of the final rankings, numerous students engaged in animated discussions. Surely, the top spot will still belong to the Neo Knight Academy, right? Not necessarily. I heard that the Bayer Knight Academy has hunted over 1,000 corpse puppets today. It seems that the first place will undoubtedly be theirs. Over 1,000? That's astonishing. More than what our academy has managed in 3 days combined. It seems that the first place will surely be claimed by the Bayer Knight Academy. Having already caught wind of the situation, most students were optimistic about the Bayer Knight Academy's prospects. Our academy must secure the first place this time. Neo Knight Academy. Let us see how you contend with the Bayer Knight Academy. Among the students were naturally those from the Bayer Knight Academy, each proudly strutting like peacocks. Although the final rankings were yet to be unveiled, in their hearts, they already believe their academy to be the victor. This is merely the beginning. In the coming days, the gap between our academy and the Neo Knight Academy will only widen. One student from the Bayer Knight Academy spoke with disdain, but his words were abruptly cut off as the second-place academy was announced. Second place, Bayer Knight Academy, having hunted 1,054 corpse puppets today, with a cumulative total of 2,661 to their astonishment. This institution was not the anticipated Neo Knight Academy, but rather their own Bayer Knight Academy. As for the first-place academy, although it had yet to be revealed, it was almost a foregone conclusion that it would be the Neo Knight Academy, for among the 15 academies, only the Neo Knight Academy's name had not yet appeared. How is this possible? We killed over 1,000 corpse puppets and still only placed second. Many students from other academies displayed expressions of disbelief, while all the students from the Bayer Knight Academy were aghast. Unable to comprehend how their impressive tally had not secured them the top spot, the white cloth slowly descended, tugging at the hearts of all present, their eyes fixated on the fabric as it was drawn down. Finally, the cloth fell completely, revealing the words at the top. First place, Neo Knight Academy, having hunted 1,256 corpse puppets today, with a cumulative total of 3,026. Gasp! Almost simultaneously, astonished gasps erupted throughout the crowd, each individual stunned by the sheer volume of kills. 1256. How could the Neo Knight Academy have slain 1256 corpse puppets? The students of the Bai Knight Academy had already been surprised by their own total of 1054, and now, the Neo Knight Academy's figure exceeded theirs by over 200, leaving them thoroughly astonished. This cannot be. They couldn't have possibly killed that many. There must be some error in the statistics. Yes, there has to be something amiss. There is undoubtedly some conspiracy at play. The Neo Knight Academy could not have achieved such numbers in a single day. The students of the Bai Knight Academy clamored in disbelief, clearly convinced that the fortress's forces and the Neo Knight Academy had conspired to fabricate the results. Silence. The fortress commander, standing beside the stone tablet, bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, immediately silencing the uproar below. As a commander within the fortress, his strength was undeniable. He was a fully fledged knight. The fortress is not obligated to explain itself to you, but given the peculiar circumstances this time, I will provide clarification. His gaze swept over all the students present. And then, with a cold expression, he spoke. The reason the Neo Knight Academy's number of slain corpse puppets exceeds that of other academies is that they managed to kill a single corpse puppet that counted as 300 due to its awakened bloodline talent. Upon hearing his explanation, the students were left even more astounded. An awakened bloodline talent corpse puppet? The Neo Knight Academy encountered one and managed to slay it without the aid of their instructors. All present, who were on the path of knighthood, understood what an awakened bloodline talent corpse puppet was, having heard tales of their fearsome nature. Some had even experienced encounters during their own hunts, but in those instances, it was the accompanying instructors who had dealt the final blow, thus not counting towards their own kill tally. Who had slain the awakened bloodline talent corpse puppet? Was it Titus? But that shouldn't be. Given Titus's strength, he shouldn't have been capable of defeating a corpse puppet on his own. Perhaps he had worked in tandem with others. If that were the case, it was indeed plausible. The Neo Knight Academy had 5 apprentice knights in total, and if all 5 collaborated, they might have managed to take down an awakened bloodline talent corpse puppet. Just as many thought they had unraveled the mystery, the students from the Neo Knight Academy began to speak proudly. Their revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. They hadn't combined their efforts as 5. It had only taken 2 individuals to achieve this feat. One was Titus, and the other was a certain Sean. Who was this Sean? Was there such a person among the 5 apprentice knights of the Neo Knight Academy? What? This individual was nearly on par with Titus. How could that be? Not only did the Neo Knight Academy boast a genius like Titus, but they also had another genius of equal caliber. In an instant, the name Sean resonated in the ears of students from other academies, marking his true rise to fame. However, while he was basking in this newfound notoriety, Sean was not present at the scene, nor was he in the dormitory arranged by the fortress, the training grounds, a place where fortress soldiers routinely exercised. The arrival of Knight Academy students transformed the area into a training ground for students from various academies this hour, due to the late time. The training had concluded, and apart from a few scattered torches, only a shadowy figure remained, an indistinct blonde youth. This youth was none other than Sean. He had deliberately chosen this time to visit the training grounds. Wishing to avoid the gaze of others, the transformation of his talent had long since been completed, and his talent list now read as follows. Name: Sean Campbell. Knight talent: top tier. Swordsmanship talent: advanced. Speed talent: beginner. Strength talent: beginner. Clearly, he had successfully acquired the beginner strength talent from that corpse puppet, and his purpose for being here was to ascertain the extent of his strength under the influence of this newfound power. Although he estimated that with the beginner strength talent, he could surpass the formidable threshold of 10,000 gene, he was unaware of the exact multiplier of the enhancement it provided. Thus, he had come to test his limits. Approaching a wooden post designated for testing power, he instinctively reached for the knight's sword at his left waist, only to find it was no longer there. It dawned on him that his sword had been completely rendered unusable. Shaking his head, Sean clenched his right fist, activating his strength talent, and prepared to strike the wooden post. However, just as he was about to do so, an unexpected change occurred. The moment he activated the beginner strength talent, an inexplicable power began to seep from every muscle and bone in his body. This power quickly spread outward, enveloping him in a layer of translucent white light, as if he were basking in the spotlight on a grand stage. Is this the power of a knight? Sean's face reflected a mix of astonishment and joy. Chapter 75. The power of a knight. The power of a knight is the very foundation of a knight's might. It is an extraordinary force birthed from the physical body of one who cultivates knightly arts. However, not everyone who practices these arts can awaken this power. It requires a specific condition, namely, one must possess strength that meets the standard of a fully fledged knight, meaning one must have at least 10,000 gene of strength to awaken the power of a knight. Initially, Sean had believed he was far from awakening this power, but he had not anticipated that the strength talent would grant him a delightful surprise, with the enhancement from the strength talent. When his strength exceeded 10,000 gene, he found he could also generate the power of a knight, something he had not foreseen. Without hesitation, Sean unleashed a punch, his fist crashing into the wooden post, which was as thick as an adult's waist. Bang! The post, struck by Sean's fist, shattered explosively, disintegrating into small fragments that scattered like splinters, as if it had been blown apart by dynamite. One punch, just one punch, was all it took to reduce a post of such girth to mere rubble. Even Sean, the one responsible, was taken aback by the sheer force of his blow. If such a strike were to land on a person, it would surely crush bones and reduce flesh to pulp. Around 15,000 gene. From his earlier strike, he had gauged his power under the influence of the strength talent, approximately 15,000 gene, under the enhancement of the strength talent. His strength had indeed reached this staggering figure. It was worth noting that before activating the strength talent, his strength had only been about 5,000 gene. Now, it had tripled to around 15,000 gene. This meant that his power had increased by a factor of 3. What does this signify? The minimum requirement for an apprentice knight is 3,000 gene, while the threshold for a fully fledged knight is 10,000 gene. A threefold increase could elevate someone just entering the ranks of an apprentice knight to a level comparable to that of a fully fledged knight. What a terrifying enhancement. While perusing information regarding the bloodline talents at the Neo Knight Academy, Sean encountered an abundance of astonished remarks from scholars concerning these innate abilities. Initially, he remained somewhat indifferent, even with the acquisition of the basic speed talent. He did not possess a tangible sense of its impact. After all, speed is profoundly influenced by external factors such as air resistance, rendering it impossible to represent through mere numerical multipliers. However, things had changed. Upon obtaining the basic strength talent, he finally grasped the magnitude of this enhancement. An astonishing threefold increase. This was merely the basic strength talent. One could only imagine the terrifying amplification that would accompany intermediate, advanced, and even supreme strength talents at that moment. He truly comprehended why historical scholars held bloodline talents in such high esteem. As the effects of the basic strength talent dissipated, the radiant white light surrounding Sean retracted, and his gaze shifted toward the hand that had just struck the wooden post. It was fair-skinned, devoid of any wounds, not even a hint of abrasion. Just moments ago, he had used this very fist to shatter the post. Yet throughout the entire process, he had not sustained any injury, nor had he felt any pain. Under normal circumstances, even in the absence of injury, one would expect to feel some discomfort, yet this time it was absent. A phenomenon attributable to the layer of knightly power enveloping him. Indeed, this layer of knightly power boasted formidable defensive capabilities, referred to in the realm of formal knights as the defense stance. Upon reaching the status of a formal knight, one's body awakens this knightly power, one of whose functions is defense. When it envelopes the surface of the body, it forms a robust protective layer that can withstand external assaults, hence its designation as the defense stance. The defense stance is fundamentally what empowers knights, for it is precisely because of this that humanity possesses the means to contend with the various arcane sorceries of the witch clans. Without such a defensive capability, humanity would likely have faced extinction at the hands of the witches. Revealing a bit of strength is indeed worthwhile. Glancing once more at the pulverized wooden post, Sean felt a profound satisfaction. Although he had exposed some of his capabilities, the rewards were extraordinarily substantial. Now, he had finally compensated for his previous deficiencies in strength, and because his abilities had surpassed those of a newly initiated formal knight, he now stood significantly stronger than those just entering that realm. If he were not concerned about revealing his trump card, he could even apply to the royal family of Carlo for a formal knight assessment to obtain a title. A title, indeed. Although it would merely be the lowest rank of baron, it nonetheless carried substantial weight. While he would not possess a fief like Orlando Joyce, the lord of Azure City, having a title would afford him various privileges. whether in commerce, military service, or integration into a prominent family as a vassal. In the following days, the competition among the academies remained fierce, a vibrant display of rivalry. Sean refrained from participating, given his current strength. If he had the inclination, he could have significantly increased the number of corpses hunted by the Neo Knight Academy. However, he chose instead to continue teaming up with Moore and others, methodically hunting corpses. This decision left many who had witnessed his collaboration with Titus in slaying powerful corpses feeling disappointed, lamenting his apparent lack of enthusiasm. Indeed, he lacked motivation, having already replicated the bloodline talent. He would have to wait a month for the next opportunity to do so, by which time they would likely have returned to the Neo Knight Academy. With no aspirations remaining, naturally, his zeal had waned. One day, the Academy scheduled a rest period with no hunting, and after training in the practice field, Sean returned to his dormitory, only to encounter Moore and several other students from his academy rushing out. "Sean, hurry, there's a duel. Titus is going to fight someone," Moore urged upon seeing him. A duel, and Titus as well. Sean's face registered surprise as he followed Moore and the others toward the fortress arena. In recent days, there had been frequent skirmishes among the Knight Academies, with bouts occurring occasionally. However, the strongest among the contenders had only approached the level of apprentice knights, and there had been no apprentices involved. Indicating a level of restraint to his astonishment, a duel between apprentice knights was about to take place, and the combatants were both prominent figures, making it one of the most prestigious duels among the students. What happened that prompted this sudden duel? Sean inquired with a furrowed brow. It seems that Morpheus Lucci from the Bayer Knight Academy initiated it, seemingly to provoke Titus, Moore explained. A deliberate provocation? Upon hearing this, Sean raised an eyebrow. The Neo Knight Academy and the Bayer Knight Academy had experienced numerous conflicts recently, primarily because the latter believed that the former's superior performance in hunting corpses was merely due to luck, encountering a corpse with awakened bloodline talent. They argued that had they encountered such a corpse, they too could have achieved similar feats. The two parties had engaged in relentless debates and mockery, culminating in a duel between the strongest students from both academies. Sean could easily deduce the intent behind Bayer Knight Academy's challenge. They aimed to prove their capability to slay corpses with awakened bloodline talents by defeating the top student of the Neo Knight Academy, attributing their lesser count of slain corpses to mere misfortune. Well, I suppose I could use a distraction, Sean thought, shaking his head internally as he followed Moore and the others to the students. The battle between the top contenders from each academy represented the pinnacle of student combat. An event of great interest. However, to Sean, it seemed rather inconsequential. After all, his true strength had already reached the level of a formal knight. If he were to unleash his full power, neither of the two combatants could withstand a single strike from him. Make way! Make way! Upon arriving at the arena, they found throngs of students surrounding the platform, blocking the view. Moore and his companions pushed through, forcibly parting the crowd. Many students glared at their rude behavior, but when they caught sight of Sean following closely behind Moore, their anger dissipated. In recent days, under the guidance of students from the Neo Knight Academy, most students from other academies had become familiar with Sean's presence. Now, seeing him, a figure whose strength rivaled that of Titus and Morpheus Lucci, they dared not express their ire. Some students from the Neo Knight Academy even made an effort to clear a path for Sean and his companions, hoping to establish a favorable acquaintance. Although they lacked the insight of the Academy's instructors and did not recognize Sean's potential to become a formidable force within the kingdom, they could certainly perceive his extraordinary capabilities, prompting them to seek a connection with him. It was a small effort with the potential for significant rewards that as they approached the arena, Sean beheld two young men atop the platform. One, with golden hair and clad in a black and white knight's attire, or a knight's sword at his waist. Both his armor and sword were exquisite, clearly not the standard issue provided by the Academy. The other youth, adorned in a blue elite knight's outfit with a purple scabbard at his side, had coffee-colored hair, slightly long and tied back. The two displayed stark contrasts in attire and appearance, yet they shared a commonality, an air of striking arrogance. Sean's gaze fell upon the brown-haired youth, who was none other than Morpheus Lucci of the Bayer Knight Academy. Judging by his attire, it was evident that he hailed from a distinguished background, perhaps akin to Titus, emerging from an earl's family. While many noble families favored sending their offspring to the Neo Knight Academy, the finest institution in the Kingdom of Carlo, some chose to enroll their children in other knight academies for various reasons. Given that the Bayer Knight Academy ranked just below the Neo Knight Academy, it was plausible that it hosted students from noble families as well. Titus Kirk, I see you've finally mustered the courage to face me. I thought you might shrink away in fear. Morpheus Lucci taunted, his gaze laced with provocation. Is that all you have? Titus retorted, a smirk playing on his lips, his expression brimming with disdain. Witnessing the contempt etched on Titus's face ignited a fire within Morpheus Lucci, who coldly responded, Don't think that just because the Neo Knight Academy ranks above the Bayer Knight Academy, your strength surpasses mine, that I will make you understand that rank does not define everything. Yet before he could finish, Titus interrupted him. Enough with the idle chatter. Are we fighting or not? Titus's demeanor radiated impatience. Very well. The interruption only served to intensify Morpheus Lucci's icy glare as his hand instinctively moved to grasp the hilt of his blade. Titus mirrored this action, both combatants fully aware that despite their mutual disdain, they recognized one another as formidable adversaries, and thus, neither underestimated the other. The officiant for the duel between the two combatants was a high-ranking general of the fortress. Given the prowess of the two contenders, only a fully fledged knight possessed the capability to intervene before any casualties could occur. Thus, this general was indeed a formal knight. As the two ceased their conversation, indicating their readiness to engage, the general stepped back to the edge of the arena and proclaimed, Begin! Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, both drew their swords and lunged forward. Clash! In mere moments, the distance of over 10 meters was traversed at their terrifying speed, and their weapons clashed together with resounding force. Crack, crack, crack. Almost instantaneously, both fighters recoiled, driven back by the tremendous force transmitted through their weapons. Yet, in the next heartbeat, they surged forward once again, re-engaging in combat. Clang, 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 within the span of mere seconds. They had exchanged blows over a dozen times, neither gaining the upper hand. It was a perfect stalemate. The air was filled with the sound of weapons slicing through it like arrows whistling by, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers, for the mere noise was sufficient to extinguish any courage they might have had to join the fray. Below, the students from various Knight Academies gazed intently at the duel. Particularly those from the Neo Knight Academy and the Bayer Knight Academy, their hands clenched tight with anxiety, each fervently hoping that victory would favor their respective institution. Sean, who do you think has the greater chance of winning? Moore inquired, furrowing his brow as he turned to Sean, unable to discern which fighter held the advantage. If all goes as expected, Titus should have the upper hand. Sean replied casually. Are you certain? Moore questioned skeptically, as did several other students from the Neo Knight Academy, their eyes filled with inquiry. Although they personally favored Titus, they could also recognize that Morpheus Lucci's strength was not to be underestimated in comparison. I can only say it's a possibility. I do not know Morpheus Lucci well, but Titus has likely concealed some of his strength, Sean explained. His conviction that Titus was holding back stemmed from the observation that Titus's currently displayed prowess was not as formidable as when they had previously teamed up to hunt the powerful corpses. He is actually hiding his strength, Moore exclaimed. Astonished, the battle unfolding before him seemed already incredibly fierce, and he could hardly fathom the extent of Titus's power when unleashed in full force. Meanwhile, as Sean and Moore conversed, both Titus and Morpheus Lucci exchanged glances, a glimmer of cold determination flashing in their eyes before they launched their next assault. This time, their strikes bore even greater ferocity than before. Both were hiding their true capabilities. Clang! The clash of their blades resonated like the sound of hammers striking metal, revealing the immense force they infused into their weapons. Fortunately, their swords were custom-made masterpieces, unlike the standard weaponry used by Sean. Thus, they withstood the violent impacts without breaking. Whoosh! One of them, Morpheus Lucci, stumbled back, regaining his footing after only a few steps, yet it was clear he had lost ground in their exchange. You? Morpheus Lucci gazed at Titus in disbelief, astonished that Titus had concealed even more strength than he had anticipated. Titus merely scoffed in response. Launching himself forward, his sword once again aimed at Morpheus Lucci with renewed vigor. Boom, boom, boom. In the face of Titus's relentless barrage, Morpheus Lucci fought valiantly to defend himself, yet he was forced back several steps each time, his hands beginning to tingle with fatigue. Ultimately, Titus managed to disarm him with a swift strike, positioning the knight's sword at Morpheus Lucci's throat. Victory for Titus of the Neo Knight Academy. The general stepped into the arena, announcing the outcome, and upon hearing his proclamation, the students of the Neo Knight Academy erupted into cheers, even Sean displaying a hint of a smile. He won. Titus won. They claimed our success in slaying awakened bloodline corpses was mere luck. Huh. Let us see what the Bayern Knight Academy has to say now. The students of the Bayern Knight Academy, however, bowed their heads, their expression somber. Though only Maffei Lucy had been defeated, it was evident that the rivalry between the two schools had culminated in a loss for Bayer. Indeed, the Neo Knight Academy has proven superior. The Bayern Knight Academy arrived prepared, yet still faced defeat. The Neo Knight Academy truly deserves its long-standing reputation as the top institution. It's not that the Bayern Knight Academy is weak, but rather that the Neo Knight Academy is exceptionally strong. How foolish I was to prioritize proximity to home and forfeit the chance to attend the Neo Knight Academy. I regret it immensely. One must acknowledge the terrifying foundation of the Neo Knight Academy. Do not forget. They also boast Sean, who is not inferior to Titus or Maffei Lucy. A student reminded. With this reminder, the surrounding students recalled that the Neo Knight Academy was not solely represented by Titus, their expressions turning complex. Indeed, I nearly forgot that Sean is also from the Neo Knight Academy. Just then, a rapid bell tolled, echoing like a resounding gong throughout the fortress. What is happening? Oh, that sound seems to be emanating from the fortress gate. The fortress gate? Could it be? While the students were still speculating, the general, who had yet to leave the arena, suddenly changed countenance. With a powerful leap, he sprang off the arena floor like a cannonball, darting towards the direction of the tolling bell. That is the warning bell of the fortress. Among the students, some recognized the alarm, their faces draining of color as they cried out in alarm. What, a warning bell? Upon hearing this, the faces of the other students paled as well. The fact that the fortress was sounding the alarm indicated that an overwhelming number of corpses were approaching. What should we do? Moore and his companions turned to Sean, their expressions ashen. Even some students from the Neo Knight Academy gathered around, seeking reassurance from someone they deemed stronger. We should return to the dormitory and see what arrangements the Academy has made. Sean replied with a serious demeanor, though he remained more composed than Moore and the others. Presently, he could unleash the full strength of a formal knight, granting him a measure of self-protection, even if the fortress were to fall. He had confidence in his ability to escape. All right, understood. Without hesitation, the group made their way toward the dormitory, with even Titus joining their ranks. Chapter 77. The Tide of Corpses. When Sean and the others returned to the dormitory, they found the Academy's instructors waiting in the open space before the dormitory, their expressions grave. Surrounding them were numerous students, lined up in orderly fashion by class. Line up by class. A teacher addressed them upon their arrival. Yes, Sean and the others did not dare to delay, promptly joining their respective classes, their hearts heavy with foreboding. The gravity of the situation was evident. The seriousness of the instructors, who were formal knights, indicated that the impending assault by the corpses was anything but trivial. After confirming the return of all students, the head instructor, Haid Yuis, stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. We have just received communication from the fortress military. A large horde of corpses is approaching, and we have been ordered to join the defense of the fortress walls. This is an order, as well as our duty as knights of the kingdom. It is our obligation to accept military mobilization during wartime. None may refuse. The situation is urgent, so I shall say no more. However, do not tarnish the reputation of the Neo Knight Academy. Now, each class shall depart as a unit. Yes. Although anxiety coursed through the students, they responded in unison. The recent trials of hunting corpses had not been without effect. While they had not entirely overcome their fear of the undead, they were far better off than before, at least capable of performing at more than half their potential when confronted by corpses. The students of the Neo Knight Academy, led by their instructors, marched forth toward the fortress walls with determination. Furthermore, along the way, Sean observed students from other knight academies hurrying in the same direction. Every knight in the kingdom of Carlo had been informed of the unconditional acceptance of military summons prior to enrolling in a knight academy. Thus, it was unsurprising that students from other academies were also joining the defense of the walls. Take them to the white rock section of the wall. Guide them to the giant stone section of the wall. Upon their arrival, Sean and his companions were allocated to a section of the wall near the city gate by a middle-aged officer. As they ascended the wall, they were immediately awestruck by the sight before them. In the distance, vast swathes of dark figures approached, densely packed, resembling maggots swarming in a filthy drain. Upon closer inspection, they realized these were not maggots, but countless corpses. So many. How can there be so many? Surely there must be over 100,000 of them. A tremor laced the voice of one of the students as he spoke. Although their fear of the corpses had waned over the past few days, the sight of such a multitude of them instilled an involuntary terror. Sean, too, wore a grave expression as he gazed intently at the rapidly approaching horde of corpses. Even though he had surmised that this assault would be extraordinary, he had not anticipated the sheer number would exceed 100,000. But to put this into perspective, a city like ASE City has a population of around 100,000, making it the largest in the vicinity, while many smaller towns boast populations far below that figure. One could only imagine the terrifying spectacle of an entire city's worth of immensely powerful corpses charging forth. What is that? Suddenly, another student exclaimed, his face paling to a ghostly hue as his gaze fixated on a figure among the throng of corpses. That is, Sean followed the direction of the student's gaze, his pupils contracting in shock. Among the sea of corpses stood a towering figure, reaching a height of at least 3 meters, its body cloaked in a metallic gray hue, reminiscent of molten steel. In contrast to the average height of the corpses, which was less than 2 meters, it stood out like a crane among chickens. Furthermore, Sean discerned several more such towering figures within the horde, causing his expression to grow even more somber. As a product of the witch clan's voodoo from a century ago, the corpses had yet to be entirely eradicated, primarily due to their overwhelming numbers, which accounted for 2/3 of the population at that time. Moreover, among them existed individuals with strength surpassing that of ordinary corpses, posing a greater threat. In fact, the corpses Sean and his companions had recently hunted, including the one with awakened powers, were merely ordinary corpses. Above the ordinary level, there were corpses of even greater strength. The one cloaked in iron gray was one such entity. According to the tomes, this type of corpse was referred to as a Wuta-level corpse, a designation attributed to its power, which rivaled that of the witch clan's Watu. In terms of human strength, this equated to that of a formal knight, meaning each of these iron gray corpses was comparable to a fully fledged knight. Indeed, they have appeared. As these towering 3-meter corpses emerged, the faculty of the Niao Knight Academy could not help but adopt grave expressions. With their strength and defensive positions, ordinary corpses posed no threat as long as their energy remained intact. However, the Wuta-level corpses were different. They possessed the strength to contend with formal knights, indicating their attacks could indeed breach defensive formations. In a mere moment, the tide of corpses had encroached within 300 meters of the city walls, prompting a response from above. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of massive stones, each weighing several hundred pounds, hurtled from the battlements, crashing down upon the horde. Boom, boom, boom. These boulders fell like cannonballs, striking the corpses and erupting into dark red splashes, akin to blossoms of blood-red flowers. Any corpse struck was immediately reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh. Despite their decent defensive capabilities, they were tragically vulnerable before the might of these colossal stones. Sean directed his gaze toward the siege engines launching these boulders. It was a contraption akin to a catapult, featuring a vertical wooden beam over 10 meters tall, with a colossal metal spoon affixed to one end. When activated, a chain would be pulled, dropping a boulder into the spoon, which would then be released, launching the stone into the air. Excellent. Many students, witnessing the fortress wielding such a formidable weapon, could not help but beam with joy, believing that with this device, they could annihilate the oncoming horde. However, Sean's countenance remained devoid of joy. While the apparatus wielded tremendous power, the loading process was cumbersome and time-consuming, requiring at least a minute or two from loading to firing. Lacking the capacity for rapid fire, relying solely on this mechanism to vanquish the horde was evidently impractical. Indeed, while the boulders continued to rain down upon the throng, the corpses pressed ever closer to the fortress walls. Additionally, within the horde, dozens of 3-meter-tall Wuta-level corpses began to sprint forward. Given their scarcity, it was nearly impossible for the catapult, with its limited aiming capabilities, to strike them. Even when a stone was aimed correctly, it could easily be shattered by their fists, which were as thick as an adult's waist. At that level of strength, the catapult posed no threat to them. Observing the devastating power of these Wuta-level corpses, a chill ran through Sean. The walls beneath him would undoubtedly succumb to their relentless assault. We must not allow them to breach the walls. Engage them. A commanding officer's voice rang out. Immediately, dozens of figures leaped from the 20-meter-high walls, crashing to the ground, their bodies enveloped in a radiant white light as they charged towards the colossal corpses. Among them were several instructors from the Niao Knight Academy. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of fierce clashes erupted before the walls, marking the battle between the formal knights and the Wuta-level corpses. Every area affected by their combat was a flurry of shattered stones, with ordinary corpses being reduced to mere pulp. Each movement they made carried the force of 10,000 pounds. Even when striking stone, they could shatter it to pieces, let alone the ordinary corpses. Ignoring all else, they fought fiercely, their focus solely on their adversaries. The Wuta-level corpses relied on their formidable physical defenses, while the formal knights drew upon the protective power of their knightly aura. With this defensive aura, attacks from ordinary corpses felt like mere tickles, having no effect whatsoever. So powerful. What terrifying might! The students atop the walls gazed in awe at the sheer destructive force displayed by the formal knights and the Wuta-level corpses. Their prior fears of the corpses momentarily forgotten, Sean, observing the ferocious clash, felt a surge of excitement. That day, fearing exposure, he had merely tested the power of the formal knights without fully unleashing it. Now, witnessing the confrontation between the formal knights and the Wuta-level corpses, he gained a visceral understanding of their capabilities. They were nothing short of superhuman. Chapter 78. The fierce battle while the formal knights continued their struggle against the Wuta-level corpses. Ordinary corpses were rapidly closing in on the base, now merely meters away from the city walls. Although the battle between the formal knights and the Wuta-level corpses resulted in the occasional death of ordinary corpses, they remained undeterred, surging towards the fortress walls. Fire! At the Niao Knight Academy. As the formal knights engaged the Wuta-level corpses, the coordination of the students fell to an army officer present at the scene. Under his command, the students seized the javelins provided by the fortress soldiers, hurling them with all their might towards the advancing horde. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The students present had all studied the knightly arts. Their javelins, propelled with great force, were more potent than arrows at short distances, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle as they soared forth. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The sound of piercing echoed continuously, marking the corpses being impaled. Although many students lacked formal training in javelin throwing and exhibited poor accuracy, precision was unnecessary in the current scenario. The dense mass of corpses ensured that any direction thrown would likely result in a hit. Naturally, on the walls, not only the students from the Niao Knight Academy had practiced the knightly arts, the military also boasted numerous skilled practitioners who swiftly joined the fray. Their accuracy in javelin throwing far surpassed that of the students, consistently striking true, often targeting vital areas. Whoosh! Sean, momentarily taken aback by the terrifying accuracy of the soldiers, infused his strength into his javelin and hurled it with great force. Thunk, thunk, the javelin pierced through the horde, impaling one corpse and then another, finally coming to rest. One javelin, two corpses. With just a single throw, he had inflicted mortal wounds on two corpses. Achieving such a feat was not due to exceptional throwing skills, but rather the sheer density of the corpses and the strength he possessed. Even without the enhancement of his power talent, he currently wielded over 5,000 pounds of strength. Such might, imbued into a javelin, resulted in devastating penetrative power. Beside him, a young soldier assigned to supply Sean with javelins watched in awe, his expression shifting to one of reverence as he quickly and respectfully handed another javelin to Sean. He had recognized Sean as one of the two most talented prodigies from the Niao Knight Academy, initially believing that despite his reputation, he would pale in comparison to the fortress knights. However, witnessing his prowess, it became clear that he had been mistaken. Though Sean's inexperience with javelins led to numerous errors in technique, his overwhelming strength compensated for these mistakes, allowing him to dispatch corpses almost as swiftly as the knights of the military. Before long, a multitude of corpses had accumulated near the walls, stacked haphazardly atop one another, blood pooling across the ground, creating a real-life mountain of corpses and sea of blood that a howl echoed through the air. Suddenly, from a distance of over 20 meters away from the wall where Sean stood, an unusual roar pierced the air. Shaowen furrowed his brow and turned his head, his pupils instantly constricting. While the necromantic constructs of the Wutu level were held at bay by the official knights, the ordinary undead had not awakened any bloodline abilities to that moment. However, he spotted a single undead that seemed to have awakened some form of bloodline talent, clawing its way up the wall by sinking its talons into the structure. Do not let it ascend. The fortress officer clearly recognized the threat posed by this undead, his expression shifting dramatically as he commanded. Swish, swish, swish. Over 20 trainees hurled their javelins, but alas, their aim was woefully inaccurate, with most failing to strike the undead. Only one fortunate trainee managed to hit, yet the feeble force of the throw merely left a superficial scratch. Observing the nearly unscathed undead, Sean raised an eyebrow. He too had thrown a javelin moments ago, but it had gone awry in the midst of a throng of undead. His lackluster throwing technique had gone unnoticed. But now, confronted with a solitary undead, his shortcomings were glaringly apparent. What troubled him further was that the undead with awakened bloodline talent was rapidly nearing the top of the wall in the distance. Several knights affiliated with the army witnessed the unfolding scene and wished to assist, yet the distance rendered their javelins ineffective, leaving them in a state of anxious anticipation. Hand me a javelin. Sean's gaze remained fixed on the undead. His expression grave, he felt the weight of the subpar knight's sword borrowed from the fortress guard at his waist, and shook his head slightly, reaching out to a nearby soldier. However, he received no response for a long while. Turning back, he was met with a pale face devoid of color. The young soldier who had been passing him javelins now appeared ghostly white. As a defender of the fortress, he understood all too well the dire consequences of an awakened bloodline undead breaching the wall. Previously, one such undead had scaled the wall, resulting in the deaths of over 20 soldiers. Had it not been for the timely arrival of an official knight, the toll would have been far greater. Though the fortress walls and siege engines offered some protection, they relied on the crucial condition that the undead must not get too close. If they did, death was the only outcome, for as ordinary humans, they lacked the strength to contend with the undead. Realizing this, Sean shook his head and bent down to retrieve a javelin. Though he was a guard, he was still an ordinary man, and the prospect of facing an undead capable of snuffing out his life in an instant naturally instilled fear. Not only the guard, but also many of the trainees from the Knight Academy displayed signs of tension. Most of them, while relatively strong compared to ordinary people and capable of slaying typical undead, found themselves utterly inadequate against those with awakened bloodline abilities. In the blink of an eye, the undead had reached the uppermost part of the wall and was about to leap over. Sean hesitated no longer and dashed toward the wall where the undead was poised to ascend, javelin in hand. A whoop! As it surged onto the wall, the undead let out a ferocious roar, its eyes glinting with bloodlust as it lunged toward the nearest trembling soldier. Just then, a javelin flew through the air, aimed directly at it. Thud! The javelin struck the undead, penetrating its flesh. The thrower of the javelin was none other than Sean himself, having failed at a distance. He decided to wield the javelin as a spear. With its body injured, the undead's ferocity only intensified, and it roared in defiance, attempting to pounce on Sean. However, he held the javelin steady against it. Yet he could still feel the immense force emanating from the creature. It was clear that this was a powerful undead, but fortunately, its strength seemed diminished compared to the one he had encountered previously. What a pity, Sean thought, feeling a tinge of regret as he exerted more force to push the undead off the wall. Had his talent for replication through the web of abilities been restored, he could have assimilated this undead's strength into his own, possibly attaining a higher level of power. Alas, that was not the case, and he was left to miss this opportunity. As for killing this powerful undead, it was not that he did not wish to, but rather that he could not. He currently lacked a suitable weapon, rendering his combat effectiveness severely compromised unless he was willing to reveal his own strength. Thud! The undead fell heavily to the ground. Despite being struck by a javelin and plummeting from a height of over 20 meters, it did not perish. It let out a furious roar and sprang back to its feet, preparing to climb the wall once more. But at that moment, a flurry of piercing sounds erupted in the air. Swish, swish, swish. More than 20 javelins hurtled toward the undead. The accuracy and power of these javelins far exceeded those thrown by the trainees, as they were launched by seasoned soldiers trained in knightly arts, many of whom were apprentices themselves. Even more astonishing was that among these javelins, one soared with exceptional precision and force, piercing straight through the undead's heart. What incredible power! Sean gasped, his eyes widening as he regarded the middle-aged man who had thrown the lethal javelin, noting the faint stubble on his chin. The accuracy of this throw was remarkable, and the strength behind it was even more formidable. Having just wielded a javelin as a makeshift spear, Sean had sensed that the undead's physical defenses were far superior to those of ordinary undead. Yet, under the might of this middle-aged man's javelin, the creature was effortlessly dispatched, indicating that the man's strength was undoubtedly at the level of an official knight. You did well. How about enlisting in the army? The middle-aged man cast a commendatory glance at Sean. Had Sean not intervened by pushing the undead off the wall, many lives in the vicinity would likely have been lost to its rampage. Thank you, but I have no intention of joining the military at this time, Sean politely declined. In the kingdom of Carlo, soldiers, especially those trained in knightly arts, enjoyed the best treatment and benefits. If one sought to achieve fame and success, enlisting was undoubtedly the fastest route. However, Sean was not inclined to join. The strict regulations of the military left no room for freedom, which was far from the life he desired. Ah, very well. If you change your mind, feel free to seek me out. My offer stands at any time. The middle-aged man nodded before leading his companions away. His decision not to engage directly with the Wuta-level undead below stemmed from a desire to guard against the awakened bloodline undead. With that threat now neutralized, he saw no need to remain. Understood, Sean nodded earnestly, though he alone knew he would never enlist. Chapter 79 concludes. Beneath the walls, corpses lay piled high, and rivers of blood flowed. The fortress had become a veritable meat grinder, with countless undead falling one after another. Of the 100,000 undead that had come, merely 20 to 30,000 remained. The fortress had not emerged unscathed either, as the awakened bloodline undead had scaled the walls multiple times, though ultimately defeated. Over 100 lives were lost during these assaults, including those of academy trainees. The battle between the official knights and the Wuta-level undead was drawing to a close point. One by one, the Wuta-level undead were felled, crashing to the ground, while casualties among the official knights were also reported. Despite their mutual support during the fight, 2 official knights had been directly crushed to death by the Wuta-level undead, with others unable to rush in time to save them. It is over, Sean thought as he observed the official knights finally free to act. Indeed, once they began targeting the remaining ordinary undead, the last 20 to 30,000 were swiftly eradicated. Thus, beneath the walls, not a single undead remained alive. Only the corpses of 100,000 lay strewn about. These lifeless bodies piled together completely obscured a section of the area near the wall, while pools of blood gathered in the low spots, saturating the air with a putrid stench. At that moment, within the command post of the fortress walls, 2 men conversed. One wore the uniform of a high-ranking officer commensurate with a count, exuding an aura of authority and command. The other donned a purple knight's attire, his presence even more imposing than that of the officer, resembling a formidable mountain or sea, imbued with an aura of dread that felt akin to standing before a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Observing the massive cleanup of the undead bodies below, the officer inquired, "Do you think there is a shadow of the sorcerer clan behind this tide of undead? Do you suspect the sorcerers are orchestrating this?" The man in purple knight's attire raised an eyebrow in surprise at the officer's suggestion. "Yes, and it could very well be a powerful sorcerer, given your knowledge of their kind. Do you think this is plausible?" The officer spoke with a serious demeanor. "If it's a first-level sorcerer, then it is indeed possible." The man in purple knight's attire furrowed his brow in contemplation. Upon hearing this, the officer's expression grew grave. A first-level sorcerer possessed power far exceeding that of Wuta-level sorcerers. In the realm of humanity, they equated to the level of grand knights, the pinnacle of strength within the kingdom. The realization that such a formidable entity might be manipulating the undead tide weighed heavily on his heart. "You need not worry excessively. If it is a first-level sorcerer, I am confident I can still hold my ground." A man clad in a purple knight's attire spoke, his words exuding an aura of formidable confidence, for he was indeed one of the few formidable warriors of the Carlo kingdom. Days later, 15 knight academies, including the Neo Knight Academy, departed from the fortress, marking the official end of the wilderness trial of hunting the corpses that they left. Many students cast lingering glances at the fortress, their hearts still trembling from the harrowing experiences they had endured there over the past several days, which were more perilous than the years they had previously lived. Sean also glanced back at the fortress, but his gaze was not filled with trepidation. Rather, it brimmed with desire. For others, this place was a realm of danger. But for him, it was akin to a treasure trove that he perceived that in order to elevate his innate gifts of strength and speed to higher echelons, seeking out corpses with similar talents for fusion right from this very location offered the greatest possibility. Moreover, What excited Sean even more was the realization that the bloodline talents were not limited to strength and speed. There existed a plethora of other varieties. Over these days, he had gleaned numerous insights regarding the bloodline talent corpses from the veterans of the fortress. Some were impervious to blades and spears, even impervious to the strikes of apprentice knights, having awakened defensive bloodline talents. Others could transform parts of their bodies into weapons such as swords. There were also corpses devoid of wings, yet capable of flight, and some that could render themselves invisible. Among these, the most terrifying was a corpse capable of manipulating flames, merely one ordinary corpse with awakened bloodline talent, not at the level of a sorcerer. Wielded flames potent enough to rival those of a true knight, ultimately requiring the combined might of 2 formal knights to vanquish it. Undoubtedly, this place was a veritable treasure, a locale that could facilitate his rapid ascent in power. He even contemplated directly agreeing to the middle-aged man's proposal to enlist in the military. However, after some reflection, he shook his head. The constraints of military service were too great and did not align with his aspirations. After a journey without incident, the contingent from the Neo-Knight Academy returned to the academy. With their return, Sean's name spread throughout the institution, his reputation soaring due to his remarkable achievement alongside Titus in slaying the Strength Corpse. Crash! A teacup was violently hurled to the ground, shattering into pieces, as Wallace's expression darkened. What? That guy's current strength is on par with Titus. He possesses potential comparable to Titus. Indeed, young master, this news has emerged from the 4th-year students who participated in the wilderness trial, and they are remarkably consistent, thus highly credible. The young man dressed in black bowed respectfully. Damn it. How could this guy possess such potential? This is bad. If the family discovers that I have made a mortal enemy of him, they will undoubtedly punish me severely. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of regret flashed across Wallace's face. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have resorted to confronting Sean merely out of wounded pride from being rejected. Indeed, his actions against Sean were solely motivated by a desire to restore his dignity. In Sean's previous life, this would have been a trivial matter, but in this world, where nobility regarded commoners as mere livestock to be slaughtered at will, it was a grave affront. The dignity of the aristocracy was not to be trifled with, especially when provoked by a commoner treated as livestock. A humiliation of the highest order. Just then, footsteps approached from outside. Hearing them, Wallace raised an eyebrow, his mood already foul, and prepared to scold the intruder. However, upon lifting his gaze and seeing who entered, he was rendered speechless, akin to a duck caught by the throat. A young man in purple noble attire strode in, his handsome features bearing a resemblance to Wallace, albeit with a cold, grim expression. He advanced with purpose, standing before Wallace, and then raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap. Smack! Wallace was sent sprawling to the ground, blood instantly oozing from the corner of his mouth. As he touched his swollen face, he looked up at the youth who had struck him, fear lacing his voice. Brother. Why? The young man glared at Wallace with icy disdain. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you have caused the family? Is it merely because of that lowborn? Is he not just a genius on par with Titus? Surely the family would not fear him. Wallace replied, perplexed. Merely a genius on par with Titus. The young man's lips curled into a cold smile. How laughable. Even now, you fail to grasp the caliber of your opponent. You have greatly disappointed me. Brother, what do you mean? As these words sank in, a sense of foreboding washed over Wallace. What do I mean? Has your dim-witted mind never considered how long it took for him to evolve from near expulsion to his current level? The young man remarked with a chilling smile. As a family of 1,000-year-old count, the Lund family possessed an exceptional intelligence network. Almost instantaneously upon the news of Sean being comparable to Titus spreading within the academy, the Lund family had procured all pertinent information regarding Sean. Upon review, they immediately discerned the anomaly. It had taken Sean merely a year to ascend from the brink of expulsion to such formidable prowess. His potential far exceeded that of Titus. They were compelled to consider bringing him under their wing. Even if that proved impossible, they desired to cultivate a beneficial rapport, for he represented a future powerhouse of the kingdom, a rarity within the Carlo kingdom. However, upon investigating Sean's relationships, they were incensed to discover that one of their own had already made a bitter enemy of him. Although Wallace had executed his assassination plot against Sean with utmost secrecy, it was not enough to elude the keen eyes of the Lund family's intelligence network. Clearly, the prospect of bringing him into their fold or fostering goodwill was now out of the question. Seeing that Wallace still hadn't comprehended the gravity of the situation, The young man shook his head and stated plainly, "The potential he has displayed indicates he may become a powerhouse of the kingdom." "Which means you have offended a future kingdom strongman. You realize the damage you have inflicted upon our family. How is that possible? He possesses the potential to become a kingdom strongman." At this revelation, Wallace's face fell into a state of complete shock, his heart plummeting. The young man in black who stood beside him shared a similar fate, his own doom seemingly sealed as a companion who had partaken in such a grievous error. "What shall we do now?" Wallace muttered. His mind numbed, he recognized he had made a grave mistake, one that had drawn a formidable enemy upon his family. "Of course, we must eliminate him," the young man responded coldly, and in the next instant, he drew his sword and swiftly slit the throat of the young man in black. Chapter 80. The Dark Guardian. Seeing the black-clad young man slain, Wallace was not surprised. He had anticipated that the family would not spare the one who had accompanied him in this monumental blunder. What shocked him was the family's decision. What? Kill him? What about the Neo Knight Academy? While it would certainly be troublesome if it were an ordinary student, the Neo Knight Academy would not annihilate an entire Count family over a commoner. This was what had emboldened him to seek Sean's assassination in the first place. However, a student with the potential to become a kingdom strongman was a different matter entirely, should he truly be assassinated. The Neo Knight Academy would undoubtedly go into a frenzy, and even the Lund family would find themselves facing obliteration. Revenge. Our family's uncle is on the verge of breaking through to become a great knight. The royal family would never permit a family that is about to produce a great knight to be extinguished. The young man scoffed with derision, then cast a pitying glance at Wallace as he said, "You must withdraw from the Neo Knight Academy and return to the family at once." In truth, there were certain things he left unsaid. The royal family would indeed not allow a family poised to produce a kingdom strongman to be annihilated, but they would undoubtedly demand accountability from the Neo Knight Academy, and the prime scapegoat for this entire debacle would be none other than Wallace himself. Thus, it could be said that Wallace had little time left to live. Though he was his own brother, the only emotion he felt was a hint of regret. In the aristocratic realm, there was no room for familial bonds. Only the stark reality of interests. Anyone could be sacrificed for sufficient gain, even blood relatives. As for the alternative solution of reconciling with Sean, the Lund family had never entertained such a notion. Not to mention whether Sean would even agree, for this was a matter of life and death. Even if he did acquiesce, they would not dare trust him. Who could guarantee that Sean would not harbor lingering resentment and seek revenge once he became powerful? In the blink of an eye, for months had passed since Sean returned to the Neo Knight Academy. During these months, aside from attending classes and training, he had also been mentoring Lambert. However, his life was no longer as tranquil as it once was. The potential he displayed attracted not only the Lund family, but also several other families. Among these, some sought to recruit him, while others desired to cultivate a friendly relationship that asked for recruitment. He politely declined. And this time, no resentment ensued. It was not that the family's extending olive branches were lacking in decorum. Even when rejected, they could brush it off with a smile. Rather, it was because Sean had undergone a transformation. No longer the same as before. Demonstrating the potential of a formidable figure within the kingdom, he stands a significant chance of becoming a true powerhouse, provided he does not falter along the way. In light of such a promising future, even those families unable to recruit him would be disinclined to foster enmity. As for the families seeking to cultivate a friendly rapport, Sean is more than willing to entertain such alliances. After all, it is foolish to pass up a beneficial opportunity. Yet, he is acutely aware that these individuals are merely fair-weather friends, suitable for superficial connections rather than deep bonds. His current willingness to mentor them stems solely from their apparent potential. Should that potential wane, he fears they would promptly cast him aside. It is far easier to embellish one's success than to offer genuine support in times of need. Thus, to date, the only true friend he has come to recognize is Moore. In the small grove where he usually trains, Lambert wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at Sean, his expression betraying a mixture of hesitation and anxiety. "What is it?" Sean inquired, noticing Lambert's demeanor. "During yesterday's mid-year assessment, I was unable to pass. The year-end evaluation will be my last opportunity. Sean, do you think I can truly become a knight?" After a prolonged moment of uncertainty, Lambert finally voiced his apprehension, despite feeling a sense of progress in his swordsmanship under Sean's guidance over the past 6 months. He remained plagued by doubt. Could someone who had only made such modest advancements in half a year truly avoid expulsion and attain knighthood? Absolutely, Sean replied, meeting Lambert's hopeful gaze with unwavering conviction. His words bore no hint of deception. After 6 months of rigorous training, Lambert's swordsmanship had reached the cusp of proficiency. With just a bit more effort, he would attain mastery, allowing him to refine his physical prowess through the art of swordplay. Given Lambert's exceptional talent for absorbing mysterious energies, a rapid enhancement of his strength was inevitable. At that point, he would truly leap from the ordinary to the extraordinary, reinforcing Sean's belief in his potential to become a knight. It's merely one assessment. There will be other chances. What is there to fear? I too failed an assessment once, yet here I stand, not expelled, Sean reassured, patting Lambert on the shoulder. Indeed, Sean, Lambert replied, his spirits lifted by Sean's words, his gaze now infused with admiration. He was well aware of Sean's esteemed status within the Neo Knight Academy, and even though he had made little progress over the past 6 months, no one dared to mock him due to his association with Sean, a potential future powerhouse. After concluding the afternoon training, Sean returned to his dormitory following a wash and dinner. Unlocking the door, he stepped inside, but his expression shifted in an instant that a glimmer of cold steel surged towards his neck from the shadows. The timing of the attack was impeccably precise, striking just as he entered the room and had yet to acclimate to the darkness within. It was evident that the assailant was a master of assassination. Clang! The sound of metal meeting metal rang out as the glimmer was intercepted just before it reached Sean's neck. That a finely crafted knight's sword materialized in defense, wielded by none other than Sean himself. In that fleeting moment, he activated his speed talent, hastening his draw just in time. This exquisite sword had been a gift from those noble families eager to befriend him. "Who are you?" Sean demanded. His eyes icy as he confronted his assailant, a figure shrouded in a black cloak, sword in hand, their face obscured by the darkness of the room. "The one who will kill you," the cloaked man rasped. And in the next instant, a translucent white aura enveloped him as he lunged forward, aiming his blade at Sean's heart. This was undoubtedly a formal knight. Realizing his surprise attack had failed, the assailant opted for a full frontal assault. Understanding that time was of the essence within the academy, where powerful figures could arrive at any moment. "Kill me. Are you sent by the Lund family?" Sean's heart raced as he recognized the white light emanating from the assailant. Indeed, he was a formal knight. The identity of the attacker was not difficult to deduce, as only the Lund family bore the capability and motive to send a knight against him. Buzz, not daring to underestimate his opponent, Sean unleashed both his strength and speed talents. Enveloping himself in a layer of white light, he swiftly parried the incoming strike with a horizontal block of his sword. Damn it! How can he be a formal knight? The surprise etched across the assailant's face was palpable. This was a stark departure from the information provided in his assassination briefing. As a shadow operative trained for clandestine missions, he had anticipated a straightforward kill. However, for months of Sean's unwavering presence at the academy had forced him into this desperate gambit. He had assumed that once he bypassed the academy's guards, eliminating Sean would be a mere formality. Yet here he was, faced with a formal knight. "You still haven't disclosed whether you were sent by the Lund family," Sean reiterated, his voice frigid, having anticipated another assassination attempt. He had refrained from leaving the academy for months. He had believed himself safe within its walls. Yet the audacity of his assailant to infiltrate such a haven was shocking. Whoosh! The cloaked figure refrained from answering. Recognizing the futility of the situation, that he charged toward the wall, intending to break through and escape. Observing the desperate attempt to flee, Sean smirked coldly. In an instant, he materialized directly in front of the cloaked man. "You." The assailant's eyes widened in terror as Sean appeared like a specter, blocking his path. If Sean's earlier display of knightly prowess had astonished him, this moment plunged him into utter disbelief. The speed at which Sean moved was beyond his comprehension. How could someone so young possess such swiftness? Yet the true shock awaited him. In the next heartbeat, a flash of sword light pierced through his defenses, driving straight into his body and emerging from his heart, staring in stupefaction at the blade that had effortlessly breached his defenses. The cloaked man was rendered speechless. His defensive stance, a hallmark of a formal knight's might, was designed to withstand formidable attacks, yet Sean had shattered it with a single thrust. This indicated a vast disparity in strength between them. Despite being a formal knight himself, he now questioned the true strength of his opponent. "You've concealed your capabilities well," flashed through the man's mind as his head slumped. Life extinguished. Chapter 81. a decision gazing at the shattered window and the lifeless body of the cloaked man. Sean's expression oscillated between contemplation and resolve. He had not anticipated the Lund family's audacity in dispatching an assassin to infiltrate the Neo Knight Academy, had his abilities not significantly improved over the past 4 months. He might have already fallen victim to this ambush. The Lund family. After a prolonged silence, Sean used a blanket to wrap the assassin's corpse and transported it to a secluded area within the Academy's woods. Where he dug a deep grave to conceal it, he had considered reporting this incident to the Academy, hoping to trace the assassin back to the Lund family and issue a warning against further attempts. However, after careful deliberation, he ultimately chose to remain silent. Reporting the assassination would necessitate revealing how he had evaded a formal knight's attack and subsequently killed one. Such disclosures would expose his bloodline talent. His most significant trump card in evading peril, which he was reluctant to unveil. As for the Lund family, they would undoubtedly seek retribution, though not immediately. After 4 months of rigorous training, Sean's strength had surged to 9,000 pounds, drawing ever closer to the threshold of becoming a formal knight at 10,000 pounds. Given another month, he was confident he could achieve that milestone. Of course, this was merely his surface power. His most formidable strength lay in the enhancements provided by his talents in both strength and speed. As for his velocity, it was challenging to gauge accurately since it was not a straightforward multiplier and he had few references, but it was evident that he had improved significantly since 4 months ago. Otherwise, he would not have so easily thwarted the cloaked man's attack. In terms of strength, it is remarkably clear. A threefold increase has propelled his might to an astonishing 27,000 gene. Such a level of power is already at the pinnacle of a low-ranking knight. Should he advance further to 30,000 gene, he would then be classified among the mid-ranking knights, when combining speed and strength. He estimates that his current prowess is commensurate with that of a peak low-ranking knight. This level of strength is undeniably formidable. In some lesser noble families, he could already be considered a clan powerhouse. However, to exact revenge on the Lund family with such strength is still woefully inadequate. To his knowledge, the Lund family boasts over 20 low-ranking knights, along with 3 mid-ranking knights, and most alarmingly, a peak high-ranking knight presides over their clan. Any one of these 4, be it the 3 mid-ranking knights or the high-ranking knight, possesses the capability to obliterate him. Thus, seeking vengeance against the Lund family would merely be an exercise in futility. I must elevate my strength swiftly, Sean mused inwardly. As long as the Lund family remains intact, it looms over him like a sword suspended above, ready to descend at any moment, leaving him perpetually uneasy. The simplest and most direct method to escape his current predicament is to enhance his own capabilities, enabling him to reverse the tides and overpower the Lund family. At that point, whether they're the Lund family or any other clan, he would cleave them all in twain with a single sword strike. Presently, his knightly talent is already extraordinarily formidable, and significant enhancement in a short span seems quite improbable. Over the past 4 months, he has replicated and fused the knightly talents of 3 individuals with mid-ranking knight abilities, including Titus, yet the results have been negligible. Although there has been a slight enhancement in talent, the effect is minimal. This is understandable, for once talent reaches such a pinnacle, further advancement is inherently challenging. Moreover, the talents he has absorbed are not even high-ranking but merely mid-ranking, which explains the meager results. Perhaps one day, when he encounters someone who also possesses peak knightly talent and successfully replicates their abilities, there may be a substantial transformation in his own knightly talent. Yet, when that day will come remains a mystery even to him, and he is uncertain whether anyone else in this world possesses peak knightly talent. With his knightly talent maxed out, the only avenue left for rapid enhancement lies in his bloodline abilities. A basic speed talent combined with a primary strength talent has elevated his overall prowess from that of a peak apprentice knight to a peak low-ranking knight, a significant amplification indeed. If he could further elevate these talents to a mid-ranking level, he would undoubtedly experience a terrifying boost, potentially rivaling that of a mid-ranking knight or even a high-ranking knight. In the deep of night, a residence of the Lund family remained illuminated. Within, a strikingly handsome, yet sinister young man paced restlessly, revealing his considerable agitation. On the coffee table beside him lay an empty teacup and teapot, the latter having long been drained, marking the 3rd pot of tea he had consumed that night. He was none other than Phyllis Lund, Wallace's elder brother. "Bring someone in," he suddenly called out, prompting a burly middle-aged man to enter. "Young master," the The stout man approached respectfully, bowing his head. "Have we received any news from the academy?" Phyllis inquired, his brow furrowing. "Not yet," the burly man replied. "No news whatsoever." "Indeed, young master." "Understood. You may leave." Upon hearing this, Phyllis's heart sank, and he waved dismissively for the man to exit. The dark operative had infiltrated the Neo Knight Academy for a full 6 hours, yet there was no sign of any activity within, which was decidedly abnormal. Normally, whether an assassination succeeds or fails, there would be some indication. Yet now, there was nothing. He understood that the infiltrator had likely met with a grim fate. It was possible they had not even reached their target before being silently eradicated. Otherwise, there would have been some sign of commotion. The Neo Knight Academy is indeed not to be underestimated. It seems we can only wait until he exits the academy to act. I refuse to believe he won't leave, he muttered. The next day, despite having narrowly escaped an assassination the previous night, Sean conducted himself as though nothing had happened. He attended classes and engaged in training without deviation from his usual routine. However, as night fell, he shed his academy knight's attire and donned a seldom-worn outfit, stealthily departing the Neo Knight Academy at dusk, with his speed and strength talents augmenting his power to that of a peak low-ranking knight. He managed to leave the academy without alerting the guards. After all, the Neo Knight Academy was merely an educational institution, not a true power organization, and its defenses were not particularly stringent. Otherwise, the cloaked man would not have been able to infiltrate. Upon exiting the academy, he made his way directly to the city gates, emerging just before they closed. His furtive departure was strategic, intended to evade detection by the Lund family. Given their intent to target him, it was likely they had placed spies both outside and within the academy. If he did not leave under the cover of night, he would undoubtedly be discovered by the Lund family, leading to a relentless pursuit for the academy that was easily managed. He had already entrusted a leave request to Moore, who would deliver it to Professor Jorser the following morning, though submitting a letter for leave may raise suspicions of acting after the fact. Given Sean's status at the Neo Knight Academy, it was unlikely the institution would expel him over such a minor issue, a certainty he felt assured about. Once beyond the city gates, Sean retrieved a round bamboo tube resembling a hand grenade from his pocket. This was a specially designed torch, distinct from ordinary torches. Once ignited, it would not extinguish, even in strong winds, unless covered. He had specifically requested this from Moore, as he needed to travel swiftly under the cover of night, away from the royal capital before the Lund family could react. Lighting the torch, it emitted a warm orange glow, not overly bright, but sufficient to illuminate a 10-meter radius. Gripping the torch in one hand, Sean activated his speed talent and took off at a sprint. In an instant, he became a gust of wind, racing away from the royal capital. In a lavishly furnished bedroom, Phyllis was deep in slumber. The night prior, due to the inexplicable disappearance of the dark operative, he had hardly slept. Last night, as soon as his head hit the pillow, drowsiness overwhelmed him. Now, as midday approached, he showed no signs of awakening. Suddenly, a rapid knocking resounded at the door, accompanied by urgent shouts. "Young Master Phyllis." "What is it?" Phyllis groaned, sitting up in bed without opening the door, his voice laced with irritation. Having faced reprimand from the family head due to the loss of a formal night-level dark operative, he was in a foul mood. "It's bad news. That Sean has vanished." The voice outside rushed to inform him. "What?" At this revelation, Phyllis's expression shifted dramatically. He neglected to don his shoes and bolted towards the door, using his formal knight strength to wrench it open. Astonishment etched on his face. How could he have disappeared? Wasn't there a report yesterday afternoon confirming his sighting? The one who reported it said that early this morning he was no longer seen. The messenger's forehead glistened with sweat, uncertain if it was from fear or fatigue from running. "Damn it. Send someone to search for him immediately. Also, dispatch an operative to ASE City, once he is located. Execute him quietly if he is not found. Do not raise any alarms." "Yes, yes," the messenger replied hastily. Chapter 82. Tadaya Fortress. 10 days later, a weary youth, his clothing torn in multiple places, arrived at a grand fortress. This fortress, known as Tadaya, is a crucial stronghold of the Carlo Kingdom, having guarded the realm against the onslaught of the undead for a century, together with the other two fortresses, Fuchui and Moa City. It is regarded as one of the 3 major fortifications of the Carlo Kingdom. This young man is none other than Sean. After departing the royal capital, he deliberated and ultimately chose this fortress among the 3 in the Carlo Kingdom. His choice was not arbitrary. Among the three fortresses, Moa City was where he had participated in the wilderness trials and spent over 10 days, during which he had fought alongside soldiers against a horde of undead. Many soldiers recognized him, and to avoid detection, he could not return there. Futuai Fortress, being close to ASE City, was also ruled out, as the Lund family would undoubtedly send operatives to investigate there following his disappearance from the academy. Thus, Tadaya Fortress became his only viable option. Following the map diligently, he finally arrived at the fortress on the 10th day. Along the way, he had traversed numerous towns but refrained from entering any. Fearing the Lund family might pick up on his trail, which explained his disheveled appearance. Having avoided cities, he had relied on wild fruits for sustenance throughout his journey. The survival skills he had learned over the past year had indeed come into play. Occasionally, he would catch a wild rabbit, wash it in a stream, and roast it, though the taste left much to be desired, far inferior to that of the wild fruits. In his hurried departure, he found himself devoid of any seasoning. And considering his lack of experience in cooking throughout his past and present lives, it was inevitable that his culinary skills were far from commendable, resulting in an unpalatable meal under normal circumstances. Given his pace, he should have arrived here 5 days prior. However, the rudimentary nature of the world's maps led him astray on multiple occasions. Fortunately, he had finally reached his destination. First, I shall find a tavern to rest, he thought. Casting a self-deprecating glance at his attire, which was scarcely superior to that of a beggar, before making his way toward what appeared to be an inn, although this was a bastion of the Carlo kingdom. Tasked with guarding against the incursions of the undead, it was not entirely devoid of other inhabitants beyond the soldiers. Outside the fortress lay dangers aplenty, yet as the saying goes, peril often walks hand in hand with opportunity. The treacherous terrain surrounding the stronghold rendered it an unapproachable no-man's land for ordinary folk, yet this very desolation allowed numerous rare herbs to flourish in relative obscurity. Thus, a branch of mercenaries arose. Known as treasure hunters, their name implies. Treasure hunters sought precious artifacts, often venturing into perilous locales in search of lucrative herbs and valuable ores. At the entrance of the inn, a young man in his 20s was actively soliciting customers. Upon Sean's approach, his expression brightened, and he called out a greeting, but his words faltered mid-sentence as he took in Sean's appearance. Though not entirely resembling a beggar, Sean certainly did not exude the air of someone wealthy enough to afford a stay at an inn. It was well known that accommodations in such a dangerous stronghold were scarce, and the prices were often higher than those in the royal capital. Observing the young man's hesitation, Sean quickly retrieved 3 silver coins from his pocket and tossed them to him, declaring, "Prepare a room for me, draw a bath, and procure several sets of clean clothing." At that moment, he possessed over 10,000 gold coins, the majority of which were in the form of gold vouchers, certificates issued by the royal family of Carlo, redeemable for gold at designated locations. This wealth had been procured from Wilco and the Black Fox, with Wilco contributing several thousand coins and the Black Fox over 10,000. It must be said that the most profitable endeavors often stem from the most nefarious actions. Yes, of course. Upon seeing the silver coins, the young man's demeanor shifted from skepticism to enthusiasm, disregarding Sean's disheveled state as he warmly ushered him inside. In this world, wealth held sway. Those with money were treated with deference. And he certainly did not care whether Sean was dirty. After all, it was rare to find someone who would disdain filthy lucre. The inn comprised 3 sections, with the ground floor serving as a dining area and the upper 2 floors designated for guest accommodations. At that moment, the lunch hour was in full swing, and many patrons were dining in the first-floor restaurant. As Sean entered, several diners furrowed their brows, yet none dared to provoke him. Those who had made it to this fortress and still breathed were no fools. The foolish had long since fallen prey to the undead. Thus, until they understood Sean's true identity, they would refrain from inciting conflict. However, some gazes inevitably drifted toward the sword hanging at Sean's waist, a blade sheathed in purple beast hide, adorned with intricate dark golden patterns. Unmistakably a weapon of exceptional quality, this was the very sword he had used against the cloaked man, a gift from nobles eager to curry favor with him. Given its origins, the sword was assuredly no ordinary item and could be deemed top tier among fine weaponry. As Sean ascended the stairs with the young innkeeper, whispers arose among the patrons below. "Brother, that sword." A bald man nudged a burly companion beside him, speaking in hushed tones. "Silence. Do you need to say it?" The stout man shot a glare at the bald one, signaling him to hush. He had already taken note of the exquisite sword at Sean's side upon his entry. The scabbard was fashioned from the hide of a rare purple shark, and the handle was inlaid with a precious stone whose value rivaled that of the finest jewels. With just a glance, he recognized the sword as a masterpiece, one that certainly belonged in the upper echelons of craftsmanship, as its embellishments demanded nothing less. However, he kept his thoughts to himself. A youth who wielded such a fine sword must possess a noteworthy background. So he decided to observe further, curious to see how others would react. Surely, no one could remain indifferent to such wealth. Those who disregarded treasure were unlikely to pursue treasure hunting. Half an hour later, having bathed and donned clean attire, Sean descended from the third floor and entered the dining area, where he picked up the menu and began to order. "I'll have this, and this." He ordered 8 substantial dishes in one go. After days of traveling and subsisting on meager rations, he was eager to indulge himself. Although the prices were slightly higher than those in the royal capital, he was unconcerned with such trifles. "This fellow seems to be courting death," remarked a young woman, around 18, with striking features, seated at a nearby table with 3 male companions. Upon witnessing Sean's extravagant order, she nearly crinkled her nose in disdain. Since Sean had entered the inn, she had surmised that he was a scion of some noble family sneaking away. But his shabby clothing only served to amplify the revelation of his sword's true nature. That he would brazenly order such an abundance of dishes only underscored his wealth, and she felt a surge of irritation at what she perceived as reckless bravado. "Pay him no mind," one of the young men beside her advised, shaking his head slightly. But the young woman hesitated, her conscience pricked at the thought of watching someone walk toward their demise. "We are here on urgent business and cannot afford distractions." "Understood," she replied, still conflicted, but ultimately acquiescing. Oblivious to being regarded as a prime target by others, Sean continued to savor the dishes laid before him. Now far from the royal capital and the influence of the Lund family, he felt no need to conceal himself. He was acutely aware of the scrutinizing gazes directed at him, even catching snippets of the conversation between the girl and her companion. After all, even without activating his basic speed and strength abilities, he was already nearing the prowess of a formal knight. Yet, he paid little mind to their observations. The treasure hunters, at best, were mere apprentice knights, as true knights of noble title would seldom descend to seek fortune in a fortress. The cloaked man, a formal knight, had fallen swiftly before him, and he held no doubt that these lesser individuals would fare no better. Should they choose to engage him, they would soon learn the true meaning of despair. Chapter 83. The prime target. As dawn broke, the sole exit of the Turdia fortress facing the wilderness was already bustling with eager individuals. Clad primarily in leather armor and armed, they exuded an aura of fierce determination. Clearly not ordinary folk. While there were indeed commoners who dared to venture into the wild, they had long since perished, as the harsh realities had proven that the wilderness was ill-suited for the unprepared. The groups formed a wary circle, each eyeing the others with suspicion, for once they entered the wild, aside from their own factions, everyone else would be a competitor. Among them was a quartet, 3 men and 1 woman, who were none other than the 4 Sean had encountered at the inn the previous day. All 4 donned leather armor. Even the young woman was no exception, her fitted armor accentuating her slender form and drawing the attention of many passers-by. Yet, upon noticing the trio standing beside her, they quickly averted their gazes, understanding the danger of lingering too long. Just yesterday, a 7-member treasure hunting team, led by an apprentice knight, had met their end almost effortlessly at the hands of these very 3 individuals. The sheer strength they had displayed confirmed their status as apprentice knights, and it was a terrifying prospect for anyone to confront a team with such formidable talent. Half an hour later, as the clock edged toward 8 in the morning and the gates of the fortress were about to swing open, a series of deliberate footsteps echoed from afar. The sound. Nearly every individual turned their attention toward the source. They had arrived early to secure the advantage, for while the wilderness appeared vast, the actual area open for exploration was limited to a radius of mere dozens of miles around the fortress. This region had been thoroughly scoured by the fortress's inhabitants, leaving few undead to contend with. Even if encountered, their numbers were manageable, posing minimal risk to the smaller teams. However, as one ventured deeper, the undead became increasingly prevalent, with the possibility of encountering higher-tiered foes that no apprentice knight would dare to face. Thus, it is of paramount importance who first enters the wilderness. Often, the finest treasures are claimed by those who arrive ahead. leaving the later arrivals with little more than a mere spoonful of broth. Clearly, those who arrive only now will undoubtedly be the last to venture into the wilderness, and it is rare for treasure hunters to choose to arrive just as the city gates are about to open. When they catch sight of the newcomer, their faces reveal expressions of astonishment, and several even display delight. The newcomer is a youth, clad in simple garments, with a finely crafted sword hanging from his waist. This fellow, how did he get here? Is he courting death? Upon seeing him, the girl in the four-person team furrows her brow and scrunches her nose. The newcomer is none other than the noble youth she encountered at the inn yesterday, who had stealthily slipped away from home. Initially, she believed he had come to the fortress merely for amusement and would soon depart. However, she did not anticipate his audacity in wishing to venture into the wilderness alone. What kind of place is the wilderness? It is a realm teeming with the undead, and he dares to enter it alone. Does he not value his life? It seems I have arrived a tad too early. Glancing at the fortress gate, which has yet to open, Sean mused to himself. Yesterday, he had inquired about the gate's opening time from a young man at the inn, and after a leisurely breakfast this morning, he had come over, thinking the gate would already be ajar, only to find he had indeed arrived a little too early. Having arrived too soon, there was no point in turning back, so he decided to stand before the fortress gate. Observing it with great interest, the gate, weighing several tons, is unlike the metallic gates of Moa City. Rather, the gate of Tadaya Fortress is hewn from a single massive black stone. However, this does not imply that the defenses of Tadaya Fortress are inferior to those of Moa City. The material of this immense stone, known as ironstone, bears no relation to iron, save for its remarkable hardness, which is precisely why it is utilized for the fortress gate that in fact, there is a tale associated with this gate, which he had come across while perusing books at the Knight Academy of Neo a century ago. In a bid to fend off the onslaught of the undead, humans constructed a fortress here, which is now known as Tadaya Fortress. Just as construction was nearing completion, with only one gap remaining, the undead attacked in overwhelming numbers. The soldiers on guard turned pale, many attempting to flee in panic. At this critical juncture, the kingdom's champion, Shi Yachinka, spotted a massive ironstone weighing over 200 tons nearby. With a gleam of determination in his eyes, he summoned his immense strength to move the ironstone, sealing the unfinished wall and successfully repelling the undead assault. To commemorate the valiant act of this kingdom's hero, the ironstone was polished and erected as the current fortress gate. As Sean scrutinized the fortress gate, numerous greedy gazes were fixated upon him. Among those present were several individuals from the inn, and even those who were not, upon noticing the remarkable sword at Sean's waist, instantly became captivated as treasure hunters. They possessed an acute sense for valuable items, and upon spotting the sword, they immediately recognized its extraordinary nature. "Boss, shall we make our move now?" "Of course," the bald man replied, glancing at the burly man beside him, whose eyes gleamed with malevolence. It was one thing for this young man to remain within the fortress. After all, his identity seemed rather significant if they were to act within the fortress. It would be easy to trace back to them afterward. However, now that he intended to leave the fortress for the wilderness, there was little to consider. People die in the wilderness every day, once they perish. Who would know the cause? "Hey, kid, the wilderness is no place for you. Hurry back." Suddenly, a girl's voice rang in Sean's ears that he took a moment to process this, then turned to see the girl from yesterday's group standing before him. Her brow furrowed. "Are you calling me?" Sean replied, bemused. Having lived nearly 40 years across his past and present lives, and now at the age of 16, it was bewildering to be addressed as kid by a girl around 18. "Who else would I be calling?" The girl raised an eyebrow, then continued, "Listen, the wilderness is far too dangerous. It's not a place for someone like you. Hurry back to the inn and have your family come to fetch you." Thank you." After a moment's hesitation, Sean finally managed to express his gratitude. He could sense that the girl's advice stemmed from genuine concern, yet despite his appreciation, there was no possibility of him changing his mind. After all, his purpose was to enter the wilderness and seek out the undead endowed with bloodline talents. You. The girl quickly perceived Sean's dismissive attitude, her expression shifting to one of dissatisfaction and urgency. Just as she was about to utter more, a sudden clattering sound caught her attention. She turned to see the enormous stone gate slowly rising, indicating that the time to open the city gates had indeed arrived. "Pearl, let's go." A young man approached, pulling her along as they made their way toward the gate. "Brother, but he..." the girl protested, though her voice faded as the young man dragged her away with the other two, exiting the fortress and entering the wilderness. Observing this, Sean exhaled in relief. Conversing with that girl had been exhausting, and thankfully, she was now being taken away by her brother. He then cast a meaningful glance at several small groups that had not rushed to enter the wilderness as the gates opened. Stepping through the city gates into the wild. Let us go. Keep up. Just 100 meters after Sean entered the wilderness, several groups that had hesitated now sprang into action, heading in the direction he had taken. Ultimately, only one 4-person team remained at the gate, comprised of the bald man and the burly one. Big brother, let us hurry. They've already pursued him, and if we delay, there will be nothing left for us. What's the rush? We'll wait until they've fought each other to a standstill, and then we can go in. The burly man smirked, observing the several teams tailing Sean. Clearly, these groups were unlikely to coexist peacefully, and they would inevitably clash over riches. Once they had exhausted themselves, he and his companion could swoop in and reap the rewards. Big brother is right. You're truly clever to think of all this, the bald man exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization, gazing at the burly man with admiration. Chapter 84. Collateral damage. The wilderness, a source of human suffering, once a place where humanity thrived for generations, has now become a forbidden zone. As Sean stepped beyond the fortress gates, he walked at a leisurely pace. He was not a treasure hunter, and thus the notion of seizing an advantage was irrelevant. Rather, the treasure he sought was something that others would rather avoid, namely, the undead, particularly those endowed with powerful bloodline abilities. The morning sun, not yet scorching, bathed him in warmth, accompanied by a gentle breeze that felt refreshing and delightful. Since arriving in this world, he had been engulfed in the relentless pursuit of training due to the pressures of survival. And it had been a long time since he had savored such a peaceful morning. However, this tranquility was soon interrupted. Kid, can we discuss something? Just as Sean stepped out of the fortress's line of sight, a group blocked his path. This small mercenary team, consisting of 7 members, donned mismatched leather armor, yet each bore a hefty battle axe strapped to their backs. Despite the weight, they carried it with ease, suggesting that they were no ordinary individuals. Their leather armor bore the marks of wear and tear, with numerous scratches evident, many of which were unmistakably claw marks, the handiwork of the undead. Clearly, these were seasoned fighters who had dabbled in knightly arts and had tasted the blood of battle. What do you want? Sean squinted, a faint smile playing on his lips as he regarded the 7. He had noticed them trailing him since they exited the city, as his keen hearing seldom failed to detect the presence of others. The leader of the 7, a man sporting a buzz cut, appeared slightly taken aback by Sean's calm demeanor, wondering what confidence this youth possessed to remain so composed. Nevertheless, the intent to rob was unwavering, and he spoke in a low voice, "Hand over that knight's sword, along with everything valuable you possess. Ward, do you want to monopolize the spoils?" Before Sean could respond, another group of over 10 individuals arrived. Clearly from 3 different mercenary squads, their positions indicated a readiness to cooperate, yet also to compete. The speaker was the leader of a 4-member mercenary team, a man bearing a long scar over his left eye, rendering it completely blind. The grotesque wound made him appear particularly fearsome. Monopolizing is not a wise choice. If you wish to do so, have you consulted me, Harkins? The other 2 mercenary leaders chimed in. What of it if I wish to monopolize? The leader of the 7, known as Ward, glared with cold intensity, his tone unfriendly. I concede that the prowess of your mercenary team surpasses that of any other present here. However, do you not fear the consequences of offending all 3 of our mercenary groups while seeking to monopolize the spoils? The man with the scar on his face grew cold, his hand instinctively reaching for the knife at his waist. Not only he, but also the 3 members of his team and 2 others from a different mercenary group, all reached for their weapons, clearly signaling their readiness to strike at any moment. As for Sean, trapped at their center, he was met with indifference, treated as nothing more than a mere piece of meat. In their eyes, the real challenge lay in confronting the opposing mercenary team. Once they dealt with them, seizing Sean's possessions, or even taking his life, would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. I ask you, did any of you consider my opinion? Sean gazed at this quartet of mercenaries, already prepared to brawl over the spoils before they had even secured them, feeling a mixture of bemusement and exasperation. How peculiar that he should encounter such oddities today, first that girl, and now these 4 mercenaries. Was this stronghold truly a breeding ground for eccentrics? In truth, Sean had misjudged their intelligence, Both the girl and these mercenary teams were simply applying conventional reasoning to him. By typical standards. Given his age, how much could he have mastered the art of knighthood? Thus, they appeared utterly certain of Sean's helplessness. Are you so eager to court death, boy? The leader of the 7-member mercenary team, Ward, raised an eyebrow, his gaze icy with murderous intent directed at Sean. The displeasure he felt due to the other 3 mercenary teams was exacerbated by Sean's words, which he perceived as a provocation. Naturally, he had never entertained the idea of sparing Sean. Allowing his adversary to escape would only grant him a chance to report back and seek revenge. He was not foolish enough to let that happen. Court death. Sean's expression also turned cool. Initially, he found this encounter intriguing, as it marked his first experience of being ambushed in this world. However, he soon grew weary. While he was not pressed for time, he could not afford to squander it on these individuals. Enough of this prattle. Be quiet, unaware, or perhaps uncaring, of Sean's change in demeanor. Another member of the 7-man team, irritated by Sean's audacity to respond even after Ward's rebuke, swung a powerful fist towards Sean's head. For an ordinary person, such a blow could easily render them unconscious or even kill them. It was evident that he held no regard for Sean's life. Bang! With a shoulder charge, one man was sent flying, spitting blood mid-flight, accompanied by the sharp sound of shattering bones, before crashing to the ground, his eyes rolling back, lifeless like a discarded fish. Gongzer, Ward exclaimed in shock. Hastening to the side of the man who had been blasted away, he placed a hand on the man's chest, only to be met with disbelief. There was no heartbeat beneath his palm. The man was unmistakably dead. You. Ward's gaze bore into Sean, a tempest of anger and astonishment in his eyes. The other 3 mercenaries, witnessing Ward's reaction, shared his shock. One punch, merely one punch, had claimed the life of a mercenary larger than a bear. While there was an element of surprise in the attack, there was no doubt that this youth's strength was already comparable to that of the 3 leaders among them, all of whom were novice knights. Absurd. 3 members of the 7-man mercenary team roared in unison, drawing their battle axes and charging at Sean with ferocity. Chapter 85. Annihilation. Whoosh. As Sean observed the 3 charging towards him, he maintained a stoic expression and reached for the sword at his waist. Slicing through the air, his blade struck true, leaving the 3 men frozen in place as if ensnared by a binding spell. With a swift motion, a clear line of blood appeared across their midsections. And then their upper bodies toppled over like severed tree trunks. One sword had slain 3 men. Standing to the left of the fallen trio was Sean, his sword gleaming in the light. It was then that everyone finally beheld the sword's blade. Its surface was a delicate azure, smoothly contoured, with a curved edge, a knight's sword infused with rare azure gold iron. A masterpiece, undoubtedly among the finest. Though not entirely forged from azure gold iron, it was still remarkably precious. This material was renowned as the exclusive domain of the kingdom's powerful knights, who alone had the privilege of wielding weapons crafted entirely from it. Ordinary weapons, once mixed with azure gold iron, would instantly rise to the realm of masterpieces, and this sword contained a significant amount, surpassing the quality of typical knightly swords. Yet, before their eyes, this exquisite knight's sword inspired no desire for possession. They were all struck by fear. One sword had claimed 3 lives. Among them, aside from the 3 novice knights, none could have matched such prowess. With 3 of his comrades slain, Ward's fury reached a boiling point. He drew his battle axe and leaped into the air, bringing it down with all his might upon Sean. The terrifying strength of a novice knight was fully channeled into his weapon, wielding a force capable of cleaving through even the hardest iron. Clang! Yet, this formidable strike was met with resistance. Not only was it blocked, but Ward himself was sent flying backwards from the force of the impact. Crack! After soaring over 10 meters before hitting the ground and sliding several more. Ward finally regained his footing, his gaze towards Sean filled with dread. He had been repelled by this youth with a single sword strike. How could he, a novice knight, be overpowered in strength by this boy? Just how powerful was he? Hiss! The spectacle unfolding before the eyes of the other 3 mercenaries left them gasping in disbelief that in mere moments, for members of the 7-man team had been slain. And even Ward, possessing novice knight strength, had been repelled by this young man. At that moment, they were filled with regret. Had they known it would come to this, they would never have involved themselves in such a perilous situation. This knight's sword was indeed a treasure, its value exceeding their expectations, but to provoke such a clearly formidable adversary and risk their lives over it was decidedly unwise. What now? One of the leaders of the mercenary teams turned to the other two, seeking counsel. Charge. The remaining two leaders exchanged resolute glances. At this juncture, they understood perfectly well there was no choice but to join forces and eliminate the young man before them. After all, they had already made enemies, even if they retreated now. The boy would likely pursue vengeance. Furthermore, while the young man's strength surpassed that of any one of them, they believed that the three novice knights united could surely overcome him. Clang, clang, clang. The three drew their weapons, a single knife and two swords, and simultaneously charged at Sean. Not only they, but the mercenaries from their respective teams also unsheathed their weapons and advanced on Sean. Clang. Another strike from Sean sent Ward staggering back, and in one fluid motion, he dispatched the remaining two mercenaries from Ward's team. Just as Sean prepared to pursue Ward, he suddenly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a gleaming blade that swept through the space he had just occupied. This attack had been launched by one of the other mercenary leaders. Whoosh, whoosh. Yet that was not the end. As Sean evaded the knife, two more swords swiftly approached from either side. Sensing the rapid assault and recognizing its potential lethality, Sean furrowed his brow. In the next instant, he found himself outside their encirclement. Faced with the three novice knights closing in on him, he ultimately resorted to his speed talent. Without utilizing his speed and strength talents, his power stood at the pinnacle of novice knight. Such a level was simply insufficient against the trio's coordinated assault. However, once he unleashed his speed talent, the outcome of this battle was no longer in doubt. With the enhancement of his speed talent, his velocity surged to a terrifying level, reaching that of a lower-tier knight. Such speed was beyond the capability of those who had yet to attain true knighthood to withstand. Thud. Sean materialized before the very man who had struck at him with a knife, one of the mercenary leaders, and in a single stroke, his sword glided through the air. Thud. A head, wide-eyed in terror, was severed and sent tumbling to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop, dirted and still. Then, with a resounding crash, the headless body fell lifelessly to the ground. This marked the first death among the novice knights throughout this battle. What? How could this be? The two mercenary leaders who had attempted to ambush Sean stood frozen in shock. The boy, who just moments ago had been on the brink of being killed, had vanished in the blink of an eye, only to reappear beside one of them and swiftly execute him. Was this truly the speed that a novice knight could possess? Disregarding the shock of the two individuals, Sean swiftly dispatched the two approaching ordinary mercenaries with two decisive strikes of his sword. Before advancing towards the leader of the seven-man mercenary group, upon witnessing the demise of an apprentice knight, the leader's face contorted with horror, and thoughts of fleeing began to take root in his mind. When the other three mercenary groups joined the fray, he momentarily reveled in the prospect of overpowering this young adversary with the combined strength of his four apprentice knights, convinced that they could vanquish him. However, in the next moment, the boy presented a scene that would be forever etched in his memory. Under the siege of the three apprentice knights, the youth deftly evaded their attacks, ultimately slaying one of them with ease. This boy was no mere lamb. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing, revealing his true ferocity. As Sean charged towards him, the leader hastily raised his axe in defense, yet the longsword pierced his heart before the axe could even descend. In that instant, he realized he would never have the chance to strike. The leader of the seven-man mercenary group fell, marking the complete annihilation of the first mercenary band. Chapter 86. Fear. Yet it was evident that Sean had no intention of relenting. He had never shown mercy to his enemies unless they were overwhelmingly powerful, compelling him to endure, much like the Lund family. Clearly, however, this group was not worthy of his restraint, with every sweep of his sword. Another mercenary fell. Whether they attempted to block his strikes or retaliate in kind, there was no distinction under Sean's blade. Those who raised their weapons found them effortlessly cleaved apart, while those who sought to exchange wounds were already lifeless before their weapons could reach him. To those observing, Sean appeared as a demon. Ah, a demon. One mercenary shrieked, collapsing in terror and attempting to flee, only to find Sean suddenly before him, delivering a fatal blow. 4. With a final thrust, the last mercenary, a leader among them, was pierced through the heart by Sean's sword. When the dust settled, no one was left standing except for Sean. The ground was strewn with dismembered bodies, and with his peak strength as an apprentice knight, each strike delivered over 9,000 pounds of force, an inevitability for such gruesome outcomes. 4 mercenary bands, totaling over 20 individuals, lay dead in this desolate place, their blood staining the earth crimson. Standing amidst the mingling blood, Sean resembled a reaper of souls, Yet he harbored no regrets for their deaths. To mourn for them would be to disregard the lives they had taken. These seasoned men were clearly no strangers to bloodshed. Their demise was well-deserved. Disregarding the wealth soaked in blood that lay among the corpses, Sean continued onward, each step leaving a bloody imprint until, after 100 meters, his traces vanished entirely. Once he was assured of his distance, a voice emerged from behind a nearby thicket. There, for men, including the burly man and the bald one, were drenched in cold sweat. Impossible, they're all dead. The bald man gazed at the pile of remains in shock, his expression one of sheer terror. After today, these 4 mercenary groups will be completely erased from Turdia Fortress. The burly man echoed his astonishment. Collectively numbering over 20, including 4 apprentice knights, they had been annihilated by a single individual. What formidable strength must he possess? Even a fully fledged knight could scarcely compare. What troubled him most was the realization that he had once considered targeting Sean. Had he not hesitated, he might have found himself among those corpses. Let us go. We must leave. The burly man urged the bald man and the other 2 mercenaries. Boss, where to? The other 2, still paralyzed by fear, instinctively queried. Away from the wilderness, far from Turdia Fortress. He replied resolutely. The fortress was no longer safe, with such a formidable presence emerging. Staying could lead to their own demise. Understood. The bald man and the others eagerly concurred, desperate to distance themselves as far as possible. 0.5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. After obliterating the 4 mercenary groups, Sean continued on his path. Moving at a brisk pace, covering 10 kilometers in less than half an hour, his speed was remarkable, not because he concealed his presence. Unlike other mercenary groups that cautiously navigated around clusters of corpses, Sean marched straight ahead, charging through the throngs of bodies to seek out those with awakened bloodline talents. However, to this point, he had yet to encounter any such beings. Given the proximity to the fortress, any awakened corpses would likely have been cleared away, as their danger level far exceeded that of ordinary corpses. Is that the boy? Strange, he is still alive. Along his journey, Sean came across other mercenary groups, each one regarding him with a look of disbelief. While they adhered to their own principles, disdaining acts of robbery, they were equally disinclined to save him. Their indifference was palpable. Though they had anticipated Sean's demise, none felt compelled to intervene. Yet here he was, unscathed and standing before them, prompting them to wonder if the other mercenary groups had spared him. Ignoring their bewildered gazes, Sean strode past them. Despite their curious looks, they showed no inclination to attack. He found little reason to engage with them. He was not a bloodthirsty killer. Every life he had taken was that of someone who harbored murderous intent against him. None were innocent in his eyes. 15 miles, 20 miles that as Sean approached within 20 miles of the fortress, the number of corpses noticeably increased. The clusters he encountered contained at least a dozen, with the largest groups surpassing 50 to here. He encountered no other mercenary groups. The danger of this vicinity deterred most from venturing forth. With a swift strike, Sean cleaved an approaching ordinary corpse in 2. His gaze fixed ahead. Before him stood a dilapidated yet vast estate, sprawling over several thousand square meters. It was evident that the original owner possessed considerable influence. Such an expansive property could not have been acquired without substantial resources. Moreover, the estate's framework, remarkably intact after a century, suggested immense investment in its construction, likely only feasible for a family of great power. Howls echoed from within the estate, signaling the presence of numerous corpses. Undeterred, Sean pressed forward, entering the estate. While others would have fled at the sound of so many undead, Sean's purpose was to seek out those with awakened bloodline talents, making such locations prime for his search. Chapter 87. Surprise. Upon reaching the villa, Sean encountered a towering wall, standing 5 to 6 meters high, constructed entirely from solid stone slabs, seamlessly interlocking to enclose the estate. He saw no entrance and had no intention of searching for one. Drawing his knight's sword, infused with azure iron, he swung it with precision, leaving a streak on the stone wall. With a muffled sound akin to something being sliced, a rectangular section of the wall gave way. Crashing backward with a resounding thud, the heavy stone slab, weighing hundreds of pounds, fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and inadvertently attracting a horde of corpses, which rushed toward the disturbance as if drawn by blood. Yet Sean remained unfazed, stepping through the opening he had created. Is that the little brat? What is he doing here? Damn it! As Sean approached the estate, another group of 4 individuals arrived, 3 men and 1 woman. The very same crew that had warned him at the city gate. After leaving the fortress and entering the wilderness, they had not wandered aimlessly like others, but had set a clear course for this location. However, they lacked Sean's audacity, carefully avoiding encounters with numerous corpses, taking detours to finally arrive here, only to discover that someone had beaten them to it. Someone they recognized. Initially astonished to see Sean, they quickly realized the gravity of the situation in their eyes. He was surely doomed, having attracted the attention of several mercenary groups. Then a chill swept through their hearts. The presence of the other party here indicated that they were far from simple. And it seemed they had all underestimated their opponents. However, the next moment, Sean's actions left them all in a state of shock. He charged directly into the manor, and in the most thunderous manner possible. That guy is finished. The young man among the four shook his head with slight regret. Although he was uncertain of the boy's true strength, Sean's reckless entrance all but sealed his fate. The girl bit her lip, ultimately shaking her head. She did not implore her brother to save the boy, for doing so would only jeopardize all four of them. Having spent several days scouting this location, they were acutely aware of the terrifying presence lurking within the manor. It was a corpse puppet. One of necromancer level. Indeed, it was a corpse puppet powerful enough to rival a formal knight. They did not believe Sean could survive after provoking such a fearsome entity. Since that behemoth has been stirred, it seems there is no hope for this here. The young man sighed. Their purpose for coming was to stealthily infiltrate while the necromancer-level corpse puppet was asleep, to acquire something within. However, now that the puppet had been roused, the prospect of stealthily entering was clearly out of the question. Let us leave. He turned to the girl. The girl nodded. Though troubled by Sean's predicament, she turned and followed the three others in the direction away from the villa. Yet, in the next moment, she abruptly spun around, and so did the three young men. A thunderous noise erupted within the manor, akin to a bulldozer rampaging through, as buildings collapsed and dust billowed. Accompanying this chaos was the enraged roar of the corpse puppet, a sound they were all too familiar with, yet this time it seemed infused with fury. Then, in the next instant, they witnessed a figure wrapped in white light dart out, swiftly fleeing into the distance. Behind him loomed a necromancer-level corpse puppet, towering over 3 meters, but unable to catch up to Sean. It could only roar in frustration and wreak havoc outside the manor before retreating back inside. He is a formal knight. Witnessing this scene, the four were left utterly dumbfounded, until finally, it was the girl who stammered out. The other three did not respond. Their minds were flooded with the image of the figure enveloped in white light. Although the figure was too distant and obscured by the light to see clearly, there was no doubt it was that boy. After all, he was the only one who had entered. After a long silence, the young man spoke. The commotion here is too great. It will likely draw other corpse puppets from elsewhere. We should leave. Agreed. The four no longer hesitated, hastily departing the area. They realized they had truly misjudged the situation. That boy was no ordinary noble youth sneaking out of his home. How foolish they had been to think he would be devoured by the mercenary squads at the fortress. It was laughable. Now it seemed likely that the mercenary teams targeting him had already been annihilated by the boy himself. Whoosh, several kilometers away from the manor, a figure shrouded in white light appeared. Poof, the white light dissipated, revealing a young boy, Sean. To think there would be a necromancer-level corpse puppet. Sean furrowed his brow. Initially, he had aimed to seek out a corpse puppet with awakened bloodline talents, but unexpectedly, he encountered a necromancer-level puppet instead. After exchanging blows for over 10 rounds, he had managed to inflict several wounds on the puppet, but they were all shallow, clearly indicating the puppet's formidable defenses. Moreover, he had not seen any corpse puppets with awakened bloodline talents in that manner, prompting him to make a hasty retreat. Though he could have ultimately slain the necromancer-level puppet, he risked injury in the process. Given the infectious nature of the puppets, any injury would inevitably lead to infection, resulting in his own transformation into a puppet. Effectively a mutual destruction scenario, a fate he wished to avoid, even if it was a necromancer-level puppet. Therefore, he chose to withdraw out of course. Once he acquired the bloodline talent and grew stronger, he would not mind returning to practice against the necromancer-level puppet. After all, having a sturdy and resilient sparring partner for free was not a bad deal. Chapter 88. Collaboration in the evening. Sean returned to the Tada fortress and made his way back to the inn. After a day of searching, he had not discovered any corpse puppets with awakened bloodline talents, clearly indicating that such puppets were not commonly encountered. Furthermore, his search was limited to specific types of awakened bloodline talent puppets. making it even more challenging. During this period of deep contemplation, he decided to reserve the opportunity for fusion replication for speed talents. While strength talents were also crucial, he leaned towards enhancing his speed first. With greater speed, even if he could not win, he could still escape with ease. Conversely, if he prioritized strength without corresponding speed, he would become a sitting duck. Once ensnared by a faster opponent, escape would be nearly impossible, ultimately leading to his demise. In facing the colossal Rent family, Sean had a clear understanding of his positioning. First, he needed the ability to survive under such a behemoth before plotting his revenge. Thus, he chose to enhance his speed talent, for only with sufficient speed could he secure more opportunities for survival. As he dined amidst the incredulous gazes of treasure hunters at the inn, Sean returned to his rented room. Although the incident of him annihilating the 4 mercenary teams had been witnessed by the burly man and the bald man's team, it had not spread that on one hand, they were eager to leave Tadaf Fortress. On the other, they feared that if Sean discovered they were the ones to spread the word, he would become enraged and seek retribution. Thus, to the treasure hunters, Sean's survival and return to the inn seemed nothing short of a miraculous event. Of course, many treasure hunters had begun to doubt Sean's identity as a noble youth sneaking out, for the probability of such miracles occurring was exceedingly rare. They were more inclined to believe that Sean possessed some form of backing. Upon returning to his room, he summoned a servant to bring hot water, taking a warm bath before preparing for sleep. He had not neglected his daily night swordsmanship practice, instead finding a clearing in the wilderness to train before returning to the fortress. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door, causing him to raise an eyebrow. The one knocking at this hour did not seem like a servant, and he had no acquaintances in the inn. Feeling a sense of vigilance, Sean reattached the night sword he had previously unstrapped for sleep and approached the door, slowly opening it with his left hand while his right hand remained poised to draw his sword. Ultimately, he did not act. Standing outside the door were 4 individuals, the same 4 from earlier, including the girl who had kindly warned him. "Is there something you need?" Upon seeing the 4, especially the girl, Sean raised an eyebrow. He found it most challenging to deal with someone like her, uncertain of what strange things she might say this time. However, to his surprise, the girl did not greet him with familiarity. Instead, she appeared somewhat reserved, and it was the young man among the 4 who spoke first. "Hello, we are here to discuss a potential collaboration." Collaboration? Upon hearing those words, Sean narrowed his eyes, already formulating suspicions in his mind. He stepped back a few paces and said, "Come in." "Thank you." The young man expressed his gratitude as he entered the room with the girl and the other 2. "Speak. Why do you want to collaborate with me?" Sean had no intention of serving tea. He directly inquired, as he only offered refreshments to those he was familiar with, and it was evident that these 4 were not among them. "We witnessed your battle with that necromancer-level puppet today," the young man said after some consideration. "Witnessed? You followed me." At this revelation, Sean's expression turned cold, and the temperature in the room seemed to plummet several degrees. The strength bestowed upon him by his speed and power talents was his greatest trump card, and the fact that someone knew it sent a flicker of murderous intent through him. "Please do not misunderstand. We would never follow you. We were merely passing by that manor and happened to see your battle with the necromancer-level puppet. Moreover, we would never divulge your true strength without your consent. We only wish to propose a collaboration." The young man, feeling the chill of Sean's gaze, broke into a cold sweat and hastily explained, "You misunderstand. We did not follow you." The girl and the other 2 men also exhibited panic, hastening to clarify. Having witnessed Sean's terrifying prowess against the necromancer-level puppet, they did not believe they could survive if Sean were to unleash his anger upon them. "Collaboration? What sort of collaboration? Why should I trust you?" Ultimately, Sean suppressed his murderous intent and coldly questioned them. Meeting Sean, the young man did not act immediately with lethal intent. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that this time he had made the right gamble. Prior to approaching Sean for collaboration, they had deliberated whether Sean would strike them down as soon as they revealed their intentions. However, they concluded that he likely would not, as their observations suggested that Sean was not a man with a penchant for bloodshed. "Within the secret chamber of the manor you visited today lies a scroll of knightly cultivation methods. We wish to collaborate with you to retrieve this scroll. As for our trustworthiness, do you truly believe that, given your strength, we would dare to deceive you?" The young man gazed earnestly at Sean as he spoke. "You possess a knightly method. Are you not afraid that by disclosing this information to me, I might choose to seize it for myself, leaving you behind?" Upon hearing this, Sean regarded the young man with an expression of incredulity. He was well aware of the value of knightly cultivation methods. Even the most ordinary scroll could establish a knightly lineage. He was taken aback that they would so readily divulge such significant information. "The truth is, apart from seeking your assistance, we lack the strength to infiltrate on our own," the young man replied with a bitter smile. They had been at the fortress for half a month, employing various methods to gain entry. Yet they had been thwarted by the sheer number of corpses within. It was simply impossible to infiltrate without alerting that powerful necromancer-level corpse. Moreover, it may interest you to know that the manor is the ancestral land of our family, known only to us for a century. "Very well, let us discuss the compensation you can offer me." At this, Sean found himself convinced. The manor was a mere 20 kilometers from the fortress, a distance that had undoubtedly seen previous visitors. As for the necromancer-level corpse within, it was merely a deterrent against ordinary treasure hunters. Any knight of formal standing or higher would have no trouble breaching its defenses. Hearing Sean's words, the young man smiled wryly. If this were a century ago, during the height of their family's power, they would have had the resources to offer Sean a fitting reward. However, 100 years later, their family had fallen into decline, with only 3 apprentice knights remaining, making it impossible to afford the hiring of a formal knight. Apart from the knightly cultivation scroll, there are other valuable items within. We are willing to split the spoils 50-50, and as for the knightly cultivation scroll, you may copy one for yourself. A copy of the knightly cultivation scroll and a 70-30 split of the remaining items. With me receiving the larger portion, Sean countered, shaking his head. He could easily surmise that the primary reason they sought him was to have him restrain the necromancer-level corpse. Thus, he saw no reason to be overly accommodating and stated his demands plainly. Agreed. After a moment's hesitation, the young man acquiesced. While the treasures within the secret chamber were substantial, they needed Sean's assistance to obtain them. Securing 30% was already a favorable arrangement. Furthermore, their primary objective remained the knightly scroll. The decline of their family stemmed from the loss of their core knightly techniques, and if they could recover this scroll, he believed that within a decade, they would once again have formal knights among their ranks. The following day, as the city gates were about to open, Sean arrived at the fortress once more. This time, however, he was accompanied by the same 4 individuals from the previous day. After introductions, Sean learned that they hailed from the family named Caters. With the young man named Dewey Caters and the girl named Pear Caters, they had ventured forth to reclaim the lost core knightly techniques of their family in hopes of revitalizing their lineage. Upon seeing Sean's arrival, some less astute treasure hunters, failing to sense the underlying tension, cast envious glances at the sword at Sean's waist. However, upon noticing the 4 individuals behind him, they quickly abandoned their intentions. While the girl's strength remained unknown, the other 3 were undeniably apprentice knights, and they deemed themselves ill-equipped to confront such a formidable group. Before long, the fortress gates swung open, and Sean and his companions proceeded toward the manor. With 1 formal knight and 3 apprentice knights among them, there was no longer any need to circumvent the throngs of corpses. The horde of undead, comprised of dozens of corpses, fell before them with ease. As if they were merely cutting through vegetables, soon, they arrived at the manor. With a resounding crash, Sean smashed down a wall with a single punch, the tremendous noise echoing throughout the estate, awakened by the commotion. Numerous corpses began to converge upon their location, but Sean paid them no mind. Bathed in radiant white light, he charged forward, cleaving through any corpse that crossed his path with his sword. The attacks of the undead were but a mere tickle against his defenses, and he pressed on toward the necromancer-level corpse. Before long, the familiar cacophony of battle erupted once more, culminating in a fierce clash between a figure enveloped in white light and a towering corpse standing over 3 meters tall. As they fought their way outside the manor, seeing that Sean had engaged the necromancer-level corpse, the 4 individuals wasted no time in rushing into the manor from another entrance. The enraged necromancer-level corpse brought its massive fist crashing down, creating a deep crater nearly a meter in diameter upon impact. Had a solitary individual been present, they would have surely been reduced to a mere pulp. Dodging the strike, Sean retaliated with a sweeping blow of his sword. But the necromancer-level corpse blocked it with its arm. Nonetheless, the force of the blow sent the creature crashing into a wall, raising a cloud of dust in its wake. Truly tough skin and flesh. Sean remarked as he observed the creature rise from the dust. Noting the 3-centimeter gash on its arm from his earlier strike, with his strength now nearing 27,000 pounds, such a powerful blow had only resulted in a shallow wound. While this injury would be considered severe for a human, it was merely a minor setback for a creature of such immense size. The necromancer-level corpse, enraged by the attack, surged forward, its fist as large as a basin, hurtling toward Sean with a deafening rush of wind. Sean stood firm, his knightly sword raised, and met the creature's fist with a forceful strike. The impact sent the necromancer-level corpse flying backward, crashing into a nearby building and causing it to collapse entirely. Yet, moments later, the creature emerged from the rubble, roaring in fury as it charged at Sean once again. Clearly, that last strike had not inflicted sufficient damage. This is becoming troublesome, Sean thought, shaking his head. Although his strength surpassed that of the corpse, it was still limited. Moreover, the undead's body was nearly as hard as iron. Even strikes to vital areas would not guarantee a quick death. Thus, it was nearly impossible to eliminate the creature swiftly. Fortunately, he did not need to kill it. He merely needed to buy time for the 4 individuals. After more than 10 minutes, a firework shot up into the sky from a distance. Recognizing the signal, Sean delivered another powerful blow, sending the necromancer-level corpse crashing into yet another building before turning to flee, his speed reaching its peak. The firework was their agreed-upon signal for retreat. Once they secured their prize, they would shoot a firework into the sky to indicate that he could withdraw. When the necromancer-level corpse clawed its way out of the debris, it found only emptiness, its enemy having long since escaped. In its rage, it unleashed a furious assault, causing many ordinary corpses to fall victim to the resulting destruction. The once well-preserved manor, after enduring such devastation, now stood in ruins. Yet, none paid heed to the damage, not even the descendants of that family. Upon reaching the predetermined rendezvous point, Sean found Dewey Caters and his companions waiting for him. The 4 appeared somewhat disheveled, their leather armor bearing numerous scratches, even though the necromancer-level corpse had been drawn away by Sean. The manor was still home to many ordinary corpses, resulting in inevitable skirmishes. This is the nightly scroll. Upon Sean's arrival, Dewey Caters was astonished to see him looking cleaner than they were, as if he had been on a leisurely outing without a single scratch. They realized they had underestimated his strength and felt fortunate they had not entertained any ill intentions. Given Sean's demonstrated prowess, he could have easily blocked their entry at the fortress gates, leaving them in dire straits. Indeed, Sean replied, accepting the scroll of knightly cultivation from Dewey Caters. He examined it. He found it to be a well-preserved leather book made from an unknown beast's hide. Its cover inscribed with the words Ruther Knight's Blade Technique. It was evidently a knightly method tailored for those with a talent for swordsmanship. Flipping through the leather pages, Sean perused the contents, quickly finishing the entire book. The techniques of the swordsmanship are not numerous, consisting of merely 8 stances. However, they are accompanied by extensive annotations and corresponding methods for synchronizing breathing rhythms, which constitute the essence of this tome, the knight's swordsmanship of Luther. For others, without acquiring the appropriate methods for coordinating their breathing, mastering all 8 stances, even to the point of perfection, would yield little more than an ornamental facade, lacking the capacity to refine the body or apply it effectively in combat. Naturally, to cultivate this knightly technique, one must possess an inherent talent for swordsmanship. Otherwise, the results of their training would be even more dismal than that of Langbo, wasting precious time and potentially rendering them incapable of ever grasping the fundamentals. However, Sean is unconcerned, for he possesses the talent net, rendering him less apprehensive about the concept of innate ability that he recalls that Benjamin harbors considerable weaponry talents, including that of swordsmanship, which he could easily acquire. When the time comes, he could undoubtedly obtain the swordsmanship talent and experiment with this knightly technique, assessing whether its physical enhancement surpasses that of the Silver Frost Knight's swordsmanship, should the latter prove superior. No changes would be necessary. Conversely, if the swordsmanship yields greater benefits for physical conditioning, he could engage in combat with a sword while using a dagger for body training. Furthermore, knightly techniques, regardless of their suitability for oneself, are exceedingly precious. Unlike the Silver Frost Knight's swordsmanship, which cannot be imparted to others, he could seek loyal individuals endowed with the requisite talent to cultivate his own faction using this swordsmanship. The content of the swordsmanship is extensive, and a single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, it is implausible to memorize it merely at a glance. Sean temporarily set aside the knightly technique. Turning his gaze towards the other spoils collected by the four, gold, emeralds, pearls, and jade artifacts filled nearly an entire bag, with gold being the least valuable. The emeralds, pearls, and jade were predominantly of exceptional quality. A fact Sean could ascertain due to the Campbell family's involvement in the jewelry business that a rough estimation revealed that the total value amounted to no less than several million, likely only a fraction of the wealth amassed by the Force family during its prosperous era, indicating their immense affluence. Ultimately, amidst the anguished and gritted teeth of the young girl, Percadius, Sean personally took charge, dividing the valuables worth several million in a 7-3 split, ignoring the young girl's ire-filled glare. Sean considered himself quite courteous for reaching this agreement. Had a knight of lesser character been present, the outcome might have been a direct slaughter of the four. This explains why they had never collaborated with other formal knights, not from a lack of desire, but from sheer fear. Both parties returned to the fortress satisfied, and Sean personally transcribed the knightly swordsmanship, as he could not trust the four to do it. The risk of them tampering with it was too great. Thus he undertook the task himself. With that, the transaction was conclusively settled. If Brother Sean passes through Bobport City, do come as our guest. After exchanging pleasantries, the young man, Percadius, along with the girl and the other two men, departed from the Turdia fortress. This core knightly technique represented the family's hope. Although few were aware of it, to prevent unforeseen complications, the four chose to travel back to their family that very night. Disregarding their departure, Sean began to settle into the inn at Turdia Fortress for an extended stay. Initially, some skeptical mercenary teams, seeing that the four had left, contemplated targeting him, only to be met with his wrath. They were swiftly annihilated, leading to a widespread avoidance of him among mercenary groups. Over time, many mercenary teams would distance themselves upon sighting him, for a man capable of single-handedly decimating a mercenary band was not to be trifled with. With no one daring to cause him trouble, Sean spent his days coming and going, tirelessly seeking awakened corpse puppets endowed with bloodline talents, yet he found no success. It was not that he had not encountered awakened corpse puppets, but rather that they did not possess the speed talent he sought. 10 days prior, he had encountered one with awakened strength bloodline talent, and 5 days ago, he faced another that could transform its arm into a sharp weapon. With a swift stroke of his sword, Sean cleaved 3 approaching corpse puppets in half, flicking the blood from his knightly blade as he continued onward. This location lay over 30 miles from the fortress, and he had ventured increasingly farther from it in recent days. The greater the distance, the denser the concentration of corpse puppets, thus heightening the probability of encountering those with awakened bloodline talents. A cacophony of growls erupted ahead as yet another swarm of corpse puppets emerged, numbering no less than 80. I hope to find a corpse puppet with awakened speed talent. Sean brandished his sword and charged forward. With a swift cut, he severed the head of a corpse puppet that had lunged at him with its claws, then sidestepped another assailant, delivering a vertical strike that bisected it. Sean moved mechanically, wielding his sword with precision. No puppet could reach him, and just as he thought this encounter would yield no results, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The seemingly ordinary corpse puppet pushed through the throng, swiftly reaching Sean's side and lunging at him with a claw. The force behind its claw was formidable enough to rend the air, threatening to tear a hole in him should it connect. Yet, upon seeing this puppet, Sean felt a surge of elation instead of fear. He pivoted his sword, converting his slice into a heavy slap that sent the puppet hurtling into several others. With a dazzling white light enveloping him, he plunged forward towards the puppet. The puppets that dared to strike him were repelled by his defensive aura, sending them flying aside. As he approached, the enraged puppet roared and clawed at him once more. This time, however, Sean seized its claw with his hand. With a resounding crack, he hurled the puppet as if it were a mere straw. A loud thud echoed as it struck the ground, creating a crater of about a meter in diameter. Lying within the pit, the enraged puppet struggled to rise, but found its injuries too severe to allow any movement. Following Sean's throw, its body bore numerous cracks reminiscent of shattered porcelain, dark red blood oozing from the wounds and quickly staining the ground beneath it. Seeing the puppet rendered momentarily incapacitated, Sean turned his attention to the remaining puppets, drawing his knightly sword and charging unflinchingly into their ranks. In mere minutes, none stood upright. The sole surviving puppet lay in the vast crater, feebly attempting to rise, but failing due to its grave injuries. Approaching the solitary puppet, Sean seized its arms and legs, crushing them before dissipating the white light and reaching out to the puppet. Although the defensive field had shielded him, it had also prevented direct contact with the puppet, hindering his ability to discern its talents. Upon making contact, 2 lines of text appeared in his vision. Type, corpse puppet, speed talent, basic. Dot. Upon seeing this, Sean's face lit up with unmistakable joy. This was precisely the awakened speed talent corpse puppet he had been searching for. Without hesitation, he activated the copying and merging ability of the talent net. Instantly, a searing sensation coursed through his body, signifying that the talent net was integrating the speed talent from this puppet into him. 10 minutes later, his temperature stabilized, and he promptly utilized the talent net to examine his own talents. Name, Sean Campbell, Knight Talent. Top tier, Swordsmanship Talent. Advanced, Speed Talent. Basic, Strength Talent. Basic. Upon reviewing this list of talents, astonishment flickered across Sean's face, quickly followed by understanding. Since the transformation of the talent net's copying backup capability into a merging ability, he had consistently experimented with this newfound power. The results revealed that the merging ability could only be effective once for the same type of talent possessed by an individual. Subsequent attempts, even if the merging ability was restored, would yield no further replication of that talent. He perceived talent as akin to a puzzle. Each individual with a talent possessed fragments of the puzzle, with those of lower talent levels holding fewer pieces, while those of higher levels retained more. When the disparity between the puzzle pieces of 2 talents was significant enough to complement each other, a transformation would occur, leading to the emergence of a higher level talent. This was exemplified when he merely copied and merged Langbow's advanced Knight talent, resulting in the evolution into a top-tier Knight talent. Likely due to the substantial differences between his advanced Knight talent and Langbow's. Now, although he has similarly absorbed a primary speed talent, he has not transformed it into an intermediate speed talent. The likelihood is that the primary speed talent he currently possesses shares too many similarities with the primary speed talent of the corpse puppet, with too few differences. However, this does not imply that he has gained nothing from the replication and fusion of this primary speed talent. To verify this, Sean directly activated his current primary speed talent. Whoosh! In an instant, he appeared over 10 meters away, then came to a halt, his eyes revealing an expression of affirmation, despite also being a primary speed talent. The one he currently wielded was significantly stronger than before. It was evident that the recently replicated and fused primary speed talent had indeed benefited his speed. As long as there are gains, that's good enough. Sean could only offer himself this consolation. After swiftly dispatching the corpse puppet that had awakened the speed bloodline talent, Sean made his way back to the fortress. The replication and fusion capability of the talent web would not be restored for another month. And even if he encountered another corpse puppet possessing a speed talent during this period, it would be of no use. Thus, he returned directly. I would like an order of beef stew with potatoes. Upon returning to the inn and after taking a shower, Sean descended to the first-floor restaurant for a meal. The restaurant was bustling with patrons, mostly treasure-hunting mercenaries clad in leather armor, predominantly men, though there were also women among them. However, to underestimate them simply because they were women would be a grave mistake. Any woman who could survive in the Tedia fortress was undoubtedly formidable. And one might argue that women here were even more dangerous than men. These individuals feasted on meat, quaffed ale, and engaged in lively conversations, boasting of their valorous exploits, claiming to have single-handedly battled numerous corpse puppets. Though such tales were often embellished, men, after all, have a penchant for pride, especially those who have indulged in a bit of drink, each one elevating themselves to the status of a knight, despite the fact that they were far from even being apprentice knights. Sean abstained from alcohol, opting instead for a type of juice offered by the establishment, a deliciously sweet and tangy beverage that was particularly refreshing in the summer. After trying it once, he had taken a liking to it. Sipping his juice while enjoying the beef stew with potatoes, Sean listened to the conversations around him, consciously ignoring the most boastful among them. Have you heard? A witch-level corpse puppet has appeared near the fortress, and an 11-man mercenary team was completely obliterated there, with only the apprentice knight captain managing to escape. What? A witch-level corpse puppet? Goodness, to survive that is quite a stroke of luck. How could a witch-level corpse puppet appear near the fortress? Haven't the formal knights cleaned them all out? Unclear. It seems that this witch-level corpse puppet has drifted over from another location. I heard it was injured and possibly chased away by some formal knight or monster, which is why it ended up near the fortress. Ugh, that's too dangerous. Our mercenary team should rest for a few days. Let's wait until the formal knights deal with that witch-level corpse puppet before venturing into the wilderness. Makes sense. As he listened to their discussions, an odd expression gradually settled on Sean's face. If nothing unexpected occurred, that 11-man mercenary team had been ensnared by his actions. After his 2 disturbances, the witch-level corpse puppet had likely left the manor and ventured closer to the fortress, resulting in their encounter. However, he certainly would not disclose this. Those who chose to become treasure-hunting mercenaries must possess the resolve to face death, and if they found themselves in peril, they could only consider themselves unfortunate. Chapter 92. Formal Night. 1 month later. Over 40 miles from Tedia Fortress, a figure enveloped in a faint white light was engaged in combat, with a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall. Surrounded by dozens of corpse puppets, boom, the fist of the 3-meter-tall figure descended like a massive iron hammer, crashing down upon the figure shrouded in white light. Clang, the figure within the white light raised his sword in defense, only to be sent flying by the formidable blow, colliding with several corpse puppets before finally coming to a stop. The figure cloaked in white light was none other than Sean, while the imposing figure was a witch-level corpse puppet. This witch-level corpse puppet was not the same one encountered in the manor. That particular puppet had been dispatched by the formal knights of Tedia Fortress the day after the mercenary team's disaster. Instead, this one was discovered by Sean elsewhere. Excellent. Being struck by the witch-level corpse puppet's punch, Sean felt not fear but exhilaration, his face lighting up with excitement. The reason for his elation was that he had not utilized his speed or strength talents. This meant his current power was his standard state without any enhancements. Yet, even in this state, he could barely withstand the witch-level corpse puppet's ferocity, and more importantly, he possessed the defensive stance typical of formal knights. Indeed, even without activating his speed or strength talents, his power had reached that of a formal knight, indicating he was now a bona fide formal knight, unlike before when he had relied on his talents to reach such levels. That's about right. After exchanging dozens of blows with the witch-level corpse puppet, Sean had gauged his capabilities in an ordinary state. He was slightly weaker than this witch-level corpse puppet. If they continued to battle, the puppet would be severely injured, but he would likely perish. After all, he had only recently become a formal knight, and could be considered the weakest among them. Having assessed his full strength in a standard state, Sean had no intention of prolonging the fight with this witch-level corpse puppet any longer. Activating his primary strength talent, buzz, a sound akin to flames roaring to life resonated as the semi-transparent white light surrounding Sean gradually became denser, no longer appearing as ethereal as before. Whoosh, with a sudden leap, he left a crater in the ground and darted towards the witch-level corpse puppet. Roar. As Sean charged forward, the witch-level corpse puppet let out a roar, barreling towards him like a heavy tank. Bang, bang, bang. Each of its steps reverberated with a thunderous crash, sending tremors through the ground. Any ordinary person witnessing this terrifying display would likely faint from fear, yet Sean was no ordinary individual. During his time in Tedia Fortress over the past month, he had not only grown in strength, but also in combat experience and mindset. Now, even when confronted with a witch-level corpse puppet, his heart remained unperturbed, having faced several such puppets during this period. Boom! The fist of the witch-level corpse puppet descended, the force creating a howling wind, akin to a meteor plummeting from the sky. Swish! As the massive fist struck down, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Sean's eyes. He sidestepped the blow, angling his knight's sword, and swiftly sliced. Thud! The knight's sword cleaved into the witch-level corpse puppet's arm, severing it cleanly, the limbs soaring into the air before crashing to the ground, accompanied by a shower of dark red blood. With a force of 10,000 pounds, enhanced threefold by his primary strength talent, it reached a staggering 30,000 pounds, an amount only a mid-tier knight could wield, far beyond what this witch-level corpse puppet, only slightly stronger than an entry-level formal knight, could withstand. Hence, a single strike was enough to sever its arm. Roar! The witch-level corpse puppet let out a furious howl, its remaining arm sweeping violently, carrying with it immense power. Slamming down upon Sean, boom! A dull thud echoed as the enormous arm, thicker than a man's thigh, struck Sean, yet it was repelled by a layer of hazy white light, sending him staggering back with the force of the impact. The principle behind the formation of the defensive stance remains elusive, even to those who practice knightly magic, but it is undeniable that the greater the strength, the more formidable the defensive field. The 30,000 pounds of force bolstered Sean's defensive field to a level comparable to that of a mid-tier knight, rendering it impervious to the current witch-level corpse puppet. Whoosh! Although struck by the witch-level corpse puppet, Sean merely swayed before regaining his balance. then leaped into the air, his knight's sword thrusting directly towards the heart of the witch-level corpse puppet. Thud. As expected, the heart was pierced, and the colossal figure toppled backward. Crashing down with a thunderous roar, Sean landed, approached, and withdrew his knight's sword from the chest of the witch-level corpse puppet, then turned his gaze toward the approaching horde of corpse puppets, specifically targeting one among them. This particular corpse puppet appeared ordinary, yet it was distinct in its own right, for its claws were notably darker and sharper. He had not only sought out this witch-level corpse puppet to test his newfound power as a formal knight, but primarily to locate a corpse puppet that had awakened the speed bloodline talent. Now that a month had passed, the replication and fusion ability of the talent web had been restored, allowing him to once again replicate and fuse talents. And this particular corpse puppet with its exceptionally dark and sharp claws was his target this time. Clap, clap, clap. Sean strode directly towards the corpse puppet with the unusually dark and sharp claws, while ordinary corpse puppets lunged at him along the way, confronted with the ordinary undead minions, whose strength barely surpassed that of novice knights. Sean could scarcely muster the energy to unsheath his sword. Instead, he sheathed his blade and unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike reverberating with a sound akin to shattering glass as the corpses crumpled lifelessly before him that a few managed to survive. Yet they lay gravely injured, unable to rise for the foreseeable future. Bang, bang, bang. After dispatching the 15th undead, he found himself facing a particularly menacing creature, its claws darker and sharper than the others. This formidable foe sensed the impending danger and swiftly evaded, moving with a speed far superior to its ordinary counterparts. Chapter 93. Intermediate. With a resounding crack, the clawed minion was sent hurtling back, akin to a fly swatted away in the presence of Sean. Evasion was no simple task. Even without employing his basic speed talent, no mere undead with merely awakened speed could hope to escape his grasp. Thud. The creature crashed to the ground, rolling several times before struggling to rise, only to falter again. One of its legs had been shattered by the tremendous force of Sean's blow. This restraint was a testament to Sean's deliberate choice to hold back, as a single punch from him would usually spell certain death for a standard undead. He had spared this one's life, fearing that its mangled form might compromise the bloodline talent within. With a swift motion, Sean released his defensive barrier and pressed his palm onto the incapacitated undead, rendering it immobile. His gaze shifted to the words already imprinted on his retina. Type: undead, speed talent, basic. The bloodline talent of this undead was precisely the intermediate speed talent he desperately needed. Sean was not taken aback by this revelation. He had already discerned during his battle against the Wraith-class undead that this creature possessed the potential for basic speed. This conclusion was not drawn from its displayed agility, but rather stemmed from the transformation of his talent web. When Sean ascended to the rank of a novice knight, his talent web underwent a metamorphosis, evolving from a mere replication ability to one of fusion. Now, as he stood as a full-fledged knight, the talent web transformed yet again, allowing him to probe for talents within a 10-meter radius without the need for physical contact. Undoubtedly, this latest evolution of the talent web provided Sean with unimaginable advantages. Previously, the necessity for physical contact hindered his ability to discern the talents of others, as strangers were often wary and reluctant to allow close proximity. However, the situation had changed. Now, as long as he was within 10 meters, he could unveil the essence of any individual. Without hesitation, Sean activated his fusion ability. The familiar sensation, akin to a searing heat, coursed through his body once more, as if a torrent of molten energy surged within him. He felt his body temperature rise significantly. Anyone attempting to touch him would undoubtedly be startled, as it transcended the mere description of a fever. Unfazed, Sean re-established his defensive barrier, exerting pressure with his palm to crush the undead that had awakened the speed talent. He then moved to a clean area, deactivating his barrier and sitting down to await the transformation of his speed talent. He regarded this metamorphosis with indifference, even if it did not succeed this time. He was confident that future attempts would yield results. The new probing method of the talent web was evidently more convenient and effective than the previous requirement for physical contact, making the search for awakened bloodline talents significantly easier. After 10 minutes, the transformation of his speed talent finally completed, and he activated the probing ability of his talent web. Instantly, all his talents appeared before him. Name: Sean Campbell. Knight talent: top tier. Swordsmanship talent: advanced. Speed talent: intermediate. Strength talent: basic. Intermediate. Upon seeing the word intermediate beside the speed talent, a subtle smile graced his face. Although he understood that even if this transformation did not occur now, it would inevitably happen in the future, witnessing the immediate elevation of his speed talent to intermediate still brought him joy. Indeed, through the continuous replication and fusion of the speed talent, it was only a matter of time before it reached the intermediate level, yet achieving it now saved him considerable time and allowed him to allocate his precious fusion opportunities to other talents. With a swift glance towards a deciduous tree, as thick as a grown man's waist, a flash of movement brought Sean before it, and he struck down with a powerful punch. Boom! The tree shattered into two segments. Crashing to the ground, without pause, Sean dashed away, exhilarated by the sensation of his enhanced speed. The wind whistled past his ears as he reveled in his newfound swiftness. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Fast. No, incredibly fast. If his previous speed resembled that of a motorcycle, now it felt akin to a sports car, an astonishing acceleration beyond mere comparison. He was unaware of the precise speed of mid-tier knights or upper-tier knights. But instinctively, he knew his current velocity surpassed that of peak upper-tier knights, potentially reaching the level of a Grand Knight. Indeed, the qualitative leap between each talent tier was monumental, representing a stark contrast. Time to return. Casting one last glance at the wild expanse that had granted him such profound enhancements, Sean understood it was time to depart, not merely from the wilderness, but from the Tadia fortress. With over a month having passed, the Lund family must have been frantic in their search for him. He could not risk lingering any longer, fearing they might pressure the Campbell family or his acquaintances like Mower to force him out. Therefore, he must return to the academy to re-establish his presence in the Lund family's periphery. Ensuring they believed he remained within their grasp. Of course, the truth of his status would only be revealed through confrontation. Now, his strength had reached the threshold of a novice knight, and with the addition of his basic strength talent and intermediate speed talent, he had become a formidable force. His strength was equivalent to that of a mid-tier knight, while his speed had reached the pinnacle of upper-tier knights, possibly even the Grand Knight level. With such terrifying speed, even peak upper-tier knights would struggle to capture him, granting him a measure of self-preservation against the Lund family. Chapter 94. Return to the Lund family residence. How did the operation go? Phyllis Lund inquired, directing his gaze at the middle-aged man opposite him. It has been taken care of. Both legs have been broken, that he won't be able to get out of bed for at least a month. The middle-aged man bowed respectfully in response. Phyllis Lund nodded, though his expression remained devoid of genuine satisfaction. Several months prior, when Sean had exhibited the potential of a kingdom-level powerhouse and the animosity between him and the Lund family had come to light, Phyllis was appointed to handle the matter. This responsibility reflected both the family's trust in him as the primary heir and served as a test of his capabilities. Successfully managing this affair would solidify his position, while failure would prompt the family to reassess his qualifications. He was acutely aware of the numerous half-brothers who eyed his inheritance with envy. In order to secure his current standing, he had not hesitated to cast aside his full-blooded brother, Wallace, as a pawn. However, the progress of this endeavor had proven far from satisfactory. For 4 consecutive months, Sean had remained confined within the academy, leaving Phyllis with no opportunity to strike. In desperation, he resorted to sending assassins to infiltrate the Neo Knight Academy and eliminate Sean. Yet the attempt ended in failure. The infiltrators seemed to vanish without a trace. Then, over a month ago, Sean had seemingly evaporated from surveillance, prompting Phyllis to dispatch search parties, but Sean remained elusive. Meanwhile, the family head had grown increasingly skeptical of Phyllis's capabilities due to the prolonged lack of progress. Should he fail to deliver satisfactory results soon, his position as the primary heir might be jeopardized. Thus, he resolved to take another risk, covertly targeting those close to Sean. His chosen target was none other than Mower, who was conveniently located in the capital. From the intelligence gathered, it can be said that Sean shares an exceptional bond with Moore, who once expended a considerable sum to procure silver deer blood. To prevent Sean from being expelled. In return, Sean guided Moore's inept cousin for a duration of 6 months. Although Moore is a student at the Neo Knight Academy, any action taken against him could attract scrutiny from the academy. Nevertheless, there is little room for hesitation at this juncture. Moreover, the academy only conducts thorough investigations in instances of severe injury or death among students. Mere injuries lead to cursory inquiries, and as long as one acts discreetly, it is likely that the incident will go unnoticed. 3 days later, at the gates of the capital of the Carlo Kingdom, a golden-haired youth appeared, Sean, gazing upon the majestic and towering gate, which stood over 20 meters high. Sean couldn't help but feel a deep sense of reflection. Just over a month ago, he had fled this very place in a state of utter disarray, avoiding the town altogether and traversing the wilderness for 10 consecutive days to be by the time he reached the Tada fortress. He was hardly better off than a beggar, looking truly wretched. Yet now, after more than a month, he had returned, and this time, he was confident he would not find himself in such dire straits again. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. That's him, Sean. Quickly, hurry and inform young Master Phyllis that Sean has appeared. As soon as Sean emerged at the city gates, he was spotted by a servant of the Run family, who had been waiting there for over a month. Soon after, the news of Sean's return reached Phyllis Run. Excellent, he has finally returned. Phyllis Run sneered, acknowledging the undeniable connection between Sean and Moore. The moment Moore was harmed, Sean had reappeared. Senior Sean. Senior Sean. Upon entering the Neo Knight Academy, Sean was immediately recognized by numerous students, despite being away for over a month. Sean's reputation had not faded. The weight of the kingdom's powerful figures ensured that his name remained prominent. Even the mere potential he possessed was sufficient for many to place significant bets on him. Just like that knight's sword, so costly that selling the entire Campbell estate might not suffice to acquire it. This was precisely why several treasure-hunting mercenary teams with aspiring knights sought to rob Sean. Sean responded to each greeting before making his way to the faculty accommodation, where he found Teacher Joru to report his return. Teacher Joru was quite displeased with Sean's post-event report, yet upon observing Sean's sincere demeanor and good attitude in admitting his mistake, he decided to let it slide. He felt a sense of pride at having a student with the potential of a kingdom's power in his class, having boasted about it to his old friends over the past few months. After leaving the faculty accommodation, Sean headed towards his dormitory, only to find someone waiting at the door. It was a youth with flaxen hair, clad in the academy's knight attire, a sword at his waist. Though not particularly imposing in stature, his muscles were robust and firm. Upon hearing footsteps, he quickly turned to Sean and exclaimed, "Brother Sean." This was none other than Moore's cousin, Lambert. Sean nodded, a smile gracing his face. Compared to a month ago, Lambert appeared somewhat darker and more robust, clearly having not slackened in his efforts during that time. What brings you here? Have you encountered any issues with your knightly swordsmanship training? Not exactly. Lambert hesitated slightly before responding. Moore's cousin has been injured by someone. What? Upon hearing this, the smile vanished from Sean's face, replaced by an icy demeanor. In an instant, the temperature around him seemed to drop several degrees, causing Lambert to shiver involuntarily. What exactly happened? How could Moore have been harmed? I don't know. Moore's cousin won't say. I only heard from a senior who was present that the moment they saw Moore's cousin, they attacked him without hesitation. They didn't have time to intervene before he was injured. They attacked Moore the moment they saw him. Sean's eyes glinted with coldness as he pressed further. Who was it? It was a sixth-year student. Where's Moore now? In the dormitory. Chapter 95. Infiltration. An hour later, Sean departed from Moore's dormitory, his gaze filled with a chilling intensity. He had seen Moore and witnessed his injuries. Both legs were broken, ensuring he would be bedridden for at least a month. A testament to the brutality of his assailant. Although the sixth-year student who harmed Moore had been confined by the academy immediately, Sean knew this matter was far from over, despite Moore's insistence that he was attacked due to a personal conflict. Sean could discern the underlying strangeness of the situation. Clearly, the sixth-year student had acted under someone else's orders, and it was evident that the Run family was behind it. Moore likely recognized this, and, not wanting Sean to feel guilty or to confront the situation recklessly, insisted it was merely a conflict that led to his injury. Run family. Sean muttered the name with a cold sneer. A month prior, he would have felt utterly powerless in the face of such a formidable force, left with no recourse but to hide. Yet now, he was vastly stronger than he had been a month ago, particularly with the existence of his intermediate speed talent, which had placed him in an almost invulnerable position. This time, he was determined to teach the Run family a profound lesson. Later that night, in the chambers of Phyllis Run from the Run family, Sean has returned to the academy, hasn't he? Yes, young Master Phyllis. A burly middle-aged man who had long served him responded respectfully, then hesitated before speaking again. Young Master Phyllis. Now that Sean has returned to school, what if he continues to stay inside and does not come out? Not come out. Phyllis Run sneered coldly. If he refuses to come out, then we shall force him to do so. Upon hearing this, The burly middle-aged man seemed to grasp the implication. Force him out? Young Master Phyllis, are you planning to? Yes. Send him a letter stating that if he does not wish for those around him to suffer, he should come to the Elan Valley outside the city by noon tomorrow. You know what to do next. Understood. I shall take care of it immediately. The burly middle-aged man understood his cue. As the door swung open and the burly man exited, he left it ajar. Inside the room, Phyllis Rund raised an eyebrow. The burly man, though rugged in appearance, possessed a remarkably keen intellect, which pleased Phyllis. Typically, the man would respectfully close the door upon exiting, yet this time, for some inexplicable reason, he failed to do so. Phyllis felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and ordered, "Close the door." With a thud, there was no verbal response. But the door was promptly shut. Phyllis Rund lowered his gaze to the map on the table, which depicted the Elan Valley. He needed to contemplate how many formal knights to dispatch to ensure the complete annihilation of Sean. After a while, he had made up his mind and lifted his head, only to be startled by the sight of someone standing less than a meter away from him, but a figure cloaked in a dark mantle silently observed him, seemingly having been there for an extended period. Snap! Phyllis instinctively reached for his sword, intending to shout for help, but in the next moment, a blade pressed against his throat, halting his movements. The sound he intended to utter was forcefully swallowed. For he knew all too well that the assailant could slay him before he completed his actions. "Who are you?" Phyllis Rund inquired, feigning calmness despite the cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Betraying his anxiety, faced with the threat of death, even the first heir of the Rund family, accustomed to grand spectacles, could not maintain his composure. He didn't dare move, fearing that any action might be misconstrued as resistance. Silence. The cloaked figure offered no reply, yet an icy killing intent radiated from them, instantly enveloping Phyllis Rund in a frigid atmosphere. Feeling the oppressive aura, Phyllis's heart sank as he realized the assailant harbored a fierce intent to kill. He quickly spoke up. "You must have some misunderstanding. This is the Rund family. Then I have not come to the wrong place." The cloaked figure finally spoke, and upon hearing that voice, Phyllis Rund's heart jolted. It was unmistakably the voice of a youth. He gazed at the cloaked figure with suspicion, attempting to peer through the fabric to discern the individual within. That it was unfathomable that someone could infiltrate this heavily guarded space without alerting anyone. How could they possibly be a mere boy? This left him filled with doubt. "Who exactly are you? I never imagined that the one who has been targeting me for the past few months would be you." The cloaked figure pulled back the hood, revealing an exceedingly youthful face beneath the cape. "Is that you?" Upon seeing this visage, Phyllis Rund's expression transformed into a tapestry of astonishment and disbelief. He had never encountered Sean in person, but he had seen Sean's portrait, and thus immediately recognized the individual before him as the very Sean he had been contending with. It was precisely this recognition that sparked his shock and disbelief. Familiar with the intricate defensive arrangements of the Rund family, he was acutely aware of their formidable security, sentinels and scouts alternating, along with patrolling guards. That it could be said that even a high-ranking knight would struggle to infiltrate undetected, given the youth of the individual before him. He could not possibly be a high-ranking knight. Yet, he had managed to breach their defenses without alerting anyone. How could this not leave him in a state of shock and disbelief? "The guards of the Rund family are indeed stringent. I almost failed to infiltrate," Sean remarked, a blatant sneer adorning his face as he gazed at Phyllis Rund. Even with his mid-level speed talent, which rivaled that of a peak high-ranking knight, possibly even approaching that of a grand knight, he had exerted considerable effort to evade the Rund family's guards and gain entry. It was undeniable that the Rund family's security was exceptionally tight. However, seeking out Phyllis Rund was not part of his original plan. Initially, he intended to randomly select a target within the Rund family to assassinate, instilling fear and chaos among the family members as they dealt with the silent death of one of their own, leaving them too preoccupied to focus on him. Yet, unexpectedly, he had found his primary target. Outside the room, he had overheard a conversation between Phyllis Rund and a burly man, immediately deducing that the two individuals in the room were the very ones who had been plotting against him. Thus, he designated them as his first targets. "How on earth did you manage to infiltrate?" Phyllis Rund asked incredulously, unable to believe that Sean had entered solely by his own power. In his view, Sean must have exploited a flaw in the Rund family's defenses to gain entry. Sean remained silent, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Phyllis Rund. "The 6th grade student who injured Moore Leonard was bought off by you, was he not?" No, I did not send anyone to harm more Leonard, Phyllis Lund replied, his eyes flickering momentarily. Had he already lured Sean into the Ellen Valley, he would have confessed without hesitation, but given the current circumstances, admitting to having hired someone would be tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Is that so? Sean retorted, a cold smile gracing his lips. He had certainly noticed the fleeting glimmer in Phyllis Lund's eyes. The sword pressed against Phyllis Lund's throat sank slightly, causing several drops of crimson blood to trickle down from the gash it had made. Feeling the sting of the wound, Phyllis Lund's expression shifted. And he quickly implored, Sean, I am the primary heir of the Lund family. If anything happens to me, you and the Lund family will have no room for negotiation. Room for negotiation? Do you truly believe there is still room for that at this point? Sean's gaze was frigid, his tone laced with mockery. From the moment he was targeted for assassination by the Lund family, any possibility of reconciliation had vanished. Not only would he never forgive the family that had attempted to take his life, but even if he were inclined to make peace, the Lund family would never dare to accept it. Observing the mockery on Sean's face and the cold, murderous intent in his eyes, Phyllis Lund felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. His countenance filled with terror as he begged, Please don't kill me. That I can speak on your behalf within the Lund family and persuade them to call off the assassination. In the next instant, the sword at his throat swept through with lethal precision, and Phyllis Lund's eyes, filled with intense resentment, widened as he fell lifelessly to the ground, unable to fathom that Sean would act with such resolve. Even before he could articulate the very words he had intended to say. Not necessary, Sean remarked, shaking his head as he looked down at Phyllis Lund, whose eyes still bore the weight of unfulfilled defiance even in death. Just as he had stated earlier, there was indeed no room for negotiation between him and the Lund family, and he did not believe that Phyllis Lund possessed the influence to alter the family's decisions. Clearly, the words he had attempted to utter before his demise were mere deceptions aimed at securing his own escape. After searching the room, Sean discovered some jade ornaments and several 100,000 in gold notes. He left the jade ornaments behind, but he took the gold notes without hesitation. The distinctive nature of the jade ornaments made them easily traceable, while the gold notes could be used and exchanged anywhere without any identifiable markings. Departing from the room, Sean stealthily made his way elsewhere. Although he had just slain a direct descendant of the Lund family, and the primary heir at that, he had no intention of ceasing his pursuit. For over a month, he had endured considerable hardship at the hands of the Lund family, particularly during the 10 days he spent en route to the Tedyar fortress, when he could not enter any towns and had to subsist on wild fruits and spring water, sufferings that words could scarcely convey. Thud. A middle-aged man was slain by him in his slumber. Thud. Another middle-aged man, already a formal knight, met a similar fate, as Sean's terrifying speed left his opponent unable to even activate a defensive stance before being dispatched. After eliminating these two middle-aged men, he came upon a Gothic-style building. This edifice was exquisitely adorned, its walls constructed from large blocks of crimson stone, surrounded by an array of rare flora, their subtle fragrance wafting through the air. A soothing balm for the senses, all possessing calming properties. Clearly, the occupant of this residence was of no ordinary standing. Realizing the exceptional status of the inhabitants, Sean was determined not to let the opportunity slip by. However, just as he approached the structure, a thunderous voice erupted from a seemingly ordinary house nearby. Who goes there? Accompanying the voice, a figure enveloped in white light burst through the door, shattering it as he emerged. It was a man, cloaked in a radiant white aura, pure as jade, solid as substance, as if he were sculpted from white jade itself. What is this? Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the figure and the tangible white light surrounding him, Sean's expression shifted, recognizing that he had underestimated the situation. The occupant of this building was undoubtedly of significant importance, as evidenced by the presence of such a formidable guardian. Whoosh! The man charged towards the cloaked Sean, swinging his sword with lethal intent. The sound of the blade sliced through the air like rolling thunder, the very atmosphere tearing apart as if the sword could cleave the heavens. Whoosh! Sensing the terrifying force of the strike, Sean's hair stood on end, a primal sense of danger causing his heart to race. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full speed, enhanced by his mid-level talent, vanishing like smoke in an instant. Thud! The man's sword cleaved down where Sean had just stood, creating a gash in the ground several meters long and nearly a meter deep, a testament to the sheer power of the strike. Phew! Witnessing the destructive force of the blow, Sean's expression was one of shock. Currently, if he were to utilize his power talent, it would yield a force of approximately 30,000 pounds. Yet, this sword's might was in a league of its own. There was no doubt that this individual was not a lower-tier knight, nor even a mid-tier knight. The only conclusion was that the attacker was a high-ranking knight. Moreover, Sean had already deduced the identity of his assailant. After all, within the entire Lund family, there was only one individual known to possess the strength of a high-ranking knight. And that was Monroe Lund, renowned as a peak high-ranking knight. "Who are you?" Monroe Lund inquired, his demeanor turning serious after his initial strike failed, although his opponent had not activated a defensive stance. The fact that the intruder had evaded his attack indicated that their speed was at least on par with his own. The most troubling aspect was that such a person was clearly an enemy, as evidenced by their stealthy intrusion into the Lund family. In response to Monroe Lund's question, Sean remained silent, shrouded in his black cloak that concealed his entire face, rendering his age indiscernible. However, once he spoke, all would be revealed. Chapter 97. Above the pinnacle, who goes there? At that moment, 5 individuals emerged from the exquisitely furnished residence. 4 of them were enveloped in white light, clearly indicating that they were at least formal knights. The last was a portly middle-aged man, dressed in noble attire, adorned with a badge featuring 3 white magnolias, an emblem of an earl. This indicated that the rotund gentleman was indeed an earl. Sean finally comprehended why a peak high-ranking knight resided nearby as a guardian. The individual dwelling within was the supreme authority of the entire Lund family. Without hesitation, Sean turned to flee from the Lund family estate. A peak high-ranking knight, accompanied by 4 at least formal knights, would form a formidable encirclement. Even with his current speed, escape would not be guaranteed. Upon witnessing Sean's swift retreat, Monroe Lund let out a sharp reprimand and hastily pursued him. Not only he, but 2 of the 4 formally recognized knights accompanying the portly middle-aged man also broke off to chase after Sean. Regrettably, apart from Monroe Lund, who managed to keep pace with Sean, the other 2 knights found themselves distanced almost immediately, their speed insufficient to match Sean's remarkable agility. With a whoosh, Sean darted straight towards the outskirts of the Lund estate, effortlessly cleaving through walls and obstructions with his sword. Before long, he was nearing the outermost perimeter of the Lund family grounds. Suddenly, a blade emerged from an unseen corner, slicing toward him with alarming speed. The assailant was evidently a formal knight, as demonstrated by the swift and lethal nature of the attack. Indeed, when Sean turned to face the direction of the incoming strike, he beheld a man enveloped in a radiant white light. Clearly, the man had heard the commotion and lay in ambush, anticipating Sean's approach. In a flash, a white light erupted from Sean, and rather than retreating from the oncoming knight, he advanced, evading the strike with a deft maneuver, and passed by the man. That fleeting moment, the glimmer of his sword swiftly grazed the knight's throat. With the enhancement of his formidable strength, reaching an astonishing 30,000 pounds, Sean's blade effortlessly penetrated the knight's defensive barrier, severing his head cleanly from his body. The head fell to the ground, revealing a visage of sheer horror upon the knight's face. He had not anticipated being bested so easily. Death! A furious shout echoed from behind Sean, accompanied by the terrifying sound of a weapon cleaving through the air. Monroe Lund had caught up, only to witness the brutal slaying of a fellow knight right before his eyes. A wave of unrestrained rage surged across his features. Such knights were scarce even within the Lund family. And now one had been slain before him by Sean. With a swift sidestep, Sean dodged a massive stone pillar that supported a nearby structure, which was then cleaved in 2 by his blade. The loss of support caused a corner of the building to collapse with a resounding crash, while Sean and Monroe Lund had already distanced themselves from the chaos. With the defensive prowess comparable to a mid-tier knight, Sean crashed through the outer wall of the Lund estate, emerging outside and fleeing without hesitation. Behind him, Monroe Lund pursued relentlessly, yet the gap between them only widened, his speed proving to be slightly inferior to Sean's. Ultimately, he could only watch as Sean vanished into the shadows. "Cursed!" he exclaimed, halting to cast a furious glare at the darkness where Sean had disappeared, before turning back towards the Lund estate in the distance. Once assured that he was no longer being pursued, Sean came to a halt. The day's events had been perilous, yet undeniably worthwhile. Following his assassination attempt, the Lund family would surely be gripped by fear, leaving them little energy to retaliate against him. This was precisely his intent. He was not yet prepared to confront the full might of the Lund family head-on, and thus resorted to such tactics to divert their attention. As for the unexpected encounter with Monroe Lund, a peak upper-tier knight, it had indeed taken him by surprise. yet also filled him with delight. He had not anticipated crossing paths with such a knight. Believing it best to avoid direct confrontation, despite his confidence in his own speed, which he felt was on par with that of a peak upper-tier knight. However, he had underestimated the acute senses of a knight at that level. Though he managed to evade the patrolling guards, he could not escape the keen ears of the peak upper-tier knight, ultimately leading to his discovery. The ensuing chase had confirmed that his speed was indeed comparable to that of a peak upper-tier knight, if not superior, allowing him to evade capture even when confronted by obstacles. He surmised that his speed had now reached the threshold of an emerging great knight, as the only rank above peak upper-tier knights was that of great knights. This realization filled him with enthusiasm. With a mid-tier speed talent, he had achieved a velocity akin to that of a great knight. What an astonishing augmentation. He also began to contemplate the implications of his strength talent. If a mid-tier speed talent could elevate him to such heights, might a mid-tier strength talent similarly enhance his power to that of a great knight? Though merely a conjecture, he felt it bore significant potential. For if a mid-tier speed talent could yield such results, the enhancement from a mid-tier strength talent could hardly be lesser. Such thoughts ignited a fervent desire within him to venture into the wilderness immediately. Seeking to transform his basic strength talent into a mid-tier one. However, he quickly tempered this impulse. Having only recently employed the fusion technique, he had yet to encounter a suitable target for replication. Thus, he resolved to remain at the academy for a while longer. While the ordinary instructors could no longer provide guidance in the art of knighthood, the academy still offered valuable instruction in various other skills. His previous escape from the capital to the fortress had been fraught with difficulties, yet he had managed to survive, owing largely to the survival techniques he had learned at the academy. Without those skills, he might have been forced to venture into town for sustenance, where the watchful eyes of the Lund family would surely have detected him. Given his then current strength, being discovered by the Lund family would have spelled certain doom. Evidently, the diverse skills imparted by the Neo Knight Academy were not without merit, and thus he resolved to dedicate this time to mastering them. Chapter 98. Tremors in the residence of the Lund family patriarch. Core members of the family had gathered, including Wallace, who was acutely aware of the turmoil he had instigated. For the past days, he had confined himself to his quarters, hoping to improve the family's perception of him through this self-imposed isolation. Little did he know, the Lund family had already deemed him a pawn, to be sacrificed once Sean was successfully assassinated, serving as an offering to the Neo Knight Academy. Nearby, 5 elegantly attired young men and women, his half-siblings, stood. While slightly farther away, another group comprised of distant relatives, some of whom were close enough in blood relation to be considered cousins, also qualified to be present. The Lund family patriarch, Count Darius Lund, occupied the central seat. He cast a scrutinizing glance at Wallace and his siblings, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Where is Phil? Perhaps he has fallen asleep. Our elder brother has been exceedingly busy lately, undertaking the task of assassinating that Sean. Yet after half a year, there has been no progress. One wonders what he has been occupied with." A lavishly dressed young man interjected, his tone laced with sarcasm. As another contender for the title of heir, he seized the opportunity to undermine Phil, the first in line. "Indeed, when can we expect results from our elder brother? If he is not anxious, we, his siblings, are certainly growing impatient," chimed in a young woman clad in a flowing purple gown. As another heir, she shared the same vested interest as the previous speaker, and both were keen to see Phil toppled to elevate their own prospects. Upon hearing their remarks, Count Darius Lund's frown deepened. His seasoned instincts allowed him to perceive their ulterior motives. However, Phil's recent performance had indeed left much to be desired at that moment. A disheveled man clad in the Lund family's standard guard uniform burst into the room, his face a mask of panic. "Something terrible has happened." Count Darius Lund, already simmering with frustration, felt his ire rise further at the sight of the guard's disarray. "What is it?" he demanded, his voice tinged with anger. "Master Phil has been murdered." The guard stammering only intensified Count Darius Lund's growing agitation, as it took him a while to convey the shocking news. "What?" The room fell into stunned silence, the gravity of the revelation hitting everyone like a thunderclap. While some were stricken with shock and fear, those aligned with Phil, others experienced a thrill of exhilaration, their reactions telling the unspoken tale of their motivations. On the following day, news of the incident spread throughout the capital, stirring discussions even within the halls of the Neo Knight Academy, where many students and faculty engaged in fervent conversations about the event. The Lund family, a millennia-old count family, had experienced a decline over the past century or two, with no formidable figures emerging. Yet it still held a prominent position among the noble houses. It is indeed astonishing that such a family has fallen prey to an attack, resulting in the demise of 4 family members, one of whom was the heir apparent of the Lund family, the first in line to inherit the family legacy. The death of the family heir has undoubtedly led to a profound loss of dignity for the Lund family. Many speculate that this act was orchestrated by a rival family, clearly incensed by the recent actions of the Lunds, which prompted them to send assassins after the family's core members. However, the Lund family has remained silent throughout this ordeal, as they themselves are unaware of the identity of their assailants. The assassination was shrouded in mystery. They had not recently made enemies with any family, making it challenging to ascertain the perpetrator's identity. Compounding their concerns, the speed exhibited by the assailant last night was alarmingly superior, surpassing even that of Monroe Lund, a peak knight, leading them to suspect that the assassin might indeed be a high-ranking knight. If this were the case, it would pose a significant threat to the Lund family, as they may have unwittingly offended a family with a formidable knight in their ranks that a misstep could lead to the downfall of the Lund family. Outside, the Lund family remained on high alert against any hostile families, while within the academy, Sean commenced a tranquil academic life, following the death of Filch Lund, and with a potentially dangerous family lurking in the shadows. Poised to strike again, the members of the Lund family were filled with trepidation, focusing all their efforts on securing their safety, leaving them little energy to deal with Sean. Faced with an adversary possessing the potential to become a high-ranking knight and another that might already have one, the choice of whom to prioritize was glaringly obvious. With the Lund family's distractions diminished, Sean's life returned to a state of serenity. Excellent. In the grove where he usually practiced, Sean nodded in approval towards Lambert, who had just completed his knightly sword technique training. Lambert had finally reached a level of proficiency in the technique, meaning he could now utilize it to refine his physical abilities. As anticipated. With his innate talent as a high-ranking knight, once he began applying the sword technique for physical conditioning, his training progressed at an astonishing pace, though he had started later than his peers and still lagged behind them. Sean was confident that by the time of the final assessment, Lambert would undoubtedly catch up. "I owe it all to your guidance, Brother Sean," Lambert exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. The past few days had felt surreal to him, as if he were living a dream. After more than half a year of stagnant progress since his enrollment, he was finally witnessing a remarkable improvement, and the rapidity of this growth left him astounded, even surpassing that of his classmates who had previously shown the most progress. Could this truly be the growth rate of someone whom the instructors had deemed a lost cause? As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but look gratefully at Sean. Undoubtedly, all of this was thanks to Sean's encouragement and guidance. Without it, he might have given up long ago and never reached this point. "No, this is the result of your own hard work," Sean replied with a smile, shaking his head. While his guidance played a role in Lambert's progress, the more significant factor was Lambert's inherent talent as a high-ranking knight. Without such a talent, all efforts would be in vain. Even if Lambert worked tenfold harder, he would not have achieved the same transformation. It was akin to Sean's past, where he exhausted himself in training, yet still faced expulsion due to his lack of talent. Had it not been for his arrival, Lambert would likely have suffered the same fate. Chapter 99. Graduation 3 months later. The year drew to a close, free from the Lund family's disturbances. Sean had spent a tranquil 3 months studying at the academy. During this time, he focused intently on his studies, learning numerous invaluable techniques, such as using the sparse arrangement of plant leaves to determine direction, or assessing the potability of nearby water sources based on surrounding vegetation. Of course, the most significant improvement was in his own strength, which had surged from an initial capacity of 10,000 pounds to an impressive 13,000 pounds. His speed had also seen considerable enhancement. With this degree of growth, he was no longer the weakest of the low-ranking knights, even without utilizing his speed and strength talents. However, when factoring in his talents, the results were staggering. A threefold increase propelled his strength to 39,000 pounds, nearing the formidable threshold of 40,000 pounds, and his speed had escalated beyond what could merely be described as an entry-level achievement for a high-ranking knight. At this point, Sean felt he had exhausted the valuable knowledge the academy could offer, leading him to make the decision to graduate early. The Neo Knight Academy, like other knight academies, operated on a 6-year program. But it was not mandatory for all students to remain for the full duration. Those who met certain criteria could apply for early graduation, with strength being the foremost requirement, as the academy primarily valued combat prowess. In ordinary knight academies, the requirement was to reach the rank of apprentice knight, while elite institutions like the Neo Knight Academy mandated that students attain the rank of official knight. This standard was set because, at the official knight level, even the best academies could no longer provide significant instruction. Thus, it was unnecessary to compel students to remain in the residence of Instructor Jorith within the academy. He inquired, "Are you certain you wish to apply for early graduation?" furrowing his brow as he looked at Sean. "Yes," Sean affirmed with a nod. "Then you should be aware of the conditions required for early graduation." Indeed, Sean nodded once more. Upon witnessing Sean's confirmation, a glimmer of brightness appeared in Instructor Jorith's eyes. While he had his suspicions, the confirmation from Sean still left him astounded. Just a year prior, Sean's strength had been approximately 5,000 pounds. And now, at the year's end, he had achieved the status of an official knight. Such a terrifying rate of growth was truly deserving of someone with the potential to be a powerhouse within the kingdom. After a pause, suppressing his astonishment, Instructor Jorith took a deep breath and said, "Very well, I will assist you in applying to the academy, but whether your application is successful will ultimately depend on your own merits." "Thank you." Instructor Jorith, Sean expressed his gratitude. The following day, through the deliberate dissemination of information by the academy's higher-ups, news swept through the Neo Knight Academy once more, even more sensational than before. Sean had become an official knight and had successfully graduated from the academy. What does it mean to be an official knight? It signifies possessing a strength of at least 10,000 pounds, and, once verified, could immediately lead to a noble title from the kingdom. Along with numerous privileges, most individuals might never attain this rank in their lifetime, yet Sean had achieved it at such a young age, the realization that they may never reach their ambitions. While Sean had accomplished it in just a few short years, left many feeling wistful. Indeed, the disparities between individuals were stark, akin to the divide between nobility and commoners. Nobles were born into privilege, enjoying the finest material conditions without effort, while commoners were left to toil under the oppression of the aristocracy, surrendering the majority of their hard-earned sustenance to their lords. 2 days later, the testing hall of the Neo Knight Academy was opened. However, unlike previous occasions, this time it was not for the end-of-year assessments of any particular class, but solely for Sean, and the purpose was not assessment but rather to confer upon him a noble title. Naturally, although this event was dedicated solely to Sean, the attendance was far greater than usual, drawing a crowd of students, instructors, and even various nobles and wealthy merchants from the royal capital. The reason for this overwhelming turnout stemmed from an ironclad rule that had been passed down through the Neo Knight Academy for centuries. For as long as anyone could remember, every student who graduated early from the Neo Knight Academy, provided they did not meet their downfall en route, without fail became a powerhouse within the kingdom. This ironclad rule had become a benchmark for assessing the potential of aspiring knights. Historical figures such as the formidable Werner Rupert from centuries past and the recently recorded inspirational figure, Lady Scarlet, served as prime examples of those who had graduated early from the Neo Knight Academy. Previously, Sean had been regarded as possessing the potential of a kingdom powerhouse, yet some had harbored doubts regarding this assessment, as typically, those with such potential graduated early from the academy, yet Sean had not. However, the situation had changed. Sean had now graduated successfully, eliminating any grounds for skepticism. Within the testing hall, numerous platforms had been erected, including a section reserved for distinguished guests. This moment, a sparse gathering of a little over 10 individuals occupied this area. Comprised of both youth and middle-aged individuals, all exuding an air of authority that indicated their exceptional status. Lord Walton, they suddenly stood in respectful acknowledgement as a white-haired elder approached, accompanied by a young lady. "You need not concern yourselves with me today. I am merely a spectator," the elder said with a smile, gesturing for them to take their seats. He and the young lady found 2 vacant spots, their gazes fixed upon the testing area as they awaited the commencement of the proceedings. Suddenly hearing that the Knight Academy of Niao had students who graduated early, he, understanding the significance of this, decided to come and see for himself who possessed such extraordinary potential. As time gradually passed, Sean, clad in a black and white knight's attire, stepped forward under the watchful gaze of the crowd. There, awaiting him, stood a man dressed in formal court attire, representing the royal family, who was there to bestow a title upon Sean. The royal family, recognizing the potential of someone like Sean to become a formidable asset to the kingdom, would not miss the opportunity to cultivate his allegiance. Ordinarily, Sean would have had to apply for a title through a designated institution. undergoing multiple assessments, which would have taken several days. However, with the royal family intervening, these steps were conveniently bypassed, and the insignia was presented to Sean directly. "Congratulations," the man in formal attire said as he approached and affixed a golden badge to Sean's chest. Despite representing the royal family, he spoke with no trace of arrogance, fully aware of his purpose and mindful not to err in judgment at such a moment. "Thank you," Sean replied, graciously accepting the goodwill extended to him. "Is that him?" On the guest seating. Upon Sean's appearance, a white-haired elder could not help but exclaim softly, while the young woman beside him covered her mouth in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. They were the grandfather and granddaughter who had once shared a carriage ride with Sean. "Lord Walton. Do you know him?" A middle-aged man, nearby, inquired with a tone of flattery upon witnessing the elder's reaction. "Not quite an acquaintance, merely someone I have seen once," the elder replied with a nonchalant tone. Though internally he was quite taken aback. Undoubtedly, he realized he had severely misjudged the situation that he recalled his granddaughter's suggestion at the time. Had he known of Sean's potential, he would have accepted him without hesitation. But alas, there are no what-ifs. The young woman, on the other hand, felt an unnatural flush of crimson on her cheeks. She had once thought Sean had missed a splendid opportunity, but now it was uncertain who had truly squandered a great chance. Chapter 100. Home. The subsequent events unfolded methodically, reciting the noble declaration and receiving congratulations from the attending nobles. After a monotonous wait, Sean finally reached the conclusion of the proceedings. The following day, a merchant caravan departed from the royal capital, and Sean was among them. Having graduated, there was no reason to remain in the capital, and he resolved to return to Ace City. During the past 3 months, aside from his training and learning various techniques, he had not ceased his search for individuals with bloodline talents. However, the results were disappointing. Within the entire Knight Academy of Niao, including the faculty, there was not a single individual with such a gift. Not only at the academy, but he found no one with bloodline talent throughout the royal capital. Initially, he thought it was due to the exceedingly low probability of such individuals awakening their talents. Until one day, while dining at a restaurant, he inadvertently overheard a conversation that illuminated the truth that it turned out that it was not merely the rarity of individuals awakening bloodline talents that rendered them elusive, but rather that once such individuals emerged, they mysteriously vanished. Clearly, some clandestine force was actively seeking those with bloodline talents. Given the immediate disappearance of these individuals, the extent of their information network was undeniably vast. Otherwise, such feats would be impossible. Sean harbored a suspicion regarding this mysterious force that in the royal capital. Which faction was the most powerful? It was neither the Marquis nor the Duke families, but rather the royal family of the Kingdom of Carlo. The royal capital, as the stronghold of the Carlo royal family. If such a mysterious force existed that was abducting those with bloodline talents, the royal family could not possibly remain ignorant or unresponsive. Thus, the only logical explanation was that the royal family itself constituted this enigmatic force. As for their motivations for gathering individuals with bloodline talents, it was easily understandable. The terrifying potential possessed by those who awakened such talents, once cultivated, could transform them into formidable instruments of power, an opportunity the royal family would certainly not overlook. Not only within the royal capital, but Sean even suspected that other cities in the Kingdom of Carlo might harbor similar clandestine forces in pursuit of individuals with bloodline talents. Whether this force remained under the royal family's dominion was debatable. After all, even the royal family could not exert absolute control, nor could their gaze encompass the entirety of the Kingdom of Carlo. In summary, seeking individuals with awakened bloodline talents among the populace now seemed impossible. Since it was unfeasible to find such individuals among humans, he would have to resort to his previous methods, targeting the corpses instead. By fortunate coincidence, Ace City was adjacent to Fort Futu, one of the 3 strongholds of the Kingdom of Carlo, that he could easily allocate some time each month to traverse through the stronghold into the wilderness in search of corpses with bloodline talents. In the evening, the merchant caravan set up camp beside the roadside in an open area, preparing dinner, while Sean seized the opportunity to practice knightly swordsmanship. The caravan needed to travel during the day, leaving him no time for training. After several rounds of sword practice, Sean paused, not because he had finished, but because a portly middle-aged man stood nearby. "Steward, what? Is there something you need?" Sean inquired. "Lord Sean, dinner is ready," the stout steward replied respectfully. his face radiating humility. "All right, thank you." Sean nodded in acknowledgement that in truth, this caravan was not a mere happenstance. It had been arranged for him by Moer. And naturally, it belonged to the family of Moer. Upon learning of Sean's intention to return to Ase City, Moer had arranged for this caravan, destined for Fort Futu, which conveniently passed through Ase City. As a friend of the direct descendants of this caravan family, Sean enjoyed the highest standard of treatment, which explained why the steward personally came to inform him that dinner is ready. The journey proceeded without incident. And upon Sean's return to Ase City, the entire city erupted in excitement. Upon learning that Sean had officially become a knight and had been granted the title of Baron, the Campbell family seized the opportunity to showcase their family's strength. Promptly publicizing the news and hosting a grand feast, the various factions in Ase City were left utterly astonished by this revelation. They did not comprehend what it meant to become a knight at such a young age. But they understood the significance of being an official knight, that it represented immense power and the privileges granted by the kingdom. Most critically, a family that possessed an official knight could immediately ascend to the noble class. Although it was merely the lowest tier of baronial nobility, for those living in remote cities who had seldom encountered nobility, it was an unfathomable prospect. The mayor of Ase City, Orlando Joyce, was merely a baron himself. While he held a fief, which Sean did not possess, who could guarantee that Sean wouldn't contribute to the kingdom in the future and be rewarded with land? At the banquet, families of all sizes in Ase City came to congratulate him. And the atmosphere rivaled that of the mayor's evening gatherings. Even Mayor Orlando Joyce personally attended to offer his congratulations. The other families, lacking perspective, were completely unaware of what it meant for a mere 16-year-old to become an official knight. However, as a baron with access to the noble class, Orlando was well aware. The potential of a kingdom's strongman represented the emergence of someone with the potential to become a powerhouse. The sudden appearance of an official knight within his territory was something he ought to suppress, as it would inevitably dilute his family's profits. Yet, he refrained from doing so and instead came to congratulate Sean. For he understood that Sean's ambitions would not be confined to Ase City, nor would he contend for control over it. Such a future powerhouse, with whom he had no conflict of interest, was someone he needed to befriend. Otherwise, he would be unworthy of his current position. As for the banquet, Sean made only a brief appearance before disappearing entirely, for he harbored little fondness for such occasions. It was disconcerting to witness a group of individuals, most of whom he had scarcely met, engage in fervent conversation as if they were long-lost friends, their faces adorned with disingenuous smiles, fortunately, with Brode, the head of the Campbell family, and Sean's sister, Una, who possessed exceptional commercial acumen. The atmosphere did not fall flat. Chapter 101. Talent whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At breakfast, just as dawn broke and the sun had yet to rise, a series of swift, wind-cutting sounds echoed through Sean's courtyard, resembling a violent storm ravaging the small estate. Upon hearing these sounds, passing servants cast wary glances at the courtyard, then cautiously bypassed it, fearing they might disturb Sean. The tempestuous sound of swords continued unabated until the sun finally rose, at which point it ceased, not because Sean had concluded his training, but because he had been forcibly interrupted. If this were to be spoken of, it would undoubtedly leave people astounded. Sean's courtyard had become a forbidden ground within the Campbell family, yet someone dared to enter and disrupt his training. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. However, if one were to discern the identity of the individual who interrupted Sean's cultivation, it would seem entirely reasonable. In the present courtyard, there are 4 individuals who possess the liberty to come and go as they please. The first, naturally, is Sean's devoted maid, Erin, who, as his caretaker, is granted the privilege of unrestricted access. The second is the head of the Campbell family. The third is Sean's nominal sister, Una. The fourth is the young girl, Lily, who is precisely the one who disrupted Sean's training. As Sean accepted the towel from Erin, he cast a bemused glance at the young girl, Lily, who had so audaciously interrupted his practice. It seems that within the entire Campbell household, only she would dare to do so. What's the matter? Despite having interrupted Sean's training, Lily pouted defiantly, prompting Sean to inquire gently. Brother is a liar. He clearly stated yesterday that he would take me out to play today. With a sulky expression, the girl turned her head away. Upon hearing this, Sean quickly grasped the reason behind Lily's displeasure. Isn't it still early? Once your brother finishes washing up, I will take you out to play, he said with an awkward smile. You're not lying to me, are you? Of course not. Half an hour later, a carriage carried Sean and the young girl Lily out of the Campbell residence, departing from the affluent district and heading towards the slums. The morning sun was not overly intense, casting a warm glow as it bathed them. The carriage moved slowly, entering the impoverished area, where both Sean and Lily leaned eagerly against the window, gazing outside. "Brother, look over there," Lily exclaimed excitedly as she pointed at something she rarely encountered. Chattering incessantly while Sean patiently listened, his gaze sweeping over the individuals outside. This excursion with Lily was merely incidental. His true purpose was elsewhere in the capital. He had acquired swordsmanship talent from Benjamin and had been practicing the knightly swordsmanship obtained at the Tedia fortress. However, he discovered that while this knightly swordsmanship was decent in terms of physical conditioning, it still paled in comparison to the knightly swordsmanship taught at the Neo-Knight Academy. The rationale behind this discrepancy was not hard to comprehend. The family to which the siblings belonged had been powerful a century ago. Yet they were still far removed from the Neo-Knight Academy. It was understandable that their family's knightly swordsmanship was inferior to that of the Academy. Nevertheless, although this knightly swordsmanship was not as effective as the swordsmanship he had previously trained in, it was by no means without merit. In fact, it was quite significant in his hands. While that family had also received knightly swordsmanship, they would undoubtedly struggle to find many individuals with the aptitude to practice it. But Sean was different. Possessing the talent net, he could easily discern the talents of others, making it effortless to identify those suited for training in this knightly swordsmanship, particularly after the evolution of the talent net's detection abilities. He could now sense others' talents within a 10-meter radius, making the search for individuals with innate gifts much simpler. During his search, Sean primarily focused on the younger children in the slums. This was not because older individuals were unsuitable for practicing knightly techniques, but rather because those who were too old had matured mentally, making them less suitable for training as subordinates, as their loyalty could not be guaranteed. This is why many prestigious families prefer to adopt and nurture children from a young age, possessing knightly talent and swordsmanship talent, but only at a secondary level. Too poor. Possesses beginner knightly talent, but lacks swordsmanship talent. Only having sword skills. Training would be futile, as the Silver Frost Knight's swordsmanship cannot be imparted to others. After a lengthy exploration of the slums, Sean discovered only 2 individuals with knightly talent. One of them, although possessing both knightly talent and swordsmanship talent, had both at a mere secondary level, rendering them devoid of training value. The other individual had commendable knightly talent, achieving a beginner level, yet lacked swordsmanship talent, possessing instead sword skills. Given Sean's current resources, he had no means to nurture this person, especially since he could not impart the Silver Frost Knight swordsmanship. Finding no suitable candidates, Sean shrugged it off, treating the outing with Lily as a mere recreational excursion. Let go. You mad dog, give it back, I want it back. Up ahead, a group of children was engaged in a scuffle. Among them, 3 boys clad in tattered clothing faced off against a scruffy-looking boy. Despite being outnumbered, the disheveled boy showed no signs of fear, fighting fiercely, biting anyone who came near him, and sustaining injuries without relinquishing his grip. Ultimately, the 3 boys were intimidated by his ferocity and fled, leaving behind a corn cake that they had snatched from him. The scruffy boy carefully brushed the dust off the cake and approached a corner of the street where a 7- or 8-year-old girl stood. The girl was thin as a twig, her pale complexion revealing the signs of long-term malnutrition. "Nana, look, this is your favorite corn cake. Come, eat it while it's hot," the boy said, pressing the cake into her hands. Upon seeing the corn cake and sensing its enticing aroma, the girl's mouth watered, but she held back, pushing it away. "Brother should eat. You need strength. But I am already full, and this is for Nana." "Really?" "Yes, really." With a sweet smile, the girl finally succumbed to the temptation of the corn cake, taking a bite and beaming with happiness. Sean instructed the coachman to halt the carriage, then stepped down to approach the siblings. Addressing the boy, he asked, "Would you like to follow me? If you do, I promise to ensure that you and your sister will never face hunger again." The boy, taken aback by Sean's sudden appearance and his seemingly fortuitous offer, did not respond with overwhelming joy. Instead, he cautiously shielded his sister behind him, replying warily, "Why choose me?" "Because you possess this talent," Sean replied coolly. "In this world, there are many impoverished souls. In the city of ASE alone, countless individuals succumb daily to starvation or violence. suffering fates far worse than that of these siblings. Thus, Sean did not approach them out of sympathy, but rather because he recognized the boy's potential. Name: unknown, knightly talent. Intermediate, swordsmanship talent. Intermediate. The boy's dual intermediate talents in knightly and swordsmanship were indeed a rarity, and although they paled in comparison to Sean's current abilities, they still marked him as a remarkable talent not to be overlooked. All right, I am willing. Despite Sean's cold demeanor, the boy felt a sense of relief upon hearing the words. He did not fully grasp what Sean valued in him, but he was certain that Sean's intentions were not malicious towards his sister. Moreover, the young man appeared affluent, which was more than enough assurance for him. Chapter 102. Bestowing sword techniques after seating the siblings in the carriage. It seemed that young Lily had lost the initial excitement she had shown, prompting Sean to direct the coachman to return to the Campbell residence, while he had only found one individual with the appropriate talents. That singular discovery was equivalent to several promising prospects. Prior to Sean's arrival, the top-ranking Titus possessed intermediate knightly talent and beginner swordsmanship talent, which, when compared to the boy before him, was even less impressive, thereby underscoring the rarity of intermediate knightly and swordsmanship talents. As for Sean himself, he could only be considered an exceptional anomaly, rendering any comparison moot. With this boy's talents, provided he received proper training, he would likely rise to become at least a high-ranking knight, if not a formidable force in the kingdom. Upon the carriage's arrival at the Campbell estate, it halted in a spacious rear courtyard, and as Sean and Lily disembarked, they were accompanied by the young boy and girl. Young Master Sean, Miss Lily, a keen-eyed servant approached them, bowing respectfully. Sean nodded, addressing the servant. Take them below, let them freshen up, and then bring them to my courtyard. But first, ensure they have a hearty meal. Yes, young Master Sean. Please follow me, the servant replied respectfully, smiling as he led the siblings towards the washroom. The lingering odor from the two, who had not been properly cleaned in quite some time, did not elicit a single grimace from Sean. He cared not for their past identities, knowing that they had gained his favor was sufficient. Undoubtedly, their status within the Campbell household would be elevated, and they might even find themselves in a position where he would need to curry favor with them in the future. Along the way, other servants occasionally inquired about the siblings' identities, and upon learning that they were brought back by young Master Sean, their gazes turned envious. The Campbell family now held a considerable position in ASE City, second only to the Orlando family, who governed the Lord's estate. The servants, when venturing out, were met with envious glances. They were all too aware that the reason for their current standing was entirely due to young Master Sean's prowess as a knight and his status as a baron. It could be said that the entire rise of the Campbell family was attributable to young Master Sean's influence. Understanding this, among those lowly servants, which one does not sharpen their wits in the hope of serving young Master Sean? Alas, the opportunity to serve young Master Sean is not so easily attained. Among all the servants of the Campbell household, only Aaron is bestowed with this fortune, having accompanied young Master Sean for many years, even before he revealed his potential. Yet, unexpectedly, these two individuals have garnered young Master Sean's favor, and their future appears undoubtedly bright, which naturally fuels the envy in the hearts of others. Who exactly is he? Why do these people envy us so? Upon realizing that these servants are casting envious glances at them after learning they were brought back by that person, the young boy is filled with confusion and anticipation. Undoubtedly, the person he is to follow in the future must hold a position of great esteem, even within this vast estate. Otherwise, it would not attract such envious gazes. Being in the company of such an individual surely ensures a better life for his sister. Free from worries of hunger and cold on the following morning, in Sean's courtyard, the boy whom Sean brought back yesterday stands before him. Yet this time, his gaze toward Sean carries a sense of restraint absent the previous day. Yesterday, he was unaware of Sean's identity, but after a night filled with the overtures of those eager to curry favor with him, he now comprehends the caliber of the person he is to follow and the promising future that awaits him in servitude. Ironically, this knowledge has made him more reserved. If this illustrious figure were to be dissatisfied with him, would he not have to return to the slums with his sister, living a hand-to-mouth existence fraught with the threat of starvation? Such a fate is one he wishes to avoid at all costs. The memory of his sister's satisfied smile after a hearty meal lingers in his mind, evoking feelings of pain and guilt. He feels utterly inadequate as an older brother, unable to even ensure his sister's full belly. Thus, he must seize this opportunity. Noticing the boy's tension, Sean refrains from immediate inquiries. waiting until the boy's emotions settle before speaking. "What is your name?" "In response to your grace, I am called House Garcia." Sean nods and replies, "You may call me young Master Sean, as the others in the estate do. From today onward, you shall train with me in knightly swordsmanship." "Yes, young Master Sean," House Garcia responds without hesitation. Eager yet oblivious to what knightly swordsmanship entails, in the following days, under Sean's guidance, House Garcia embarks on his training. His aptitude for intermediate swordsmanship proves commendable. Within merely 2 days, he attains proficiency and successfully utilizes the sword techniques to hone his physique. Subsequently, his intermediate knightly talent begins to reveal its potential, showing significant daily improvements in strength. This rate of advancement would classify him among the elite even within the confines of the Neo Knight Academy. Albeit due to the slightly inferior nature of the swordsmanship he is practicing compared to the Academy's sword techniques, undoubtedly, Sean has stumbled upon a treasure. Merely providing the most basic sustenance has gifted him a knightly prodigy, which would surely incite envy among other noble families. However, this situation is not without its drawbacks. Directly teaching him such a precious knightly sword technique just 2 days after entering the estate lacks the gradual assessment of his character. Leaving his loyalty unguaranteed, Sean has pondered this but remains unperturbed. Firstly, the boy's sister now resides in the Campbell household, which serves as both a privilege and a form of veiled confinement, should the boy ever entertain thoughts of betrayal. The fate of his sister would be dire. Given his evident concern for her, it is clear he would never abandon her for treachery. Secondly, while the boy's talents are commendable, they pale in comparison to Sean's. He fears not the day House might attempt to break free from his influence. For the boy's strength could never surpass his own unless Sean stagnates in his growth. Chapter 103, Fort Furtui. Fort Furtui, one of the 3 fortifications of the Carlo Kingdom, stands tall and magnificent. Its walls, towering over 20 meters, are crafted from massive stones weighing several tons, interlocked as if a grand stone mountain spans across, safeguarding the Carlo Kingdom. After days of teaching House Garcia the knightly sword technique, Sean departs for this location. The purpose is evident: to replicate the fusion of power talents and elevate his basic power talent to intermediate. The Lund family, thrown into disarray by his assassination, has temporarily ceased all actions against him. Nevertheless, Sean is aware that one day, the Lund family will grow suspicious of him. He had previously exposed his speed talent in ASE, although he is unsure why the Lund family has not investigated this matter, or if they have but failed to connect him to the assassination. Given the vast disparity in strength, he believes the family will eventually discover the truth. Once they do, they will unleash their full might without hesitation. For he is no longer a student of the Neo Knight Academy, which can no longer offer him protection. However, he does not currently require such protection. With an intermediate speed talent, his swiftness has reached the level of a great knight, should he genuinely wish to flee. The Lund family would find themselves powerless against him. Yet, the Campbell family would face dire consequences. Unable to kill Sean, the full wrath of the Lund family would inevitably be directed towards them, leading to their destruction. In truth, even if he had not graduated from the Neo Knight Academy, should the Lund family decide to act against the Campbell family, their downfall would be assured, for the protection offered by the Academy extends solely to Sean, excluding the Campbell family behind him. Thus, he chooses to graduate from the Neo Knight Academy and return to ASE, for only by being close to Fort Furtui can his strength surge once more in a short time, reaching a level capable of truly contending with the Lund family. Exiting through the grand gates of the fortress and entering the wilderness, Sean encounters no treasure hunters aside from the guards. As it is already close to noon, and the gates have long been open, naturally, the absence of treasure hunters is fortuitous. His exquisite knightly sword, a masterpiece among masterpieces, is akin to honey exuding a sweet fragrance. Having attracted numerous treasure hunters in the Tedia fortress, he has contemplated replacing his sword, but realizes that with his current strength, an ordinary knightly sword would be utterly useless. He requires at least a masterpiece knightly sword to suffice. And currently, he possesses only this somewhat conspicuous masterpiece. He cannot simply discard his sword and engage in combat with the undead barehanded, while he can easily handle ordinary undead due to his defensive abilities. Encountering a necromancer-level undead would pose a significant challenge. 10 miles, 20 miles. Without pause, Sean strides 20 miles away from Fort Furtui. It is not that he has not encountered undead. Rather, with his current strength, ordinary undead are no challenge at all. As for the awakened bloodline undead, he wishes to meet them, but alas, None appear. Roar, roar. Upon reaching within 20 miles of Fort Fertui, the density and number of undead noticeably increase. With a single horde comprising at least dozens of undead. In the largest horde he encounters, there are even over 100. To conserve energy, Sean refrains from attacking immediately upon encountering a horde. Instead, he circles around the undead with swifter speed, employing his talent to probe each undead for any that may have awakened bloodline talents. If none are found, he simply outruns them. Boom, boom, boom. As he walks, Sean suddenly halts, for ahead, behind a small hill, a cacophonous rumble reverberates, akin to a pile driver striking the ground repeatedly. He swiftly ascends the hill and gazes beyond it, where a colossal figure over 3 meters tall is furiously swinging its fist, the size of a basin, at a man clad in pure black knight armor, enveloped in a glow of white light. With each strike, the ground trembles violently, producing the very sound that had echoed moments before. A formal knight. Sean's expression shifts to one of puzzlement. He did not expect to find another formal knight here. However, upon seeing the pure black armor, clearly of high military standard, he realizes this must be a formal knight of Fort Fertui. Humph, the man, continuously evading the colossal figure's blows, lets out a cold snort, suddenly leaping into the air, soaring past the massive creature, and in that fleeting moment, he delivers a swift slash. Thud, the blade cleaves into the neck of the towering figure, drawing forth a dark crimson hue. Then, the 3-meter-tall behemoth suddenly stands still before crashing down with a thunderous roar, stirring up a cloud of dust, casting a fleeting glance at the colossal figure. Over 3 meters tall and now utterly lifeless, which was none other than a Wutu-class corpse puppet, the man struck his sword against the iron-hard body of the puppet without inflicting any damage. Evidently a masterfully crafted longsword, he sheathed it and deactivated the protective energy field surrounding him, inadvertently catching sight of Sean, who was observing the battle from a distance, now approaching. You've got quite the audacity, young one, daring to venture here all alone. Upon reaching Sean, the man greeted him with a friendly smile. His dark golden hair was tied back, and he exuded an approachable demeanor. During the earlier skirmish, he had sensed the presence of another, but he had not anticipated that this individual would be so youthful. Sean was momentarily taken aback by the man's words, but he quickly regained his composure. This desolate wilderness lay a good 20 miles from the fortress, teeming with numerous corpses, including Wutu-class puppets. However, Sean appeared to be merely around 16 years of age, a fact that would naturally lead no one to associate him with a formal knight, making his current actions seem exceedingly reckless in the eyes of the man. To be able to slay a Wutu-class corpse puppet with a single strike, your strength must be nearing that of a mid-tier knight. Sean did not respond directly, but instead inquired with a smile. Haha, the young lad has a discerning eye. The man chuckled heartily, evidently pleased by Sean's comment. Given your perceptiveness, I shall ensure you do not perish here today. Chapter 104. Transformation. However, as he spoke, the man suddenly froze, for a faint white light had begun to emanate from the young boy before him. The unexpected appearance of the white glow elicited a look of astonishment across the man's face. Mister, may we meet again by fate? Ignoring the man's surprise, Sean uttered these words before swiftly darting away. Though the man had shown kindness, Sean had to decline, for he was here with a purpose, and the quickest way to refuse was to demonstrate his own capability for self-preservation. Undoubtedly, the defensive stance served as the best proof. Is that him? As he gazed at Sean, enveloped in the white light and rapidly retreating, the man suddenly recalled a recent event. Not long ago, in the city of Asay, near Fort Futu, a formal knight under the age of 17 had emerged. It was now evident that this young knight was likely the very boy standing before him. Bidding farewell to Fort Futu, Sean continued his quest for corpse puppets endowed with awakened powers. Days later, he stumbled upon a horde of over 100 corpse puppets. True to his usual strategy, he circled the perimeter of the horde, his gaze sweeping across a solitary corpse puppet. No. As he investigated each corpse puppet, halfway through, 2 lines of text materialized on his retina, prompting a surge of joy. Type: corpse puppet. Power talent: beginner. In the days prior, he had encountered 2 puppets with awakened bloodline talents, one manifesting a speed bloodline talent, and the other a spiked shield bloodline talent, which proved futile for his defensive stance. Whoosh! In a flash, white light enveloped Sean as he charged toward the horde of over 100 corpse puppets. Minutes later, silence fell upon the horde, with the sole survivor, The puppet that had awakened the power bloodline talent, now rendered immobile, its limbs severed, clapping it down in a blood-free area. Sean deactivated his defensive stance and placed his hand upon it, activating the replication and fusion ability of the talent web. Buzz. A searing heat surged through Sean's body, akin to having a furnace within him. 10 minutes later, as the heat subsided, he hastily checked his talent, only to reveal a look of disappointment soon after. Failed. Just as with his previous attempt to replicate and fuse the speed talent. He had failed. The power talent had not transformed into an intermediate level. It seems I must wait until next month. With this thought, Sean shook his head. The failure had been entirely within his expectations, after all. The beginner speed talent had required 2 replication and fusion attempts to barely evolve into an intermediate level, and the same logic applied to the power talent. It was almost fortunate that the first attempt had remarkably transformed the advanced knight talent into a top-tier knight talent with just 1 replication. With a swift motion, he dispatched the corpse puppet that had awakened the power talent and began his return toward the fortress. Replication and fusion would take a month to recover, even if he found another puppet with the power talent now. It would be futile. Upon returning to the fortress, Sean did not linger but directly headed back to Assay City, which lay not far from Fort Futu, reachable by horseback in 2 to 3 hours. For the next few months, once the talent web's replication and fusion ability had recovered, Sean planned to return to Fort Futu to seek out power corpse puppets to replicate their power talents. Continuing this cycle until 3 months had elapsed. 30 miles from the fortress, a grim scene unfolded. Over 200 corpse puppets lay lifeless, the air thick with the scent of blood, which had pooled into a small crimson puddle. These corpses were mangled, either missing heads or cleaved in 2 at the waist or chest. Among them, 2 corpses stood out starkly. Their robust bodies lay there, dwarfing the surrounding puppets, resembling giants among men. Standing at 3 meters tall, they were unmistakably Wutu-class corpse puppets. How? No, there was indeed a living corpse puppet among them, but its condition was far more pitiable than the others. Its limbs had been brutally twisted off, hanging limply like tattered rags, emitting anguished roars that fell upon deaf ears. Enveloped in white light, a young boy grasped it, treading upon the blood-mixed earth as he moved further away. The boy, with golden hair, appeared to be around 17 years of age, armed with a sword distinguished by a sheath made of purple shark skin, its hilt embedded with gleaming stones of exceptional value. This young man was none other than Sean. 3 months had passed, and time had turned. Sean was now 17. At this age, he had shed some of his youthful features, gaining a touch of maturity. The corpse puppet he held was one endowed with power. Including the initial attempt, he had now engaged in 3 consecutive replication and fusion attempts, yet the power talent had still not successfully evolved. Nonetheless, there had been gains, though still a beginner power talent. Its enhancement was now about 4 times stronger than before. However, this level fell far short of Sean's aspirations. When he first entered the ranks of formal knights, his intermediate speed talent had allowed him to achieve the speed of a great knight. Now, with his strength reaching 16,000 pounds, his power talent still lacked the capacity to elevate his strength to that of a great knight, highlighting the stark difference between beginner and intermediate levels. Reaching a blood-free area, Sean discarded the awakened power talent corpse puppet on the ground and deactivated his defensive stance, placing his palm upon it. Buzz. The searing heat surged once again, ravaging within him. His expression remained unchanged. After multiple instances of such intense replication and fusion, he had grown accustomed to this level of heat. He patiently awaited the passage of time, 0.1 minute, 0.2 minutes, 0.3 minutes. 10 minutes as the clock marked the 10th minute. The heat within him vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. Eagerly, he activated the talent web's detection ability. Name: Sean Campbell. Knight talent: Top tier, swordsmanship talent. Advanced, dagger talent. Intermediate, speed talent. Intermediate, power talent. Intermediate. Upon seeing the intermediate designation following the power talent, a flicker of brilliance flashed in Sean's eyes. After utilizing the precious replication and fusion ability 4 times, he had finally transformed the power talent into an intermediate level, a feat not easily accomplished. Yet he understood that it was all worthwhile. Having successfully transitioned his beginner speed talent into an intermediate one, he was acutely aware of the disparity between beginner and intermediate bloodline talents. Chapter 105. Unrest Boom. Sean delivered a powerful punch to the ground beneath him. In an instant, a resounding roar reverberated through the air, and the earth trembled as an astonishing transformation unfolded around his fist. Sand and stones were sent flying, creating a massive crater 5 meters wide and 1 meter deep, as if a colossal meteor had struck from the heavens. Crouching within the crater, Sean was rendered invisible from the outside. What force! With a light leap, he sprang from the pit, astonished by the power he had unleashed with his intermediate power talent. Such force undoubtedly exceeded the 10,000 pounds possessed by great knights, transcending even the initial stages of great knight strength. Comparing with his previous power, Sean estimated roughly, and his heart raced with alarm. 16,000 pounds of strength. It was evident that his current power had reached approximately this level. Of course, this figure was not precise. Without specialized measuring tools, he could only estimate based on the apparent increase in strength compared to before. After several months of growth, his strength, without the aid of his power talent, had reached an impressive 16,000 pounds. However, now, bolstered by his intermediate power talent, it had astonishingly surged to 160,000 pounds, indicating a tenfold increase in his strength due to the intermediate power talent. Tenfold, a staggering tenfold. Although he had endeavored to overestimate the enhancement provided by his power talent, especially given the terrifying boosts associated with his speed talent at the intermediate level, he had still underestimated it. The increase was indeed a full tenfold, a magnitude that even he, the subject of this transformation, found utterly astonishing. This intermediate power talent was exceedingly formidable. Should several more puppets with such a talent emerge, humanity might very well face annihilation. Fortunately, the probability of such a power talent manifesting, even among the puppets with a significantly heightened awakening rate, remained exceedingly low. Thus far, he had encountered a total of 7 awakened puppets with power talents. Yet none among them possessed the intermediate power talent, clearly demonstrating that the likelihood of this talent appearing among awakened puppets was less than 1 in 7, and when considering all puppets, that probability dwindled to a lamentably minuscule figure. As for himself, he could only be considered an anomaly, having been derived from the fusion of his primary power talent, rather than experiencing a genuine awakening that in the dim underground space. The air was filled with guttural roars akin to those of wild beasts. A young human boy, with brown hair, was submerged in a peculiar green liquid that emitted an odd odor, his face contorted in agony as he struggled, oblivious to the injuries inflicted upon his fingers from frantic grasping. Clearly enduring excruciating pain. After a prolonged struggle, the boy finally managed to crawl out of the green liquid, collapsing weakly onto the ground, having exhausted every ounce of his strength after several hours of desperate exertion. Clap, clap, clap. Footsteps approached, a figure clad in a gray robe. His ears were elongated and adorned with sharp points, while his chin resembled an inverted spire, and his eyes, a piercing green, seemed to glow ominously in the dim underbelly of the space. Observing the boy's labored emergence from the green liquid, he nodded, a satisfied expression crossing his gaunt face. This was, to date, his most gratifying specimen. As payment for the power you have acquired from me. You understand what must be done next, do you not? Yes. The brown-haired boy lifted his head, his eyes filled with boundless hatred. Several hours later, the boy entered the Fort Futu, only to depart quickly for a nearby city. Each time he arrived at a city, he would discreetly bury a sphere the size of a human fist at its very center, taking advantage of the unobservant populace. These spheres, transparent as crystal, were inscribed with intricate runes and contained a mysterious green liquid, both resplendent and beautiful. Ultimately, he found himself before the gates of a city with a population of at least 100,000. His expression a complex tapestry of nostalgia and loathing. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Upon returning to the fortress, Sean, in good spirits, chose not to head directly back to a city, but instead sought out a tavern. After a long day spent searching for the awakened puppet with power talent, his stomach growled with hunger, prompting him to reward himself before returning to a city. The tavern was already bustling with patrons. All treasure hunters, likely fresh from their ventures in the wilderness, chatting animatedly about their day's exploits and discoveries. However, as Sean entered, the lively chatter abruptly ceased, as if everyone had been silenced by an unseen hand. Each patron cast wary glances at Sean, quickly averting their eyes in fear of drawing his attention. Over the past 3 months, Sean had frequently ventured into the wilderness for days at a time, and it was impossible for him not to encounter treasure hunters during these excursions. Given the number of encounters, some were inevitably tempted by greed, but without exception, they had all met a gruesome fate at his hands. Even those who were merely apprentice knights. Word had spread of the terrifying youth with formal knight status who frequented the fortress, and the treasure hunters, in a bid to protect themselves and their subordinates, had taken various measures to ensure they recognized Sean's countenance. Today, it was nearly impossible to find a treasure hunter in Fort Fudu who did not know Sean. Unfazed by this, Sean quietly selected an unoccupied table, placed his order, and began to eat, treating the surrounding patrons as if they were mere air. After a considerable time, noticing Sean's lack of ulterior motives, the patrons gradually resumed their previous conversations, albeit in hushed tones, fearful of disturbing his meal. Yet, no matter how low they spoke, they could not escape Sean's keen ears. After all, without employing his speed talent or power talent, he was already a formidable force among lower-tier knights. Things have been a bit restless lately. Indeed. It seems the hordes of corpses are gradually converging towards Fort Futu that I heard that several formal knights have been dispatched to investigate. Could it be that a tide of corpses is approaching? That seems unlikely, doesn't it? One can never be sure. The last tide of corpses, a decade ago, unfolded in a similar manner. Chapter 106. Sudden change. Listening to their discourse, Sean raised an eyebrow, recalling the unusual horde of corpses he had recently encountered, which was decidedly abnormal. There had been over 200 ordinary puppets among them, including 2 necromancer-level puppets. Thankfully, bolstered by the enhancements from his speed and power talents, his actual strength far exceeded mere appearances. Otherwise, any lower-tier knight would likely have met their demise in such a dire situation, especially when faced with the onslaught of 2 necromancer-level puppets. This was evidently irregular. When had necromancer-level puppets ever appeared in such numbers? The notion that 2 could exist within a single horde was alarming. That he sensed that the puppets deep within the wilderness, especially the formidable necromancer-level ones, were being herded by an invisible force toward the fortress. Never mind. This matter is beyond my concern. Sean shook his head. The 3 great fortresses of the Carlo Kingdom were each guarded by formidable protectors, and Fort Futu was no exception. With such powerful guardians in place, it would be an exaggeration to say the fortress was impregnable. Unless necromancer-level puppets emerged that rivaled the strength of a kingdom's might, breaching the fortress would be nearly impossible. After finishing his meal, Sean paid his bill and exited the tavern. As he departed, a collective sigh of relief escaped the treasure hunters within. Dining alongside a formal knight was nothing short of torment for those who were mostly not even apprentice knights. The mere presence of such an individual, radiating an oppressive aura, had left them gasping for breath. Now, at last, he was gone. Upon stepping outside, Sean found the horse he had left at the stable and mounted it, racing towards a city as the sun dipped below the horizon. Clip-clop, clip-clop, the evening sky was settling in, and the road was devoid of other travelers, save for the sound of his horse's hooves. Yet, as he passed a small city with a population of around 50,000, he was startled by the sounds emanating from within. Howls, akin to those of wild beasts, echoed from various directions within the city, indicating a considerable number of them. What is this? Sean's expression turned to one of shock, having encountered this sound repeatedly over the past year. He recognized it all too well. It was the sound of puppets. But why would there be puppets in this small city? Moreover, the sheer volume of their cries suggested they were ubiquitous throughout the town. Hesitating briefly, Sean tethered his horse to a tree and stealthily approached the city. Upon entering through the city gates, he was immediately confronted with a scene of carnage. Puppets rampaged through the streets, while ordinary citizens fled in terror, their speed insufficient to outrun the relentless onslaught of the puppets. In mere moments, they were tackled to the ground and savagely torn apart. Even those who managed to escape indoors found themselves besieged by the immense strength of the puppets, who smashed through doors and invaded their sanctuaries. The cries of the victims, filled with despair and agony, gradually faded into silence as the puppets feasted upon them. Blood soaked the ground, and dismembered limbs and shattered bones littered the streets. Remnants of the human bodies that had been devoured. The scene before him was reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic nightmare. This, although he had somewhat anticipated such a scenario, the sight of such devastation left Sean visibly shaken. Why are there so many puppets? Having just departed from Fort Fudu, he was acutely aware that the fortress had not been overrun. Thus these puppets could not possibly have originated from there. "Stick close to me," a voice called out from the distance, and Sean turned to see a group of over 100 people fighting against the encroaching puppets as they rushed toward the city gates. Leading them was an individual wielding a long knife, enveloped in a radiant white light. With each strike, he felled a puppet, slicing through their ranks like a sharpened blade. Among the throng behind him were individuals clad in knightly leather armor, possessing some degree of knightly training, as well as elegantly dressed commoners, their faces painted with fear. At the forefront of the formation stood those clad in knightly armor, individuals who had mastered the art of chivalry, resolutely fending off the onslaught of undead assailants surging from either side. Meanwhile, the elegantly attired common folk were positioned in the heart of the group. "Run for your lives," a voice, evidently recognizing Sean ahead. A figure bathed in radiant white light called out while leading the crowd towards the city gates. With a moment's contemplation, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from Sean, and instead of retreating, he charged forward towards the throng. With swift strokes, the undead that ventured too close to Sean were effortlessly cleaved in two by his sword, at times even bisecting 2 or 3 at once with a single swing. Witnessing the luminous aura surrounding Sean and the formidable prowess he displayed, the expressions of the group transformed into relief and renewed vigor. Realizing they had a powerful ally, they hastened to converge towards Sean. With Sean at the front, the group successfully reached the city gates and burst forth. The relentless undead, however, were met by Sean and the foremost man among the group, who intercepted and dispatched them. Once they had distanced themselves from the small town by 2 miles, the group finally paused. "Thank you, brother," spoke the leader, a middle-aged man in his 40s, casting a grateful glance at Sean. However, as he beheld Sean's unveiled visage after he lowered his defensive stance, astonishment washed over his features. "Are you Sean Campbell of ASE City?" Being not far from ASE City, he had indeed heard tales of Sean. What on earth is happening? Without time to acknowledge the man's surprise, Sean's expression turned grave as he directly inquired. His primary motive for rescuing this group was their unusual identities. They were bound to possess vital information. Upon hearing Sean's inquiry, the middle-aged man's face darkened with dread. "Woba City has fallen." "Fallen?" Sean pressed on, his expression tightening. "What is going on? How could there be so many undead?" "Voodoo, it is voodoo." The man's eyes brimmed with horror as he spoke. "What? Voodoo? How is that possible? The Sorcerer King perished a century ago. How could there still be sorcerers capable of invoking voodoo?" Sean, too, was taken aback. Having once perused ancient texts at the Neo-Knight Academy, he was well aware that voodoo was the scourge that had led to the extinction of 2/3 of humanity a century prior. Its creator was none other than the Sorcerer King, Longman Saint Raphael, the mightiest of the Sorcerer clan. Yet, since the Sorcerer King perished in a cataclysmic confrontation with the 5 most formidable human champions of that era, voodoo had not resurfaced until now. "Are you certain?" Sean's countenance reflected uncertainty. "Absolutely. It mirrors the voodoo outbreak from a century ago, identically." The middle-aged man wore a bitter smile. He had witnessed a colossal green pillar of light erupt at the city center, rapidly expanding to over 100 meters, before it detonated with a thunderous roar, dispersing countless streams of green energy throughout the city. In mere minutes, the once thriving city transformed into a hellscape, the bestial howls of the undead mingling with the anguished cries of the living. An apocalyptic scene reminiscent of the voodoo disaster chronicled in his family's tomes from a century prior, albeit on a significantly smaller scale. "This is dire." As he listened to the middle-aged man's account, Sean's expression abruptly shifted, his mind racing with foreboding. Such a voodoo crisis could not be a mere coincidence. It was evident that the Sorcerer clan was behind it. Therefore, the calamity would not be confined to Woba City alone. Sean's thoughts turned to ASE City, a place not far from here, and it was inconceivable that it would be spared from the voodoo outbreak. With this realization, Sean's expression darkened, and without summoning the horse tethered to a nearby tree, he took off at a sprint towards ASE City. In an instant, he had covered several meters. Observing Sean's sudden shift in demeanor and frantic dash, the middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, but then clarity dawned upon him. This voodoo crisis was evidently a premeditated action by the Sorcerer clan, and thus the cities affected would not be limited to Woba City. Others nearby, including ASE City, were likely also in peril. After sprinting over 1,000 meters, Sean still felt his speed insufficient. Fortunately, having escaped the sight of the previous group, he activated his intermediate speed talent. In an instant, his velocity surged dramatically, akin to a high-speed train hurtling towards ASE City. "Brother, hasn't he returned today either?" In Sean's courtyard, the young girl Lily gazed at the darkening sky, pouting with disappointment. Sean had been absent from ASE City for 5 days, and throughout this time, she had visited multiple times, hoping to see him return, only to leave each time disheartened. Miss Lily, Master Sean should be back in a day or two. House Garcia, who lived alongside her in Sean's estate, spoke nervously, accompanying her with utmost caution. He was acutely aware of Sean's fondness for the little girl. To upset her could easily cost him the status he had painstakingly acquired. Hence he treaded carefully. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from the city center. Prompting him to look up, curiosity and astonishment etched on his face. In the night, a colossal green pillar loomed over the city center, rapidly expanding 50 meters, 100 meters, when the massive green column swelled to a diameter of 100 meters. It erupted explosively, dispersing countless streams of green gas that enveloped the entire city. Cough, cough. Outside the courtyard, a patrolling guard erupted into a fit of severe coughing, struggling as if he could not breathe. Uncle, what's wrong? House Garcia rushed out of the courtyard and approached the coughing guard anxiously. The guard did not respond, continuing to cough uncontrollably, the intensity of his spasms increasing. House Garcia furrowed his brow and patted the guard's back in a futile attempt to alleviate his distress. Suddenly, the guard collapsed to the ground, trembling violently. House Garcia's concern deepened, and he contemplated notifying the steward, but he halted abruptly as the guard, who had been racked with coughs and tremors, ceased his coughing and staggered to his feet. Uncle, are you all right? House Garcia's face lit up with hope, but his words faltered mid-sentence. The guard's complexion was ashen, his eyes bloodshot and wild, and his mouth dripped with copious amounts of foul saliva, reminiscent of a ravenous beast poised to devour. Roar! The undead lunged at him, and House Garcia instinctively dodged, narrowly escaping that in recent months he had diligently trained in knightly swordsmanship, never allowing himself to slacken, though still a minor. His strength had surpassed that of an adult. Undead, avoiding the guard's attack, House Garcia's expression morphed into one of sheer horror. Living near the fortress, he had never encountered an undead firsthand, but had often heard descriptions from others. His initial failure to recognize the situation stemmed from the realization that this had once been a living person. Roar! The undead lurched towards him once more. The distance that once took over 2 hours to traverse on horseback was now a mere 10 minutes. Thanks to Sean, the night had deepened, yet AC City was alive with a cacophony, not of revelry, but of the howls of the undead and the terrified cries of the living. Sean's heart raced with dread as he glimmered with white light, charging through the still-open city gates towards the estate of the Campbell family. Along his path, ordinary people transformed into the undead lunged at him, perceiving him as a delectable prey. He paid them no mind. Crashing through their ranks, his defensive aura held firm like an iron wall, repelling and rebounding the attacking undead. As he barreled through, he finally reached the Campbell estate, but his heart sank at the sight. The doors stood ajar, and the sounds of the undead echoed ominously from within, indicating a significant presence of them inside. With a swift stroke, he cleaved an undead figure clad in the Campbell family guard's attire, one that bore a slight resemblance to someone he knew, and raced towards the main residence, the strongest bastion of defense. If any of his family still lived, they would surely be found there. As he approached the main house, he noticed an increasing number of undead, as if the majority of them were converging in that direction. A fleeting thought crossed Sean's mind, leading him swiftly to a conclusion. The gathering of the living at the main residence must have drawn a multitude of corpses. Indeed, upon approaching the vicinity of the main house, he discovered the entrance firmly shut, besieged by no fewer than 50 undead, relentlessly battering against the renowned ironwood door. The creaking of the door echoed ominously, as though it might splinter apart at any moment. Within the main house, over 20 individuals were present, their faces etched with terror. The sounds of the undead colliding with the door reverberated. Their hearts raced, dreading the imminent breach. Among them were brought of the Campbell family and Sean's sister. Unit out of all those gathered, they appeared the most composed, yet even they could not mask the worry that lingered on their faces. Captain Roos, there is no food here. We cannot last for many days. Is there any way we can break through? Broad, the head of the household, sighed and turned to a bearded man beside him, who held a long spear. This man, Captain Roos, responded with a pained smile. There are at least 50 corpses outside. Even if we were to act alone, the three of us who have studied the knightly arts would have little assurance of a safe escape. If only Master Sean were here. At his words, many faces brightened momentarily, only to fall back into despair. With Sean's formidable prowess as a full-fledged knight, their chances of either holding out or breaking free would have been greatly enhanced. But alas, he had just departed from ASE City a few days prior. Indeed, if only Sean were here, Broad lamented. Suddenly, Captain Roos pressed his ear against the door, straining to listen. What is it, Captain Roos? Several individuals tensed at his actions, prompting Yuna to inquire urgently. It seems someone is approaching, and their strength appears formidable, Roos replied, brow furrowed in uncertainty. The other two captains, Fal and Sasson, joined him at the door, intent on eavesdropping on the commotion outside. Someone is indeed coming. And their power is impressive, they exclaimed in unison. Could it be our cousin Sean returning? Yes, it must be Sean. The others perked up, their spirits lifted by the prospect, as Sean drew closer to the main residence. The terrifying sounds of his actions became distinctly audible. Not only the three captains but even the untrained ears of the common folk could discern the commotion. Moments later, the clamor of the corpses ceased, replaced by a youthful voice calling out, "Open the door, it's me." Joy illuminated the faces of all as they recognized that familiar voice. It was indeed Sean. When the door swung open, a golden-haired youth appeared, accompanied by the remnants of the undead. The 50-odd corpses that had battered the door now lay in ruin, all slain with precision by a single sword stroke. "Sean, you're back! How wonderful!" Broad and Yuna rushed forward, relief flooding their features as they embraced him. Seeing them unharmed brought a flicker of joy to Sean's countenance. Though his eyes quickly scanned the others behind them, the sudden dread gripped him. The little girl Lily was absent from the group of over 20 individuals. "Where's Lily?" he asked urgently. At his inquiry, Broad and Yuna turned pale, falling into a heavy silence. It was Roos who spoke next. "When we arrived at the main house, we checked Miss Lily's room, but she was not there." "What?" Sean's expression shifted dramatically, and he dashed out of the main house, turning back to command. "You all stay inside and secure the door. I'll go check." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished, employing his speed talent. With a velocity that defied imagination, Sean reached Lily's room in the blink of an eye. The door was ajar, and he rushed inside, calling, "Lily." Yet, silence met him, and the absence of her familiar voice darkened his expression. In the entire Campbell household, his bond with the little girl Lily was unparalleled. Having no sister in his previous life, he had cherished her deeply. Suddenly, a thought struck him that he bolted from Lily's room. Racing towards a specific direction, he recalled the maid Erin mentioning that every time he was away, Lily would visit his courtyard daily to check if he had returned, with a series of violent impacts. Several undead lunged at him, but encased in his defensive stance, he collided with them, sending them crashing back against the walls that in mere moments. He reached the exterior of his courtyard. The gate was shut, and at its entrance lay the body of a guard, his wounds indicative of a brutal attack. "Lily!" Sean called frantically. Inside the courtyard, a door was tightly locked and barricaded with furniture, sheltering 4 individuals, the little girl Lily, maid Erin, and the Garcia siblings. They had fought off the newly transformed and sluggish corpses, and House Garcia had hurried back to secure the courtyard door, leading the 3 girls into the strongest room available. "Is that my brother's voice?" Lily exclaimed, her face streaked with dried tears. Beside her, Erin whispered words of comfort, though they seemed to have little effect. Suddenly, Lily's expression brightened, and she dashed towards the door. Erin and House shared her joy, swiftly moving to remove the furniture blocking the entrance. Having followed Sean for so long, they recognized his voice instantly, and upon hearing it, they knew he had returned. "Brother!" As the courtyard door swung open, a small figure in a white dress rushed out. Sean quickly dispelled his defensive stance and embraced the little girl, whispering softly, "It's all right, it's all right." Once he confirmed that Erin and the Garcias were unharmed, he nodded at them while still holding Lily. "Stay close to me. House, keep an eye on the others." Under Sean's protection, the 5 of them made their way back to the main house without incident. Lily. Upon seeing the girl in Sean's arms, Broad and Yuna hurried over, their faces alight with joy, their hearts finally easing with relief. Chapter 109. Decision in the Campbell residence. Over 40 individuals huddled together, their eyes filled with fear and uncertainty, yet a glimmer of hope flickered when they gazed upon the golden-haired youth. After rescuing Lily, Sean meticulously searched the various rooms of the Campbell house, vanquishing the undead within and liberating those who had been hiding, bringing them to safety. The 40-plus souls gathered were the entirety of the Campbell household, including maids and guards. The old steward, Pound, had succumbed to the undead onslaught in the initial moments of the outbreak, and Sean had personally seen to his departure. Tragically, Sean's second uncle, Benson Campbell, along with a cousin, had been killed by an undead guard. The casualties among the maids and guards were numerous, some faces familiar to Sean, while many others remained mere shadows in his memory. Sean, what do we do now? Broadside, glancing at the remaining 40 souls, the vast Campbell estate reduced to so few. He turned his gaze toward Sean, seeking guidance. The others too looked to him with anxious eyes, for survival now hinged upon this night. We can hold our ground here, awaiting rescue from the fortress garrison, or we can attempt to break out. However, the latter option carries significant peril. Even I cannot guarantee your complete safety, Sean replied, his brow furrowed in thought. Upon hearing this, many instinctively leaned towards the idea of fortifying their position, deeming it far safer to wait for assistance than to risk an escape. Yet Sean's next words shattered their illusions. I recommend we attempt to break out. I hastily returned upon learning of the voodoo outbreak in Woba City, and I fear the extent of this disaster is vast. Even if the fortress sends aid, it may take several days. Sean paused, weighing his words, before continuing. Moreover, this calamity has erupted from within. I am concerned that Fort Futu might also succumb to the voodoo plague. If that occurs, the wait for assistance could extend even further. Or potentially, his unspoken words resonated in the hearts of all present. Should the fortress fall victim to the calamity of voodoo, its strength would undoubtedly suffer considerable damage, necessitating a significant number of personnel for its defense. Thus, it is quite probable that the fortress will not dispatch troops for rescue in the near term. What are your thoughts? The head of the family, Broder, first cast his gaze upon Sean's great-uncle, Von Campbell, and then turned to the 3 members of the guard, inquiring. Well, this, Sean's great-uncle, Von Campbell, hesitated, clearly at a loss in the face of such a crisis. I concur with Master Sean's suggestion. We should charge forth. I share the same sentiment. So do I. The 3 members of the guard sequentially expressed their agreement. Upon hearing the trio's endorsement, others began to voice their support as well. I too support Master Sean's proposal. Me as well. I agree with Sean's decision to charge out, with the majority in favor of Sean's suggestion. The family head, Broder, nodded and turned his attention back to Sean. Sean, when shall we act? After a moment of contemplation, Sean replied. As soon as possible. I fear the situation may worsen. Wait a moment, Sean. At that moment, Una called out to him. What is it? Sean asked, puzzled. Upon meeting Sean's gaze, Una hurriedly spoke. Sean, we could collaborate with other families to charge out together. That would enhance our safety. Collaborate with other families. Sean furrowed his brows. Responding, I fear that other families may become a liability and hinder us instead. The more people there were, the longer the group would become, thereby increasing the area he needed to safeguard, likely making it unmanageable. Then let us seek out those families that would not be a burden, such as the Lord's Manor. Una continued. Sean's heart suddenly enlightened at her words. Although the Campbell family had recently risen in prominence, their foundational strength remained relatively weak. To date, aside from the 3 guards, they had not managed to recruit anyone else trained in knightly arts, which was a key reason for his determination to cultivate talent himself. However, the Lord's Manor was different, as the governing family of a city with a population of over 100,000. They undoubtedly had numerous individuals versed in knightly arts. If they could collaborate with them, the safety of the ordinary citizens would indeed be greatly enhanced. Whoosh! After ensuring that the corpses near the Campbell family were cleared, Sean propelled himself towards the Lord's Manor like a white meteor, charging forward without pause. He paid no heed to the corpses along the way, simply using the formidable defense of his protective stance to send them flying. Akin to a supercar racing through a bustling city. Soon, he arrived outside the Lord's Manor. The grand entrance, standing at a height of 3 meters, was firmly shut, clearly having been barred from within. Thud, skirting around the entrance, Sean approached the towering wall beside it, which stood over 2 meters high. With a powerful push, he sprang upwards as if equipped with springs, easily leaping over the wall and landing inside the Lord's Manor. Bang! With a heavy thud, he crashed into a garden-like area within the manor, trampling a flower bed filled with unknown blooms into disarray before dashing towards the main hall. What person? Just as he was nearing the main hall, a man wielding a battle axe spotted him and was momentarily taken aback, initially mistaking him for a corpse that had somehow infiltrated. However, upon seeing the ethereal white glow surrounding Sean, his expression shifted to one of solemnity. A formal night. Meanwhile, A middle-aged man with a pale complexion emerged from the main hall, scrutinizing Sean with keen interest. Baron Sean? Indeed. As he retracted his defensive stance, Sean nodded. Equally examining the other man, he was aware that the Lord's manor was guarded by a formal knight. Though that knight had remained reclusive, never attending even the Lord's Banquet, which was why Sean had never encountered him before. Yet, with just a single glance, he confirmed that the formal knight in the manor was indeed this man. For he could sense a calm and composed demeanor emanating from him. Faced with Sean, a formal knight, the man maintained an admirable poise, which led Sean to believe that the only reason for such composure could be that he too was a formal knight. Chapter 110. The Forgotten 1-Inch. Baron Sean, what brings you here? Please, come in. As another figure emerged from the main hall of the Lord's manor, it was Orlando Joyce, the Lord of ASE City, upon seeing Sean. His expression brightened with joy, and he warmly welcomed Sean inside. An hour later, the great doors of the manor swung open, revealing a contingent of over 200 individuals, skilled knights in the vanguard and ordinary citizens behind them, departing the manor towards the direction of the Campbell family. Upon articulating his intentions, Sean and Lord Orlando Joyce were in perfect accord. The Campbell family lacked individuals trained in knightly arts, while the Lord's manor required a top-tier expert to lead the charge. Although there was already a formal knight present, the length of the formation made it difficult to manage both ends, necessitating two top-tier experts for adequate assurance. The two parties were thus mutually complementary, leading to an unhesitating agreement to proceed with the plan to retrieve the Campbell family members before preparing to break out of the city. Puff, puff, puff. Half an hour later, after gathering over 40 individuals from the Campbell family, the group, now nearing 300 strong, set forth once more, this time directly advancing towards the city gates. The formal knight from the Lord's manor led the charge at the forefront, wielding a long blade that sliced through the air with relentless precision, creating a web of glimmering light that cleaved any approaching corpses in twain. Meanwhile, Sean positioned himself at the rear of the formation, due to the slower pace necessitated by the presence of ordinary citizens. Corpses would occasionally pursue from behind, all of which Sean promptly intercepted. The sword in his hand seemed weightless, requiring little effort, yet each strike he delivered bore destructive power that rivaled that of the formal knight leading the charge. Having honed his advanced swordsmanship for over a year, Sean had finally reached a level where he could fully harness his abilities. This meant that he was now capable of exerting his full strength without the previous limitations of only achieving 60 or 70% of his potential. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 600 meters, 400 meters. The distance to the city gates diminished with each passing moment, and expressions of elation spread across the faces of the group. However, just 200 meters from the gates, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Bang! With a thunderous sound akin to an explosion, a figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall of a nearby house and breaking through it. The individual who flew out was none other than the formidable formal knight from the Lord's manor. Puff! Spitting blood, the knight's vitality diminished, and even the defensive barriers surrounding him dissipated automatically. Who are you? Struggling to crawl out from the wreckage, the pale-faced man gazed astonished at the figure blocking their path. His voice tinged with trepidation. Before them stood a youth with long brown hair, clearly unkempt for some time, tied back with a piece of twine. Ha ha! The brown-haired youth laughed maniacally upon hearing the knight's wary inquiry, his gaze locking onto Sean with a predatory intensity. You wonder who I am? At the rear of the group, Sean had already sensed the anomaly the moment the pale-faced knight was attacked. He raised his eyes to the brown-haired youth clashing with the knight and was struck by a wave of shock. Benson, the youth who had effortlessly sent the formal knight flying with a single blow, was none other than Benson, who had vanished for an entire year. After Benson was expelled from the Knight Academy, Sean had expended considerable effort to locate him, and given the enmity that had developed, it was only natural that he would not let him escape. Regrettably, he had scoured the entire royal capital without success, even sending letters to the Campbell family to search in ASE City. Yet Benson's whereabouts remained elusive, ultimately leading him to abandon the search. However, a year later, here he was, re-emerging with such terrifying strength. With one decisive strike, he had defeated a formal knight, and judging by his demeanor, he appeared remarkably unfazed. His power was at least that of a mid-tier knight. Given his talents, how could he possibly have attained such a level in just a year? Even if he had been consuming precious elixirs to enhance his strength, it should not have been feasible. Continuous consumption of such precious resources would only lead to a buildup of potency within the body without actual enhancement of power. Surprised? Are you? For the past year, I have been yearning for you to the point of death, wishing to devour you piece by piece. Benson licked his lips, a savage glint of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. But you've caught me off guard. You've become a formal knight. Remarkable, a 17-year-old formal knight. What potential for a powerhouse in the kingdom, but this only excites me further. Whoosh! In the next moment, he lunged ferociously towards Sean at the rear of the group. Those trained in knightly arts attempted to counter him. He brushed them aside with sheer brute strength, crushing one into a pulp with a single punch. He was capable of withstanding blades with nothing but his flesh. What incredible fortitude must he possess? Fortuity Fortress. The fortress commander, Dar Hughes, gazed solemnly at the mountain of corpses piled in the center of the desolate parade ground. Just a day prior, these individuals had been practicing here, but now they lay lifeless. Some had become mere puppets of the dead, while others had met their demise at the hands of these very abominations. Voodoo. The thought of the malevolent force responsible for this devastation caused his hands to clench tightly, producing a creaking sound. Indeed, Fort Voodoo had not escaped the calamity. It too had succumbed to the plague of voodoo. Although the outbreak had been swiftly suppressed at its onset, the losses were catastrophic. 2/3 of the population had been transformed into mindless corpses, and a further portion had perished from being bitten or scratched, subsequently becoming puppets of the dead. Ultimately, the fortress had suffered a staggering reduction of 3/4 of its forces. Such a loss was unprecedented in the century-long history of the fortress. His concerns extended to the surrounding towns, where most inhabitants were mere civilians, lacking the military training of the fortress. Should the plague of voodoo erupt there, it was likely that fewer than 1 in 10 would survive. What weighed heavily on his mind was that, in the face of such dire circumstances, he could not dispatch troops for assistance. The garrison's strength had plummeted to an all-time low. If a tide of corpses were to surge forth now, whether they could withstand it was uncertain, let alone the audacity to split their forces for rescue. Suddenly, a young man clad in the uniform of the garrison galloped towards him, dismounting even before his steed had come to a halt. Kneeling on one knee and exclaiming loudly, "My Lord Hughes, the tide of corpses approaches." Chapter 111. The first move beyond the fortress lay a vast expanse of flat, desolate plains, where the horizon appeared to meld into the sky. At the end of this flatland, a dark mass resembling a swarm of ants emerged, advancing rapidly towards the fortress in relentless waves. As they drew nearer, it became evident that these were not ants, but countless puppets of the dead, numbering no fewer than 150,000. Among the horde, towering figures over 3 meters tall could be glimpsed. Formidable puppets of the dead that matched the prowess of formal knights. Atop the fortress walls, there was a flurry of activity as everyone diligently prepared to confront the oncoming puppets. However, the numbers were markedly insufficient. A clear consequence of the loss of 3/4 of their military strength due to the voodoo plague, the cadre of formal knights stood atop the walls, stationed at various positions, their expressions grave. The concentration of voodoo in the air was not particularly high, far less than that which had already proliferated among the puppets of the dead. Furthermore, due to their superior physical conditioning, the knights exhibited a formidable immunity and had not succumbed to transformation. Despite this, a heavy dread loomed over them all. The impending tide of corpses was unusually fierce, with numerous puppets of the dead among them. At least dozens could be counted from their vantage point. Commander Dar Hughes stood at the center of the city gate, silently observing the rapidly approaching mass of the dead. In truth, he bore another title, a powerful protector of the kingdom, a genuine high knight. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he caught sight of a hulking figure intermingled within the horde. A towering silhouette of 5 meters, reminiscent of a small mountain, was advancing. This formidable presence dwarfed the surrounding puppets, rendering them mere ants at its feet. It approached the fortress, crushing puppets beneath its feet with each deliberate step, moving at a pace that outstripped even that of the rushing corpses. A sorcerer level. The utterance of those 3 words transformed Dar Hughes's expression into one of palpable trepidation. Sorcerer-level puppets were among the most fearsome entities, possessing power comparable to that of sorcerers, and were thus designated as such. Correspondingly, their strength matched that of high knights, signifying that this was a puppet of the dead with the might of a high knight. Attack! The trebuchets had already begun hurling massive stones, and at the command of Commander Dar Hughes, The formal knights standing atop the walls erupted in radiant white light, leaping down to charge at the nearest sorcerer-level puppet. Commander Darhughes himself was enveloped in brilliant white light as he leapt, soaring several dozen meters beyond the city walls like a meteor ablaze, crashing into the throng of corpses. Instantly, 8 puppets were obliterated by the force of his impact, their skulls bursting apart, while he surged forward towards the sorcerer-level puppet. As the commander, he should not have easily descended into battle. However, the sorcerer-level puppet was not something that formal knights could contend with, leaving him no choice but to intervene personally, unbeknownst to him. Amidst the horde not far from the sorcerer-level puppet, a figure cloaked in gray was coldly observing him with a pair of eerie, dark green eyes. Boom. A building collapsed like a house of cards. And from the wreckage emerged a brown-haired youth, unscathed, yet radiating an icy intent to kill. In the face of the frenzied assault from Benson, Sean did not brace himself. Instead, he swiftly evaded to the side. As he did so, Benson, unable to halt his momentum, crashed into a nearby building, demolishing it completely. Sean's eyes narrowed as he glanced at Benson, who emerged unscathed from the ruins. To achieve such resilience with mere flesh, what kind of formidable physique was required? Surely, even a high knight would struggle to accomplish such feats, had the opponent awakened some form of defensive bloodline talent. As this thought crossed his mind, Sean quickly activated the probing ability of his talent web, and the details of the opponent's abilities appeared before his eyes. Name: Benson Adams. Swordsmanship talent: beginner. Knight talent: beginner. However, the results were unexpected. The opponent possessed no bloodline talent, merely 2 exceedingly ordinary talents: swordsmanship and knight abilities, traits that hardly aligned with someone exhibiting such a terrifying physique. Could it be that the talent web failed to detect certain abilities? No, that couldn't be right. Sean dismissed this notion. The talent web had accompanied him thus far and had never failed to uncover any talents. Thus, he preferred to believe that the opponent had not relied on talent to achieve such a level of prowess. With a deft movement, Sean dodged once more. In the very next instant, Benson charged forward from the spot Sean had just vacated. Swish! Benson's arm shot forth like a spear, piercing through a wall and creating a gaping hole. Seizing the moment, Sean turned his gaze towards a pale, white-bearded man among the recovering group and said, "I'll handle this. You take them and push through." Understood. The white-bearded man cast a wary glance at Benson, who had severely injured him with a single punch, before nodding in agreement. Though Sean would not be covering their retreat, they were now close to the city gates, and if they could just hold on a little longer, they should be able to escape. The thought of joining forces with Sean to confront the brown-haired youth flitted through his mind. He immediately discarded it, but on one hand, lingering would only ensnare their nearly 300 individuals in a deadly trap surrounded by puppets of the dead, risking total annihilation. On the other, the brown-haired youth's power was unervingly mysterious. He felt he was no match for him. Moreover, it was evident that the youth was targeting Sean Campbell. Thus, he had no intention of entangling himself in such perilous waters, especially since he had no deep bond with Sean Campbell. Merely a cooperative relationship, facilitating the escape of Sean's family members was already a considerable act of goodwill. Sean, young Master Sean. Brother, seeing Sean resolve to remain behind to confront the inexplicably formidable Benson. The members of the Campbell family were filled with concern. In the face of such calamity, Sean had become the hope and pillar of the entire Campbell family. Should anything befall him, it would undoubtedly compound their misfortunes. Fear not. You must leave first. I will catch up shortly. As Sean dodged yet another sweeping kick from Benson, he reassured the Campbell family members. Chapter 112. Must not disappoint go. Upon witnessing this, the white-bearded man no longer hesitated and led the group towards the exit. Boom! Benson's sweeping kick, though evaded by Sean, struck a wall behind him, causing a substantial section to collapse as if sliced by a cutting machine. Crash, thud, bang. Using both hands and feet with equal ferocity, Benson wreaked havoc. Anything in his path, regardless of its solidity, was shattered. The ground became riddled with craters, walls crumbled in numerous places, and buildings collapsed in disarray as he rampaged like a monstrous entity. Are you not a formal knight? Are you not strong? Why do you only know how to evade now? As he pursued Sean, who was fleeing in disarray, Benson savored the satisfaction of avenging the humiliation he had suffered at Sean's hands. Delivering a cold taunt. Evade. Once the group had rushed beyond the city gates and disappeared from view, Sean halted, his gaze icy as he directed it towards Benson. Do you think I am evading because of you? Isn't that so? A scornful smile crept across Benson's face, the mockery evident in his demeanor. But in the next moment, his pupils constricted, and his expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment. The hand shrouded in radiant white light swiftly reached out towards him, pressing forcefully upon his head and driving it down towards the ground. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating like the clap of thunder. The stone-paved street beneath him bore exaggerated signs of destruction. The stones shattered to pieces. Not only that, a profound pit formed, and Benson's head was pressed into this abyss by the hand enveloped in white light, rendering even his shoulders invisible, as though he were a turnip, inverted into the street. Gush! A metallic taste filled his throat, and blood gushed from his mouth, yet he paid it no heed, his face a mask of disbelief as he gazed at the hand that bore down upon him. Cloaked in white light, one strike, merely one strike, had inflicted such injury upon him. What a terrifying blow it was! Under the alchemical prowess of the mysterious wizard, his physical form had become robust, rivaling that of a peak high-ranking knight's defense. Yet, such formidable flesh could not withstand a single blow from his adversary. Why you? How could you possibly? Benson stared in shock at the figure shrouded in white light, although the brightness rendered it indistinct. He could not mistake it. After all, this was the person he loathed to the core, one he would recognize even in ashes. Where have you been hiding all this year? How is your body so resilient? Raising his hand, Sean fixed his cold gaze upon Benson, his voice frigid. He had instructed the pale, beardless man to lead the others away, partly to conceal his true strength, and partly to uncover what extraordinary experiences Benson had encountered to acquire such formidable flesh. Humph. Do you think I would tell you? Benson replied, coughing blood, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Bam! A fist enveloped in white light came crashing down, driving Benson's body further into the ground, and he coughed up blood more violently. If you wish to know, dream on. Bam! Another punch fell. I would rather die than. Bam! Yet another blow struck. Bam! 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 Sean unleashed a relentless barrage of over a dozen punches, yet Benson remained defiant, showing no signs of yielding, his face smeared with blood. Most of his facial bones shattered, and his teeth completely gone. Even in the face of death, he remained resolute, uttering but one final phrase. The wizard will avenge me, after enduring over a year of torment. His capacity to withstand pain had become grotesquely acute, rendering him impervious to mere sensations of hurt, let alone to Sean, his mortal enemy. The wizard will. Repeating the name Benson uttered before his demise, Sean's expression darkened. A wizard, at the very least, was akin to a high knight among humans, and the more formidable ones far surpassed even that. It was astonishing that Benson, during his year of absence, had come into contact with such an alien entity. He couldn't help but recall the voodoo calamity that erupted in Wobus City and ASE City. The voodoo calamity was not a mere sorcery. Its manifestation required a medium. Who, then, had brought that medium? Now he had his answer. No one better than Benson, who had previously encountered a wizard, could explain it. He checked Benson's clothing, but found nothing of value, and then he dashed towards the direction the others had fled. Fort Futui, the commander and a powerful figure of the kingdom, Dar Hughes, pressed his hand against a gaping, burnt hole the size of a baby's arm in his abdomen, his complexion as pale as parchment. Teetering on the brink of collapse, opposite him stood a 5-meter-tall corpse puppet, covered in wounds, some severe for its size. Beside the puppet stood a gaunt figure clad in a gray robe. With emerald green eyes and pointed ears reminiscent of bat wings, he was a male from the wizard clan, and the formidable 5-meter corpse puppet was under his control. Fort Futui has obstructed my wizard clan for a century. It is time for its destruction, he declared triumphantly, gazing at the faltering kingdom's champion, Dar Hughes. General Hughes. Lord Hughes. Upon witnessing Dar Hughes severely injured from the wizard's ambush, the formal knights' faces paled, abandoning their respective opponents to rush towards him. Do not approach, Dar Hughes commanded, his face resolute. Retreat, abandon Fort Futui, return to the inland, and convey the message back to the capital. Lord Hughes, hearing his determined words, the knights' expressions turned sorrowful, wanting to voice their concerns, but were interrupted by Dar Hughes. This is my final command to you. After uttering these words, he radiated an intense light, so blinding it was almost unbearable, and charged resolutely towards the male wizard. Retreat. The knights wept as they rushed into Fort Futui, while a few reluctant ones were forcibly dragged away by others. Their hearts ached with profound sorrow. They would rather die than live in such a manner, yet they could not, for it was Lord Darhugh's wish. They could not betray his efforts nor allow him to depart with regrets. Chapter 113. The journey forth. The night was as dark as ink. A few miles outside S.E. City, a convoy composed of the Lord's Manor and the Campbell family hurried forward. Brandishing torches, the Campbell family bore expressions of worry, frequently glancing back towards S.E. City. Although they could not comprehend why Benson had grown so powerful, his strength was undeniably evident. The fact that he had defeated a formal knight from the Lord's Manor in a single encounter was a testament to his terrifying prowess. Anxiety gnawed at their hearts, for Sean had only recently become a formal knight. According to typical estimations, he should be slightly weaker than the knight from the Lord's Manor. Now, facing the even stronger Benson. How could they not be concerned? Captain Roos, do you think Sean can win? Una asked, her face etched with worry as she turned to Captain Roos. I cannot say. That level is beyond my comprehension, Captain Roos replied with a bitter smile. As his strength was still far from that of an apprentice knight, let alone a formal knight. However, at that moment, a youthful voice, filled with unwavering conviction, piped up, "Brother will definitely win. He is the strongest." The little girl, Lily, glared at Captain Roos defiantly. "Yes, Master Sean will certainly prevail." Captain Roos sighed inwardly upon seeing the little girl's teary yet determined eyes and quickly amended his words. Meanwhile, within the Lord's Manor, several key members of the Joyce family, including the Lord himself, exchanged glances, their minds racing with thoughts. They had recently gathered information regarding the entire matter, learning about the enmity between Benson and the Campbell family, and understood that Benson would never spare the Campbells. Moreover, they suspected that Benson was highly likely to win this battle, having already defeated Lord Merk, who had been a formal knight for many years. If they remained in the company of the Campbell family, once Benson eliminated Sean and pursued them, they could very well find themselves entangled in the Campbell family's misfortunes, resolute in their decision. Lord Orlando Joyce approached Campbell family head Brode, stating, "Brode, we must part ways here. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again." Very well. Brode's expression darkened significantly upon hearing this, and after a long pause, he managed to utter a single word. Having lived long enough to be shrewd, he could see through the Joyce family's intentions. Aware of his own culpability, yet unwilling to alter his course, he understood that the current decision affected the lives of everyone in the Joyce family. Lord Orlando Joyce nodded at Brode, then called upon his own family, leading them in another direction. Damn it, how could they do such a thing? If it weren't for Master Sean holding off Benson, how could they have made it out of the city? Once outside, they kicked us aside. What a fine Joyce family. This time, we have seen their true colors. Humph, just wait and see. Master Sean will surely. As they watched the Joyce family hastily retreating in another direction, the members of the Campbell family burned with fury, yet felt utterly powerless, left to pray fervently for Sean's safe return. The Campbell family desperately needed their pillar. Brother. Minutes later, the little girl Lily suddenly exclaimed joyfully, running back in the direction she had come. Seeing her, the members of the Campbell family quickly turned to look behind them. Their faces lighting up with joy in that direction. A figure cloaked in a misty white light surged towards them through the night. Who but Sean could it be? Upon reuniting with the Campbell family, Sean affectionately ruffled Lily's hair and approached family head Brode, a look of curiosity crossing his face as he asked, "Where are the people from the Lord's Manor?" "They parted ways with us shortly after leaving S.E. City," Brode replied, his tone laced with evident sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Sean couldn't help but smirk inwardly. The motives behind the actions of the Joyce family from the Lord's Manor were all too apparent. They feared that he might not be a match for Benson and were concerned that after Benson killed him, they would be implicated. Although he understood their reasoning, he could not condone it. Such allies who would abandon you at a critical moment were hardly worth cultivating. He had now seen their true colors. What about Benson? Shouldn't we leave quickly? Head of the family, Broder, cast a worried glance toward the direction of S.E. City. "There's no need for concern. I have already killed him," Sean replied, shaking his head. "That's splendid." Hearing this, Broder let out a long sigh of relief, while the other members of the Campbell family displayed expressions of astonishment and reverence. The fact that Benson, who was no match for the official knight of the Joyce family, had been slain by Sean indicated that Sean's strength now surpassed that knight's, which delighted them greatly, having fully grasped the importance of power in such a short span of time. They were now completely reliant on Sean, and naturally, The stronger Sean became, the greater the benefits they would reap. Sean, what should we do now? It seems the Joyce family is heading towards Fort Fudu. Should we follow? Broder, feeling immensely fortunate for having shouldered the burden of his family to send Sean to the Knight Academy of Neo, inquired. It's best not to. I believe Fort Fudu may not necessarily be safe. The recent voodoo calamity has a wide reach and appears to be premeditated, and I worry that the wizarding clan intends to breach the fort through this means, Sean replied, furrowing his brow. Then what should we do? Broder echoed Sean's concern, his brow also knitting in worry. Let us head to the capital, Una interjected at that moment. Our foundations in ASE City are utterly ruined. Our family needs to find a new place to settle down, given the royal capital's resources. Even with the intensity of this wizarding clan's assault, it should be able to withstand them, so I believe it is the most suitable destination. After hearing her words, Broder, Sean, and Sean's uncle fell into deep contemplation. And after a moment, they reached a unified decision. Very well, we shall proceed to the capital. At Fort Futu, a surge of bodies flowed like a tide. No, it was not a tide of people, but rather a tide of corpses. After the official knights and the defending soldiers had retreated, an overwhelming number of corpses inundated Fort Futu, filling it to capacity and even spilling outwards. Chapter 114. The pursuit begins. Humph. To think you destroyed my treasure before dying. You have indeed met a fitting end. A male wizard mused to himself atop the ramparts of Fort Futu, gazing at the writhing mass of corpses within. Also, why have I not seen Subject 20 arrive for rendezvous? Did he escape? But that cannot be. He should know that without my suppressants, the toxins in his body would flare up every 10 days, ultimately reducing him to a state of pus and death. Could something have gone awry? Yet, with Subject 20's physical defenses, besides the deceased kingdom strongman at Fort Futu, who else could possibly kill him? As this thought crossed his mind, the male wizard's expression turned icy, his green eyes glowing with an eerie luminescence that a year ago, in pursuit of experimental subjects, he had stealthily infiltrated the wilderness near Fort Futu, capturing over 100 individuals, among whom was Benson. These individuals had all succumbed to excruciating pain, save for Benson, who had endured through an indelible grudge, thereby enhancing his power to its current level. Such experimental subjects were rare, and if someone had truly destroyed this near-perfect specimen, he would ensure that the perpetrator would suffer excruciating torment, a fate worse than death, as a means to assuage his rage at the loss of such a crucial subject. Go! A black beetle, no larger than an adult's pinky finger, emerged from his pocket and flew toward a certain direction, while he himself floated forward, enveloped in a gust of azure wind. This was a scent-tracking insect, adept at following odors. Once it had caught a scent, it could track it even across great distances. Naturally, he had prepared contingencies for such an important experimental subject as Subject 20 that night. The group headed toward the royal capital, encountering numerous survivors fleeing from surrounding cities along the way. The Campbell family truly grasped the meaning of Sean's remark regarding the extensive reach of the voodoo calamity. These individuals hailed from various cities, all of whom had fled due to the outbreak of the voodoo disaster within their towns. A rough estimate of the populations of these cities revealed an astounding figure. At least 300,000 people had been affected. An even more shocking piece of news reached them from some survivors. A kingdom strongman, Lord Darl Rias, had perished, and Fort Futu had fallen, overrun by the wizarding clan and their corpses, with the tide of the undead soon to follow. This information was relayed by a knight who had urgently retreated from Fort Futu to warn the capital. Upon hearing this news, the Campbell family members were drenched in cold sweat, relieved they had not headed toward Fort Futu. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly encountered the tide of corpses. Sean was equally taken aback. Fort Futu had fallen, and even the kingdom's strongman, Darl Rias, had perished. What a brutal battle. The mere thought that a kingdom's strongman had fallen was staggering. More troubling was the wizard who had slain Darl Rias. He surmised that this wizard was likely the wizard lord Benson had mentioned, for it was too coincidental that the attack on Fort Futu had commenced just as Benson had unleashed the voodoo disaster. If this individual could slay Darl Rias, it indicated that their power must be formidable, even among wizards. He recalled Benson's dying words, "The wizard lord will avenge me." It was said that wizards possessed many peculiar methods, some of which allowed them to track their enemies over vast distances. If this individual truly was the wizard lord Benson had spoken of, then it was very likely they would pursue him due to Benson's demise. With this thought, Sean made a decision, writing a letter and handing it to Broder. "I have an urgent matter to attend to and cannot accompany you to the capital. This letter is for a student named Moore Leonard at the Night Academy of Neo. He will arrange accommodations for the family in the capital. You." Broder hesitated, ultimately leaving only this statement: "Take care of yourself." He did not question Sean's reasons for not accompanying them, since Sean chose to remain silent. He respected his decision in this critical time. Bidding farewell to the Campbell family, Sean set off toward the capital from a different direction. He had no intention of confronting the wizard, who could kill a great knight. Such a wizard's power was undoubtedly formidable. And he did not wish to take that risk. As for parting from the Campbell family, it was simply to prevent them from being caught in the crossfire in case that wizard pursued him, allowing him to unleash his full strength without concern. However, after traveling over 10 miles alone in the direction of the capital, he suddenly halted, gazing ahead in shock. The sun had yet to rise. Yet the sky was already brightening. Ahead stood a figure cloaked in gray, with pointed ears, a triangular chin, and eyes radiating emerald light. It was unmistakably a male from the wizarding clan. A small black beetle fluttered before him, its green eyes sparkling with interest as it scrutinized Sean. "You are the one who killed my Subject 20, are you not?" Subject 20. Sean momentarily froze, but quickly deduced that the Subject 20 referred to Benson. Benson's physique had been remarkably robust, almost inhuman, yet lacking any corresponding bloodline talent. It was evident that he had undergone some form of modification, and the individual before him was likely the wizard responsible for that transformation. "Did you transform Benson into that?" Sean inquired gravely. "Benson? No, that is merely your human designation. I prefer to call him Subject 20. A truly perfect specimen, for he managed to endure such suffering due to his unwavering obsession. The potential of humanity is indeed not to be underestimated." The male wizard spoke eloquently, reminiscent of a mad scientist lost in fervent research. Yet, in the next moment, his expression turned icy, his emerald eyes flashing with murderous intent. "However, such a perfect specimen has been ruined by you. Tell me, how do you intend to compensate me?" Sean did not respond, but immediately activated his talent, utilizing the web of inquiry to assess his opponent. In an instant, the details of the wizard's abilities appeared before his eyes. Race: wizarding clan. Wizard talent: advanced, magic talent, intermediate. This was a male wizard with advanced wizarding talent. Judging by his age, he was likely comparable in strength to a great knight. Chapter 115. Confrontation. Puff, puff, puff. As the gaunt fingers of the male wizard pointed in Sean's direction, a peculiar scene unfolded. Clear fissures appeared on the ground around him, from which thick green vines, as robust as a child's arm, surged forth like mushrooms after rain, springing up at an astonishing pace, no fewer than dozens in number. Upon their emergence, they rushed towards Sean in a manner reminiscent of a horde of serpents. Witnessing such a sight, Sean's expression turned grave. He had long heard of the wizard's notoriously strange abilities, and now it was evident that even Flora could be manipulated. Drawing the knight's sword from his waist, Sean wielded it, transforming it into a gleaming arc of cold light that wove an impenetrable net before him. With a series of sharp sounds, thwack, 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 every vine that approached was effortlessly severed by the brilliance of Sean's blade. With a resounding thud, the severed vines fell to the ground, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, revealing their remarkably sturdy composition. Although it appeared that Sean was dispatching these vines with ease, it would be no simple feat for another, even a high-ranking knight, to achieve such a swift victory over a single vine. These vines, seemingly ordinary, were far from it. Each had undergone a transformation through sorcery during its growth, rendering them denser and more resilient. Indeed, one could rightfully describe them as hard as steel. With all the vines vanquished, Sean was enveloped in a radiant white light as he charged towards the male wizard. Truth be told, he had no desire to engage in combat with this wizard, but since confrontation was unavoidable, he resolved to do his utmost to emerge victorious. Impressive strength. No wonder you managed to eliminate the 20 experimental subjects. The male wizard's gaze turned icy as he observed the ease with which Sean severed the vines and rushed towards him. With a deliberate motion, he lightly tapped a finger at his side. Puff, puff, puff. More vines sprouted forth, this time not rushing towards Sean but intertwining rapidly before the male wizard, forming an exaggeratedly large green wall that obstructed Sean's path. Circumventing it would only waste time. Sean poured his strength into his sword and struck thrice against the verdant barrier. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The wall of woven green vines was cleaved by Sean's blows, creating an aperture just wide enough for him to pass through. He hurriedly slipped inside, only to discover that the male wizard had vanished from view, instead standing at a distance, enveloped in an azure wind, his expression indifferent as he regarded Sean. Then, with another slight gesture, he summoned forth a sphere of flame radiating an eerie blue glow, roughly the size of a football. The orb was enveloped in searing blue flames that emitted an astounding heat, trailing a blue tail as it hurtled towards Sean with the swiftness of a shooting star. Even before it drew near, Sean felt the intense heat wash over him, signaling that the temperature of this fiery sphere was extraordinary. Swish! Grasping his sword with both hands, Sean executed a downward slash that struck the center of the blue fireball. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the sphere was cleaved in two, ultimately bursting apart into fragments that scattered in all directions. The minuscule embers, no larger than the tip of a fingernail, fell wherever they may, instantly scorching the ground black over a wide area. Crack, crack, crack. The sparks inevitably struck the defensive barrier, and Sean let out a sigh of relief upon noticing that. Thanks to the enhancement of his intermediate power talent, his defenses were formidable, even among high-ranking knights. The remnants of the fireball, although potent, were clearly insufficient to breach his protective field. A flicker of caution crossed the male wizard's otherwise cold countenance. If the severing of the green vines had been within his expectations, Sean's shattering of the blue fireball was somewhat unexpected. The sorcery that controlled the green vines, green tendril, was a commonplace first-tier spell. Not particularly powerful and considered quite ordinary among first-tier sorceries, the spell that governed the blue fireball, Ghost Flame, was a different matter. It was among the stronger first-tier spells and, aside from his most powerful secret sorcery, was the male wizard's strongest technique that he had not anticipated that it would be effortlessly countered by Sean, leading him to regard his opponent with newfound respect. Realizing this, a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he pointed once more. Whoosh! Sean dashed towards the male wizard, yet the speed at which the wizard cast his spell exceeded Sean's expectations. With a mere gesture, the male wizard's magic took form almost instantly, in an instant. A pale blue wind, swirling rapidly, enveloped a large circle, with Sean caught within its confines. But the assault did not end there. The blue circle began to shrink rapidly, its diameter diminishing from several meters to less than a meter before Sean could react, binding him tightly as if ensnared by a genuine lasso of wind. Buzz! As the azure wind bound him, the male wizard showed no signs of relenting. He pointed again. Suddenly, an arrow, a meter long and as thick as a baby's arm, emerged, shimmering in a deep crimson hue, as if crafted from congealed blood. Whoosh! The blood-red arrow shot forth, trailing a red afterimage as it sped towards the ensnared Sean. As it passed, branches and leaves were stripped clean by the mere force of its passage. And soon the arrow loomed perilously close to Sean. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, reminiscent of thunder during a storm, the terrifying sound echoing clearly for miles. Huff! Over 10 meters away, Sean exhaled slowly, a flicker of trepidation crossing his face. Just before the blood-red arrow struck, he summoned the colossal strength of 160,000 pounds bestowed upon him by his intermediate power talent, breaking free from the azure wind's grasp. However, by this time, there was no opportunity for evasion. And without hesitation, he swung his sword with all his might at the approaching blood-red arrow. The clash between Sean's sword, infused with 160,000 pounds of force, and the blood-red arrow was akin to a comet colliding with the moon. The impact propelled Sean backward, skidding several meters, and the sword he wielded was forced aside as the blood-red arrow crashed against his defensive field. The barrier surged violently, akin to boiling water, as if it might crack and shatter at any moment. Yet ultimately it held firm against the onslaught of the blood-red arrow. Undoubtedly, it was clear that simply relying on the defensive field would not suffice to halt the blood-red arrow, had Sean's earlier strike not mitigated some of its power. He might well have been pierced through the barrier and met his end. Chapter 116. The Origin of Sorcery. What? The male wizard's face flashed with a hint of apprehension as he beheld Sean's unscathed defense against his blood arrow. The blood arrow represented the pinnacle of his current magical arsenal. Just a day prior, he had utilized this very spell to ambush the human knight Darcios, and as witnessed, the blood arrow had breached Darcios' defenses, inflicting severe wounds. Yet, this formidable sorcery had utterly failed against the youth before him, who had emerged unscathed. Whoosh! Regaining his composure, Sean charged once more at the male wizard. Whoosh! With a powerful strike, he aimed his sword at the wizard. The male wizard hastily pointed again, conjuring a wall of vines anew. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The wall of vines was cleaved asunder by Sean's knightly blade, revealing the male wizard, who was already attempting to escape on the winds. Sean's prowess had far surpassed the wizard's expectations. Even his strongest sorcery had proven ineffective against Sean. With a sense of urgency, the male wizard sought to flee, but Sean would not grant him that desire. After enduring several of the wizard's bizarre magical assaults without so much as grazing his opponent, Sean was consumed by a fierce anger upon realizing the male wizard's intent to escape, prompting him to pursue with all his might. With the enhancement of his intermediate speed talent, Sean's velocity matched that of the wind-riding male wizard, and perhaps even exceeded it slightly. Boom, boom, boom. The male wizard unleashed sorcery after sorcery in a futile attempt to thwart Sean's advance. Yet Sean either shattered the spells with a single stroke of his sword or evaded them with his extraordinary speed. Whoosh! At last, Sean closed the distance, and with a swift arc of his sword, he struck towards the male wizard's back. The male wizard hastily wove another wall of vines behind him. PSSHD. Yet Sean's strike was executed with such swiftness that it not only cleaved the wall of vines in twain, but also caught the male wizard himself, who was attempting to evade. A deep gash appeared across the male wizard's back, with a purple liquid oozing forth that quickly stained his gray robe. The wizard's blood was, astonishingly, a shade of purple. Swish! The searing pain in his back alerted the male wizard to his injury, and his emerald eyes glared angrily at Sean. Pointing once more, he conjured another blood-red arrow, which surged towards Sean. Whoosh! This time, however, the arrow missed its mark, as Sean deftly dodged, the arrow slicing past him and leaving a clear trail of destruction for 100 meters before vanishing from sight. Previously, bound by the wizard's wind spell, Sean had been unable to evade, but now, unrestrained, he refused to endure such a powerful sorcery head-on. Whoosh! The blood-red arrows proved futile against Sean, as the male wizard endured the agony in his back and pointed his finger once more. A swirling breeze, reminiscent of a silken ribbon, materialized, enveloping a vast area and ensnaring Sean within its grasp. Crack! However, in the next instant, this gust was swiftly cleaved apart by Sean's sword, and without hesitation, he surged forth, thrusting his blade towards the wizard's chest. The first time he had been ensnared, he had been unprepared for such an enigmatic sorcery, but the second time, having taken precautions, there was no way Sean would allow himself to be bound again. Thud! The long sword pierced the male wizard's chest, and the hand that had just been raised fell limply to the ground, the green light in his eyes gradually dimming until his entire body slumped lifelessly. To his dying breath, he could not fathom that after slaying a formidable warrior of the fortuitous fortress kingdom and seizing the fortress, he would meet his end at the hands of a foe whose name he did not even know. As Sean withdrew his sword from the wizard's chest, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. The adversary's strength was undeniable, especially evident in that terrifying crimson arrow sorcery, which left even him with lingering dread. Were he to be struck by such an arrow directly, he would surely meet his demise, and he began to understand why the great knight Dar Shios had fallen to this enemy, with such a potent sorcery at their disposal. It was indeed plausible that they could kill Dar.as for why Dar had been unable to evade the attack. It was easy to surmise. The opponent had arrived surrounded by a horde of corpses, using them as cover and potentially hindering Dar's movements before striking. It was fortunate that this time, the adversary had not brought their undead minions. Otherwise, the outcome could have been far more dire. Sorcery is truly a peculiar thing, Sean mused, furrowing his brow at the thought of the 4 bizarre spells the opponent had employed, whether it was the manipulation of vines, the control of winds, the summoning of azure fireballs, or the creation of those blood-red arrows. Each was an extraordinarily strange method of attack, evoking a sense of encountering an awakened bloodline talent. Yet, he recognized that this was merely an illusion. The foe lacked any bloodline talent, a fact he had discerned long before their confrontation. It seems the rumors hold truth. Sean recalled a tome he had seen at the Knight Academy of Neo, which stated that the sorcery of the wizarding clan was derived from the study of creatures with awakened bloodline talents. Initially, he had been skeptical. Possessing the talent web, he understood the intricacies of bloodline talents better than anyone, and could hardly fathom how someone could study it and achieve results. However, it now appeared that he had been too hasty in his judgment. Nevertheless, judging by the male wizard's performance while casting spells, it was evident that such research had not fully unraveled the mysteries of bloodline talents. Otherwise, the wizard's sorcery would not have been so limited in power. One must remember that even a basic power talent offered a threefold enhancement, given the wizard's strength, comparable to that of a great knight. If he truly wielded a bloodline talent, even a rudimentary one would elevate his power to a fearsome level, far beyond what Sean could withstand. Yet the sorcery on display did not exhibit such a significant enhancement. Aside from its strangeness, there was no fundamental increase in strength. Clearly, the Wizarding clan's research had not reached a level of perfect replication. Alas, the talent web's replication and fusion ability was only activated a few days ago and has yet to recover. Casting a glance at the wizard's corpse, Sean shook his head with slight regret. If only the replication and fusion of the talent web were available, he would have eagerly sought to replicate this wizard's talents. The Wizarding clan had persisted in conflict with humanity to this day, and even seemed to have the upper hand, suggesting that their cultivation system possessed merits worth exploring. Of course, he had not abandoned the notion of pursuing the knightly path in favor of the Wizarding one. In truth, the knightly path was far more suited to him. The myriad of strange abilities wielded by wizards could be realized through the replication and fusion of corresponding bloodline talents, and their potency would undoubtedly surpass that of sorcery, as it was the genuine article.as for replicating and fusing wizarding talents. That was merely a thought. Until he acquired the appropriate bloodline talents, he sought to gain some peculiar auxiliary capabilities through the wizard's sorcery, such as locating enemies within a 100-mile radius. Chapter 117. Convergence. Perhaps it is feasible. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Sean's mind. While the replication and fusion capabilities of the talent web were indeed unavailable for the moment, he could devise a means to preserve the male wizard's corpse until the talent web's abilities were restored, at which point he could attempt to replicate and fuse. Of course, this method was not guaranteed to succeed. This world lacked the conveniences of his previous life, such as refrigerators, and could be considered technologically impoverished. However, he was aware that certain families in this realm employed a method of refrigeration, transporting ice blocks into a sealed cellar during the cold winters to preserve fruits and vegetables for the summer. Although this technique did not match the efficacy of a refrigerator, it was certainly a viable means of preservation. He could conceal the male wizard's corpse within such an ice cellar and return to check on it in a month. If the body remained intact and the talent unharmed, he would have succeeded in acquiring the wizard's abilities. If it had decayed and the talent destroyed, it would merely be a slight regret. As he rummaged through the male wizard's belongings, Sean discovered a pouch crafted from unknown beast hide, containing a tome inscribed in the Wizarding clan script, a handful of adult-sized black insects, and a collection of unidentified herbs. Naturally, he could not decipher the script, nor did he know the purpose of the black insects, let alone the properties of the herbs. Unable to ascertain the specific functions of these items, Sean decided to simply stow the pouch at his waist. He then hoisted the male wizard's corpse with one hand, not heading towards the royal capital, but rather towards a nearby city that had transformed into a necropolis. He resolved to conceal the male wizard's body within this forsaken place. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, he found it indeed overrun with the undead, yet he remained unfazed. Activating his external defensive field, he charged into the chaos, wielding the wizard's corpse without drawing his sword. Any undead that approached him were sent flying with a single strike, their bones shattering upon impact, and their insides crushed beyond recognition. In his current state, even without employing his power talents, he possessed a strength of 16,000 pounds. A force that would spell doom for any ordinary undead. He barreled through the city and entered a sizable estate. Within the estate, the undead were also present in abundance. It was unclear whether the entire family had succumbed to undeath or if some had managed to escape. However, Sean was unconcerned, as he scoured the estate meticulously and eventually located the entrance to a cellar in a secluded room. He opened the sealed door to the cellar and stepped inside. Greeted by a world of ice, the space measured over 100 square meters, filled with vast quantities of ice, along with some wine and various fruits and vegetables. Selecting a block of ice measuring over 2 meters long and a meter wide, Sean deftly carved out a hollow space sufficient to accommodate the male wizard's body, employing his hand as if it were a chisel, all while enveloped in the protective field. He then placed the male wizard's corpse within the hollow and covered it with another block of ice. Finally, he sealed the cellar door tightly and exited. Boom! Glancing back at the room above the cellar, Sean unleashed a powerful strike, collapsing the entire structure and effectively sealing the entrance to the cellar. Satisfied, he nodded. With this, it was unlikely anyone would discover the location unless there were remnants of the family. If that were the case, they could only lament their misfortune, departing from the necropolis. Sean set off in pursuit of the Campbell family, having initially parted ways to evade the wizard. With the wizard now dealt with, there was no longer any need for him to journey alone to the royal capital. Moreover, he held concerns for the Campbell family's current situation. Amidst the chaos, it was highly probable that opportunists would take advantage of the turmoil to rob fleeing families along the trade route. In a vast open area, a multitude of refugee groups numbering in the hundreds paused to rest, among them the Campbell family. They had fled from the city overnight and had not rested since, leaving everyone severely fatigued, prompting their decision to take a brief respite. "Father, it seems we are being watched." In a carriage, Eunice spoke with concern. Several individuals had deliberately or inadvertently walked past the Campbell family's encampment. Casting scrutinizing glances within, it was evident that these individuals harbored ill intentions. "I am aware. Let us rest for now, and then we shall depart immediately." The family head, Brode, replied with a furrowed brow. Eunice sensed his unease. He, too, had noticed the watchful eyes. Wealth was a temptation, especially in these tumultuous times. Thanks to Sean's protection as a formal knight, the Campbell family had departed well prepared, carrying away nearly all their valuables and ample provisions. Such plentiful resources naturally incited envy among families that had hurriedly fled the city, leaving behind scant supplies and riches. They were eager to pounce and seize what they could. Indeed, Una nodded. Yet her heart remained heavy with concern. The imposing demeanor of those families clearly indicated they would not relinquish their ambitions easily. "Wow, look quickly!" That is, suddenly, a voice of astonishment echoed from outside, suggesting that something significant had transpired. Inside the carriage, obscured from the unfolding events, the head of the family, Broder, raised an eyebrow and summoned a guard waiting outside, inquiring, "What is happening out there?" The guard, his face alight with joy, responded, "Young Master Sean has returned. Young Master Sean has returned." Upon hearing this, both Broder and Una hastily disembarked from the carriage, only to witness a figure enveloped in a radiant white light swiftly approaching the Campbell family. With a resounding thud, the figure landed heavily upon the ground, stabilizing its stance. However, the ground beside the Campbell family immediately caved in, forming a pit over a meter in diameter. From within this pit, the figure cloaked in white light emerged. Despite the hazy glow, they could discern that it was indeed Sean. After all, they were exceedingly familiar with Sean's silhouette. "Sean, you're back!" Broder exclaimed, his face beaming with delight. "Indeed," Sean nodded. Deactivating his defensive force field, and, accompanied by Broder and Una, he entered the very carriage they had just vacated. Chapter 118. Dread Boom. It was as if a silent explosion reverberated through the surroundings, leaving the various family factions in a state of shock. Some of those who had recently sent envoys to probe the Campbell family were now breaking out in cold sweat. They had narrowly avoided provoking a truly terrifying family, a family that boasted an official knight. They had initially thought it would be a simple matter, only to realize that what they had encountered was not a mere morsel, but a diamond of the hardest kind, one that could not be crushed and would instead shatter their own teeth upon attempting to bite down. Fortunately, they had yet to act. Otherwise, they would have found themselves in dire straits. With Sean's guardians in tow, the Campbell family journeyed unimpeded, finally arriving at the capital on the 10th day. "I never expected to return so swiftly." Gazing at the towering city walls that soared over 20 meters high, Sean mused. Initially, he had thought that after departing the capital, it would be at least over a year before he returned. Yet, unexpectedly, he was compelled to return in mere months. Nonetheless, it is for the best. Reflecting on his old acquaintances in the capital, Sean's heart turned cold. It was time to settle accounts with the Lund family. Now, with strength rivaling the kingdom's mightiest, he had joined the ranks of the most formidable individuals in the realm. No longer fearing the Lund family. Rather, it was they who should now dread him. What? Such exorbitant entrance fees, and calculated per person. This is nothing short of robbery. Like Sean and his companions, many others had fled to the capital. At the city gates, a long line had formed. At the forefront was a family of around 100 individuals, and it was their head who was now bellowing in outrage. Entering the capital required an entrance fee, a fact he was aware of, having visited the capital before. However, he had not anticipated that the fee would now soar to 10 gold coins per person, meaning that for their 100-strong group, they would have to pay 1,000 gold coins just to enter, a sum that felt akin to outright extortion. 10 gold coins per person. Pay if you wish, but if not, leave immediately and do not obstruct those behind you," chuckled the small captain of the guards, his eyes gleaming with disdain. Though he was but a minor gatekeeper, he had encountered many esteemed figures and was hardly intimidated by the outbursts of a mere family patriarch from a remote town. You, fine, I will pay," the family head stammered, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and begrudgingly handed over more than 1,000 gold coins. With the fortress fallen, the capital was now one of the few truly safe havens, even if the entrance fee was steep. There was no choice but to pay it. Observing the scene unfold before him, Sean raised an eyebrow, surprised at the exorbitancy of the entrance fee. However, he quickly deduced the reason, with the fortress lost. The safest place in the kingdom was undoubtedly the capital, which was heavily fortified. Families sharing the Campbell family sentiments would surely be numerous. With so many flocking to the capital, the high entrance fees were likely a strategy to curb the influx of people. Indeed, upon learning of the 10 gold coin fee per individual, many groups broke away from the long queue, heading in different directions. These groups were evidently less affluent. Paying such a high entrance fee would leave them struggling to survive in the capital. It would be wiser to seek refuge in a nearby town, which, although not as safe as the capital, would at least provide some semblance of security and livelihood as the various groups either departed or paid the entrance fee. It soon came to the turn of the Campbell family. What should we do? Shall we divert to a nearby town? Inside the carriage, family head Broder raised his brow. The steep entrance fee posed a considerable burden even for the Campbell family, which had lost its source of income, with every coin dwindling. Let us proceed into the capital. It is the safer option that I still have some spare funds. Allow me to cover it, Sean replied. Shaking his head, he stepped out of the carriage and approached the small captain of the guards, producing a deposit slip worth 500 gold coins and offering it to him. Presently, if one included the unprocessed jade ornaments and jewels, his wealth exceeded 2 million. Thus, this minor expenditure was trivial. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Upon seeing the deposit slip Sean presented, the previously arrogant small captain recoiled as if faced with a hot potato. Hastily stepping back and shaking his head, "My Lord Baron, your party is exempt from the entrance fee." "Really?" Sean inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, truly." The small captain nodded vigorously, his eyes occasionally darting towards Sean's Baron badge. His previous bravado vanished. "Oh, very well," Sean replied, sensing the shift in attitude, and returned to the carriage. Though he was indifferent to the fee, it was certainly preferable to save it. Once the Campbell family departed, a guard hurried over, inquiring, "Boss, why did you let them through without collecting the entrance fee? If the higher-ups find out, we might be held accountable." "Held accountable?" The small captain chuckled dismissively, glancing at the guard. "Do not think that because I did not collect the entrance fee from that family today, the higher-ups would be displeased. They might even reward me." "Reward? Boss, are you out of your mind? Have you lost your senses?" The guard hastily reached out to check the small captain's forehead, concerned he might be suffering from a fever. Swatting the guard's hand away, the small captain retorted, "I told you to learn more. Do you not realize what that badge on his chest signifies? It signifies a baron, but I recall the higher-ups stating that even families with titles must pay the entrance fee." "Humph. That applies to common barons, but the individual we just encountered is different." "Different? How so? Do you not find the color of that jade orchid peculiar? Other noble badges are inlaid with white jade, yet his badge is made of purple jade." "Ah, now that you mention it, it does seem odd. What does that mean? Is there something special about that badge?" "Of course," the small captain declared with pride. As a gatekeeper of the capital, his knowledge was anything but ordinary. In a place like the capital, where all manner of beings resided, lacking insight could lead to one's downfall. He knew that the royal family seldom issued purple jade badges, and each individual bearing one held an extraordinarily high status, not to be assessed by mere titles. Such individuals were clearly beyond his ability to provoke, and he would not dare to collect entrance fees from them. Although collecting such fees was a directive from above, he was confident that once he explained the situation, the higher-ups would wholeheartedly support his decision and commend his cleverness. Chapter 119. The situation upon entering the capital. The Campbell family took temporary refuge in an inn. After departing from the inn, Sean made his way to the Knight Academy of Neo-H. As he approached, the academy appeared unchanged from the last time he had left. The gates, towering at 7 or 8 meters, bore the inscription Knight Academy of Nio written in the common tongue by the inaugural headmaster. The ground at the entrance remained paved with cloud mountain granite. Walking upon the mirror-like smooth granite, Sean entered through the gates. The guards stationed there, upon recognizing him, refrained from the customary protocol of halting him to inquire about his purpose for entering the academy. During his 4 years at the Night Academy, Sean had spent the first 3 years in relative obscurity, but in the 4th year, he had become a prominent figure within the academy, clearly, even after months of absence. The guards still recognized him. Although they were aware he had graduated, none possessed the audacity to press him with unwelcome inquiries at this hour of the morning, according to the schedule of the Neo Night Academy. Moore should be attending class. Sean made his way directly to the academy's training ground, where he soon spotted Moore, along with his classmates who were now in their 5th year. The instructor, still the ever-reliable teacher Chaucer, was conducting the lesson. Sean quietly stood to the side, listening intently as Chaucer taught, feeling as if he had been transported back to his own days at the Neo Night Academy, after a little over an hour. The class concluded, and teacher Chaucer nodded at Sean before departing. In response, Sean offered a respectful bow. After all, Chaucer, as his teacher, certainly merited such a gesture. At that moment, Moore jogged over with enthusiasm. Haha. Sean, I knew you wouldn't be in any trouble. Upon seeing Sean, Moore playfully punched him lightly on the arm, his face aglow with joy, following the news of the kingdom's powerful warriors falling in battle and the fall of Fort Virtue. He had been deeply concerned about Sean and the situation of the Sean family. He had even tried to leverage his family's connections to ascertain their status. Unfortunately, no information had reached him. The calamity unleashed by the necromancers was too severe, with refugees scattered everywhere and trade severed. Now, seeing that Sean was indeed unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Come on, let us call on Lambert. We should head to that new restaurant street outside the academy. There's a new place that serves delightful food. You won't believe how incredible Lambert has become. Sounds good. As they conversed, the two departed, while other students looked on with envy and regret at their camaraderie. Nowadays, everyone was aware of Sean's potential as a powerful warrior of the kingdom, and the academy had even designated him as a role model. They, too, could have had the chance to share such laughter with him like Moore, had they seized the opportunity. However, they had underestimated Sean's potential, missing the chance to befriend one who was destined to become a formidable force in the kingdom. Brother Sean. Soon after, the two met Lambert. The current Lambert, with his flaxen hair and upright stature, radiated vitality and confidence. Since he had begun honing his body using knightly techniques, his strength had surged dramatically, and he was now the top of their grade. Many teachers remarked that he was another student with the potential to become a powerful warrior. Following in Sean's footsteps, already the top of your grade. Impressive work, Sean said with a smile. I owe it all to your guidance, Brother Sean, Lambert replied earnestly. From his demeanor, Sean could tell that he was not one to forget his roots. The three of them left the academy and made their way to the nearby restaurant street, entering a tavern. Moore, I've come primarily to ask for your family's connections to help the Campbell family find a suitable residence here. In the private room, Sean wasted no time in stating his purpose. Given his relationship with Moore, there was no need for pretense. That's no problem at all, Moore assured with a pat on his chest, setting aside their friendship. The fact that Sean had guided Lambert to his current achievements meant that the Leonard family owed him a significant favor. By the way, I've just arrived in the capital and am unaware of the situation at Fort Virtue. Do you have any insights? Having addressed the matter of the Campbell family's accommodation, Sean inquired further. The situation is still rather unclear. The wizarding clan's onslaught is quite fierce. Even the dreaded voodoo has appeared. Not only has Fort Virtue been attacked, but also Fort Tadaya and Fort Moa have come under siege. Moore's expression darkened as he spoke. What? Fort Tadaya and Fort Moa have also been attacked? Upon hearing this, Sean's heart sank. The wizarding clan's ambitions were even broader than he had anticipated, targeting not just Fort Virtue, but launching simultaneous assaults on 3 fortifications. Fortunately, although both Fort Tadaya and Fort Moa suffered heavy losses, they managed to repel the wizarding clan's assault. The fortifications have not been breached. Repelled, Sean was taken aback. Given the ferocity of the wizarding clan and their meticulous preparations, he had initially assumed that those 2 fortifications had also fallen like Fort Virtue. He was astonished to learn that they had held their ground. Yes, while there were indeed wizards involved, they were no match for the kingdom's powerful warriors stationed at those forts, who forced them to retreat. Moore nodded affirmatively. Unmatched. This prompted Sean to recall the kingdom's warrior stationed at Fort Fertuit. To be honest, he was somewhat surprised that the warrior had perished at the hands of the male wizard. Even in defeat, he would have expected there to be an opportunity for escape. Sensing Sean's bewilderment, Moore offered clarification. That's quite normal. The powerful warriors defending Fort Moa and Fort Fertuit are seasoned veterans, having held their ranks for over a decade. In contrast, Lord Dalrius, who fell, was promoted to a powerful warrior only last year. Is that so? Sean's mind cleared. He had heard descriptions of the battle between the great knight Dalrius and the male wizard, and now it dawned on him that the reason Dalrius fell to that male wizard was partly due to the combined assault of the wizard and an undead abomination, and partly because he had only recently attained the rank of great knight, lacking in experience. They asked for why he himself had not perished at the hands of that male wizard. The explanation was straightforward. The male wizard had no undead minions accompanying him, and bolstered by his innate strength, Sean's own power had exceeded that of a novice great knight. After bidding farewell to Moore and Lambert, Sean returned to the inn where the Campbell family was staying. He was acutely aware that Fort Fertuit would soon be reclaimed. The male wizard had already been slain by him, and although there were still numerous undead, the strength of the Carlo kingdom was more than sufficient to handle a few undead lacking a wizard's command. The kingdom undoubtedly possessed that level of competence.